This audiobook contains 6 censored sentences and 113 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Wu Hong said with a frown. I know, but it's the best way to explain it. Wang Wei continued. Continue. After the trial, well, my mind was more open and I was even more rebellious. Then things went sour after learning about my status as a fate seed. Before those events, I saw our situation as an arranged marriage. My loving and doting mother, Fate, chose a wonderful woman for me. And after meeting her and seeing how beautiful, compassionate, capable, and compatible we were, I accepted it. Of course, I'm still the rebellious son. Just because I accepted it once doesn't mean I'll accept it a second time. Then, our relationship worsened, and there was no longer room for reconciliation. Wu Hong took a moment to process these words. Such a strange way to explain the situation, yet it still makes sense. She nodded. So, did you feel any instant connection after meeting her? Not all. Wang Wei shook his head. On the contrary, I feel our relationship is an ill-fated one. That girl will suffer immensely in her life if she gets with me. Oh. Wu Hong felt he was not saying these words without any basis. Tell me more. She motioned for him to sit down before serving tea. Wang Wei felt relaxed, and it was not only because the tea was refreshing, but also because the tension in the room had dissipated. So, he told his future wife everything that happened during his meeting with Sun Junyao, including his conjectures about his transcendent ability to influence the chessboard. He also told her about his conversation with Emperor Kong, mainly his conjecture about transcendent factions, and that the Academy was chosen for one of the spots. What do you think? About what specifically? Wu Hong asked. He had said many things, and some she needed time to digest. Let's start with recruiting Sun Junyao, Wang Wei answered. Chapter 1320 Chess Player Chess Pieces Unedited Chapter 1 had similar thoughts before, Wu Hong admitted. However, she had trouble trusting people, and because those two had their eyes on her, I never brought it up before. But, as you said, I'm considered half her master, so it should not be an issue for her to join me, if she wants to. Although Sun Junyao had the potential to enter the next realm, Wu Hong would not force her or use emotional manipulation to trick her into her faction. She disdains doing such a thing. However, she will indeed extend an invitation. A promise of the perfect foundation method should increase your chances. Wang Wei nodded. However, do you think the path of perfection is truly the best for her? Huh? What's with the sudden change? The last time they talked, they agreed that the path of perfection was, well, perfect for Sun Junyao. I've been thinking about this since our conversation, Wang Wei said. People often believe that perfection is a taboo because it is the quickest and easiest way to transcend, and it's also a way to tap into Grand Taoist power. But what if things were not so simple? It's one thing to achieve a perfect body or perfect Tao, but you should understand what it means to have a perfect mind. Cold, indifferent, calculating, and more importantly, no emotions, Wu Hong replied. Yes, in the path of perfection, human emotions are a liability. So people on this path will either eliminate it or suppress it to the lowest level possible, Wang Wei nodded. However, these people are also the most ruthless. They will do anything to achieve their goals and have no bottom line. Wang Wei considered himself a ruthless person, and his path of absolute freedom required him to have no moral restrictions. However, there are certain things he would never do. For example, taking advantage of someone else. He just needs to know he has the power to do it without any mortal guilt without doing it. These people don't care about friends, families, and loved ones. Everything can be abandoned for their pursuit of the Tao. It's fine if something like Grand Tao or Heavenly Tao, who is the consciousness that controls the rules of reality, but if cultivators had a similar mindset, they will turn heaven and earth upside down, maybe even destroy it to achieve their goals. Wu Hong finished, and her eyes lit up. That's why it's a taboo. Grand Tao wants people to achieve transcendence, but he doesn't want them to do it in an extreme manner that may endanger the chaos universe. Exactly. Wu Sigid. I understand Grand Tao's point of view, but the path of transcendence is already difficult to traverse. On top of everything else, rules limit how we operate. That's why, in the end, cultivators will revolt against heaven and earth. Wang Wei did not say Grand Tao, but implied it. The two of them became quiet for a few seconds. This short conversation revealed the trend of the entire chaos universe. Peak paragons will not accept there are certain things they cannot do to reach the pinnacle of the world, and this is even more so for half-step transcendence. Considering that their strength means the rules no longer limit them, it's foreseeable how much chaos the world will be plunged into as Grand Tao tries to suppress and restrict these people, and they try to fight back. Let's not talk about that for now, Wu Hong said. She sensed that their conversation might soon be sensed and be warned. However, without the path of perfection, Sun Zhenyo's future will not be as bright. Then, a look of realization dawned on her as she glanced at Wang Wei. Yin Yang, your Tao also included freedom. So she can follow your example and walk the path of imperfect perfection. That's a path with more potential. No, better yet, the path emotional perfection. Emotional perfection? In that case, she would need to change her Tao to 6 emotion, 7 desires, or focus on spiritual practice. That's not a problem. Wu Mosweld, once she perfects her state of mind, she'll realize her copy Tao is not the best fit for her. He'll then suggest she switches her primary Tao. Wang Wei nodded. Switching primary Tao is a dangerous thing since the cultivator will need to reforge their Tao imprints, change their Tao body and awakening, transform their soul, and lastly, their cultivation realm might drop unless they cultivate a sub-Tao to the same level of their primary Tao before switching. Well, we've laid a path for her, but it's up to her whether she chooses to walk on it, Wang Wei said. No matter how much they plan or how extraordinary their ideas are, it's up to Sun Junyao to decide. That's true. Let's not talk about her anymore. What do you think about Emperor Kong? Wang Wei asked. He's indeed a lucky individual, Wu Hong admitted, not hiding her jealousy like Wang Wei. Oh, you never found a wonder of heaven and earth? Wang Wei figured if someone were lucky enough to get such a thing, it would have been his future wife. Only 2 appeared during the previous era, and they were all before I ascended, Wu Hong explained. And I've never found anything during my travels. Well, I did find a few who have already been used, but as you know, those are no longer wonders. What happened to those 2? Wang Wei asked. Although he had read the historical records, he still asked since she might have known more than the sect had given him. A few people used the first one to give birth to Tao children, while the other disappeared. No one knows who took it, and even what it did. Do you think the Dusk Emperor took it? Wang Wei asked with bright eyes. You think that's how they became a boundless without following the eternal path? That's one of the most feasible explanations. You may be right that they used a wonder, but it was definitely not that one, Wu Hong explained. They didn't tell you? I thought you guys were friends. Do you tell your friends all your deepest secrets? Wu rebuted. True, Wang Wei nodded. However, he suddenly felt that the Dusk Emperor did not use a wonder. After all, these things become useless after a certain amount of use, so there is no point in keeping it a secret. And if by chance, there are still a few uses of that wonder, the Dusk Emperor should have used them for a family or close friend or sold them for a high price. Do you have any theory on who took that wonder? Wang Wei returned the topic to the Golden Era's wonders. Most people now believe the primogenitor devil is the one who took it, Wu Hong calmly explained. Is this how he acquired that artifact? No, that can't be right. He told me it was a secret trial he discovered in primordial chaos. That wonder was probably related to the soul, Wu Hong explained. From what Yen Hai told me, the devil primogenitor was besieged by more than a dozen primals and hundreds of peak paragons, but he survived and even won countless victories. Damn, is the difference between the 2 realms so vast? With just a broken treasure, the devil primogenitor remained undefeated in the face of all these unparalleled genesis. Wait, his soul, oh, I understand. Yes, his soul should have collapsed after using that artifact more than 5 times, but he fought in over a dozen battles. That wonder must have broken the limits on his soul and probably allowed him to acquire some characteristic of half-step transcendent. Wang Wei sipped his tea. When I talked with the devil, primogenitor, he revealed he was a pawn in Grand Dao's plan to lure Qiyuan into starting the Second Origin War and push the Chaos Universe into the Age of Transcendence. Although Qiyuan went rogue and created the ultimate taboo instead, the overall goal was achieved. Now, I'm even more confident that Emperor Kong has the destiny of a transcendent faction. I'm also convinced that wonders might be one of Grand Dao's greatest tools on the chessboard. Whenever one appears, there must be a grand plan at play. According to your theory, Heavenly Dao wanted the world to prosper. So it's understandable why it would release the Yin-Yang land to give birth to more talented cultivators, ensuring the prosperity of the Golden Era. Wu Hong nodded. Everything is connected, and everyone is either a chess piece or a chess player. Wang Wei sighed. Such simple yet profound words. Wu Hong sighed. Paragons are at the top of the world, so they should be chess players, right? No, they're only more valuable chess pieces. Only by taking a small step into the realm of transcendence can one be considered a chess player, but even there are chess pieces for people of higher levels like the Cardinals or the final boss. Grand Dao, let's not think about such a depressing thing, Wang Wei continued. Assuming my theory is correct, how many transcendent factions do you think this world can give birth to? Chapter 1321, Transcendent Faction Analysis, unedited Chapter 7. And if you add those two, a total of 9. Wu Hong replied without hesitation. So much? You underestimate what it means to be half the universe's destiny center, Wu Hong calmly explained. Had we truly become the center, it would probably be enough to cultivate 33 factions, and I'm talking about factions, not individuals. A faction can have multiple half-step transcendents. For example, if Sun Junyao joins the Origin Seal Continent, they'll have at least 2. Meanwhile, the Dao Opening Sect is full of talents capable of reaching that realm. And with all of Wang Wei's ideas, they have a bright future ahead. 9 factions, Wang Wei uttered. Buddhism and Taoism already have spot. Emperor Kong represents the literary way and the academy. Taoism, Buddhism, and the literary way are the 3 most prominent and widespread religions, philosophy schools of thought in the Chaos Universe, usually known as the trifecta. Although my ancestor went rogue, he is the main contributor to the Eternal Ascension world's destiny and prosperity. Heavenly Dao must pay that karma, so a place will go to us. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong. It must give you a spot, Wang Wei continued. You can reach that level without the help of destiny. And knowing you probably hold a grudge for what happened with the Curse Master, this might be the best way to appease you. That may be one of the considering factors, but not the greatest one. Wu Hong shook his head. He'll get a spot due to the destiny of Profession Dao. Without how the Origin Seal Continent operates, it will be easier for us to train transcendent tier professions. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Once Wu Hong reaches the next realm and creates transcendent runes, the Origin Seal Continent will reach a, transcendent level among all professions. Don't get cocky, Wang Wei warned. Once Yin Liling achieves half-step transcendent, you'll lose your monopoly over transcendent runes. That girl is indeed talented, but I've never been afraid of any challenges, Wu Hong replied calmly. Not to mention how much ill achieved by the time she reaches our realm. True, Wang Wei sighed. He regretted not bringing Yin Liling and Li Jun with him to the upper dimension. He did not truly understand how terrifying a late start was in the upper dimension. Sadly, the lower dimension was blocked, so he could not even contact them and warn them to find a way to escape their sentences and ascend as soon as possible. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts from his mind. That's 5 spots, leaving 4. Who else? There's probably a spot for a dynasty, Wu Hong continued. The Way of Fortune dynasty protects ordinary mortals, so Heavenly Dao might give them a spot. Yes, with all these transcendent beings existing in one world, it's a good idea to have one whose interest is invested in protecting the mortals, Wang Wei agreed. So, do you think the Great Kin will have a spot? He'll probably be granted an opportunity to fight for it, but not granted it directly, she replied. Oh, the human emperor is a great emperor, but he's not the ideal one, Wu Hong explained. The ideal emperor is Yangtze, the saint emperor of the great Wen divine dynasty. He practices the way of holy emperor, also called the compassion emperor. Saint emperor, a ruler that is a saint to his people but a tyrant to his enemy, Wang Wei muttered. He had read about the saint emperor and the great Wen dynasty. They were part of the dynasty alliance supported by other overlords to balance the power and influence of the great Qin saint court. Such a man is indeed the ideal candidate, Wang Wei nodded. As a holy emperor, it is in his best interest to ensure the safety and prosperity of mortals, which should reassure heavenly Tao to give him a spot. No matter how weak and insignificant mortals are, they're the sources of talent for all factions. However, once these transcendent factions rise, the mortals might become endangered. The higher the cultivators, the more indifferent they are to mortals. And this situation should worsen once half-step transcendence begins to show up. Not to mention how devastating the slightest confrontation between these beings will be to even paragons, let alone mortals. As such, it's in heavenly Tao's best interest to choose a faction dedicated to protecting them. Sadly, he's too weak, Wang Wei sighed. The Saint Emperor was only a peak paragon, not a primal. Although he had an overwhelmingly positive image, deep connections, and excellent influence, this did not change the fact that he was weak. There is still hope for him, Wu Hong said. As long as he can use his experience from the taboo to become primal, use his charisma and influence to control the alliance, he might be able to compete for the spot with secret support from the other overlords. You don't sound like you have a high enough faith in him, Wang Wei said. Although I don't like him. I must admit that Ing Zheng is a capable man with deep plans and many secrets, Wu Hong replied honestly. After so many years of interacting and competing with that man, she only finds out his origin goes back to the prehistoric world through her connection with Wang Wei. That's how deep he hides. How much of a chance do you think the Saint Emperor has? Probably 30. So low? Wang Wei frowned. Yangtze has an unparalleled talent for governance that no other rulers can match, Wu Hong explained. Most dynasties rely on their vast and extended territories to gather luck, but he primarily relied on the people's welfare and happiness. However, if you compare his ability to scheme and plan to Ing Zheng's, you will see that he truly does not measure. Wang Wei squinted. What if we focus on his advantage? After all, the ultimate decision is up to heavenly Tao, and it may have different requirements. You want to work with him? Wu Hong asked before thinking of something. You want to cooperate with him to spread your mortal rune civilization? That's right, Wang Wei nodded. It's a great way to boost the prosperity of his citizens and show heavenly Tao he was the best choice. I still don't think his chances of success will be high, Wu Hong replied. Ultimately, the cultivation is about strength and strong preying on the weak. Even if heavenly Tao granted him that destiny, it's very likely for Ing Zheng to conquer or slaughter him to take it. I still think it's worth a try, Wang Wei said. If I succeed, I can stop the Qin Emperor, but even if I fail, I can delay his rise, and that's good enough for me. Well, it's a good move. You won't have to pay much if it fails. And you can still get some benefits, Wu Hong nodded. Then it's decided, Wang Wei said as he sipped his teeth. What about the other faction? What do you think? Especially the Grand Sect Alliance. As I said before, the skill association is useless, and it's the same with the exchange hall. As long as Emperor Kong keeps his heart of sage and continues training cultivators no matter the background, there is no need for a loose cultivators alliance to be so powerful. The innate demons are the third useless group. The next era will truly be the era when they lose their status and are no longer viable to compete with paragons and fiend gods. Wu Hong moistened her throat. After years of manipulation, the demon race's destiny has become to balance and suppress the innate demons, so they also have no value in the upcoming eras. However, Heavenly Tao might receive a spot just to provide some balance to the human race, but that probability is not high, considering we're the protagonists of the world, and we've done so much. The Divine Faith Heaven's leader is a highly talented person, but their purpose is also geared towards mortals. However, dynasties are healthier for cultivating mortals than faith, so they are also eliminated. No, they might be given a chance to compete with Ing Zheng and the dynasties for that position. That only leaves the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, and the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei commented. The sword cultivators have ruined their own destiny by suppressing the ultimate sword path to ensure the supremacy of the extreme sword path, Wu Hong commented. So, I'm not too sure about their fate. I guess it doesn't help that the most powerful one among them is not even from their league, Wang Wei chuckled. True, Wu Hong nodded before continuing. The Myriad Clan Union used to serve a grand purpose. Steal the key luck associated with bloodline supremacy from the innate demon gods and transfer it to the human race. Now that the innate demon gods are about to be washed out from history, they might not be of much significance. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes. It also doesn't help them that one of their core leaders is one of your Wang clan. If they become a transcendent faction, then the potential of your clan will be too much. Heavenly Tao is all about balance. It will take that into account. Chapter 1322, Dugu Tian by Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head. You don't agree? Wu Hong asked. If it were before, I would have agreed that the Myriad Clan Union served no purpose, Wang Wei replied. However, the first ancestor, Wang Gua, stole my idea of a human fiend god bloodline. If he plays his card right, he can steal more destiny from the fiend god race, and that should be enough for him to get a spot. That is possible, Wu Hong nodded. That leaves the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei continued. They're the most powerful, but somehow, Heavenly Tao abandoned them and even used them as a stepping stone for the Academy. Why? It's because they overestimate themselves, Wu Hong sneered. Wang Wei even detected a flash of anger. There seems to be a story between you and them. Dugu Tianbai, also known as the Supreme Might Paragon, is considered the Grand Chancellor of the Alliance. He's the one who first suggested the idea and the one who convinced countless sects and factions to join. Wu Hong did not hide the disdain in her eyes. He's charismatic, heroic, and was one of the most powerful primal of that era. Despite how she felt about him personally, she did not hesitate to mention his good characteristics. However, he's also extremely ambitious. Oh, how ambitious are we talking about? Wang Wei was curious, since it's rare for Wu Hong to have such a high evaluation of a person's strength. He raised his cup to his mouth. He wants to conquer the world. Wang Wei coughed as the tea went inside the wrong pipe. Wait, are you saying? That's right. He wants to conquer the eternal ascension world. All other overlords will either bow to him or be destroyed. That is quite the ambition, Wang Wei sighed. This kind of goal seems almost impossible to achieve. After all, the Golden Era was called as such for a reason. With all these geniuses existing and competing against each other, it's a dream for Dugu Tianbai to conquer this place. However, it's not entirely impossible. As long as he can become the first proper half-step transcendence, he can quickly suppress the other two and conquer the world. Of course, such a method of achieving his goal has a major flaw, and that's the genius of that era. As long as one of them escapes, they will become unstable if they return later after achieving the same realm. It's fine for him to be ambitious, but he went about it in such a stupid way, Wu Hong sneered. Instead of focusing on being the first person to reach the next level and use absolute force to achieve his goal, he focused on political power. So, he started gathering sects to increase the alliance's strength? Wang Wei asked. That's right. At first, he did an excellent job. He even convinced those sects to live close to each other, making their disciples entangled with each other as if they were one giant family. He wanted to slowly assimilate them and eventually fuse them into one large sect? Exactly, Wu Hong nodded. His plan failed, but it did reduce many of the hostility and contradictions between these factions, turning them into a true and coherent alliance. However, he soon became mad. He divided the alliance into inner and outer members, with the latter rapidly expanding forces without any regard. He blackmailed, intimidated, and forced countless factions to become outer members, not even caring whether they were truly loyal or not. It sounds like he just wanted to use these people to expand the alliance's luck, Wang Wei commented. Did he want to use a large quantity of luck to try to enter the next realm? Duga Tianbai is not stupid. He should have understood that such a loose amalgamation of luck was feeble and useless. And even if he wanted to walk the path of luck to become half-step transcendent, he would have needed the luck of the entire world. Hence his previous ambition to conquer the world, Wang Wei muttered. Yes, but I still don't understand why he did such a stupid thing, and I was not the only one. At first, many people thought he wanted to start a war, but anyone could see that these outer members would never support him fully, and many would betray him at the slightest sign of trouble. There are two ways to explain his behavior. Either he became prideful and made a stupid error, or there is some hidden reason he needed such a quantity of luck, even if they were not properly condensed. Wounded. Many people deduced the same conclusion, and the other overlords tried many methods to find the source of Dugu Tianbai's change. However, no one had an answer to this day. I can now understand why Heavenly Tao is not a fan of the alliance, Wang Wei continued. If this man succeeds in his ambition, I reckon he would not hesitate to absorb all the world sources of this world to assist him in reaching the next level. And by controlling the world's key luck, he can reduce, even eliminate, Heavenly Tao's divine punishment for his action. Using one of the 3,800 source chaos worlds is one of the most direct ways to achieve half-step transcendence. Whether through Heavenly Tao or siphoning all the world's energy, world source, to forcefully elevate cultivation to the next realm, they're the best methods. Although these methods probably have some side effects and even higher consequences, most people capable of using them would not care. Many paragons have known this, but unfortunately for them, the Heavenly Tao of these worlds was also transcendent. As long as they try these people, they will be wiped out by divine punishment. Unfortunately, the ultimate taboo opened a can of worms. Many methods to bypass or even reduce the effect of divine punishment were distributed to cultivators across the chaos universe, endangering the source chaos worlds and making them more valuable. It would indeed be a disaster for the world if someone like Duga Tianbai transcended, Wu Hong sneered. You don't seem to like him very much, Wang Wei asked. Wu Hong was briefly quiet. Although I don't like to admit it, I was the weakest of the 13 in terms of foundation. That bastard thought that meant I was a soft persimmon and tried to force me to surrender to him. So you guys fought? Wu did. Did you lose? Why would I lose? She stared at him. I thought you suffered at his hands, hence your resentment. Wu Hong shook his head. We fought for a few years, and I had the advantage. However, once that bastard realized he was about to lose and his prestige might be affected, he became shameless. He called the other primals, claiming this was a large dispute between two factions, so everyone was allowed to participate. She sneered. I'm guessing his objective was not to besiege you? Of course not. He knew the others would not allow him to kill him and intervened in the conflict to de-escalate the situation. That way, he gets to walk away without technically suffering defeat. That's why I despise him. Wang Wei nodded, but his body suddenly paused as he thought something. Did he try to court you? Isn't it obvious? That bastard wanted my strength, lineage, and my body. Wu Hong genuinely looked disgusted as she thought of Duga Tianbai. One of the things she despised the most was this kind of man who did not want a partnership with her. Instead, they wanted to conquer her like she was a delicious piece of meat. It did not help that all these men were weaker than her, and once they realized this, their egos became hurt. So they either abandoned such notion or tried every means to eliminate her. Wife, don't worry. I'll avenge your grievance once I have the strength and Duga Tianbai returns from limbo. Who needs you to avenge them? I've been thinking for a long time of publicly slapping him in the face and ruining his reputation. Once I'm healed and achieve a perfect foundation, my strength should be enough, so there is no need for your help. Wife, can't you give me a chance to act arrogant and mainly before you? Wang Wei complained. This is the downside of having a powerful wife. There is no opportunity to show his masculine and manly side as a protector. Who's your wife? Wu Hong asked. A slip of the tongue, Wang Wei said casually before immediately changing the topic. If you remove the one for the dynasties, 3 spots remain. Based on your analysis, it should go to the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, and probably the Demon Race. However, there is also a high chance that these spots will be distributed to non-overlord factions. Do you have someone in mind? Wu Hong asked. The Barbarian Race, Wang Wei replied. Chapter 1323, a more complex situation, Wu Hong nodded. Their origin makes them unique. Many cultivators are dedicated to studying history and culture throughout the Chaos universe, and they discovered something. Most cultures developed the same way. It's like there is a blueprint to ensure people's naming sense. Language, philosophy, values, and many other factors develop the same culturally. There are a few outliers, but most are mutations of the outline. However, this fact has 2 true outliers, Buddhism and the Barbarian Race. Although these 2 have assimilated with the blueprint culture, it did not change the fact that the origin and essence of these 2 factions are entirely different. If I guess correctly, their origins should have something to do with the prehistoric world, Wu Hong continued. Heavenly Tao might give them a spot, just for the potential that the Barbarian Race might become the key to finally gaining access to that world. Now I feel conflicted, Wang Wei said. He knew one of his greatest advantages, especially to other Tao overlords, was access to his memories from Earth. It would make things more challenging for him if more people could get their hands on the information on Earth. Did you have some plan for the Barbarian Race? I noticed one of my followers, Monk, his destiny was slowly changing after meeting me, Wang Wei explained. By comparing himself to me, he's slowly transforming into a transcendent seed. Comparison and competition are some of the best ways to elicit growth and development. Wu Hong nodded. If he's as you said, then the Barbarian Race might have a spot. At the very least, they are one of the main competitors for one of the spots. Did you want to cultivate a new ally? That was the plan. Was? Wu Hong asked. Is, Wang Wei said firmly. Anyway, I don't think it will be so simple for Grand Tao to regain control of the prehistoric world. And if everything else fails, there is still me. Yes, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In conclusion, the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, the Demon Race, the Barbarian Race, and a few others will fight for 3 spots, Wang Wei analyzed. Sword Tao has taken over most of the destiny of all Weapon Tao, and this battle might be a chance to reverse this situation, especially Saber Tao, who has been their greatest enemy, meaning the Sword Path League will have plenty of competitors. The Myriad Clan Union will have a future if they can contribute to the innate acquire war by weakening the Fiend God race by stealing their luck and destiny. The Demon Race is not entirely out of the competition. They'll increase their chances if they can eliminate the innate demon gods and take their destiny. The next era will probably be a time of great strife and competition, Wang Wei sighed. These 2 conversations might seem like a simple analysis, but they outline what will most likely occur in the upcoming era once the moons are eliminated and the issue of the 2 suns is dealt with. Things are even more complicated than you stated. Oh, did I overlook something? A few, actually, Wu Hong said. First, there is samsara. With all these transcendents walking the world, how can the world of the dead preserve itself? In my mind, one of the factions or one of the transcendents would take over. Wang Wei replied. For example, Engzheng. He needs the emperor title to become half-step transcendent, so I figured he would control the underworld. However, now that I said it out loud, I realized I was too naive. Although the other transcendents might not care about samsara for themselves, they wouldn't allow someone else to occupy it since it could influence their sex or people close to them. That's one part of the issue, but I don't think samsara will allow others to mess up the world of the dead. You think Heavenly Tao would grant one of the spots to the underworld? It doesn't have to. Wu Hong answered, and Wang Wei immediately understood. The Samsara Cardinal. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. Whoever they are very strict about controlling the underworld. Heavenly Tao doesn't have to do anything. The Cardinal should give the Yama Kings the power to balance the other factions and the world of the living. Wang Wei squinted. You seem rather confident in your analysis. Wang Wei agreed with her deduction, but he was not as confident as her. The Samsara Cardinal might interfere, but there's also a chance they might give up on the eternal ascension world. My confidence is because of you, Wu Hong said. I can deduce that whatever I should say our future selves is doing, the Cardinals are involved in one way or another. So, it would be stupid of them not to take an opportunity to place a chess piece into your homeworld. A terrifying killing intent flashed into Wang Wei's eyes, especially since that chess piece might be my grandmother. Although he had only one conversation with his grandmother, he had a favorable view of her, especially since she admitted her relationship with his grandfather. Wang Wei understood the mindset of the powerful, so it wouldn't surprise him in the slightest if his grandmother ignored the previous relationship and cut the karma between them. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. You should prepare beforehand. No matter what, your grandmother cannot achieve transcendence with whatever method the Cardinal provides. I know. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he knew what was going to happen, he could plan ahead. If he plays his card right, he might peep into the secrets of the Cardinals to prepare for their future battle. Maybe even deal a blow to them if he takes a risk. Wang Wei looked in the sky, his eyes deeper than they had ever been. They better know better than to mess with my family. Otherwise, once I deal with them, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Such deep and scary eyes. How manly, Wu Hong thought, biting her lower lips while her eyes contained some hidden emotions. Luckily, she quickly controlled herself and returned to normal before anyone saw anything. Wang Wei focused on her. What else did I overlook? Foreign influence, Wu Hong explained as she sipped the tea. Do you think other chaos worlds will just watch as the eternal ascension world becomes so powerful? These people know how much destiny this world has. So how could they not try to take a piece of the pie? You mean foreign factions will also compete for these positions? Exactly, Wu Hong said. Besides a few who will try their best to destroy this world's prosperity, most will try to take this opportunity for themselves. I was in the mindset that Heavenly Tao was xenophobic and would only leave this chance to its native, Wang Wei commented. However, as long as these factions are willing to change their identity to become members of the eternal ascension world, they won't receive much resistance from Heavenly Tao. Moreover, these people are not even the greatest variable threat. Yes, the foreign transcendent factions, Wu Hong squinted. These people are currently just watching, and no one knows they are thinking or planning. But once they take action, we cannot deal with them given our current situation. Why do you think they haven't acted? Wang Wei asked. There are probably many reasons, but the one I can think of with the most certainty is that they fear a luck backlash, Wu Hong analyzed. They fear if they act prematurely. Heavenly Tao will also accelerate its plan and force this world into the transcendent era in advance. As such, their plan should be to lay out things in advance and wait for the right time to take action. Wang Wei suddenly remembered Old Man Tianji and Emperor Blackheart. Both these people are chess pieces of the Star-Gazing Pavilion and the Desire Heart Palace, two transcended factions. Wang Wei can imagine there are plenty of other chess pieces in the world waiting for the right time to act. The situation is more complicated than I originally thought, and it seems I must prepare in advance, Wang Wei grunted. Although the Tao opening sect is one of the guaranteed spots, that does not mean they would 100% become a transcendent lineage. On the contrary, these guaranteed spots are the juiciest and most succulent piece of meat to these foreign factions. There's also the fact that many people hold a grudge and will blame the Tao opening sect for what Qiyuan did, Wang Wei analyzed. Every cause has an effect. Qiyuan opened the era of transcendence through the ultimate taboo, but in the process, he created probably the largest war in the chaos universe, resulting in the death and destruction of countless people and worlds. This level of karma is not something any lineage can bear along. The Tao opening sect has great fortune and destiny, and if it acts fast enough on it and becomes a transcendent faction, it can wash off that karma. If not, then they will be destroyed. Let's not talk about this anymore, Wang Wei said. They've talked enough for today. Any more, and there might be consequences. How is your apprentice? She's fine, Wu Hong replied. She just passed the test to become an inner disciple. If she can pass a few more, they'll accept her as a direct disciple and, eventually, my legacy disciple. Really? You think so highly of her? A legacy disciple means that Hong Meiling would be the next ruler of the Origin Seal continent. She doesn't have that high of an aptitude for runes and such, but she has great managerial talents. Wu explained. I wanted to find someone to take over managing this place while I become a free elder ancestor, and she might be the one. That's good to hear. As a founder of a top lineage, she must move from being the face of the faction to someone behind the scenes. Most overlords have experienced such a process, and the Origin Seal continent could be said to be behind. Of course, it's probably because Wu Hong has too high of standards for her successor. Well, enough wasting time, Wu Hong said. Let's start with your training. Chapter 1324, The Frustrating Woman. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He knew this day would come, and he also knew he could no longer delay it. He sighed deeply before saying, 1 minute. He condensed a talisman in the void to send to Red Mask. He had decided to stay here and even enter his cultivation retreat in the Origin Seal continent. As such, some of his work needed to be transferred to this place. All right, I'm ready. Wu Hong waved his hand, and they teleported to another area. Wang Wei looked around, and everything was either black or dark purple. Primordial chaos? A réplication? Wu explained. We're in the battle training area I've built. This place was not the same as the primordial chaos around the Origin Seal continent, but more similar to the battle pagoda from the lower dimension. To prevent you from complaining that I bully you, my cultivation will be the same, she uttered, and her aura changed. Wu Hong's cultivation dropped to 80 Grandao source, her fleshy body to the adult fiend god realm and the third heaven, and her soul was that of a paragon. Wang Wei noticed that even her willpower was the same quantity as him. Of course, despite how level the playing field looked, Wang Wei did not believe for a second he was on par with her. After all, Wu Hong's comprehension of the Tao had reached the end, and she still had all her fighting experience. So, the battle would never be fair unless she sealed these memories. However, that was unnecessary since such an act would defeat the purpose of this training. Are you ready? She asked, and Wang Wei nodded. Then, let's start. They rushed toward each other, showing their aggressive nature. Wang Wei had no hesitation as he punched her in the face. However, his attack failed as the terrifying force behind him was immediately sealed once it reached close to Wu Hong, who proceeded to slap him. Wang Wei evaded. However, this attack was fake, bypassing his intuition and ability to see the future. Luckily, his reaction was excellent. So when the hand was about to touch his face, he exploded his head as a form of attack. Wang Wei's cruelness surprised Wu Hong slightly, but she immediately regained her focus. She was about to use this opportunity to continue her attack when she detected something, a time attack. To be precise, an attack from the past. Her years of experience allowed her to understand what had happened. Wang Wei did not just blow his head. He used his time Tao to send some of his blood to a few seconds in the past before growing a body clone from that drop of blood. The clone then attacked Wu Hong across space-time. Wu Hong did not move to look at the source of the attack. A rune appeared above her head, sealing the surrounding space-time continuum. However, her previous momentum was gone, and Wang Wei had enough time to regrow his head. Or so he thought. As soon as his head regenerated, he discovered a terrifying curse inside his body. When did he get cursed? It did not take him long to figure it out. The blood clone. He did not know when, but Wu Hong had used that clone from the past as a medium to curse him. He reacted by using his yin-yang Tao to change the curse into a benediction. Of course, his primary problem is not the curse, but the subtle true will inside. If not for that power, his natural immunity would have eliminated that curse on its own. While Wang Wei was dealing with internal troubles, he still had external problems as well. Wu Hong suddenly appeared before him, and her body moved like a graceful swan as she used a somersault kick. Wang Wei crossed his arms to block, But as soon as he came into contact with her, he found his terrifying strength and resilience drastically weakening. Crack! The bones in his arms, which were powerful enough to serve as pillars to hold together an entire world bigger than the lower dimension, cracked under the force of that kick. Her true will application is even better than mine, Wang Wei thought. He tried his best to prevent Wu Hong's true will from entering his body and permanently injuring him. Wu Hong's attack was a two-hit kicking combo, so she followed it with a second kick. However, Wang Wei knew he could not block that second attack, so he opened his mouth to blow. Fate de destruction. Wind of annihilation with this attack. Wang Wei not only used his Fate Dao to utilize Destruction Dao, he also included a bit of Destruction Dao from his Sub Dao. A terrifying black wind with the power to reduce everything to ash emanated from his mouth. Sadly, it was useless. The black wind extinguished itself once it reached Wu Hong's foot. Luckily, Wang Wei never planned for this attack to work. The black wind's primary purpose was to distract his opponent, and the other was to tear apart the surrounding void, allowing him to teleport away from that devastating kick. It also bought him more than enough time to regenerate his bones. What an annoying person to fight, Wang Wei complained as he teleported about 30 light years away. She builds a perfect domain around her with her sealing Dao. Anything that comes close will be instantly sealed without her even having to act. As Wang Wei was analyzing how to deal with the situation, his face suddenly changed. His body was immobile. Damn it, I was played. The curse inside his body was a seal disguised as a curse. While he was distracted removing the curse, the seal had already taken root. The worst part is this seal target essence and spirit. Wang Wei's body was now useless. The energies inside his body had shut down, including his soul power, and even his mind had difficulty working. Wu Hong had a smirk on her face as she realized her plan had worked. She waved her hand to manifest a colossal hand composed of runes. Wang Wei knew he would immediately lose if that attack landed, but it seemed that there was nothing he could do. This is not fair, Wang Wei screamed his mind. That hand contained a seal for all his Daos and all his techniques. If Wu Hong had not known him intimately, how could she have created such a seal? I know what you're thinking, but I did not create the seal based on previous knowledge about you, she explained. Instead, it's based on information I've gathered since this battle started. As for how I gather so much information in such a short period, well, I'll tell you after I beat you. Wang Wei was unwilling. The battle hadn't started for 5 minutes, and he was about to lose. He couldn't accept that. Whether it was for his pride as a man or as a mighty warrior, he would not accept such a result. Defeat is fine. He expected to be defeated. However, he could not be beaten in such a disgraceful manner. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, deducing a plan for the situation. Then, at the last moment before the palm hit him, Wang Wei's body released a terrifying aura, followed by bleeding in all orifices. He moved his hand and punched the big hand into oblivion. Fate mimicry. Ji Lanfang, a picture of a slovenly dressed young swordsman with a wine gourd, appeared above Wang Wei before fusing with him. His aura then changed from a supreme being who plays with fate on a whim to an almighty that embodies the concept of absolute speed. Wang Wei's tattered and bloody body appeared before Wu Hong and punched. An exploding sound echoed in the void, followed by her right hand exploding. Wang Wei was so fast that even her potent and passive domain could not react in time to seal his strength. However, her eyes were calm. Interesting. He knew he could not defeat me with his existing techniques, so he created one, she calmly analyzed. He created a method to use his essence, ki, and spirit flower as a boost. Previously, Wang Wei only used the abilities of these flowers, but now he was using them themselves to boost his essence, ki, and spirit. Of course, the consequence of this technique is these flowers will enter a state of withering afterward and will need resources before they can return to normal and use their abilities. Wang Wei raised his hand for a second punch, but he immediately discovered, to his horror, his speed was dramatically slower than before. She seal my speed? When? How? Divination revealed the answer. She used the karma of him destroying her arms to seal his speed. With a thought, Wang Wei removed that karma connection. Sadly, this was more than enough time for Wu Hong. She teleported away from him while building a domain around her with countless methods to seal his speed. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he noticed more than 100 million different methods of sealing his speed, and those were the ones he could recognize. Has anyone ever told you that fighting you is frustrating? Wang Wei complained. I've built a reputation for that. Wu Hong calmly replied. All those battle maniacs don't want to fight me despite my well-known strength due to how frustrating it is to fight me, she proudly explained. Come on, she continued. This is just a warm-up. Chapter 1325 Necessary Training Undeaded Chapter Wu Hong rushed to confront Wang Wei, but things were different this time. She did not use her sealing Dao, facing him in a pure fleshly body battle. Although Wang Wei did not know her exact intention, he also followed her. These two clashed, purely using their flesh. Each strike causes intense destructive waves to the surrounding primordial chaos. Wang Wei observed while fighting, and he realized Wu Hong's control over her body was higher than his. She had reached the true heavenly Dao control in his force control skill. No, it should be close to the true heavenly Dao control, he analyzed. The best way to describe her level is based on heavenly Daos, divided based on their world. Source Chaos World's true heavenly Dao is half-step transcendent, so their control of laws or Daos is on another level. However, it's different for normal Chaos Worlds. Wu Hong's level of control should be similar to the true heavenly Dao of a normal Chaos World. Moreover, she has reached a peak at that level. As long as she takes a step into the transcendent realm, she'll get that level of control. Is it possible to achieve half-step transcendent by attaining a higher level of control? For example, if a paragon's control of the law reaches the level of a Source Chaos World's true heavenly Dao, after mulling it over, Wang Wei realized this path was feasible and fell under the category of achieving transcendence through skills. This idea is good, but how exactly could someone reach that level? Unless they could have direct access to a source world's heavenly Dao and its operation of the law. So, a technique that can obverse the operation of the rules of heaven and earth? Such a technique is easy and challenging to create. If heavenly Dao does not care, then this path is feasible. But if heavenly Dao does not want anyone to peep at their core secrets, then this path is a dead end. An alternate method would be to observe countless true heavenly Daos from non-source chaos worlds. Depending on the world, any paragon can overwhelm the heavenly Dao of a non-source chaos worlds, meaning this approach is more feasible. However, the chances of success are lower, and it also takes a lot of time to deduce how the source world's true heavenly Dao operates from observing the non-source world's true heavenly Dao. You are distracted, Wu Hong suddenly said before she punched Wang Wei into oblivion. Damn it, why is your body so strong? Wang Wei complained as he regenerated. What body refining technique did you cultivate? Heaven and earth body. The body ancestors technique? That's right. When I was in the divine body realm, I found one of the prototypes he left in the world as a fortunate encounter and completed it with my sealed Dao, Wu Hong explained. Doesn't that thing require using worlds to cultivate? I found a destroyed Greater Thousand world and used it for my cultivation. What about after you ascended? Did you cultivate another technique? There is no need, Wu Hong explained. This place has countless destroyed worlds and dimensions for me to use. I only need to seal them into my body and use them to temper my flesh. Later, after becoming a paragon and traveling through primordial chaos, I found a chaos world that had just been born and absorbed it. How come you seem luckier than me? Wang Wei complained. You may be the son of fate. But in the darling of luck, Wu Hong proudly sneered. Wang Wei wanted to complain. Although he has abundant luck, he rarely has any extraordinary fortunate encounters, and that's because his luck manifests in the form of his background, the Dao opening sect. Most of the rare things he needed for cultivation can be acquired by asking his sect. That's why he appeared less lucky than Wu Hong. Meanwhile, she had to start from scratch to build a lineage like the Origin Seal Continent. She needed these fortunate encounters. Enough with the chit-chat. Wu Hong said with a severe expression. Do you know how many flaws you have as a fighter? It can't be that bad. Wang Wei defended himself. Let me list a few, Wu Hong said. Let's start with the environment. I'm sure you've learned to use the environment in battles. Do you think such logic no longer applies to you with your current strength? Wang Wei listened carefully. Primordial chaos is a potent power with many uses, Wu Hong continued. It has an excellent effect on one's vital essence. So most top inextinguishable paragons will create techniques that allow them to passively temper their bodies while fighting. In other words, the longer the fight lasts, and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Even the ones who have reached the peak of their realm and can no longer improve will use these techniques to give them small boosts in stats. And that's just one of the many applications. At that level, our body has infinite stamina, unless outside forces interfered. So, if you meet someone who can weaken your body and reduce your stamina, primordial chaos is the best source to replenish yourself. High concentration of primordial chaos can affect the use of the Grand Tao source, similar to how immense ki from the source ki space can do the same. Fiend gods are masters of this technique, so you need to learn to use it and how to deal with such a method. Wang Wei nodded while also smiling wryly. I understand what you mean, but you should also understand. I know your cultivation is low, and you haven't even entered primordial chaos before, Wu Hong said. But you should understand that your destiny means a lot of trouble awaits you. There is no telling when you'll be forced into an unprepared situation. You're right. Next, it's a certain mindset regarding battle, Wu Hong continued. It's best if I demonstrate. She rushed forward and started a hand-to-hand fight with Wang Wei. Midway through their confrontation, her arms suddenly grew from Wu Hong and punched Wang Wei's ribs. He reacted by creating a field around his body as defense, barely blocking the 4 terrifying punches. However, a weird scorpion tail grew from Wu Hong's back and pieced his defense. As Wang Wei was about to defend again, her hair suddenly grew long and captured him. We are inhumans, meaning battles are not limited by our human form, Wu Hong warned. Every part of our body is a weapon. I once defeated a paragon with spit. Once she least expected it, I turned my spit into the most corrosive substance between heaven and earth, and it melted her body and soul. Wang Wei was speechless. It was one thing to lose to someone, but another to lose to their spit. This kind of humiliation, he wondered how that paragon felt once she revived. Don't think this is weird, Wu Hong continued. When you fight fiend gods, you'll realize what it means to fight weird and inhumane humanoid creatures. I was almost killed by a fiend god whose beard was cultivated by violent spatial energy. He took advantage of my ignorance to release a storm of extremely sharp spatial energy from his beard that almost sent me to limbo. Oh, keep that in mind, Wang Wei nodded. How many Paragon's artifacts do you have? Wu Hong suddenly asked. None, Wang Wei replied, giving her a strange look. Well, that's the problem, she added. In the Paragon realm, your soul is powerful enough to control many weapons, meaning you cannot rely only on your proving Tao artifact. In fact, most Paragons will refine powerful one-time use Paragon artifacts as their trump card. One-time use? Yes. They sacrifice the longevity of the artifact for extreme power, Wu Hong nodded. In other words, wealth contributes to how powerful a Paragon is? Wang Wei sighed yes. That's why most Paragons are from a faction or build their own to help them amass wealth. Wu Hong nodded. You need to learn or create your own artifact controlling technique. Although your Tao is not enough, your soul meets the requirement. Can I see your collection? You can find them in the library, Wu Hong replied. Good. Any other flaws? We're just starting, Wu Hong sneered. I noticed you heavily favored using your fist over your legs when fighting. Such a mindset will limit your variety of attacks and make you predictable. Speaking of predictability, you overthink too much, Wu Hong continued. You like to analyze and plan 3 to 5 steps ahead of your opponent. Is there something wrong with that? In 99 of battles, such approach is the best. However, what happens when you meet an opponent who is better at predicting your move? Wang Wei wanted to say something arrogant, that no one would be better than him in that area, when he remembered the person before him was indeed better. In this short confrontation, Wu Hong was indeed always one step ahead of his predictions. Intuition, Wang Wei uttered. That's right. You need to learn to switch between analysis fighting mode and pure instinct fighting mode. I understand. Now for your greatest weakness, your soul. Are you serious? Wu Hong shook her head in disappointment. Haven't you realized I've been reading your mind throughout this entire fight? Wang Wei's face became ugly. You're so used to not worrying about your soul in battle that when you meet an expert like me, you become useless. But I've trained my soul, Wang Wei said, trying to save some face. Yes, but only against people weaker than you, Wu Hong explained. You've never faced someone on the same soul level as you, let alone someone more powerful. Tell me, how much did you improve after your defeat against DT On? The greatest improvement in strength in my life. Exactly. Without an opponent of a similar level for soul battles, how did you expect yourself to have any form of achievement? In Wu Hong's eyes, Wang Wei's soul accomplishments are good, but that's it. When it comes to an expert of her level, there are too many people who can see the flaw in his lack of soul battle experience. Chapter 1326, Continue Training. Wang Wei opened his eyes and wiped the blood from his nose. Is this what it feels like to experience social death? He wanted nothing more than to crawl into a wall and hide, which says a lot, given his thick skin. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. He failed the illusion again. All his life, he had never feared any mental or illusion attacks, no matter how intricate they were. However, today he had the biggest wake-up call of his life. Wu Hong played with his mind like a toddler facing an adult. His so-called paragon soul, or terrifying willpower, means nothing to someone so adept at wielding the mind and knew to consider his willpower when manipulating him. Don't beat yourself, Wu Hong said. Now that you know your weakness, you can compensate for it. Plus, you've been improving at an alarming rate. She was worried that Wang Wei had already formed certain habits, so that it would be difficult for him to adapt and learn new ways to fight with the soul. However, it seems she worried for nothing. His mind was as flexible as young people's, allowing him to change and evolve to improve. Let's continue, Wang Wei said. This training not only allowed him to train his soul battle technique, but it was also an excellent way of cultivating his soul sub-Dao. Since you've made such rapid improvement, let's increase the difficulty, Wu Hong suggested. Think of a number between 10,000 to 1 million. Try to prevent me from getting into your thoughts while resisting the illusion. Good. The two started to fight physically while secretly battling mentally. Wang Wei applied everything he learned so far, pushing his spirit particles to the limit. Wu Hong showed him her soul, which was also unique as its main composition was 129,600 unique runes. Wang Wei learned from her and created a soul defense technique that combined his 1.269 trillion spirit particles into a group of 129,600, imitating her ability. As they were fighting, Wang Wei watched as Wu Hong slapped him with a seal of death in her palms and prepared to react. However, his spirit particles released a golden light, allowing him to break from the illusion. This attack was not a seal of death but a yin-yang seal. He countered it before continuing the fight. His concentration reached another level as he adapted to his situation. Then, Wu Hong suddenly stopped. 22,345, she said, making Wang Wei sigh. And you still fail for the illusion. She waved her hand, and the surroundings changed. The real Wu Hong was sitting cross-legged in the distance with a cup of tea in her hand while the one before Wang Wei slowly dissipated. Wang Wei sighed. Why do I need heaven and earth to humble me when I have you around? Don't be discouraged since you're not as bad as you think. I just have high standards. No need to take my pride into consideration. I needed this wake-up call. Wang Wei knew his future wife's standards were the pinnacle of the chaos universe. And even without her, he would also put these standards as his own. After all, how can he stand at the pinnacle of the world without being the best in everything? I'm curious, though, Wang Wei continued. Your understanding of the soul isn't just based on experience. It's as if you've understood the essence of the mind. Did you spend a lot of time studying mind rune or something? Something like that, Wu Hong responded. One of my worst experiences after becoming a paragon was that the mind hunters hunted me. Mind hunters? Do you know the status of the mind in the chaos universe? It's a protected area, Wang Wei nodded. Fate is absolute, but the concept of choice and freedom still exists in the world, competing with it in many aspects. How is that possible? It's because of the mind. Grand Tao binds all sentient beings and cages them under the power of fate, but it also leaves a door open for people to escape. And that door is the mind. A perfect example of this is Wang Wei's Supreme Outlaw Trial. If Heavenly Tao had been allowed to read his mind during the trial, the difficulty would have gone beyond nightmare level. Yes, as long as someone opens their sea of consciousness, other people must invade it to read their mind. Based on the difference between cultivation level and techniques, the process can be undetected, but it's impossible to just glance at someone and read their mind. There are many ways to work around this restriction, and there's only one way to bypass it directly: mind techniques. They are rare and overly suppressed by Grand Tao. Of course, there are no absolutes, so a few gifted individuals were granted such a talent. The mind hunters are a group of people with such talent. However, these guys went on the extreme path. Their cultivation techniques turned them into an ugly, invisible creature that feeds on the mind of powerhouses. A cold light flashed in Wu Hong's eyes. A nest of them targeted me, and they hunted me down for more than 10 yuan epochs. In the process of eradicating them, I became an expert in the soul and mind. Mind hunters, huh? Such a group should either be turned into pawns or eradicated from existence, Wang Wei commented. Most worlds feel the same, so these guys did not dare publicly show their faces. As far as she knows, there are no chaos worlds openly ruled by the mind hunters, nor are there any places where they can exist peacefully without anyone trying to kill them. All right, let's continue, Wang Wei said. Hold on, let's change things a little, Wu Hong said. They've been fighting for over 100,000 years inside this formation, so she wanted to focus on another aspect of the training. Anyway, this training arc will take a long time. She waved her hand, and 20 more people appeared around her. Wang Wei looked at these people with curiosity. Their aura indicated they were all in the peak of the Empyrean realm, and Wang Wei had a feeling that each of them, individually, was a threat to him. One of the greatest threats to people like me and you is jealousy, Wu Hong said. People fear and envy our talent, and when you add interest into the occasion, it is a recipe for disaster. After you become a paragon and maybe travel through primordial chaos, your greatest concern will be being besieged. Today's training is about that. Wu Hong did not waste time. Under her orders, these people immediately started attacking Wang Wei. She did not interfere and only watched and commented. No, this way of fighting is not applicable to group battles. Spread your true will around your skin as protection. And don't care too much about the opponent's true will that has broken your defense and entered your body. You're a body refiner, meaning you can continue fighting no matter how injured you are. Leave those injuries for when you win the battle or after your escape. Wu Hong observed everything while she kept talking. Focus on one opponent. The others won't let you, but do everything you can to kill one person at a time, even if it means you have to exchange injuries. If you cannot kill them, make sure you severely injure them and thus limit their fighting prowess. Excellent work. Devour the enemy's flesh and blood to weaken them and help you heal. Be brutal. Bite and even chew on their bones. The sound of the bug is unnerving and has an excellent psychological effect. Such ferocity and brutality can have some deterrence effects and reduce their fighting abilities by a few %. Remember, you're fighting for your life, so everything goes to ensure your survival. Do you now see the benefits of having multiple Paragon artifacts? You wouldn't have suffered that terrible blow without a defensive weapon. No, the worst thing you can do is use clone techniques. Most powerhouses are arrogant, and their minds are conditioned to rely on themselves, so they will not use clone techniques. But if you do, you'll remind them. The enemies are 20, and you are alone. When everybody uses clone techniques, wouldn't you be overwhelmed? Didn't you just learn about soul and mind techniques? Play with their mind and emotions. Make them crumble from within. You see that guy that just revived himself? None of that would have happened had you used the primordial restriction force. Oh, I forgot you probably don't know what that is. It's the high-end version of no-life talisman. Using primordial chaos as a medium, your true can access the primordial will and temporarily combine with it to form a special power. It allows you to bypass someone's longevity resources and send them directly to limbo. You should read about it in the library. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no. You cannot use this method anywhere else but primordial chaos. Stop being distracted and focus. No, I did not read your mind. I can guess what you think. Chapter 1327, End of Training. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. His injuries had healed, and he was back to his peak fighting state. Being surrounded was indeed a different type of battle, and he learned a lot. Back in the lower dimension, he did not care if people surrounded him, since he was so powerful that he could slaughter the entire dimension if everyone tried to kill him together. The only experience he had with this kind of battle was when he faced Old Man Nether and all his creation life forms, and he suffered due to the sheer amount of opponents. But that experience paled compared to this battle, since he was now facing a team of elite cultivators. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong. "What's next?" "We'll do it again," she replied. "But this time, your opponent will work together and use formation." Wang Wei immediately became serious. The previous battle was already challenging, but if those people worked together and were perfectly in sync, the difficulty level would have more than tripled. All right. Wang Wei then experienced another challenging battle, and this time, he truly felt like he was fighting multiple opponents, but simultaneously, he was fighting only one. With these people perfectly working together, he could not use specific tactics like killing one person at all costs, and that's because every time he's about to succeed, these people will share vitality with that person and return them to their peak health. Luckily, Wang Wei had his methods without Wu Hong having to remind him. He used his spirit particle to act as an array virus to destroy the link between these people, thus eradicating their formation. Once they were no longer in sync, it became easier to deal with them. He also applied many of her teachings, such as using multiple artifacts. Although Wang Wei did not have them, he had access to Time Dao, so he summoned artifacts from an alternate timeline and started learning how to use multiple weapons in battle. By the end of the battle, Wang Wei's clothes were tattered, showing his muscular frame. He had blood all over his body, many bones were broken, and his left arm was useless. "Any comments?" Wang Wei asked as he sat in the void to heal. "A few, but there is no need for me to say anything since you'll realize them by yourself," Wu Hong replied. "However, you need to learn a healing source technique. Sometimes, you will be besieged by groups, meaning you'll only have a short interval to heal and return to your peak state." "Healing source technique?" Wang Wei asked. "It can accelerate the removal of Dao, true will from your body. Technically speaking, you should have started learning these things after becoming an inextinguishable paragon. By then, your willpower would have been fused with your body, making this kind of technique easier to use and apply." "I understand. It'll heal, and we can continue." "No, let's take a break," Wu Hong said. She had many training programs planned for him. For example, there were many types of fights in the group battle category alone. Wang Wei just faced the most basic formation. But in her life, she has experienced a few different types of besieging with the group using weirs and inexplicable formations. Two of the strangest ones were the Mind Hunters, who almost turned her mad. Another group used a formation that forcibly corroded her body and slowly turned her into an octopus-like creature during the fight. Even after winning that battle, Wu Hong had difficulty reverting that transformation. "Is something wrong?" Wang Wei asked. "I realize one of your greatest shortcomings is your lack of knowledge. So, spend time in my library to catch up, and then we'll continue." Besides the obvious flaw of his soul, Wang Wei's weakness stems from the fact he's too young and advanced. He's only an Empyrean, But all his enemies are paragons that have lived for heaven knows how long. He must learn things he would have to learn after becoming a paragon to ensure he has a fighting chance against his opponents. He must also adapt to fighting in that realm in advance to prevent him from losing and dying. You may have a point. Wang Wei nodded. Here, Wu Hong gave him a token. This should give you unrestrained access to the library. She left afterward while Wang Wei focused on recuperating. After returning to his normal state, he condensed a new black robe. He did not immediately enter the library, but returned to his room. Yes, he had his own room in this palace. After returning, Wang Wei looked around and smirked. Is this considering moving in together, or just a visit to each other's home? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. No matter the results, they represented progress in their relationship. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a talisman in the room flew into his palms. Red Mask came here and left the information he wanted, so Wang Wei checked to ensure there were no problems. He raised his finger to force out a single drop of blood that instantly condensed into a clone. You know what to do. I do, nodded the clone. Although training, Wang Wei did not forget what trouble awaited him in the outside world. He needed to start preparing to deal with the parasites, and the best method was to know as much as possible about them. Luckily for him, these people treated each other as competitors' enemies. The Blood Dragon had millions of people gathering news and analyzing these people. Wang Wei will use this information to scheme their death. The main body teleported away. He found himself inside a large white room with rows of bookshelves that go for miles long. Books? I thought she would use information jade slips. However, Wang Wei realized he might have spoken too soon. All these books were here for the aesthetic alone. No matter how they looked, these books contained one page with a rune. After using his divine sense, the book's content would enter the reader's mind. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This massive library had 4 floors, each bigger than the others. The lowest floor contained information about the mortal realm, the second floor involved the emperor realm, and so on. The things Wang Wei needs to learn are primarily on the 4th floor, Paragon realm, but he decided to stop on the 3rd floor first. After entering the 3rd floor, Wang Wei could not stop praising his future wife. The size of this floor alone was on par with the lower dimension, and what's more, the size did not exist simply for grandeur's sake. Every inch was filled with books, showing how vast knowledge she had accumulated in her life. He scanned the place before heading to the area about Grand Mist Wheel. One of the criticisms he received from his future wife was his wheel application. According to her, even by Empyrean standard, his utilization of the thing has not met her requirements, let alone reaching the level of competing in the Paragon realm. So, Wang Wei decided to start with the basics. As soon as Wang Wei took a book and started reading, he sensed his surroundings had changed. Time formation? How thoughtful. A bright smile flashed on his face before regaining his composure. Her actions reminded him that time was of the essence, so he needed to do things with a sense of urgency. Without hesitation, Wang Wei scattered all his 1.269 trillion spirit particles, each reading a book. Time passed, and Wang Wei spent 10 yuan epochs reading books from the 3rd to the 4th floor. He even had to read a few books on the 2nd floor. He had to leave the library, but felt reluctant. He had only scratched the surface level regarding the number of books he read during this time. It was fascinating to improve every moment while also learning the secrets of heaven and earth. It's time to leave, Wang Wei thought. He had acquired all the knowledge he needed to meet Wu Hong's standards, and it was now time to return to the nitty-gritty part of the training. I wonder how long has passed outside. Wang Wei left the library and checked. 1 yuan epoch had passed outside. A ratio of 1 to 10? That's better than my formation, he commented. Luckily, the world was still quiet. Nothing significant has happened on the outside, reassuring Wang Wei. However, he did not waste time and restarted his training with Wu Hong. Look at you with your scholarly aura, Wu Hong commented. After spending so much time reading, Wang Wei's aura changed, and he resembled a scholar with profound eyes and a sense of righteousness. You look quite handsome. You think so? After we get together, we can role play. I could be a scholar, a tyrant, a painter, or anything you want. Wang Wei did not waste this opportunity to flirt. In that case, they'll look forward to it, Wu Hong replied calmly. Let's get to business. The two started their training, and another 2 yuan epochs passed outside, which meant 20 yuan epochs of non-stop fighting and training. The world remained quiet, but everyone could feel a rising tension in the air. In the meantime, Wang Wei had completed his training. Was he able to beat Wu Hong? No, but he reached the point she could not beat him in the same realm with the same stats. Unfortunately, she would cheat every time he got cocky and secretly increase her cultivation to beat him up. Chapter 1328, Goodbye Retreat. Wang Wei and Wu Hong stood opposite each other, with only a few inches separating them. Why are you looking at me like a lost puppy who doesn't want to be separated from his owner? She asked. I'm going to miss you. Is that so wrong? Wang Wei asked. It's only a few yuan epochs. Can't you just say you'll miss me too? I'm going to miss you too. Happy? She asked. Of course. Wang Wei smiled as he looked at that beautiful woman before him. The love in his eyes has deepened immensely. During this training, he made a ridiculous amount of improvement, but was it really due to his talent? He knew that was not it. Although it played a part, it was not the primary cause of his success. The woman before him is why he's currently so strong and considered perfect regarding battle IQ. Wu Hong did not hesitate to feed her all her knowledge and experience, like a mother bird feeding a baby bird through their beaks. Only because of her selfless teaching did he become so intense, allowing him to fight on par with her. Of course, Wang Wei was not cocky enough to think he had caught up with. In terms of experience, he was miles away from her. He knew that if they were in a battle of life and death, even in the same realm, he would not survive more than a day. She would mercilessly slaughter him, and everything he learned in this training would only prolong the inevitable. All right. There is no need to keep lingering, Wu Hong said, preparing to leave. Before you leave, I want to ask something. What exactly are we? Wang Wei wanted to know the answer. If you say they are friends, he would disagree, given how close they've become during this training. However, they were not lovers either. Although he's seen her body during their training when their clothes were destroyed, the most intimate gesture they've made was holding hands and a kiss on the cheek after he won a bet. Wu Hong did not immediately answer this question, but instead started arranging his hair. There is no need to define our relationship. We have plenty of time to figure it out. Wang Wei glanced at her strangely. Back on Earth, he often used a VPN to browse through other countries' internet, social media, and so on, and he once read an article about something called a situationship. Unfortunately, that word might be the best way to describe their relationship. All right, I'm leaving, she said before kissing him on the cheeks. You can access this place as you wish. If you're in trouble, just come here and activate the formations. Even if all 7 of them work together, they can't break my array. So, take care of yourself and don't die. After saying those words, she did not wait for his response and flew away. Wang Wei suddenly yelled, If I did, I mean true death, will you do everything possible to revive me? Don't die, and you won't have to find out. Yeah, she'll definitely revive me. Wang Wei muttered with a smirk. Then he sighed. I hope she's all right. Although he was 99% sure there were no problems with her entering the dark truth, the remaining one of uncertainty still nagged him. He knew there was no point in worrying, so he focused on his own affairs. Although the world was peaceful, everyone could feel this was the calm before the storm. Wang Wei did not know how much time he had, but he knew it was not much, so he needed to hurry. He needed to accomplish a few things before the significant change in the world occurred. Otherwise, he'll be grossly unprepared for the upcoming chaos. Wang Wei's first destination was the clone in charge of planning the downfall of the remaining moons. How are things going? Wang Wei asked the clone. Good, the clone responded. I've created character models for all the remaining moons, and based on their personality, history, and mindset, I've devised a few plans to eliminate them. However, I'm not satisfied with the probability of success yet. What numbers are you working with? 10 chance for Time Eater, 40 chance of success for the others, and for the one I've specifically targeted, it's a 60 chance. Those are low numbers. Wang Wei frowned. Why are they so low? Do you need more time? More information? Time is not much of an issue, the clone explained. Information is a problem for Time Eater. Unlike the others, the information about him is superficial, almost fabricated. In fact, he's the outlier why the other success rate was so low. Even with that plan, the clone nodded. And there's a high chance the Taoist son will no longer be hands-off. My calculations tell me he may want these people alive for a reason, and he won't let them die so easily. Let me see your plan. Wang Wei received the clone's memories and took a moment to digest everything. There was nothing wrong with it, and Wang Wei himself couldn't do it any better. So, he took a moment to ponder how he could increase his success. We need to change our mindset a little, he stated. If we want to do things from the shadows, we don't have to be the vanguard, and the more chaotic the situation is, the better things will be for us. The clone frowned. You want to force these ancient lineages that were forced to close their mountains to enter the game? That's right. They suffered tremendous humiliations at the hands of the Seven Moons, and without those two around, they'll have no fear or restraint to enact their vengeance. If you want to make such a move, it's not enough to use their hatred to get them to act, the clone added. We must also share some of the benefits with them. That's fine. Wang Wei never planned to eat everything for himself. People hated the moon because they divided everything amongst themselves and left no crumbs for everybody else. If Wang Wei had taken all their resources, he would just be another version of the moons in a different font. So, his idea was always to get the biggest piece and leave enough for everybody else. That's fine then, the clone nodded. By the way, have you received any news from that little girl, Chen Zhilan? Wang Wei asked. The clone had discovered Chen Xilan's identity and connection to Sun Junyo's chef. So he fulfilled his promise to her that he would help find her master. She's still with her master, the clone responded. The latter said he owed us a great karmic debt. It's a shame to lose that little girl. She's a great talent with potential, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei planned to marry that little girl to Hui Mengwei so she could help him develop his cooking Tao. Well, maybe it's not too late. He'll accept his debt, Wang Wei said, and his eyes changed as he saw a web of karmic thread. As expected, his connection to Sun Junyao deepened slightly after returning Chen Zhilan to her master. He waved his hand, and a few more cracks manifested on their love fate line. All right, I'm leaving, Wang Wei said as he stood up. Start laying down the chess pieces for the plan. The clone nodded. Although there was plenty of time before they officially enacted things, it's best to start laying out things now. Before leaving, Wang Wei created a second clone and handed him his Grand Mist wheel before tasking him to oversee the tribulations of his creation lives. He was no longer limited by the stringent rules of the lower dimension and knew more about the topic, so it was time to get started. However, Wang Wei was about to focus on his cultivation, so he tasked his clone with this task. Wang Wei finally left his room as he teleported to an empty white space with one cushion in the middle. This was the cultivation room his future wife prepared for him. As he sat on the cushion, Wang Wei felt a mysterious power rushing into his mind that calmed him down and made his spirit in harmony with heaven and earth. Good stuff, Wang Wei commented before focusing. With his retreat, he could not do as he pleases. His intuition warned him that time was of the essence, so he had to choose. I cannot cultivate my body and comprehend the Tao, so I must choose one or the other, Wang Wei. In the current situation, comprehending the Tao is meaningless for him. After the 80 mark, the time needed to cultivate is even greater than before, even for a genius like himself. My priority should be entering the taboo realm so that I have the strength to fight against these parasites. And if I want to increase the chances of that happening, a true power Tao realm should improve. Now that he had made a choice, Wang Wei no longer wasted any time. Chapter 1329-6 Flesh Tribulation. Wang Wei had already reached the peak of the third heaven, so he only needed to focus on his body-will fusion. He had much knowledge of the subject, whether from the Desolate Emperor or Wu Hong, so he took time to ensure perfection in the beginning stage of body-will fusion. Once he met the standard, he did not hesitate to summon the sixth Flesh Tribulation. This test could be said to be simple, but also challenging. A spinning wheel manifested before Wang Wei, and it released an aura that made his heart palpitate. He did not hesitate and plunged his right hand into the wheel. A terrifying force broke his body arm apart. The frightening part is Wang Wei did not sense any power similar to true will, but he knew this wheel could erase his arm from existence without any ability to heal. In other words, if he fails this test, he'll permanently lose his limb. Unless he found some extremely rare and valuable Tier 12 herbs, he'll never be able to regrow it. Wang Wei controlled his emotions to proceed. The wheel's purpose is not to kill or remove his limbs. Its purpose is to test whether he met the standard of body-will fusion. So, after he put his hand through, his right arm was torn apart but regenerated immediately. This proved that he had acquired some characteristics of immortality. Wang Wei removed his hand from the spinning wheel and checked it. He soon discovered a few spots in his skin, muscles, veins, bones, blood, and even cells that it did regenerate. The wheel trembled slightly before removing the power inside Wang Wei's body that hindered his regeneration. However, Wang Wei did not immediately regrow this flesh, but instead he spread his willpower to the areas he detected. Once that was done, he plunged his hand into the wheel again. He rechecked his hand and found 5 spots that did not regenerate. He fixed them before plunging his hand into the wheel for a 3rd time. Once he finished, something different occurred. His right hand turned golden. Perfect fusion, and I only did it on 3 tries. Wang Wei praised himself. He knew he did the right thing by absorbing Ji-sang's physiques. His already terrifying body-refining talent reached another level after that. However, he still hoped to follow after his future wife and absorb someone with the primordial essence physique. After admiring his work, Wang Wei proceeded with his left hand. The first time is the most important. If it fails, it means he will lose all his limbs. Afterward, all cultivators will have a few tries to correct their errors and achieve a perfect fusion. The more talented a person is, the more tries they have. The irony is that most gifted individuals usually do not need many opportunities. Sadly, the wheel or its creator, Grand Tao, does not care. Someone like Wang Wei can have at least 100 tries to perfect his fusion as long as he meets the requirements after the first attempt. Meanwhile, ordinary geniuses will have 10 to 50 tries, and non-talented people will have less than 10 attempts. After perfecting his left hand, Wang Wei felt the barrier in his cultivation disappearing. Without much effort, he broke through the 4th heaven. He took the primordial essence blessing pill and swallowed it. A terrifying power burst into his body, rapidly increasing his physical bodhistats. Wang Wei was delighted. He should be able to absorb this pill in a little over 2 yuan epochs, which is not long. So, he decided to take this time to temper his willpower before proceeding with the fusion. He can summon the will of nothingness with his human fiend god bloodline to temper his willpower, making the effect extraordinary. However, it was still painful and dangerous since he could be assimilated at any time. Simultaneously, this approach is an excellent way for him to train for his upcoming achievement of the taboo realm. Time passed, and Wang Wei's strength reached the peak of 6 heavens. This meant he could fight Empyreans with the cultivation of 82 Grand Tao with his flesh alone. There were still some effects remaining inside Wang Wei's body, but he needed to enter the intermediate stage of body-will fusion and pass another tribulation before reaching the 7th heaven. So, he had to stop tempering his willpower and focus on the fusion. The process took time and meticulous care, and, as always, it was excruciatingly painful. There's a reason that all body refiners are masochists. Grand Tao wanted to place restrictions on this path, especially since it does not take as long to cultivate. A pure body refiner that absorbs the heaven can become an Empyrean in less than a yuan epoch. Afterward, as long as an everlasting Empyrean is talented enough, has enough resources, can bear the pain, and has an excellent technique for tempering their willpower and fusion, they can quickly reach the next realm in slightly over 30,000 yuan epochs. Of course, it's referring to people like Wang Wei, who can get their hands on things like the primordial essence blessing pill. Meanwhile, The average emperor will take 20,000 to 50,000 yuan epochs to become empyreans, and geniuses will take a little over 10,000. If they have blessings of merit and luck like the people from Wang Wei's era, it will take even less time than that. As for the average time to become a paragon, well, things are different. The average time for people to cultivate from the lowest level of the Empyrean realm, 70, to the peak, 89, is 250,000 yuan epochs to 500,000. Geniuses can do it in over 150,000 yuan epochs. And people with extreme talents or blessed with destiny, merit, and so on can do it in over 70,000 yuan epochs. After reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, every cultivator must take a break. First, they must start cultivating their souls, which takes time. Then, they must find ways to increase their luck and temper their mind. Living a long life and experiencing many things is the most common method of tempering the Tao heart to prepare for the time, washing tribulation. Finally, there is the problem of the paragon tribulation. Most people will be stuck in the Empyrean realm, unable to progress because they fear that tribulation. Of course, in this current political era, these numbers mean nothing. Most people will take longer to cultivate because they fear being placed on a list for assassination by the parasites. For the intermediate stage tribulation, Wang Wei had to perfect his 2 legs. Once they turned golden, the remaining energy from the pill allowed him to enter the 7th heaven, and the pill effect ended. He knew his rapid progress ended, but that was relative to using the pill. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a meal appeared before him. He took one whiff and felt the strength inside his body surge. Yeah, no matter what, it'll marry you, he muttered. He did not immediately consume this food, so he activated his essence flower ability to increase his strength. Instead, he consumed a few pills and herbs with the ability to accelerate his bloodline's growth. He took a too-long approach of bloodline growth and food cultivation to ensure he could reach the 9 heavens as soon as possible. Wang Wei took a bite of his food. Is this what the hell-suppressing elephant tastes like? His eyes were bright. Wu Hong left cards for him to describe all the dishes she left for him, and this one was from a rare, innate demon god born from the underworld. The meat is soft, not chewy, and it releases soft yin power immensely beneficial to the soul. Wang Wei continued his training. With access to unparalleled food, the heaven-defying ability of his essence flower, and the rapid excavation of his bloodline power, his fleshly body cultivation increases at what could be described as record-breaking speed. As such, he soon reached the 9th heavens and immediately started the advanced level body will fusion. Wang Wei had to be careful about this test, since it was fatally dangerous. The target of the wheel this time around was his torso, and failure meant he would die permanently. So, Wang Wei took extra time to ensure the fusion was successful, and as a result, he achieved the golden body after his 2nd attempt. Wang Wei did not stop and continued his momentum. He swallowed a rare, top-tier Empyrean pill called the Complete Vessel Pill, which had the function of helping people in the 9 heavens reach the 10th heavens at a faster rate. With this pill and his flower's ability to break the bottlenecks in body refining cultivation, he entered the last steps in the adult fiend god realm. Wang Wei then focused on the perfect body will fusion, whose target was his head. This part was also a death sentence during the tribulation, so Wang Wei took extra care before taking the test. He even took the fake will pill, which allowed him to preemptively test whether he met the requirement without the threat of dying. Although this pill is not 100% accurate, it's still an excellent way to measure whether someone is ready for the test. After Wang Wei perfected his head, his entire body turned golden. He now had a pseudo-will immortality. He checked his body and saw the gate of flesh. He knew as long as he opened it, he would become a paragon. However, Wang Wei resisted the urge. This was not something he could do on a whim. The gate opening process was dangerous and also required a terrifying tribulation. He would not open it until he was ready. So, he focused on something else, his sea of consciousness. After his head reached perfection, his soul was nourished and increased by another one, becoming par with a paragon of 95. More importantly, his sea of consciousness was reinforced and became more solid, capable of withstanding more potent attacks. Excellent, Wang Wei thought. Now, I don't have to worry about it being destroyed due to the nothingness wheel. Chapter 13, 32nd Taboo Battle Realm, unedited chapter. Although Wang Wei's bloodline now included the power of nothingness, he still feared that something would go wrong in the process. That's why he opted to focus on improving his fleshly body cultivation before starting the procedure. Now that everything was ready, he had no more scruples. He waved his hand, and the nothingness array from the Dragon Palace appeared in this empty white room. However, this new array was nothing compared to the previous one since Wu Hong updated it. Then, the nothingness wheel inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness started to rotate. It absorbed the power of nothingness from the array like it was a whale that was dehydrated. The wheel grew in size with each passing moment. Wang Wei observed the process, ensuring that he did not miss something or that something went wrong. Once he was sure everything was all right, he nodded. The first step is done, so let's move on to the second step. Wang Wei's bloodline activated, and his body started to absorb the power of nothingness. He once divided nothingness into 4 stages: intangibility, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. He was previously in the peak of the void stage, and now he was striding toward the emptiness stage. Wang Wei sensed the changes to his body and calculated according to this development. The peak of emptiness corresponds to the peak of the inextinguishable, and I can only achieve true nothingness in the half-step transcendent realm. Achieving true nothingness will likely allow me to take a step in the transcendent realm. If Wang Wei's theory is true, nothingness is taboo not only because of its danger, but also because it's also one of the few Daos with a straight and direct path toward transcendence. The second stage will raise my affinity with this power to another level, Wang Wei analyzed. Once that's achieved, we can begin the third step. Time passed, and Wang Wei continued to increase the characteristic of his flesh body. He waited until he felt full, and his intuition warned him that any more absorption would doom him before stopping. Then, he initiated the third step, existence modification. Just like he told Monk, Wang Wei used the power of nothingness to modify his existence and increase his vessel, thus allowing him to break the limit between Empyreans and Paragons. Wang Wei observed every aspect of this change. He sighed, if only I could enter that state during the perfect foundation. He's been drooling about that state ever since. He could see the foundational blueprint of his existence and modify it as he saw fit. Right now, Wang Wei could tell this blueprint was being changed, but the process was more of a passive change. Wang Wei has to rely on his intuition and feeling to guide the power of nothingness into his existence. The process would be fast, efficient, and safer if he could have direct control over the blueprint. Wang Wei removed the distracting thoughts and focused on his Buddha's change. The process took much longer than expected since he was dealing with such a volatile power. Wang Wei had to take his time to ensure he was now swallowed and erased from existence. Of course, since this was not his first time, he was more confident this time around. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He stood up from his seat before clenching his fist and sensed the changes inside his body. I feel a heavy burden lifted over my shoulder. There is no better feeling than breaking over limits placed on you by heaven and earth. I've also taken one step closer to the Paragon realm, Wang Wei muttered. This experience has allowed him to understand a higher level of existence, the infinite permanence, which is required of everlasting Empyreans to understand to become boundless Paragons. Although Wang Wei did not understand enough to enter the next realm, he had a sufficient foundation that it would be easier for him to become a boundless. Let's try its power, Wang Wei thought with a smile. He suppressed his cultivation to 70 Grand Dao source before using his Dao imprint as a medium for his Grand Dao boosts. He added everything: his soul, flesh, true will artifact, force control skills, Dao body awakening, 11 fate palaces, Grand Mist wheel, and a few other source techniques. His aura rose dramatically when he achieved a 10-fold battle realm, meaning his strength was on par with peak Empyrean's 89. However, his aura did not stop this time. It continued to increase until its power reached that threshold 90. The power of a paragon, Wang Wei muttered. Although this was not the first time he wielded such power, now it belonged to him. He did not rely on foreign objects. He achieved it alone, meaning no one could take it away from him. Luckily, I had already made up for my understanding and utilization of the Tao imprint. Wang Wei realized that if his utilization of the imprint did not reach a higher level, it would have been impossible for him to achieve the taboo battle realm. After this experience, he once again reaffirmed his theory that the battle theory realm was a mode that Grand Tao installed in this world to allow geniuses to challenge higher realms after Tier 10. Otherwise, due to the vast difference between the three immortal realms, the hierarchy of power would have been stagnant and unchallenged for eternity. Let's test my limit, Wang Wei said. He started to stack Grand Tao boosts a second time, but the starting point was different this time. He did not seal his cultivation, but used his peak indestructible Empyrean cultivation as primary and his 80 Grand Tao source key cultivation as one of the boosts. After he added his soul and the others, his strength reached another level, 94, and in an emergency, I can fight 95 for a limited period. Wang Wei analyzed with a frown. This kind of strength is enough for most of the parasites, but not enough for Time Eater. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He had plenty of room for further improvement, and he still has the opportunity to become a paragon soon. So, there is no need to stress himself out. His gaze burrowed this cultivation room and glanced outside. 82,000 yuan epoch has passed in the formation, meaning over 8,000 yuan epochs outside. Most of the time was spent during the transformation since he had to be extra careful. I have a feeling that the major change will occur at the 10,000 yuan epoch mark, meaning I still have about 20,000 epochs of cultivation, Wang Wei calculated. Normally, this time was not nearly enough to make a difference with my current 80 comprehension. However, I have this. He raised his hand to summon a gray orb that fluctuate with the power of fate. This was the thing he took from old man Tianji. With all the Tao rhymes Wang Qi sent me, I should make decent progress. Wang Wei returned to the cushion and summoned a few things to aid his cultivation, including the Bodhi tree, the peach enlightenment tree that the Sword Emperor gave him, and he absorbed all the Tao rhymes. However, this was not the end. A small orb that seemed to contain the origin seal continent inside floated before him. This orb was, of course, given to him by his future wife, and it allowed him to study all the runes or essences of the origin seal continent. After all this preparation, Wang Wei finally absorbed the fate power and started his cultivation. Another 20,000 yuan epochs passed, and he finally opened his eyes. What a terrifying power, Wang Wei sighed. His cultivation reached 86 in such a short period, and he can say for sure that the fate power was responsible for 95 of it. If not for it, the other boosts will not come close to allowing him to make such progress in such a short period. The worst part is that fate's power was heavily diluted when he took it from old man Tianji. Half-step transcendence, he muttered, not hiding the longing in his voice. He sighed before regrouping his focus. As he looked at his cultivation, he smiled wryly. I was so close. As long as his cultivation reached 87, he could take a pill to instantly reach 89 without repercussions, thus entering the peak of the Empyrean realm. It's also bad timing, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei could feel two major events were about to happen. He knew nothing about the latter, but was looking forward to the second, and that's because he sensed, through his bloodline, his father and mother were ascending soon. The world is about to enter a time of chaos, so it's really the worst time for you guys to ascend. So what should I do with them? Allow them to help me with my cause of sending them to the sect to ensure their safety? He knew his parents would prefer the former, but their strength did not allow it. So, it will be best to send them to the sect. The issue is how to convince them. They'll just be blunt and tell them their current strength is a hindrance to me instead of helping. Although harsh, it's also a good way to motivate them to cultivate. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with this plan before his face suddenly turned ugly. He immediately teleported away from the seclusion room. Chapter 1331, whereabout Disaster Wang Wei appeared above Origin Seal City. His presence brought a somber presence to the entire city, directing all eyes or attention toward him. However, he did not care. He looked in the distance, trying to sense, and after he failed, a terrifying aura released from his body. It was so mighty that most of the citizens in the city were forced to kneel. Luckily, the city lord acted swiftly and activated the formation, thus protecting these people. Wang Wei did not notice these changes. After failing to sense what he wanted, he waved his hand to force a drop of blood from his finger and cast a bloodline and karma tracing technique, but to no avail. Damn it, why did my parents' presence suddenly disappear? He entered the taboo realm before summoning his Bashin turtle shell to boost his divination, trying to find their location. Wang Wei's face turned ugly, so he waved his hand to summon a projection of the River of Fate. He also used his control over the Origin Seal continent to borrow power from the artificial River of Fate. Nothing? Wang Wei muttered with an ugly expression. He exhaled to calm down, and as he was about to try something else, he sensed something condensing next to him. Ancestor? He asked after seeing the Sword Emperor's projection. What happened? Yin Hai asked with a severe frown. What do you mean? Why did your father's destiny to spread the ultimate sword path come to me? Wang Wei's aura once again fluctuated, but he quickly controlled himself. This information completely removed his slight hope that the sect might have somehow discovered his father's ascension and hidden them. Now, he knew this was impossible, unless the sect somehow could manipulate destiny on the level of the ultimate sword path. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a coin with one side white and one side black. He flipped the coin and caught it, and luckily it landed on the white side. The good news is they are alive. But they suddenly disappeared, he said calmly, but Yin Hai could tell the terrifying emotions brewing behind that calmness. Did he just disappear? Did you find any information? Nothing at all, Wang Wei replied. I had a feeling they were about to ascend, but out of nowhere, our bloodline link was cut off. And no matter what I tried, I couldn't find or sense them. Yin Hai frowned. What are you going to do? I need to see a few people, Wang Wei said, and without wasting time, he opened a dark portal and left. Wang Wei ignored the dark atmosphere or the intense energy in his surroundings. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, he bowed and said, Grandmother, I don't want to bother you, but something urgent happened. Are you here about your father? Said a grand voice. Yes, Wang Wei said, and he hurriedly asked, Do you know what happened? It wasn't me. Wang Wei's heart sank. I noticed at the moment he disappeared, but I also cannot find him. Whoever or whatever took action did not leave a trace, and only a few people can hide so completely from me. I understand. Wang Wei bowed. He always remained respectful when doing things in the underworld because he knew this was a place of strict rules, and his relationship with his grandmother might negatively affect her. So, now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, it was time to leave. Thank you for your help. As Wang Wei was about to leave, the grand voice sighed, Take care of yourself, and don't worry about your grandfather. Wang Wei paused briefly before leaving. He appeared before a small Buddhist temple. His eyes were red as he thought, Supreme Unity, you better have nothing to do with this. Boom! The sky above this domain became cloudy, followed by red lightning bolts flashing occasionally. The people were confused because it was sunny and clear a second ago. So why the sudden weather change? Only a few powerful cultivators could detect this change in the sky was due to a powerful cultivator. Wang Wei glanced at the sky, and with a thought, he dispersed the celestial phenomena. He did not immediately enter the temple, but closed his eyes for a good minute. He only entered after his emotions were under control. He headed to a bronze Buddha statue, and under Wang Wei's manipulation, everyone left the area of the statue, nor did they dare to approach. Wang Wei condensed a lotus-shaped incense bowl before putting 3 lit stick incense inside. He clapped his hands and bowed. Mother Maitreya, I really need your guidance now. Wang Wei did not receive any response. but he stood in the bowing position for a good 5 minutes before he sensed the aura in the room changed. I don't know what happened to your family. Wang Wei raised his head and looked at the speaking statue, his eyes terrifyingly calm. I know, did not make a move. The status seems to struggle to keep its connection and deliver the message. Whoever did not leave any trace that might be more powerful than us. I understand, Wang Wei said. Thank you for your help. The statue returned to its ordinary state, and Wang Wei bowed before walking out. His mind was running on overdrive. He took one step and returned to the origin seal continent. Did you find something? Yin Hai asked as her projection appeared next to him. No, he replied succinctly. Yin Hai frowned, and after pondering briefly, she raised her hand to condense a black orb. Miscellaneous. Don't you have an unknown relationship with that woman from the tribal sacred mountain? The relationship between Swayer and I is strictly platonic, a voice quickly explained. How did you know which woman I'm talking about? I wasn't specific at all. Miscellaneous was immediately embarrassed, so he coughed to change the subject. Why are you asking about this? The kid's parents just disappeared. This might be the only way to find them. The kid? Oh, I see. Then, there was nothing else. Well, Yin Hai asked. It's pointless even if he tries. How do you know without even trying? She purposely hurt her existence and fell down to the Empyrean realm to escape execution. Do you think she, or even the demon race, would allow outsiders to see her? Maybe for others, but I'm sure she gave you a token. With it, there's still a chance. Well, you could try it. But like I said, don't have too much hope. The black orb vibrated slightly before a token manifested. How much is this going to delay my return? Miscellaneous complained. Interfering with the world of living while in limbo has certain prices, but Miscellaneous still paid it, since Yin Hai asked. Wang Wei took the token. What's this for? The demon race has a rare 3-star sage. With this token, you can ask her about your parents' whereabouts. However, as you heard, her situation is complicated. 3-star sage? Wang Wei had dealt with the race known as star sages before in the lower dimension. However, he also knew they were classified differently in the upper dimension. The best 5-star sages in the lower dimension are only 1 star here, and 3-star in this place meant the latter had access to information on par with paragons. I know what to do, Wang Wei said. Truth be told, he did not have much hope for this sage after what Mithriya said. However, he decided to try it in case of a miracle. Wang Wei teleported to faraway places from his continent. The distance, this time, was so far that it took him more than 10 minutes to reach his destination despite bending space to his will. He soon found himself before this long but ordinary mountain range. He sent a notice of his presence to the void and waited. Soon afterward, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Wang Wei could tell at a glance that his real form was of purple thunder ant. Who are you, and what are you doing here? I am a descendant of Miscellaneous Paragon and came here to see the senior star stage. I have a token. The steward was about to reject Wang Wei's request until he saw the token. He observed for a few seconds. Wait a while. The man disappeared and did not return until more than an hour later. Follow me, the steward said. Don't look at nothing. Don't touch anything, and don't wander around. Once your business is finished, leave as soon as possible. Wang Wei did not mind this man's attitude. Although the relationship between humans and demons is not as bad as the lower dimension, they're also not friendly to each other in the upper dimension. Additionally, this is a sensitive time, and the demon race does not welcome his presence. Wang Wei followed him through a portal, and he found himself in another world. He looked around, and the only way he could describe this place was that it was a mountainous world. There were mountains everywhere, countless of which reached above the clouds. He sensed many presences in these mountains, especially at the peak. This causal line? Wang Wei sensed something. Ao Sheng. He chose the demon race over the innate demon gods. Chapter 1332. The board is set after mulling it over briefly. Wang Wei did not find Ao Shen's choice to be strange. Anyone with a bit of brain can see the situation of the innate demon gods. In the past, they represented one of the 3 paths: primordial, emperor, and heaven. However, during the Golden Era, It only took one group, the demon race, amongst countless acquired life forms to compete against them. To say that the mighty has fallen in this situation is a gross understatement. Ao Shun is intelligent, so it makes sense that he chose the most influential group of the two. Of course, he must have other considerations. For example, he was once the leader of the demon race and held their destiny. Although he's an innate demon, he probably identified more with the demon race. There are also political reasons. The myriad emperor world is significant in the lower dimension because they're the destiny center, meaning the demon race there is also valuable. During Wang Wei's reign, the demon race reached a level of prosperity unlike anything they've ever seen in their history. This fact also benefited the upper dimension demon race. Ao Shun, the former chief of the demon race, has a significant amount of luck and destiny. It would deal a major blow to the demon race if he were to join the pre-March Origin Temple. On the contrary, his joining of the demon race allowed them to steal some luck from the temple. As for Ao Shun's identity, will it cause him trouble in the demon race? It will, but not as much as one would think. It's pretty common for innate demon gods to betray their kind and join the demon race. The upper echelons greatly encouraged such behavior. Additionally, many demon race members have innate bloodlines. It's common for them to hunt innate demon gods for their bloodline. Many people don't know this, but one of the demon race's ultimate goals is to swallow the innate demon god. They want to take the latter's destiny and make them into a branch of the demon race. The myriad emperor world, as the lower dimension's destiny center, will often give birth to characters that will play a significant role in major events happening in the upper dimension. Could Ao Shun be one of the major players in the battle between the demon race and the innate demon gods? Could his choice be a hint as to which side fate is favoring? There is a high possibility that this is true. However, Wang Wei decided to observe more and maybe plan ahead. He is interested in what will happen once the innate demon gods are completely defeated and the path of heaven is officially the loser in the Trinity competition. The Eternal Ascension world is the semi-destiny center of the chaos universe. So the defeat of the heaven path might be the last nail in the coffin for all innate demon gods in the universe or the beginning of their hands. Their end will also mean the final confrontation between the Emperor and Primordial Path. The Fiend gods are losing this fight, but will they allow themselves to lose like that without fighting back? I doubt that. Wang Wei furrowed his brow. He suddenly realized that many events that can affect the entire chaos universe are slowly brewing. And as expected, the storm will start from the Eternal Ascension world. I had a feeling that my path of transcendence would lead to the Third Origin War. Are those events the prelude to this? But if such grand events are only the prelude, what the hell will the actual war be like? Wang Wei did not know he would achieve transcendence. But his intuition and the information he had gathered about his future self told him that it would not be a peaceful method. Forget it. There is no point in thinking so much. I'm just a little Empyrean. Hey, said the steward. Why are you distracted? What did I say about not looking? Wang Wei glanced at him, and the man felt the fear of God rush down his spine. He almost instinctively changed to his true form. What are you doing? This is the demon race. Watch yourself. Lead the way, Wang Wei said calmly. The steward felt ashamed for his previous reaction, but did not dare show it again. So, he quietly led Wang Wei to an isolated mountain with a small cottage. The mountain was simple, especially compared to how lavish and grandiose the others are. Additionally, he only sensed the presence of one person. The sage is waiting inside. Wang Wei did not say anything and walked inside the cottage. He saw a woman sitting cross-legged, waiting for him. She wore a simple black robe. She was devastatingly beautiful, but for some reason, no one would immediately notice her beauty, and that's because of her strange presence. Her face was youthful and did not look over 25 years old, but her hair was all white and gray, like an old woman's. Her aura was ancient, and her all-white eyes were so profound that even someone with Wang Wei's willpower and soul was lost in them for a few seconds. This woman is not simple, Wang Wei thought. Of course, he had known this before. Anyone who can injure their existence to escape persecution from the two sons is ruthless. So how could they be simple? Furthermore, she was obviously a paragon and probably one of the best ones, but she did not participate in the ultimate taboo. That's another suspicious point. Senior, Wang Wei bowed. The Star Sage, also called Fan Sui, and with the title of All-Knowing Sage, a title she did not like, looked at Wang Wei. Heavenly Tao made a wise move to choose instead of calm. This woman knows a lot, Wang Wei thought. He soon realized it would be odd for her not to know much. Thank you. Sit down. Fan Sui said. Did he give you a token? Let me see it. Wang Wei handed her the token, and she caressed it with her thumbs. She looked like she was reminiscing and had some other hidden emotions. What do you want to know? My parents, they disappeared. I want to know what happened to them. Fan Sui nodded. Her eyes glowed for a few seconds before she frowned. She raised her hand to summon a book and flipped through it page by page. Her information does not come from divination or any form of calculating the secrets of heaven and earth. Instead, she can directly access the archive records of Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei analyzed. If Wang Wei's way of gathering information falls into the category of Fate Tao, Fan Sui method is under Heaven Tao. Your father and mother should have ascended, but an anomaly occurred, Fan Sui said. Everything about them has disappeared. Their fate, destiny, and even causal link. I'm sorry, but I don't know what happened to them. I see. Wang Wei sighed. You're not surprised? It seemed you expected this. You could say that. Fan Sui nodded. I want to talk with you, but I can tell you're not in the best mood. So let's wait another time. She raised her hand to condense a second token before handing both to him. Return the original one to him, which is for you. You can come to see me if you have any problems in the future. Wang Wei was surprised. Based on how Miscellaneous reacted and a few things he read, he knew how valuable this token was. One of the ways the demon race makes an absurd amount of money is by selling these tokens. Many top powerhouses will sell most of their wealth to find certain secrets, especially those involving their or their lineage's future. Thank you, Senior. Wang Wei bowed politely and left soon afterward. The steward quietly guided him to the exit while Fan Sui calmly looked at him leave. All the pieces of this grand chessboard have been set, and now it's time for the players to officially start making their moves. How can the demon race survive the upcoming era? Fan Sui mattered. Her eyes barado the distance, and saw a handsome coiled dragon with its eyes closed, deep in meditation. Ao Shun, the future of the demon race might lie on you. Don't disappoint. Wang Wei returned to the Origin Seal continent, and Yin Hai's projection appeared. So, Wang Wei only shook his head. If even she cannot help you, that can only mean, let's not talk about this, Wang Wei said. It was pointless to say anything else. Yin Hai patted his shoulder. I'm sorry, kid. If you need someone to talk with, I'm here. Thank you, ancestor, but I just want to be alone now. Wang Wei entered his room and sat on a cushion. He was deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching him from somewhere or someplace. Things had gotten a little out of control, so you need more pressure, said the voyeur. These people are not enough to prepare you for what's coming. Are you being a little too harsh? At least tell him, said another voice. It would defeat the purpose of pressuring him if I told him the truth. As long as he doesn't know it's me for sure, he'll be motivated to improve himself as swiftly as possible, the first voice responded. As for being harsh, you and I both know that we can reach such a level only by being ruthless to ourselves. Chapter 1333 Heaven's Lock. Wang Wei sat in the empty room alone and left his thoughts. He wished nothing more than to see her to be here, even if she did not say her word. Her presence alone would have improved the situation. He sighed as he focused. There are two possible explanations for his parents' disciples, but he did not like any of them. The first is that his enemy took it, and the other is his future self. But regardless of the truth, he hated the sense of powerlessness he felt at the situation. He looked at his palm and clenched it. Paragon-level strength is not enough. In novels about the prehistoric era, there was a famous saying on Earth, which says that everyone is an ant in the eyes of the saints. This statement can now be applied to these transcending beings. Wang Wei looked in the distance, feeling a sense of urgency. It won't be long before he becomes a paragon, but that is not enough for him, especially since it usually takes at least 1 million yuan epochs to increase their cultivation by one, and that number only applies to geniuses with the best resources. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation, the more time is required. I cannot, nor do I want to wait that long, Wang Wei thought. He had already broken all cultivation records by now, even becoming an outlier, but he was still unhappy. Destroying these parasites will grant me immense luck, destiny, and merit, allowing me to cultivate in the Paragon realm at record time, but it's still insufficient. I need to speed things further up. If it were before, Wang Wei's thoughts would have been nonsense. The Eternal Ascension world's cultivation civilization has reached its peak in resource utilization, meaning the best Wang Wei could have done was keep the cultivation speed of the top geniuses during the Golden Era, and that was only possible in the first place because he was living in a time of chaos where destiny and luck are abundant, similar to the time of the Devil Catastrophe. Old Man Tianji's technique, Wang Wei thought. That's his method of ensuring an absurd cultivation speed. Through participating in or creating major events that fundamentally affect the entire world, he condenses these pure fate power that can boost his cultivation dramatically. During the retreat, Hong and I created a prototype of that technique, but it never reached the desired level. So I left the clone to use Monk's Battle Tower to complete it. Let's check on it. Wang Wei closed his eyes to sense the clone situation. It's quite the improvement. Wang Wei nodded. Compared to their versions, this one had improved significantly. The clone was now even studying the effects of Dao rhymes to make further progress. Wang Wei sighed deeply. The current technique was only 50 as effective as the power he took from Old Man Tianji. But that power was billions of times less potent than the one the transcendent Old Man Tianji created to cultivate his people. Wang Wei shook his head to focus. He always knew he had a long way ahead of him, so he wouldn't let anything discourage him. Let's contact the team to deal with the upcoming changes in the world. Boom! Wang Wei's thoughts had just finished when something changed. He looked outside the continent and saw a grand vision that covered the entire world. There were purple clouds, purple ki coming from the east, golden lotus Dao sounds, celestial and fortune beasts, and sages celebrating. This is, Wang Wei thought as he swiftly saw the source of these visions. Someone has become a paragon. No, not just that, but a boundless paragon. Moreover, they seem to be hiding in the lawless zone. Wang Wei saw a man with his body flowing with brilliant immortal light released from his body. An unknown power isolated him from the effects of the lawless zone. The power also protected him to ensure he finished his final transformation. Why does he feel familiar? Wang Wei thought. He did not recognize the man's face or aura, but his intuition told him he knew this person. Wang Wei wanted to divine the person's identity quickly, but stopped himself from doing something so stupid. This person was under heavenly Daos protection, and his actions could be considered an insult, resulting in severe backlash. So, he slowly observed while deducing. Could it be him? Wang Wei waited for a few minutes until the process ended. Then the man opened his eyes and declared, "Today, Empyrean Jimin will be known as Paragon Jimin. The world should celebrate." His voice echoed throughout every corner of the Eternal Ascension world. All life, no matter how weak, could hear these words. For mortals, this was simply the birth of another powerful cultivator, but for cultivators, this was something else. This day represented hope. This era existed for 256 million yuan epochs, and today, a new paragon finally appeared again in the world. So it's him, Wang Wei thought. This was not good news for him, since he had basically taken over the rebellion. Although he was on guard and kept his hands off Empyrean Jimin's men, it did not change the fact he took over the latter's foundation. Wang Wei waved his hand to send a message to his people to abandon the rebellion and go underground. He looked at Empyrean, no, Paragon Jimin in the distance. Such a vast destiny, he commented. As the first paragon of this era, He brought hope to this world, so Heavenly Tao would reward him immensely. With this destiny, Paragon Jimin will have no problem cultivating to the peak of the Paragon realm, even if his talent is not up to par. A new Paragon in the world, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. Will things really be that simple? His thoughts were indeed a jinx. Before the visions in the sky even ended, another one occurred. 5 bright moons manifested above heaven and earth, followed by 5 terrifying aura. 5 people stood in the heavens, looking above all sentient beings. One was a handsome young man with a black robe and green hair. He had a weird aura around him that constantly changed from young to old. Time Eater, Wang Wei thought. Time Eater looked coldly in Jimin's direction, but did not immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the sky and said, "Activate." A white cover that resembled an eggshell appeared above the sky, covering the entire world. Most cultivators were confused about this, but a few could tell this was a terrifying formation. The Hong protective system, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. He knew this thing because his future wife built it. However, according to her, these people should not have full access to its control, but now. So, you're finally making your move. Wang Wei thought, feeling uneasy. Sadly, his intuition was correct. A pair of indifferent eyes manifested between heaven and earth. The aura was so powerful that even someone like him instinctively felt fear and respect. Supreme unity, he thought with gritty teeth. The pair of eyes coldly looked at the world. It seemed to have seen through all its secrets and hidden truths with a glance. Then it said one word, lock. Massive and incomprehensive chains manifested above the heavens to surround the globe. Ba, said another voice, followed by a humongous golden palm heading for the chains. However, the pair of eyes remained indifferent. The 5 moons suddenly acted as they summoned their territory's luck-condensing artifact and condensed the luck of the eternal ascension world. A mighty purple-white dragon manifested between heaven and earth before rushing into the sky. The dragon flew toward that golden palm and opened its mouth to fire the characters for exile. The golden palm resisted, but only briefly before dissipating. Then, the chains completed their missions of imprisoning the world. So, that's how it is, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. He needed to wait until Heavenly Tao was at its weakness or occupied for him to take action, and the best opportunity was for the celebration of a new Paragon. With the birth of the new Paragon, according to Heavenly Tao's codings, it would celebrate and also reward the Paragons with blessings, since the latter represented hope for the world. But this is also the best time for Supreme Unity to take action. More importantly, these people have entirely sided with Supreme Unity. The situation has genuinely changed beyond his expectations. But he remained calm. Wang Wei watched these moons enter the lawless zone. To be precise, for entered, and one stood at the entrance. They know that I've taken all the talents from the lawless zone. Wang Wei's eyes squinted. These people do not want a boundless paragon existing next to them, so they plan to besiege him. Now that most of the powerful talents from the lawless zone are gone, Paragon Jimin must rely on himself to survive this ordeal. I can't let them succeed, but for now, I'm more worried about the effect of that Heaven's Lock. Chapter 1334, Devastating Move. Wang Wei pondered briefly. He first tried divination, even though he knew it might not work. However, he immediately felt something wrong with his utilization of the Tao. It felt slightly clunky and out of sync. Most people might not notice this difference given how minor it is, but for people like him with great control over his Tao, this chance was no different than a burning star in the middle of a dark room. What's going on? Wang Wei thought. His divination failed, but he was more concerned about the problem with his Tao. He closed his eyes to sense it as he used more techniques, and the result was the same. No matter what techniques he used, there was this slight delay. Suppressing the use of techniques? What's the point of doing this, especially at such a minor level? No, there must be something else that I don't know. Wang Wei decided to take some risks. He first built the best soul mental defense he was capable of before slowly extending his senses to the heaven lock above. due to his cautious approach. It took him a while until he sensed something. He heard whispers. What is the Tao? Some people say the Tao that can be described is not the real Tao, while others believe the Tao is the manifestation of all things in the universe, a manifestation of nature. Nature follows the way of yin and yang. Yin cannot exist. Wang Wei felt these words contained the ultimate truth of the universe and immediately comprehended them. Then, his Tao was slowly changing, especially his yin-yang Tao. This Tao was previously attached to his fate domination Tao, so the essence of his yin-yang Tao was all about controlling fate and pursuing freedom. But after hearing that sermon, his yin-yang Tao started to emit more Taoist rhymes and ideologies. Wang Wei found himself respecting heaven and earth and following the laws of nature. Many of Wang Wei's rebellious ideas were slowly abandoned as he realized the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. His consciousness was rapidly changing, and he did not even notice it. His terrifying willpower and borderline obsession with pursuing freedom meant nothing before this ultimate truth. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he became a Taoist priest who believed in the supremacy of heaven and earth. "Wake up!" yelled a voice. Wang Wei's eyes opened, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, followed by his complexion turning whiter than snow. He did not hesitate to swallow a soul-healing pill before forcibly breaking his yin-yang Tao. Wang Wei's aura fluctuated violently, followed by blood oozing from all his orifices. Additionally, his cultivation was reduced to 70, signifying this injury was at best a Tao injury and at worst reached the level of his existence. "Damn it, I was careless," Wang Wei thought as he swallowed a few more pills to stabilize his condition. In the lower dimension, he realized his personality was being changed to better fit his role as a fate seed. So he sealed a clone into his sea of consciousness to monitor him. He even removed his memories to ensure he did not know of its existence. It was that clone that saved him. Otherwise, he would have been assimilated and become Supreme Unity's dog. Wang Wei shuddered as he thought how he was about to live a life worse than death. He gritted his teeth in anger before calming down. He was not in good shape, so he focused on recuperating. A few minutes passed before his aura returned to a semi-peaceful state. Wang Wei then looked at the chains in the sky. He understood what they did. They prevented anyone from understanding their Tao. People can access and control their grand Tao source, but the chains served as a blockage and a filter. That's why Wang Wei sensed the irregularity when he used his techniques. If that were the only problem, those chains would not be a big deal. The problem is that people can no longer cultivate and raise their ranks. Anyone who tries will only listen to Supreme Unity's understanding of his Tao and be assimilated. If even someone like me could not resist this temptation, what would happen to the rest of the world? Wang Wei's face became ugly, and he swiftly checked the people of the Origin Seal continent. He frowned as he discovered that only a few lost people could not wake up. Most of the others woke up and were injured. He understood. This was a trap, Wang Wei analyzed. He was waiting for me. He sneered. Should he say he was flattered that such a powerhouse paid attention to him? Wang Wei exhaled to control his emotions before contacting Wang Qi and asking if everyone was all right. He also sent orders to his clone in the fate-changing hall to check on the people. After dealing with these things, he started thinking about the situation. What is the point of preventing people from cultivating? There must be a more significant reason behind this move. Wang Wei suddenly thought of something. He scanned the surrounding worlds and teleported two people before them, all devil cultivators with immense karma, both in the Empyrean realm. Before these people could react, Wang Wei controlled them and forced them to cultivate. However, they did not comprehend their grand Tao source. They were training their souls and bodies. Arg! Boom! Wang Wei watched in horror as a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky, ignoring all the protection on this continent or his room, and annihilated the devil cultivator training his body. Meanwhile, the other one had her soul collapse. But with all of Wang Wei's knowledge and experience, he had no idea how or what happened. A ruthless light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. He took a few more devil cultivators and had them train using different systems. Some were forced to cultivate only their bloodline, while others used orthodox systems like only training Dao heart or willpower. However, the result was the same: death. This world is now officially a cage. No one can improve, no matter the approach, he muttered. However, he was extremely calm. The worse the situation was, the calmer he became. What the hell is going on? Yin Hai said as she barged into the room. Her face was also pale, and she seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, indicated by the blood on the corner of her mouth and on her shoulder. What happened to you? I saw the changes outside and wanted to send a projection to talk to you while I continue my retreat, but why did lightning suddenly attack me? Wang Wei sighed before explaining the situation. Are you telling me all the cultivators in the world are now screwed? Yin Hai asked with gritted teeth. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed that bastard. Wang Wei swiftly waved his hand to cast a spell that closed her mouth. He had learned from his mistake and would not readily say these entities' names. Yin Hai used her tongue to release a sword key and break the spell. Why are you scared? Ancestor, don't make the situation worse, Wang Wei said with a wry smile. He sensed she was about to say something and stopped her again. I feel like I missed something, and your words were the key to it. What is it? He reviewed everything she said since entering the room a few seconds ago. All cultivators? Damn it, the mortals. His facial expression turned grave. What about them? Yin Hai asked. Wang Wei did not answer, but instead summoned 3 devil cultivators and handed them a heaven will, a Dao seed, and an immortal key. As expected, they all died as they tried to enter Tier 10 and become immortal. Yin Hai looked at this with a severe look. She was not stupid. After seeing what just happened, and with Wang Wei words, she understood the severity of the situation. Without the ability to improve, all cultivators below Tier 10 will die of old age due to their restricted lifespan. In slightly over 1 yuan epoch, 99 of all cultivators in the world will die of old age. Everyone else will die, except for the few who can get their hands on immortal pills or the Dao children. Why would he want to kill all the cultivators? Weakening heavenly Dao so he can fully take control, Wang Wei said calmly. The death of all the cultivators will significantly blow heavenly Dao, which is the perfect opportunity for supreme unity to annex the latter's power. So what's the plan? Yin Hai asked, but Wang Wei did not answer. He was still analyzing the situation, thinking of his next move. Could it be that we have to let everyone die and wait until we deal with him to restart civilization with the surviving non-cultivator mortals? Zanhai Faowen. Chapter 1335, Quick Response from a purely logical standpoint. This event has a positive side. Yin Hai continued. As long as we can deal with him and rebuild civilization, our sect will receive great luck and destiny. However, even I feel uncomfortable thinking about how many people will die. This world is vast, meaning there are simply too many cultivators. Even if the number of cultivators was less than one of the world's population, the number of people is still astronomical. Yin Hai is a veteran. She has participated in and survived 2 origin wars, so she's seen countless people die. Better yet, she has watched numerous worlds crumble. However, it's different when it's the people from her homeland. It's even more heartbreaking knowing that one of their own is responsible for such devastation. Wang Wei looked at her and finally responded. You assume there will be mortals left. An intense killing intent flashed in her eyes. That's right. That bastard is in charge of heaven and earth, so it will be easy for him to eradicate all the mortals in the world, especially since it's another method of weakening heavenly Dao. He won't use such a crude and direct method, Wang Wei said. Oh, he only needs to allow these cultivators to increase their lifespan or be capable of cultivating by absorbing the flesh and soul of regular mortals. Then they will turn on these people. Such an act of its people committing mass genocide can be considered going against the natural laws of heaven and earth, which also means it's a better way to weaken heavenly Dao. The killing intent in Yin Hai's eyes was almost tangible. This is why I despise you people with deep scheming minds. Wang Wei looked at her strangely. You and Brother Qiyuan are on my side, so you're different. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. He was not in the mood to debate her weird thinking logic. All right, it's time for me to make my move. I know you wouldn't let him have his way so easily. Yanhai smirked. Do you need my help? Wang Wei hesitated. What is it? She pressed. I really didn't want to drag the sect into this mess. Yanhai looked at him up and down before smiling in satisfaction. Do you think the sect can stay out of this if you don't interact with it? She shook her head. Although we are considered the second most powerful amongst the overlords, everyone knows that is only on the surface. Our sect has the most profound foundation. Our luck and destiny are the most condensed, and more importantly, we have something the bastard has been lusting for many years. The Trinity Venerable Inheritance, Wang Wei thought. So, whether you exist or not, that bastard will target us someday. I understand. Wang Wei nodded. Send a message to the sect. If there are signs that cultivators' longevity can be improved by killing mortals, they need to create an alliance with other sealed lineages to make rules that this practice is forbidden. They must create a task force to kill anyone who disobeys. No problem. Zanhai, note that. One more thing. Well, two more things. First, try to see if you can still contact the people in Limbo, or even if you can revive them, Wang Wei added. Secondly, see if you can leave this place through the source key space. Be careful, and don't try it yourself. Yanhai rolled her eyes. Although she wasn't as bright as these bastards, it did not mean she was stupid. Even a big will become a genius full of wisdom after living as long as her. Get lost, brat. Wang Wei disappeared from the room, teleporting to a desolate area. He closed his eyes briefly before waving his hand to summon countless rare Empyreans and a few Paragon, or to build the fanciest altar possible. No response? Could it be that the usage of resources is not under strict limitations? Well, at least resources that cannot directly raise cultivation. Wang Wei took note of this before finishing the altar. He looked in the direction of the lawless zone. He should be able to hold on a little longer, right? After all, he still has destiny protecting him. He took a few minutes to shower and change clothes before starting the ceremony. In a rare act, Wang Wei followed the proper procedure, including giving sacrifices and kneeling before the altar. Heaven and earth above, the world faces a calamity of longevity. I have created a technique called Health Preserving Technique, which allows cultivators to live to the limit of 1 yuan epoch. I'm willing to share it with the world, so please accept my sincere offer. The clouds above his head started to condense as if a vision was about to manifest. However, they soon dispersed before condensing again. They repeated this pattern for a while. Wang Wei observed with worry. Come one, Heavenly Tao, this is your chance to fight back. He watched the changes in the sky for 5 minutes before something happened. Wang Wei's face changed as he acted swiftly. He wore the most formidable armor from the Origin Seal Continent's armory. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous terrifying lightning bolts descended from heaven and earth. All the cultivators who saw this were shocked, since this was the first time that most of them saw divine punishment. In the upper dimension, the laws of heaven and earth are more ruthless, so it's rare to see anyone being punished by heaven and earth, especially in such a direct manner. Lawless Zone's entrance. The Earth Emperor, a middle-aged man with short black hair, black and silver clothes, and an icy and domineering aura, looked in the distance. His divine sense has been keeping a watch on Origin Seal City for any signs or movements from Wang Wei, so he noticed the latter the moment he appeared in that deserted area. What is he doing? He thought as he saw Wang Wei build that altar. Should I stop him? He soon shook his head. There is a high chance that this was a plot to lure him from his spot, so the Earth Emperor decided to wait. So, even when Wang Wei finished the ceremony and suffered from divine punishment, he observed with cold eyes. I hope this bastard dies, the Earth Emperor sneered. However, his expression changed as he received a direct message. He sighed before preparing to head over there and attack. As soon as he had this intention, someone blocked his way. A puppet? He suddenly remembered that his people reported that Wang Wei had a paragon puppet. He sneered. Do you think you can stop me with a puppet? An armor and spear suddenly appeared on the puppet, both of the best quality. The Earth Emperor did not care until the puppet did something else. A strange array appeared on its torso before disappearing. This time, the Earth Emperor had to be serious. That's because that array was a self-destruction array. Damn it. If that thing explodes, it'll lose a life. At best, it'll be severely injured, giving these people a chance to deal with me. The puppet sneered. Wang Wei knew how to utilize these people's mindsets against them. This puppet was not enough to defeat the Earth Emperor and wasn't even enough to delay for long. However, it would be different if the latter were fighting with the constant thought of a possible death-dealing explosion. The puppet looked at the Earth Emperor before pouncing on it. Wang Wei ordered it to use a madman style of fighting that disregards any defensive techniques and only attacks. Its purpose is to put as many injuries as possible on the enemy. Damn it. Earth Emperor cursed once he realized this. He felt aggrieved. However, now that he had returned home and did not have to fight on the frontier, he valued his life even more than before. After noticing the puppet was doing its job, Wang Wei paid no attention to it and focused on the punishment. He did not care that he was being punished since he knew this was a desperate move from Supreme Unity to prevent him from getting merit. Wang Wei went all out to survive this punishment, pushing himself to the limit. His bet worked. A few minutes later, the dark clouds dispersed, and a vision manifested between heaven and earth. Wang Wei's voice reached every corner of the eternal ascension world, followed by merit descending from the sky. This should help me recover, Wang Wei said as he put the merit away. More importantly, I've broken the situation. No, that's too optimistic. I've given us a fighting chance. The fact that he received the merit means that Heavenly Tao's fundamental rules are still in operation. It also means that Heavenly Tao has a great chance at fighting Supreme Unity without allowing one side to have too much of an advantage. The next step is Jimin. This era's first paragon cannot fall immediately after being crowned, Wang Wei thought. Chapter 1336 Rescue? Wang Wei looked at the lawless zone, calculating how to reverse the situation. He could not personally enter the fight for various reasons, primarily because he was currently in terrible shape. Luckily, he had another way. He had long suspected Jimin and the crazy thief gang lord, and now he knew he was correct. However, this is not the point. Wang Wei left means to secretly monitor the lawless zone, meaning he could use these means to secretly enter without alerting anyone. Wang Wei did not immediately act, but put the altar away. Then, he condensed a drop of blood that turned into 1.269 trillion pillars with Tao rhymes for the health preservation techniques, and rhymes to make it easier for people to comprehend. He then waved his hand to send these pillars to different areas of the eternal ascension world. This is not enough, Wang Wei thought. He knew these parasites would not allow these pillars to remain in their territories, so he needed better ways to spread them. Should I start the dream world again? Wang Wei never recreated the dream world because the upper dimension had its version, the void illusion realm. Although it was now closed, it was meaningless to build the dream world since he wouldn't receive any merits. Rebuilding it to spread this technique is a great way to get merit and help Heavenly Tao, but the question is whether it can be built. Supreme Unity already had the overwhelming advantage with the Heavens Lock, so he did not know whether he would succeed. Let's try it and see. Wang Wei returned to the Origin Seal continent. Now is not the time for the dream world. Everything had its priority, and his current one was rescuing Paragon Jimin. As Wang Wei looked at his room, he realized it would soon be time for him to leave this place. His whereabouts were already known, which is detrimental to his actions. He sat on a cushion and swallowed a few more pills. His body was not in the best state, not to mention his Tao injuries. However, he could still not rest since work was to be done. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he had condensed a projection in an isolated area inside the lawless zone. The projection sensed the battle going in the distance. It pointed at the arrays around, and they fused with its body. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at this array. His current expertise saw so many flaws in this former array. many of which he cannot change since his array Tao level was so low. Regardless, he modified the places he could to ensure he would not be detected. Once he was sure there was no problem, he slowly approached the battlefield while remaining invisible. Paragon Jimin's situation was far from ideal. 5 Feather, Undead Phoenix, 7 Cauldron, and Time Eater besieged him. His body was full of wounds, and with each passing second, even more appeared. However, he fought bravely. His Tao Wang Wei thought, the Tao of thievery? What a strange and unique path. Most people would look down on such a Tao, meaning most talented people would not cultivate such a Tao. Non-talented people would not go far, so seeing a paragon with thievery as their Tao was odd. Let's see, there's a plunder aspect of his Tao, similar to devouring Tao. Then there is stealing, Wang Wei analyzed. So, he can steal people's Tao, similar to Sun Junyo's copy? Better yet, it seems he can steal their lives. Wang Wei was shocked. With this ability, Paragon Jimin must have countless identities that are not easy to distinguish. If I can get my hands on his life-stealing technique, I can improve the Fate Guard ability to steal fate and become someone. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The current situation was severed, to say the least, so he will take any advantage he can. He continued to observe the battle and frowned. These people's battle experience is not nearly as bad as I expected, he observed. During the past 10,000 yuan epochs, he asked Sun Junyao for her memory of that fight, and based on his analysis, the Blood Dragon seemed to have the worst battle IQ of the group. It's not that he's the worst, but these people have improved in the past 10,000 yuan epochs. The frontier contained countless influential invading foreigners, meaning it was an excellent place to train. Thinking of the frontier, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something, so he looked at the Hong protective system. What is powering that thing? If it's supreme unity, then it's fine. But if Heavenly Tao is forced to use the world source as the power source, this is another way of weakening. Wang Wei's facial expression became grave as he thought of something else. The protection should have no issue blocking the Paragon's coming. But what if this current blockade forced the 4.5-step transcendence to move earlier than anticipated? Damn it, Supreme Unity. Are you playing with fire? Wang Wei cursed. Unless that's what you want. Use foreign aid to continue weakening Heavenly Tao, thus allowing you to control it and ultimately make up for your flaw. Then, there is you, Methreya. How can you be so useless? Aren't you supposed to balance him? Wang Wei had to control himself, not to let his thoughts flow out publicly. He calmed down and focused on the fight. Sometimes, he truly found his intelligence a curse. There were too many things he knew that he wished he did not. Time is running out, Wang Wei said as he focused on the battle, focusing on Time Eater. His eyes could tell the latter was leagued different from the others. In fact, Wang Wei could tell he was hiding his incompetence and did not fully show all he was capable of. A man with deep thoughts and scheming. However, why was he like this? From the information I gathered about him, he was not this extraordinary or capable during the Golden Era, Wang Wei analyzed. In that era, Time Eater was talented, but he never truly reached the upper echelons. Moreover, he never showed any signs of being a master manipulator. Was he someone like Supreme Unity, always hiding, or did something happen in the middle to change him? Wang Wei desperately wanted to know the answer to this question. Maybe I should use the opportunity to ask the Star Sage. Wang Wei sighed before directing his gaze toward the hidden master, Old Man Dai. The latter stood in the void, his facial expression showing his anxiety. However, he did not rush to help Paragon Jimin. He couldn't even if he wanted to, since Time Eater had a clone projection prepared especially for him. Paragon Jimin, I've come to make a deal with you, Wang Wei secretly communicated. That voice, Wang Wei. It's me, he acknowledged. I'll save you, and no need, Paragon Jimin said. Wang Wei observed him from a distance and shook his head. What an idiot, he said directly to Jimin. I guess I shouldn't be surprised since you're a loose cultivator. What do you mean by this? Do you think these people haven't won against you because of how weak they are in the lawless zone? You're dreaming. Wang Wei did not hide the sneer in his voice. They are buying time to find your time mark to erase you from the timeline. Time mark? As soon as he thought of these words, Paragon Jimin acquired some basic information about the concept. That's right, you just became a paragon, meaning you don't know much about time marks or have a chrono spirit. It's only due to your destiny that they haven't completely figured it out yet, but it's only a matter of time. By then, they can isolate your influence from the primordial timeline, go to the past, and erase younger versions of yourself. Once that happens, it won't matter how many ways you have to survive as a boundless paragon. An intense horror ran deep down Paragon Jimin's back. The confidence he had acquired after becoming a paragon was instantly shattered. Luckily, he received the news now, or he would have died before even knowing what had happened. What do you want? He asked Wang Wei. Despite the turmoil going on in his mind and the conversation, Paragon Jimin showed no signs on the surface. As someone who considered himself the best thief in the world with countless identities, he was a master of acting and hiding his emotions or thoughts. It seems you've awakened from the confidence of suddenly acquiring such power. Good. We can talk now, Wang Wei said, nodding in satisfaction. No matter who it is, they will become a little arrogant after becoming a paragon, primarily due to the vast difference in power between the previous realm. I want two things, Wang Wei continued. Firstly, I want your life-stealing technique. Chapter 1337 Negotiation Action, Life-Stealing Technique. Paragon Jimin thought before realizing the latter was talking about his existence-stealing spell. Jimin hesitated after hearing this request. His technique was not unique since he knew there were different ways to achieve the same effect. However, he's gotten away with it for so many years due to his Tao. Thievery is a minor Tao, meaning most people do not expect much from it, given its unpopularity or unknownness. Because of this unfamiliarity, people haven't figured out his technique. If more people started using this technique, its effects would be reduced. I agree with your request, but only you can use it, Paragon Jimin decided. That's not possible, Wang Wei replied. He needed to use it for his fate guards. Although he would fuse it with his own technique, he did not want any restrictions on its utilization. I understand your reservation, but after today, many people will know about your Tao. They will be precautious, so if you don't update that technique, most of your other identities will be discovered. Jimin was quiet. He knew Wang Wei was correct. He sighed. Fine. What else? Secondly, I need you to sacrifice yourself to curse one of these people. Wang Wei stated. I thought you came to rescue me, Paragon Jimin sneered. I do, but how I do it is up to me. And how is this saving me? Let's not play useless mind games, Wang Wei continued. With a clever person like you, I'm sure you anticipated to some extent how dangerous becoming a paragon in the current political climate would be. So, I'm willing to bet all my wealth that one of your true avatars has a peak Empyrean cultivation realm. So, even if you die, that avatar would not take long to return to the Paragon realm. Paragon Jimin was briefly quiet. His mind remembered the first time he had met that young man. He knew the latter was extraordinary, and he even predicted the latter might be the chosen one that would end this era. Paragon Jimin sighed. You're right. However, if being rescued required me to abandon this body, what's the point of you helping me? I could just do it myself. Try it. Excuse me? I say try to end your life to see if you can, Wang Wei reiterated. Jimin's heart skipped a beat as if he thought of something. He observed his opponent briefly before a look of determination flashed in his eyes. His fighting became more reckless while his soul was brewing to explode itself. Have you become impatient? Or did you realize something? Time Eater suddenly said. He waved his hand, and Jimin's preparation to blow himself was dismissed. Well, it doesn't matter either way. The group continued besieging him while Time Eater continued to trace the latter's time mark. The process should have ended by now, but Jimin's destiny was working extra hard to keep him alive. Do you see now? Wang Wei said. Fine, I agree with your terms, Jimin said. Although he tried to remain calm, Wang Wei could sense the anger in his tone. It was understandable. Jimin had just reached the pinnacle of his life, and he suffered such humiliation immediately afterward. Excellent, he uttered. You only need to sign this contract, and it'll hold these people long enough to buy you time to cast the curse. Jimin looked at the binding contract in his sea of consciousness, and his lips twitched. With this contract, he couldn't go back on his words or use Wang Wei as bait to escape. There is no honor among thieves, so why would he easily keep his word? Unfortunately, Wang Wei never trusted him, especially after knowing what his Dao was. Paragon Jimin swiftly read every corner of the contract and frowned. What is this clause about erasing my memory? Are you trying to take advantage of my situation? Calm down, Wang Wei replied. I need you to use a specific curse technique on the target, and I don't want this technique to flow out. The clause is just a precaution. Can't you change it to me never distributing your technique? No, Wang Wei was adamant. Paragon Jimin pondered briefly. What if I refuse to sign this? Oh, my intuition tells me you want me alive for some reason. Probably the lock that appeared in the sky. Am I right? Great intuition, Wang Wei admitted but said nothing else. So, believe in that intuition and see if you can walk out of this place alive, Wang Wei said calmly. His words sent a chill down Jimin's spine. He realized he was indeed valuable, but not that important. He begrudgingly signed before signing the contract begrudgingly. Who is the target? It's... Wang Wei answered as he sent him the curse technique. It was highly complex, but Wang Wei included his memories and utilization of the technique. So, with Jimin's paragon-level soul, it did not take him long to master it. Damn it, what is the origin of this technique? He thought, feeling slightly scared. This curse was terrible. Luckily, he was not on the receiving end of such an attack. Jimin took a moment to cast this thing secretly. He ignored the increasing injuries in his body or the sense of foreboding that his destiny warned him of. I'm ready. Good, Wang Wei said. He's been preparing since his projections arrived. He then released a terrifying soul storm that ravaged anyone in its path. During his retreat, Wang Wei's most remarkable improvement was his understanding of Soul Dao and its application in battle. The parasite's faces changed. Wang Wei's soul attack was genuinely terrifying. A potent and devastating force capable of finding the weakness in the sea of consciousness rushed directly toward their souls. It was so fast that they barely reacted. Unfortunately, fate was on their side. Although this technique had reached the pinnacle of soul applications and was a sneak attack, these people were lucky to be in the lawless zone. The terrifying power was forcefully reduced to the level of Empyreans, and with the passive activation of their top soul defensive treasure, they survived with minor injuries. Wang Wei's eyes ignored these people and focused on Time Eater. Not a single reaction, and it seems he has noticed Jimin's actions. He did not hesitate as he showed up, immediately attacking with another soul attack. Bang! Time Eater blocked the attack and looked at Wang Wei. He sighed. I guess I should have known Shu Ren was insufficient to prevent you from interfering. A peak paragon soul, Wang Wei said instead of addressing the latter's words. With such a powerful soul, there is no way for your cultivation not to reach the peak after so many years. So, why are you stuck at 98 Grand Dao Source? What are you planning, Time Eater? Time Eater squinted. In the cultivation world, noisy people rarely lived long. We are all noisy people. After all, at our level, one piece of information is enough to determine our fate. The only difference is knowing whose business you cannot afford to get involved with, Wang Wei responded calmly. In my eyes, you haven't reached that level. As the sages said, ignorance is bliss, Time Eater sneered. You. He sensed something and looked at Jimin. He immediately attacked by releasing a temporal storm capable of eradicating anything in its path. However, Wang Wei blocked him. His understanding and application of Time Dao are leagues above me, Wang Wei analyzed. He could not have dealt with this attack so casually if not for the lawless zone suppression. However, given the vast difference in their cultivation, it made sense. Arg! A terrifying scream echoed throughout the lawless zone. It was first humans, but soon turned into the cry of a phoenix. Wang Wei smirked as he looked at the dark tattoos on Five Feathers' face. This curse is truly nasty, and Wang Wei did not even create it. Instead, the cursed demon created something by studying the innate curse in his blood. After seeing it, Wang Wei even suspects the cursed demon's bloodline curse might have some relationship with transcendence, so he raises the latter's value. Wang Wei calmly watched Paragon Jimin's disappearance, so he sent a message to someone, "Old man Dai, hurry up and hide. These people will take their frustrations on you once they've calmed down." Old man Dai woke up from the shock and acted swiftly. He did not immediately run away, as that could have drawn attention to him. Instead, he left a projection while his main body secretly left. "Well, my work here is done, so it's time to leave," Wang Wei boldly declared. "You bastard!" Five Feathers roared. "This must be your work." She summoned a phoenix with so much heat that the surrounding space-time trembled. However, Wang Wei had already dispersed, but his voice still echoed in the sky. "No need to get excited," he sneered. "I have plenty of time to play with all of you. I promise that once I'm done, none of you will have a good ending." He cackled maniacally before saying his last words. "I wonder who will suffer next. I can't wait." Chapter 1338 surrounded all the moons felt a chill down their backs. Anyone else could have said these words, and they would have scoffed or looked at the person with disdain. However, the person who threatened them was a Tao overlord. Their factions had already gotten their hands on most of the things Wang Wei did in the lower dimension from the people who ascended, so they knew how capable he was. Adding the fact they suffered a loss with their first interaction with him, that threat was no joke. So they paused and looked at each other, thinking whether improving their relationship to deal with such a threat was best. Sadly, this thought wasn't fully formed when someone took action. Five Feathers opened a space tear and left the lawless zone. She directly teleported back to her territory. She was so fast that you would think she was running away. Then, as soon as she arrived at her palace, she activated the formations in her cultivation room and left a projection to meet her people. Everyone looked at this calmly and left one by one, leaving only Time Eater. He looked at these people and shook his head. He knew they were not reliable, so he viewed them as pawns that could be discarded at any time. His vision barado the distance, and he glanced at the desolate area where Wang Wei had his ceremony. He used the merit system to give Heavenly Tao a fighting chance. What a brilliant move, Time Eater analyzed. His eyes squinted. By now, he should have realized his real threat was supreme unity, so his focus will be on that, which should give me more time. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. No, that would have been the case had he not realized my power. Now, he must see me as a threat. So, he'll deal with me in two ways. He'll hide and wait until he's dealt with the others, or he'll be one of the first to be attacked. Although he tried to hide it, I detected the aura of taboo from him, so his strength should be on par with Paragon's. However, he couldn't have become strong enough to deal with me. So, his best approach should be to facilitate help. Time Eater looked in the distance. He teleported home, and immediately his army marched out. One group headed to the Origin Seal continent, and the other to the Tao opening sect. As far as Time Eater is concerned, there are a few people who can cause him harm in this world, and Wang Wei should have access to two, Wu Hong and Yin Hai. So, he sent his army to threaten the lineages of these people and force them to hesitate to move. It's also a way for Time Eater to monitor their actions and detect in advance whether they will ignore the safety of their people and kill him. Origin Seal Continent. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. Things proceeded way smoother than he anticipated. He weakened Five Feathers and Jimin. Five Feathers is expected, but as for Paragon Jimin, well, Wang Wei had no choice. The latter was an extremely ambitious person and held a noble status destiny as this era's first Paragon. Wang Wei feared he would take some of his destiny as the era's son and use his status to gather more people on his side. Although Wang Wei did not care much about this destiny, and after his actions, Heavenly Tao should have understood he was the best chance at surviving. He did not want to take any risks. After all, there is still the possibility that Heavenly Tao will spread a large net, trying to cultivate more people to help it. Wang Wei wanted all the luck, destiny, and blessing for himself, so Jimin had to go. The time it takes the latter to return to his peak and even deal with the repercussions of using that curse is enough for Wang Wei to spread his fame, gather more people, and guarantee his status as an heir's son. Although things looked bleak now, many of my previous plans can still work. I only need to put more focus on dealing with supreme unity, Wang Wei analyzed. After what happened, he realized his mistake. He should never have relied too much on Maitreya. At least, he should have expected her failure. Unfortunately, he placed all his focus on the parasites while believing she was more than capable of balancing him. "You're back. Good." Wang Wei looked at Yin Hai and asked, "What was the result?" "Everything is fine on the sex side," Yin Hai replied. "As for the other, well, it has become 1,000 times more challenging to contact them in limbo. And from what they said, they can't revive now." "Challenging to contact? Meaning it's still possible?" Wang Wei asked. "Yes, but with a price." "It's good to hear," Wang Wei nodded. One of his plans was to bring about the return of the people in limbo in advance, but now he had to abandon this plan. Such a major shift to the plan should have dealt a significant blow to his plans, but he was adaptable. "What about the source key space? You can enter, but you can't return." Wang Wei frowned, preventing anyone from returning after entering the space. "This is not entirely bad news," Wang Wei commented. "How is it any good news? Now I have another way to deal with these parasites," Wang Wei calmly replied. As long as he exiled them into the source key space, they'd be lost and might even die there. Wang Wei doesn't believe the lock would not take into account things like longevity resources, so even if they revive themselves, it should be inside the source key space instead of returning home. "You are really Brother Qiyuan's descendants," Yin Hai suddenly commented. Throughout their long lives, they had been in many despairing situations, but Qiyuan always remained calm and found a positive aspect. "By the way, I've checked the others," Yin Hai added. "Contact with the underworld is blocked. However, there seems to be no problem with the River of Time or the River of Fate." Wang Wei frowned. He wanted to try something, but stopped himself as he noticed something. He looked outside Origin Seal City and saw the place was surrounded by soldiers in expensive armor. "Time Eater's Time Bandit Army?" "Check the sect," Yin Hai said, and Wang Wei also saw the Dao opening sect being surrounded. He analyzed the situation and realized what was happening. He sneered before muttering, "You have the right idea, but looking in the wrong direction." "That insolent brat," Yin Hai cursed. "I'm about to leave this place." "Ancestor, what are you going to do?" "I've returned to the peak of the Empyrean." "So I should return to the sect," Yin Hai commented. "However, I'm worried about the Origin Seal continent. So, they'll stay here until Wu Hong returns. The Dao opening sect has a much deeper foundation, so she's not worried about them, but she cannot say the same for this place." "Good. If you need anything, contact me," Wang Wei said before handing her control over the continent. However, he realized he was doing too much, as Yin Hai already had access. Wang Wei activated the newly updated Heaven Deception Array and used every other hiding technique he knew before returning to the Dao burial ground. Wang Wei sent the message for the team to meet him in half an hour since he wanted to check a few things beforehand. He closed his eyes and used his position as the Earth Emperor to check on Samsara Underworld. The result was negative. Wang Wei then tried another approach. He summoned the souls of the devil cultivators he previously used as an experiment, trying to revive them. The result was the same. So, from now on, the relationship between the world of the living and the world of the dead is a one-way ticket. Such a situation is ideal for the underworld, which is fed up with all these cultivators capable of playing with life and death as they please. However, this situation is terrible news for Wang Wei, since there are many methods he can no longer use, and he cannot rely on his powerful grandmother. Wang Wei was deep in thought. What about fate and time? Did he really do nothing to them? He did not think the latter would leave such a loophole. I don't expect him to be able to interfere directly with the operations of these things, but there should be some hindrance, right? Chapter 1339, Oversight. What would I do if I were him? Wang Wei asked himself. Paragons can escape to other timelines, so I would have blocked this path. However, the world doesn't have other paragons who want to escape. Furthermore, I don't think Maitreya is so incapable that she would allow him to interfere completely with the River of Time. Additionally, The river of time is required to eliminate resistance from the everlasting Empyreans. That would explain why nothing is wrong with it. But what about the river of fate? Wang Wei was not arrogant enough to think supreme unity was not strong enough to interfere in the affairs of fate. Recent events have shown him how powerful half-step transcendents are, and supreme unity is of the lowest tier. So, he analyzed the situation, trying to deduce any logical or illogical explanation. Information interference, Wang Wei deduced. I used Fate Dao for all my divinations, so maybe supreme unity can intercept all the information I divined. Better yet, maybe he can modify them and give me false prophecies. Wang Wei frowned. If that were true, he'd have to abandon using all his means of divination. He cannot even use his yin-yang calculation since that method calculates the secrets of heaven and earth, but supreme unity controls heaven and earth. The only method left for Wang Wei was to either get the information the old-fashioned way or use Heaven Dao to access Heavenly Dao's records. However, my expertise is not Heaven Dao. More importantly, there's a possibility that supreme unity can also feed my false records. Wang Wei grunted. He did not want to give up on the river of fate, since that would mean reducing one of his most extraordinary means of getting information. In that case, I need an outside and uncorrupted source of power, Wang Wei thought. The Origin Seal Continent's river of fate. Wang Wei frowned, as this method may not be as reliable as he thought. After all, Wu Hong was a paragon when she made that thing, so there is no guarantee that it can escape manipulation from supreme unity. In that case, the best I can do is to take any divination I made and filter them through the Origin Seal Continent. Although such information is probably only 30 reliable, it's better than nothing. Wang Wei sighed. He really did not like the situation. As someone who pursues freedom, he hates nothing more than cages. Sadly, this world has turned into precisely that. Wang Wei noticed his people who had entered the room. His gaze focused on Monk. The latter's aura was chaotic, and Wang Wei sensed his weakened blood energy. However, this was not his main concern. Taboo Realm? You succeeded? Thanks to you, Monk nodded. Sadly, I was injured as soon as I succeeded. The former barbarian king can be said to be both extremely lucky and unlucky. As soon as he finished adding the giant characteristics to his existence and enlarged his vessel, the world outside changed, and he was attacked by lightning, almost dying. That's excellent news, Wang Wei said. He was surprised that Monk succeeded, not because of the success, but because of how swiftly he did it. Forget about the requirements for existence understanding for this plan to succeed. There's still the need for a Paragon tier giant heart. There is no way that Monk could cultivate such a thing in just 10,000 yuan epochs, and even if he had 10 times the time, he could not succeed. That means he succeeded because the barbarian race provided him with the needed resources. The fact that the barbarian race has a Paragon tier giant heart is proof of their foundation, Wang Wei analyzed. The giant race has been extinct for so long, so it's rare to have any left. It's also further proof of how much they value him. Attack me with all your strength, Wang Wei suddenly said. Monkey was surprised, but he followed orders. Boom! The attack was indeed powerful, but Wang Wei not only easily blocked it, but he prevented any power from affecting the surroundings. Wang Wei frowned. 90 indeed, but it's the bottom. Your strength should reach the peak after you recuperate your injury. But it's not enough to stop even one of those parasites. My wife has made some improvements. With her blessing, my strength should be increased by 1 or 2, Monk added. Excellent, Wang Wei nodded. I'll lend you my puppet. If you two work together with the right formation, you can fight with me against these people. There is no need. The clan has given me similar protection, Monk added. That's even better, Wang Wei nodded. In that case, you should also be aware of how different battles are on that level. Ido, Monk nodded. The clan sent me an artifact to help me train. It seems I don't have to worry about you. Wang Wei felt relieved. He looked around and asked, Where is the Grand Miss Ganglord? Sir, he's dead, Wang Qi replied. I reported it to you. Wang Wei remembered he had a few talismans he needed to use after leaving his retreat, one of which included the memories of his clones and the report from the past 10,000 yuan epochs. Did he die in the creation tribulation? He asked as he summoned the talismans he needed to absorb. That's right. I guess he wasn't as valuable as he said he was. Wang Wei shook his head as he received the information from the talismans. Huh. He became a ghost because he was obsessed with killing the bloodline gang lord. Maybe he still has some use. Wang Wei was interested in the power of obsession, which was capable of creating miracles. Maybe he can learn something by studying the Grand Mist Gang Lord state. Well, let's get started, Wang Wei said before telling them of the current situation, including his predictions of what might happen. Everyone looked at him in shock. They already thought things were bad since they could no longer cultivate, but they learned the situation was even worse. Killing all non-cultivator mortals, Dolgun said. Doesn't that mean also eliminating all everlasting Empyrean's true avatar, except for the people from the lower dimension? Wang Wei's body suddenly paused. I didn't even think of that. He's been so busy reacting to the situation, so he oversaw that little detail not just small detail, since he also did not think about the lower dimensions. Is the current state of the lower dimension the same? No, it shouldn't be. The Heaven Emperor era brought unparalleled prosperity to the lower dimension, which should have granted heavenly Tao absolute control over it. In fact, it might even be the cause of why it still has a fighting chance against Supreme Unity. A glint flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. If that is true, I'm on Supreme Unity's must-kill list. Wang Wei was the source of the Heavenly Emperor era, so his death could scatter the destiny of that era, which would make it easier for Supreme Unity to regain control over the lower dimension. Wang Wei suddenly changed his mindset. He previously thought Supreme Unity saw him as an ant, a minor nuisance that it could get rid of any time, but now he understood his role was way more important than he previously realized. He raised his hand to open a portal before teleporting all his true avatars. Although most were in the lower dimensions, he had quite a few here. I should have done this sooner, Wang Wei suddenly thought. How dare he leave his avatar so openly when people like Mithriya and Supreme Unity can probably detect them? Wang Wei looked at his avatars and did not hesitate to kill all of them. He did not want to take the risk that someone had secretly manipulated them, so he erased them and started over. He felt terrible for his few avatars with cultivation since he could not replace them, but their danger outweighed the benefit. Wang Wei focused on the group, and as expected, the others also recalled their avatars. He nodded before continuing. We are about to deploy and eliminate some threats. How is our army? We're ready, Wang Qi said. In the past few years, the puppet demon has manufactured countless puppets, and our legions are ready. You did a good job, Wang Wei praised the puppet demon, and the latter became flattered. The latter was already scared of Wang Wei's strength, but now, seeing how easily he dealt with Monk, he was even more in awe. The puppet demon also realized his current situation was an opportunity to change his life for the better. Monk, you can stay to recuperate. Everyone else can prepare. I can still fight. Don't be stubborn. If you don't heal your injuries, it might aggravate the situation, Wang Wei said. He was in a similar situation, but could not wait since he needed to move as fast as possible. Listen to him. Dolgun gently persuaded him, and Monk relented. Chapter 1340 Sage Lin, Qi, unedited, chapter the group, dispersed to prepare for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wei contacted two people, one of which was Emperor Kong. After receiving the feedback, he secretly teleported near the academy before receiving a message for a meeting elsewhere. After ensuring there were no problems, Wang Wei broke the void to enter the meeting place using the coordinate he received. He found himself in this small dimension with 4 arrays floating in the void and 3 individuals waiting for him. He recognized Emperor Kong, but had no idea about the other 2. Let me introduce you, Emperor Kong said. This is Sage Pure Flame. Wang Wei looked at the man, no, the person before him. He had a humanoid shape, but his entire body was composed of flame. A rare flame spirit? It's common for flames to gain sentience and turn into the Tao shape, which is also what humans looked like, but this person was different. He did not turn into the Tao shape and retained his flame body. That in itself is not impressive, but the fact he could cultivate the Empyrean realm is. The Tao shape is the optimal body shape for understanding the Tao. It's one of the reasons why humans are one of the species with the highest comprehension between heaven and earth. However, this sage pure flame cultivates to such a level even without this boost. A level 1 golden body of merit, right? Wang Wei asked. That's right, sage pure flame nodded. I was looking enough to find a sealed continent with this strange black power that was extremely corrosive to the mind, body, and soul. Furthermore, it spreads easily, even with the slightest contact. After purifying it, I received enough merit to condense a golden body of merit. Heavenly Tao is cruel when it comes to the death of trillions of cultivators and mortals. The fact it gave you enough credit to condense the golden body is proof that that black power would have caused a serious catastrophe if it were released, Wang Wei nodded. I figured as much, Sage Pure Flame nodded. Wang Wei looked at him and said, I know this is out of line, but I must say it. Such a power is hazardous, especially if it has the power to evolve. If you were curious and kept some study, I recommend you destroy it as soon as possible. Oh, I'm aware, so I did not take any chances and removed all traces of it. That's good. Wang Wei nodded with a smile. Once again, sorry for stepping out of line. I understand. I need to put one of my guards to watch him closely, Wang Wei thought. Usually, he would not care that much about what Pure Flame did with that thing. He might even be interested in studying it himself. However, the current situation means that Wang Wei cannot afford any more unknown and uncontrollable variables. And this is? Wang Wei asked, looking at this elderly dressed in a simple white robe. His eyes were clear, his white hair and long white beard were luscious, and his demeanor was that of a wise man. Anyone who laid eyes on this man, including Wang Wei, had an instinctive respect for him. The man naturally radiated goodness and positive energy. This is such a rare sight in the cultivation world, Wang Wei thought. This is Sage Lin Qi, Emperor Kong said, his voice containing genuine respect. Lin Qi. Where have I heard this name before? Wang Wei muttered before sudden realization dawned on him. You're the man said to be born with the heart of Buddha, the founder of the Mortal Protection Association. I never liked these names, so just call me Lin Qi. Wang Wei sighed. This man was the embodiment of virtue and kindness. Born in a small fishing village, a battle between cultivators destroyed his hometown, and he was the only survivor. After that, he embarked on a journey to protect his kind mortals. He built the Mortal Protection Association to protect mortals from cultivators, not in the sense of using his strength or preventing cultivators from killing mortals. No, he assisted mortals. Whenever there is a battle near large areas of mortals, he'll deploy his people to protect them before dealing with the aftermath, which involves saving the injured, rebuilding houses, rebuilding farms, and giving some compensation to the survivors. His association will repair places permanently destroyed by cultivators to ensure that life mortals, to be precise, can once again live there and prosper. He provided education to mortals so they could be fulfilling members of society. Once he finds someone with talent, he'll provide them with starting resources as long as they promise they will not turn into these cold-hearted cultivators once they succeed. Lin Qi never forced these mortals to join his cause, but most did so or returned to repay him after gaining fame and success. As a result, he built a group of like-minded individuals who supported the Mortal Protection Association, turning it into one of the most potent Empyrean forces in the current era. It's an honor to meet you, Wang Wei said sincerely as he cupped his hands and bowed. He truly respected people like these, devoting themselves to others. The honor is mine, Sage Lin Qi responded. I know what a great burden destiny has placed on you, and so far, it seems you're handling it quite well. Lin Qi did not know much about Wang Wei until 10,000 yuan epochs ago when Emperor Kong contacted him. However, he heard Wang Wei's voice when he prayed to heaven and earth and shared the cultivation technique. Lin Qi analyzed the situation And although he did not know as much as Wang Wei, he realized that something terrible was about to happen. His instinct told him that Wang Wei's actions had brought some kind of hope to the world. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. Once this ends, I want to discuss something with you. Wang Wei realized this was an opportunity. Lin Qi has deep connections to mortals worldwide, meaning he was the perfect person to discuss the spread of the mortal civilization. Wang Wei felt it was not worth all the struggles of spreading the mortal civilization, given how large this world was and how complicated it would become to try to intervene in the territories of other factions. So, he originally planned only to spread it in the Dao opening sect's territory and receive some residual merit from people who copied him. However, mortals' livelihoods were at stake, so they needed some form of protection against cultivators. In a lower dimension, the limit mortal civilization was Tier 4. But in the upper dimensions, it should be Tier 6, even Tier 7 if Heavenly Dao can take this opportunity and be more lenient with them, Wang Wei analyzed. With such power and the mortal art Dao, they should be able to protect themselves once these cultivators go crazy and start massacring them to increase their lifespans. The problem is whether I can build the sage temples under Supreme Unity's eyes. Wang Wei was not optimistic about such a plan. Supreme Unity saw what he did in the lower dimension, or at the very least, knew about it, meaning he should have prepared beforehand. Alas, Wang Wei sighed. He was still complaining about the whole thing. His focus should have been on the parasites, but now, he was forced to distract himself and start playing a game of chess with a half-step transcendent. Now that everyone has introduced each other, it's my turn, Wang Wei said. Although he knew these people already knew of him, it would be arrogant of him to treat it as such. So, he simply introduced himself. Are we all ready? They nodded. You should understand the risks involved, right? Wang Wei continued. According to the agreement, if something goes wrong, they'll stay to confront the enemy and buy you guys time to run away first. However, you should also understand that even with my best efforts, there is still a high chance of you guys being killed. Don't worry about us, Sage Lin Qi said. He was born near the end of the Golden Era and started his work since then. So he understood how terrible the lives of mortals have been compared to back then and now. So despite the danger, Sage Lin Qi would participate in this event. His people need hope. En plus qu'on nous aide. He had the most to lose in terms of risks, but he was also one of the few people who could not back down. The Academy's future depends on this operation. Although Wang Wei forced him to act before he was prepared, he saw it as the boost he needed to take action early. Honestly, Emperor Kong was glad he was forced to act after seeing that Heaven's Lock. We know the risks, and we accept them, Sage Pure Flame said, and Wang Wei glanced at him. He understood why the others wanted to partake in this action, but Sage Pure Flame's motives eluded him. At first, he accepted the latter's inclusion because merit was involved, but after the lock, it's not guaranteed whether their actions will have any benefit. In that case, let's move, Wang Wei declared. Chapter 1341, Quick Aggressive, Move Time, Eater sat on a throne, calmly listening to his subordinate explain everything that had occurred since he left for the frontier. Although he knew about the most significant news, he was meticulous about this type of thing, so he wanted to know everything to ensure he did not miss anything crucial. He would ask questions once in a while once he heard a topic he thought was important. He suddenly stopped and raised his head. The room was immediately silenced. Especially after Time Eater stood up with a frown. The people stopped breathing to ensure they did not bother the Lord. What's going on? Why am I feeling uneasy? Time Eater thought. He immediately trusted his instinct that something was about to happen, but he could not fathom what. Is someone going to attack me? If so, who? He recalled his enemies and first thought about Yin Hai and Wu Hong. So, he used a technique to check on the people he placed around their factions. Of course, he did not expect to notice their disappearance with these low-level soldiers. Time Eater was a master of time Dao, and that's how he tracked his opponent. Through the soldiers, he used a technique that tracked residual time fluctuation around the entire Origin Seal continent and the Dao opening sect. This residual fluctuation is difficult to detect unless these two already knew he was doing it, making it easier for him to track them. Nothing? Time Eater thought. His technique did not track any individual directly, but checked how much the surrounding space-time continuum in these locations has changed. Yin Hai and Wu Hong are extremely powerful, meaning their presence significantly influences the surrounding space-time continuum. So, if any of them had left, there would be signs. Wait, there's a significant change from the last time I checked. This level of effect, Wang Wei. Did he leave? Is he the one coming to attack me? But how did he get the courage? As soon as these thoughts appeared, Time Eater removed them. He would not underestimate any Tao overlords, especially one with enough time to prepare to eliminate their opponent. I must prepare to respond. Boom! Time Eater's face changed. He disappeared from his palace and teleported outside. He looked in the distance and discovered 4 pillars in the heavens releasing golden lights. The resentment purification pillars? Kong, are you a part of this? Time Eater immediately noticed 4 people at each pillar, including Emperor Kong. He identified these 4 people, and with one glance, he knew what they had in common: golden bodies of merit. His face changed as he thought of something, so he rushed to stop them. Sadly, he was too late, as the 4 pillars released a barrier surrounding the palace. So that's your plan? Time Eater said gloomily. Seal me, so I can stay out of the way while you eliminate the other useless bastards. Wang Wei, this is far from over. Time Eater took a deep breath to calm down. The situation was severe, and he needed to act swiftly. He looked at this seal formed by 4 sages, trying to find a weak spot. His eyes suddenly lit. 3 of them have a second-level body, while the last one only has a first level. I can exploit such a flaw in this seal. Time Eater did not waste time, as he immediately rushed to the pure flame sage's pillar and started attacking. So, he found it after all, Wang Wei thought. He knew the slight flaw of this seal, but he did not expect Time Eater to find it so quickly. You're really not a simple bastard, are you? Wang Wei deployed his golden body to finish the sealing process as fast as possible, and the others followed. The barriers around the palace shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, trying to capture Time Eater. However, Wang Wei, or the others, were not happy. This won't work, Emperor Kong said. I tried my best to reduce the flaw of this seal, but he caught it so quickly. With his strength, he might be able to delay long enough to find a way to destroy it. Should we move to the next step? However, it might not work after the lock, Sage Lin Qi said. Everyone was quiet. Time Eater became aggressive with each passing second. Meanwhile, the barrier seal slowly closed in, but the speed was reducing with time. Hold on for a little while. I have a plan, Wang Wei said. He was telling the truth, but, as always, only the partial truth. He had anticipated this outcome, so he prepared for it. However, he did not immediately act for 2 reasons. Firstly, this was a perfect opportunity to gather data about Time Eater's fighting prowess, and secondly, he wanted to observe Sage Pure Flame. His part was indeed the weak link of the Erase Seal, but Wang Wei wanted to ensure the latter was not suspicious by not doing his job correctly. Wang Wei kept observing him, prepared to slap him to death at the slightest signs of rebellion. It seems I may be overthinking, Wang Wei concluded after a few minutes of observations. In that case, let's move to the next step. He sent a signal, and immediately afterward, 3 people appeared next to the pure sage flame, shocking the latter and ready to attack or defend himself. However, he was soon reassured after realizing these people were Buddhist monks. Feng Hung, thank you for coming, Wang Wei said, looking at the leading monk. Donor, this poor monk is happy to help. After all, you are still the honorary Buddha of our temple. Feng Hung replied. Well, this is not the time to chat, so let's get down to business. Feng Hung nodded before releasing his peak first-level golden body of merit and Empyrean realm cultivation level. In the past 10,000 yuan epochs, Feng Hung used his savings from the lower dimension, the Buddhist sect's resources, and all his merit and destiny to reach cultivation of 72 Grand Tao Source, or the early stages of Empyrean. His golden body has almost reached the 2nd level, and the next time he receives the reward for reviving Buddhism in the lower dimension, he should achieve a 2nd level. The other monks followed him, and they were also first-level golden body with Empyrean realm cultivation, but they were all in the late or peak stages similar to Wang Wei. With the addition of these three people reinforcing Sage Pure Flame, the seal's flaw was made up, thus changing the situation. The barrier, which had previously stopped, immediately started shrinking again, forcing Time Eater to take drastic measures. He released all his powers to force the sealing process to stop temporarily. He gazed at Wang Wei. I guess I should have expected such a move from you. Time Eater had to admit that he had lost in their first confrontation. He acknowledged it, but would not admit it was because he was not as intelligent as the latter. His defeat was the result of a lack of information and circumstances. He did not know as much about Wang Wei as he thought, and he did not have the time to plan or anticipate his opponent's next move while he was on the frontier. Wang Wei did not pay him any mind. Instead, he focused on completing the seal. Time Eater turned to Emperor Kong. Are you sure you want to do this? Wang Wei has the Dao opening sect as a safety net in case something goes wrong, but you'll lose everything you've built so far as long as you make one wrong move. Emperor Kong remained quiet. Time Eater was telling the truth, but that was not enough for him to get in bed with him. The chances of making the wrong move drastically increased by being on Time Eater's side rather than being his enemy. The situation looked hopeless, but Emperor Kong knew that his future was only guaranteed by betting on Heavenly Dao. If Supreme Unity wins, he does not want to think about what future awaits him or the Academy. Plus, as Su Shi said, it's always a good thing to bet on Wang Wei's side. Emperor Kong thought as he continued his actions to complete the seal. Time Eater turned to Sage Lin Qi, but he did not even bother, leaving only the last group. He scrutinized the monks briefly before focusing on Sage Pure Flame. You have no bone in this fight, right? Time Eater said, You're probably here because these people promised you some benefits. Let me guess. Merit? I think I'm right. However, in the current situation, the merit system is malfunctioning, to say the least. So what's the point of working so hard for nothing? Just like the others, Pure Flame remained quiet. However, no one knew whether it was because he was not tempted or out of fear that if he took action, the monks behind him would annihilate him with one strike. Time Eater looked at Pure Flame before glancing at the others. His gaze then shifted to the outside. As expected, I cannot rely on these people. He looked around, analyzing the situation. Is this my only option in this scenario? He was unwilling to reveal one of his trump cards so early. But Time Eater knew he might not have a choice. Chapter 1342, Good Response, 2 steps ahead, unedited. Chapter Time Eater waved his hand to summon a projection of the River of Time. He used it as a medium to release terrifying, chaotic temporal storms, trying to break or even stop the seal. Sadly, his efforts were pointless. Wang Wei knew his Dao was time, so how would he not prepare for such a possibility? There is no need to hesitate. Time Eater reminded himself as he gazed at the seal, which was only a few meters in all dimensions. His body suddenly changed into a monstrosity. He completely filled the barrier in only a few seconds, but his body did not stop expanding. Everyone present watched as the small barrier expanded at an abnormal speed. In a few seconds, it reached the size of Time Eater's castle, but soon it spread to include most of the Central Time Realm, which was the core area of Time Eater's territory, the capital, to be specific. Stop him, Wang Wei yelled. Everyone was shocked by this monster that Time Eater had turned into, thus distracting them. Luckily, Wang Wei reminded them, and they quickly reinforced the seal, preventing it from spreading. However, their resistance was enormous, and they barely stopped the seal from expanding beyond its capabilities and shattering. What is that thing? Sage Pure Flame asked, looking at this enormously large creature whose body seemed made of stars, galaxies, and time itself. However, no one answered him since they did not know. It's a time beast, Wang Wei said, and everyone gazed at him. Powerful creatures born from unique environments, he explained. For example, void beasts are born in the spaces between worlds. Source key beasts are born from the source key space. And time beasts are born from the River of Time. However, they are extremely rare since the conditions of their births are harsh beyond reason. Everybody nodded. So, does he have the bloodline of Time Beast? Emperor Kong asked. That's the problem. He's supposed to be human. There has been no record of him acquiring such a bloodline. Wang Wei replied with squinted eyes. He should have acquired it at some point, Emperor Kong analyzed. But the fact he was able to hide it so well shows how scheming his mind is. No, this is not a human who has acquired bloodline. He's a time beast, Feng Hung suddenly said. Everybody looked at him and saw a third golden eye on his forehead. What are you saying? If this poor monk guessed correctly, he's no longer human, Feng Hung explained. This donor has abandoned his human body and taken over Time Beast's body. The previous appearance was just a well-crafted meat puppet. He's right, Wang Wei said. The only thing human about him is his soul, but also seems to have some characteristics of the Time Beast. Most likely, he swallowed the ladders. Learning that Time Eater's genuine body was a Time Beast was a great revelation. Wang Wei knew he would have suffered had he tried to plan the ladder's downfall without knowing this piece of information. It's good that we know more about our opponent, but this is not helping our current situation, Emperor Kong said. Kong's right. Let's proceed to the next step, Wang Wei announced. This may be the only way to seal Time Eater truly. But what if that doesn't work? Sage Pure Flame suddenly asked. Well, use backup C. Which is? He asked in confusion, and he was not the only one. The plan only reached backup B. You'll know when we get there, Wang Wei replied. Emperor Kong frowned before suddenly thinking of something. I understand, he said. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Sacrifices are necessary in these times of great trouble. Sage Lin Qi nodded, acquiescing. Wang Wei looked at this old man, not thinking he was this sharp. However, it made sense. After all, Sage Lin Qi's actions must have offended many people. Even with the golden body of merit, some people would dare scheme against him. After all, even if they cannot kill him, they can seal him. However, the old man remained alive and continued his work, which showed he was not simple. Let's get started, Wang Wei said, and everyone started to recite a few words. The world is in chaos. Destiny has been stolen and shackled. The world needs freedom, which cannot be achieved until the perpetrators are dealt with. And my name is a sage. I, Wang Wei, insert name, shall seal this evildoer to give hope to heaven and earth. There are many positions or titles between heaven and earth, many of which have certain authorities. For example, the Earth Emperor has full access to the underworld and can even request a direct meeting with one of the Yama Kings. The position of sage also has certain authority or power, mainly to protect the world or guide it in a better direction. These 7 people are mobilizing this authority to seal Time Eater. Such an approach would have been quick and easy a few hours ago, but after the lock. Their authority is a power granted by heaven and earth, or heavenly Tao, to be directed. So, the issue now is whether they can still mobilize its power. Wang Wei looked at the sky, waiting with bated breath. The others were immediately worried, but he and Emperor Kong, who both already cultivated their paragon souls, could detect a recognizable power trying to be mobilized from heaven and earth. However, it's also apparent that something else was intercepting it. Luckily, a golden light descended from the sky after a few seconds and turned into golden chains surrounding the barrier. The seal was completed. However, Wang Wei frowned. The seal did not shrink, but remained the size of Time Eater's humongous body. This difference might not appear much to others, but he knew the difference. The new seal included not only Time Eater, but also the entire Central Time Realm, meaning the latter had access to manpower and resources for that whole realm. This meant he could cultivate and even plan for his escape. He cannot directly interfere, but his strength can continue to improve, and he might even find a way to interfere from the shadow, Wang Wei analyzed. The current situation was the definition of he won the battle, but not the war. It was not that simple to deal with those capable paragons. However, Wang Wei was glad he did not have to use backup C, as that would mean actual loss. You made an excellent response to my move, Wang Wei thought, but I'm still a few steps ahead. He waved his hand to condense his destiny into a spear. "Gentlemen, if you don't mind, may I borrow your destiny?" Everyone looked at him, not hiding their puzzlement. Emperor Kong remembered the information he gathered about that party and did not hesitate to add his destiny to the spear. Sage Lin Qi was also confused, but followed suit after seeing Emperor Kong's actions. Feng Hung did not say anything else and just lent his destiny. The monks who followed him copied him without asking for an explanation. After his outstanding merit in the lower dimensions, Feng Hung had an extremely high status in Buddhism, and everyone knew he'd probably be Mother Methria's next disciple. Sage Pure Flame was the last one to instill his destiny. After seeing everyone do it, he knew refusing was a bad idea. Additionally, he had sensed that Sage Wang Wei was weary of him. His intuition told him if he refused, he might be able to leave this place alive, but he would not live long. Wang Wei calmly took the Spear of Destiny with one hand, and with the other, he used a Luck Dao spell. A roar echoed between heaven and earth, followed by the manifestation of an enormous dragon that covered Time Eater's territory. The dragon covered not only the Central Time Realm, but all the territory, including countless other realms, worlds, universes, dimensions, etc. "Wang Wei, you bastard," the Time Beast roared. He knew what was going to happen. As expected, Wang Wei threw the spear, trying to destroy Time Eater's key Luck Dragon, just like he did to Five Feathers. "I can't let this happen," Time Eater thought. Under normal circumstances, he did not care much about this luck now that his plan was close to completion. However, it was an entirely different matter now that he was sealed. He looked at the dragon and knew it would not last long. After all, the spear was created with the attribute of destroying Key Luck Dragon. It also did not help that the destiny used to create it originated from sages. Time Eater clawed his own heart to draw this gray and misty blood that exuded the power of time. He drew a magic circle in the hair before putting his blood at the center. The art of sacrifice, the Tao of sacrifice, is one of the universe's most versatile and powerful Tao. As long as you have enough knowledge accomplishment in the field, you can gain anything with the proper sacrifice. Time Beast's blood is extremely valuable, even more so for the blood essence from their heart. Time Eater bypassed the seal with this sacrifice and temporarily controlled the Key Luck Dragon. Chapter 1343 Wins Losses under Time Eater's control. The dragon resisted the spear's power. After a few clashes, it became apparent that the spear would eventually lose before the effect of Time Eater's sacrifice ended. Everyone looked at Wang Wei, indicating for him to make his next move. Otherwise, they should think of a solution together. Wang Wei did not disappoint them. He pointed his fingers to condense numerous karmic lines that rushed to different points throughout the Eternal Ascension world. Emperor Kong frowned because he was the first to realize to whom these lines connected: the people from Sun Junyo's party. The ancients were wise when they warned not to mess with a karma master, Emperor Kong complained. Cultivators with high attainment in Karma Dao are a pain to deal with. After meeting them only once, they can create a karmic connection between them. With those connections, a master could do many things, including spying, controlling, stealing, etc. Wang Wei was only in the same room as these people, and he could form karma links between him and them. With these threads, Wang Wei summoned a projection from the river of time of Sun Junyo's Spear of Destiny. An illusory spear slowly condensed before him, but Wang Wei soon frowned. He detected many people trying to resist, so he snorted coldly to send them a warning. Numerous people worldwide suddenly spewed a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei sneered as he continued his actions. If these people could activate Paragon formations in their locations, they might be able to stop him. However, with his current strength, they would have never detected that he was borrowing their destiny, if not for his being in a hurry. He calmly looked at the spear. His original thought was to borrow these people's destiny to bless his destiny spear. However, Wang Wei's instinct told him there might be some form of interference. So he used his Time Dao and the River of Time to achieve a similar effect. He waved his hand, and the imaginary spear fused with the genuine one. The Key Luck dragon roared in agony, followed by an intense killing gaze. Wang Wei followed the source and saw Time Eater's humongous eyes. "Why don't you keep sacrificing?" he taunted. "With such a big body, you should have plenty of blood." Time Eater quietly looked at him. "Is he trying to trick me into weakening myself? Or is this a bluff?" There's a chance that Wang Wei has no more moves, and if he pays the price, he may be able to save that Key Luck dragon. However, Time Eater was unsure, and more importantly, he did not want to take the risk. Damn it, he cursed. It's been so long, and there has been such a large movement, but none of these people have come to help. After a brief pause, Time Eater decided to accept this loss, especially since he knew things would not end so quickly. Some people wanted to save this Key Luck dragon more than him. Wang Wei glanced at him before focusing on the battle. The other parasites did not show up, which was one of my predictions. But I also predicted that Supreme Unity would directly order them to act. It seems that Mithria is not as useless as I thought. Of course, this was the bare minimum he required from her. However, after recent events, Wang Wei's mindset has changed to always expect the worst from his teammate. Roar. The dragon could not hold any longer and was dispersed. However, was that the end of things? Far from it. A black and white light descended from the sky, heading directly for this dispersed luck of Time Eater's territory. Wang Wei saw such a sight before, and he knew what would happen next. It seems this time he's not only saving the smallest portion, but directly reverting the dragon to its original state, Wang Wei thought as he watched the black and white beam. "Amiba," Feng Hung suddenly said. "Activate." Buddhist chants suddenly echoed between heaven and earth, followed by countless Buddhist statuses worldwide, suddenly releasing a golden light to confront the black and white light. Wang Wei was surprised, followed by ecstasy. "I see. Mithria has been locked out of the world, but still has some influences. She can use a medium to channel her power and interfere." This was good news for Wang Wei, as that meant he had more choices options available to him when dealing with Supreme Unity's madness. The confrontation between these two superpowers lasted for a few minutes, and Mithria won. Supreme Unity did not succeed in saving the Key Luck dragon, or so everybody thought. Before anyone could celebrate, 5 Key Luck dragons of varying sizes appeared between heaven and earth, and they released a multicolored orb from their mouths that instantly recondensed the Key Luck dragon. Of course, this newly condensed luck dragon was the smallest, even tinier than 5 feathers luck. Regardless, it was condensed. "What should we do now?" Wang Wei frowned. "Let's leave. It's no longer safe." He had accomplished his primary objectives. As for the other losses, they were acceptable for now. So, Wang Wei took one last glance at these 5 dragons and sneered before disappearing. Everyone returned to the secret locations they had already designated. As soon as they arrived, Sage Pure Flame said his goodbyes to everybody and left. Wang Wei still thanked him sincerely, even though he had already planned for someone to monitor him. After he left, no one mentioned Pure Flame's weird behavior. Instead, Wang Wei had a conversation with Feng Hung and Sage Lin Qi. He introduced the latter to mortal civilization and mortal art Dao, asking him to cooperate and work together to spread these concepts. "This is a wonderful idea," Sage Lin Qi said, not hiding his excitement. For many years, he has lamented how weak mortals were and thought of every way to improve their lives. But he never thought of improving their strength, especially to the point of competing with cultivators. "This poor monk has always planned to spread these concepts, but I wanted to wait for your permission," Feng Hung said. But his territory was the second largest in the world, only slightly inferior to Taoism, meaning their mortal population was astronomical. Feng Hung knew the merit he could receive by spreading these concepts, but he chose to remain respectful until Wang Wei brought it up. "I'm glad to hear it," Wang Wei nodded. "If my guess is correct, mortals will need a way to defend themselves. Not to mention the merit involved. Can we even get merit in the current situation?" Emperor Kong asked. "I'm not sure," Wang Wei shook his head. "However, even if we don't, It will only be delayed until we become the victor in this war. By then, Heavenly Tao will reward us 10 times for our effort and loyalty. Everybody caught on that their benefit was contingent on their winning, but no one mentioned it. They've already made their choices, and with people of their willpower, they want easily switch sides. Can the Academy participate? Emperor Kong asked. Do you have the means? Wang Wei asked back, and Emperor Kong smiled wryly. Indeed, their academy was now the enemy of the parasites, meaning it was time for them to hide underground. In the process, they must also abandon many of their branches, let alone their territory. No need to be depressed, Wang Wei said. Kong should have been prepared for this outcome, so there was no point in complaining or regretting. The moment he chose to work with these parasites to accelerate the Academy's growth, today's events were bound to happen as long as he was unwilling to remain these people's dogs or leave a name of infamy throughout history. We still have a feast to participate in. Although it's not as good as the Blood Dragon, it's plenty for the three of us to divide. Buddhism did not need this, so they were not participating. Wang Wei discussed with these two how to spread these two concepts. Meanwhile, his people, the Academy, and Sage Lin Kiss people had already started the feast. They attacked all the resource points halls in Time Eater's territory. The battle was fierce but swift. After all, most of that territory's elite warriors were located in the Central Time Realm, except for the people Time Eater previously sent to Origin Seal Continent and Tao Opening Sect. Unfortunately, after seeing what happened to these people's bosses, these former overlord factions showed their bold sides and sent people to wipe out these elites. Ultimately, these resource points did not survive long without reinforcements. Their only hope was the other parasites. But Wang Wei knew these people's psychology too well. As long as he hid in the shadows and did not show up, none dared to share pieces of the pie openly. Recent events have shown that Wang Wei was a genuine threat, and these people did not want to be the next victim. Of course, a few of them were slightly brave. The Earth Emperor did not show up, but after a while, he sent a few legions to plunder. After seeing his actions, the others also gained the courage to act. Unfortunately, most of the best places have been plundered by then. Chapter 1344 Worst Case Scenario. Wang Wei did not wait to hear how much wealth he had plundered. After returning to the Tao burial ground, he immediately entered a cultivation retreat to heal his injuries. He's been suppressing his injuries for a while now, since time was urgent, but now he finally could no longer hold on. As soon as he sat down, he swallowed numerous pills before using the healing technique he created after purveying his future wife's library, Time Phoenix Nirvana Art. A white and black flame enveloped his body, releasing an enormous amount of life and death energy that entered his existence and healed the underlying problems. Once the life and death energy reached a certain level, they formed an yin-yang symbol that controls the time concept of forward and backward. Then, Wang Wei's body was slowly reverting to the time before his existence was affected. Ordinary injuries can be instantly reverted with this method. In fact, Wang Wei's natural regeneration was so terrifying that he did not even need any Tao or techniques to heal. However, it was different for Tao injuries or even more severe existence injuries. Wang Wei frowned as he watched how slow the process was. At this rate, I won't be back to peak state even after 500,000 yuan epochs. Such a number was small. Wu Hong and Yin Hai were injured before the 7 Moon eras, but still haven't recuperated. In comparison, Wang Wei's injury was minor. Unfortunately, he could not wait so long. The following 1 yuan epoch will be crucial. If I'm not present to stop supreme unity, heaven knows what the world will be like by the time I recuperate. Wang Wei sighed. He absorbed the merit he previously received, trying to accelerate his recovery speed. He then calculated his recovery time. The merit worked, reducing his time to 33,000 yuan epochs. Still too long, Wang Wei thought. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes. He needed a method to heal in just a few thousand years, possibly a few hundred. Wang Wei immediately outlined countless methods, but with each method, he became more frustrated. There is no perfect solution. He must pay a serious price if he wants to heal in such a short period. He waved his hand to summon his golden body of merit. If I sacrifice some of it, I should recuperate in a few decades. However, this golden body will no longer be a peak second tier. It will take a long time to recuperate. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Besides, when he fought with Dian, he had never suffered so much in his life. Reducing the effect of the golden body for a short recovery was an excellent price, but Wang Wei felt it was too much. He hated more than losing his things. He could accept defeat in battle, but not lose in stuff like this. Supreme unity, he'll remember this. One day, we'll make you pay, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. Wait, paying a price? He slapped his forehead, thinking how stupid had been. Could the previous small setbacks affect me? How can I not think of such a simple thing? Wang Wei focused and started. Someone must pay a price for his recovery, but he did not have to be the one to pay it. A simple approach would be to share the price by the Wang clan through bloodline. As long as everyone shares, the price or backlash won't be much. However, Wang Wei would not do this since he had a better option. Let his enemy pay. He is a master of karma, and that's one of the things he's good at. Wang Wei waved his hands to build a rune in the air. He focused intently on creating a new technique that combined time Dao, Karma Dao, and the way of sacrifice. He took his time to modify each rune, and after an unknown amount of time, the runes combined together into a magic circle that released intense green light. The magic circle then turned into a projection of the river of time. The power of time washed over Wang Wei's body, and his complexion returned to normal. In a matter of seconds, this terrifying injury was healed. However, were things so simple? Of course not. The river of time's projection suddenly collapsed before transfiguring into a clock that rushed into Wang Wei's body. He removed the upper part of his robe to check his chest. As expected, he had a new tattoo of a clock that was slowly counting down. At the end of this clock was a picture of skull. 33,333 years. It's lower than I expected, Wang Wei uttered. That's how long he has to repay his debt for suddenly healing, or he experiences true death. Moreover, the repayment cannot be random. It must be something valuable. It doesn't matter. It's more than enough time, Wang Wei said as he looked in the distance. A paragon's soul should be more than enough to pay the price for his actions. He walked out of the room and checked how much time had passed. 525 years. He thought. His healing process was instant as soon as his borrowed time technique was created. However, the process of the creation took over 2,500 years inside the time formation. He immediately summoned the team. Monk was the first to arrive, and his complexion was as rosy as a rose. His aura was peaceful, and, as Wang Wei expected, his strength reached the peak of 90. It seems your injuries were not as severe as I thought, Wang Wei said. I was lucky, Monk nodded. His injuries almost reached the level of existence. He did not know whether it was because he had just entered the battle taboo realm, so heaven and earth protected him, or was it just the manifestation of his luck? Regardless, he was lucky. I envy you, Wang Wei sighed. Monk looked at him in puzzlement. If his injuries were so severe, why did he look perfectly all right? He shook his head. He did not think too long about it, since he couldn't figure it out. Soon, everybody arrived. Tell me what happened? The situation is as you predicted, Wang Qi said, making Wang Wei's heart skip a beat. It can even be said to be worse. The mortals? Yes. Wang Qi nodded before explaining everything. The cultivators panicked after realizing their lifespan cannot increase without increasing their realm. At first, everybody started to compete for longevity and immortal pills. The prices of these pills soon reached an astronomical number in just the first 2 decades. Wang Qi was not exaggerating. He once participated in an auction in which an emperor bought a pill that increased lifespan by 10,000 years for 5 emperor artifacts. That's how outrageous the prices became. Then, rumors started circulating at an alarming rate that people could increase their lifespan by absorbing mortals' flesh, blood, and souls. No one took this news seriously, especially since we, along with the hidden lineages, intervened and spread false information to blur out this news. However, everything changed when the devil cultivators started killing mortals in large quantities. After that, it was impossible to hide the truth. Wang Wei grunted. What about the Sex Alliance? Our sect, along with many hidden lineages, including Buddhism and the Barbarian clan, announced the creation of the Mortal Protection Force. They publicly denounced any such act and even killed anyone discovered participating in such behavior. From your tone, I'm guessing something went wrong? Wang Wei asked. This world is too large, Wang Qi commented. At first, they were indeed a deterrent. However, things took an unexpected turn. Someone created this hiding technique that can even escape from a peak of Empyrean's divine sense. Additionally, we've discovered that methods like divination, yin-yang calculation, and karma detection no longer work for those people who participate in those massacres. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. Supreme Unity was not even trying to hide its purpose anymore. What's the overall situation? There are only a few territories where mortals are protected. Moreover, not all of the top hidden lineages have joined. Some people are indifferent and just watching, and some people are using this opportunity to cause more chaos. What about the parasites? How do they treat the mortals in their territories? Besides the Earth Emperor, who prevents anyone from touching his citizens, the others don't care. Some even partake in it. What about the mortal civilization? 500 years was more than enough time to show some progress. However, Wang Qi shook his head. We've spread it in our territories, but these parasites and other cultivators have intervened to block our actions once we try to globalize the process. The Enlightening Temple? Even worse, Wang Qi said. Only a sage can build the temple, and the reach is limited to a certain area. He's really cut off all our paths, hasn't he? Wang Wei sneered. I asked you to build the dream world. I guess that didn't work as well. As soon as it appeared, it was blasted by lightning bolts. Wang Wei sighed. He looked at his group. All of you have known this situation for a while. Any suggestions? Chapter 1345, Terrible Solutions. The situation is way worse than stated, Monk commented. The merit system has been locked despite Buddhism's efforts. Wang Wei raised his eyes and looked at the sky. He could detect the slight fluctuations that indicate a struggle. Heavenly Tao wants to reward them for spreading the mortal civilization, but something is stopping it. Well, fighting is better than no response at all, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Tao was silent when the lock first appeared, which scared him and indicated it had lost most of its authority. However, it is now constantly fighting, which is a sign of strength. What happened to my cultivation technique? Wang Wei asked. He previously spread the health preservation technique, baffling him as to why the situation turned so sour in such a short period. It has been corrupted, Dulgun said. She was in charge of this matter, so she knew the most. What do you mean? Well, it started with the spreading process. As you can imagine, these parasites intervened to block it, Dulgun explained. We sent one of the Paragon puppets to try to scare them, but they replied with their own puppets. Of course, all of these were not the main reason your attempt became ineffective. What did that bastard do again? Wang Wei asked, not hiding his sneer. The rules of heaven and earth were changed, Dulgun explained. All longevity techniques have become more difficult to cultivate. People can only break through when they are in the twilight of their years, and each breakthrough can increase their lifespan by 10,000 years. Wang Wei's face was ugly to look at. Now, if an ordinary person used his technique, they would have to wait until they are 9,000 years old before they can make a breakthrough and extend their lifespan. Since this technique allows people to live 1 yuan epoch, 1.269 trillion years, the technique was essentially divided into billions of layers. No wonder no one wants to cultivate it. Wang Wei clenched his fists. He was feeling frustrated. The current situation feels like he's playing chess with someone, but while he has to play by the rules, the opponent not only does not, but he can also invent the rules to turn things in his favor. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Being overly emotional will not help in the current situation. On the contrary, it will probably increase his chances of making a great mistake. You guys still haven't told me what your idea is to solve the situation is, Wang Wei said. After knowing the overall situation, he has some plans in mind. However, he wanted to see if they had something better or at the very least could inspire him. In the current situation, we may have to consider killing all the world's cultivators and saving the mortals, Monk said. Wang Wei did not comment and just listened. That is too extreme, Jia Ping disagreed. Is it? Monk asked. Most of the cultivators participating in the slaughter are loose cultivators or weak lineages who do not have access to longevity pills. I think it's a good exchange to eliminate these wastes to save the mortals. The barbarian king's words might sound harsh, but everybody understood his logic. The mortals are the future of the cultivation world. They're the primary sources of talent, so protecting them is protecting the future of the cultivation world. Our opponent's wish is for us to weaken the world. So why would we help him? Jia Ping argued. That is true, but we are living in extreme times. So sacrifices are necessary, Monk continued. My thought is we ignore everything else to focus on dealing with the parasites. We must seal or kill them as quickly as possible. Then, without their interference, we'll have plenty of time to control the cultivators and eliminate all of them. Your plan is too far-fetched. We're dealing with paragons. Even if they are at the bottom of the barrel regarding talents, they are still paragons, Jia Ping argued. The next Yuan epoch will be crucial. Do you expect us to deal with all of them in such a short window? It's indeed tricky. But with the right kind of brilliant plan, I think we can get all of them in the same place and into a trap. Wang Wei did not comment, but he wanted to roll his eyes. He could tell that Monk had become a little prideful after entering the battle taboo realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't suggest something so extreme or stupid. No matter how bad these parasites are, how can they be dealt with easily or quickly? How can it be easy to get all of them in the same place? Wang Wei had once thought of this. One of the plans he considered in dealing with them was to lure them into a trap dimension, and the bait would be knowledge and information about half-step transcendence. However, he soon realized that besides the Earth Emperor and the one from the Taoist sect, none of these people were ambitious enough to take the bait. They only care about maintaining the status quo with them at the top. What is sad is that they don't want to do so by ensuring that they are as powerful as possible, but by keeping everybody else weak. What is your solution? Wang Wei finally asked. Sealing, Jia Ping responded. We open more sealing resources to them and even develop cheaper and more accessible sealing methods. Most of these cultivators are acting out of desperation. If we can give them an opportunity to sleep and wait until this era ends, they'll gladly accept it. That's a good idea, Monk commented. But there is still one problem, these parasites. They will not allow us to spread these means worldwide. As long as they keep interfering, all our actions are in vain. Jia Ping did not rebut, since he knew the latter was correct. However, he still believed this less radical approach was the best. What about you? Wang Wei asked. Do you have a different opinion? Ido Durgun nodded. I think our focus should be outlasting these cultivators. We only need to protect as many mortals as possible, and in Yuan epoch, most of them will die. Wang Wei did not say anything and looked at everybody else. However, no one had other solutions, so he was left with thoughts. These people's solutions are good, but they are only superficial. Wang Wei wanted to save the mortals and cultivators and completely ruin Supreme Unity's plan, meaning none of their approaches were feasible. He closed his eyes to activate his soul network ability. He saw all the members of the fate-changing hall, but that was the extent of his network. He could no longer access other souls. That bastard truly blocked all my paths. Wang Wei opened his eyes while frowning. Right now, my main move should be to give the mortals the power to protect themselves, and that means spreading the mortal civilizations. However, the issue is how to spread it throughout this vast land as soon as possible. Once the mortals can protect themselves, the cultivators will be restrained. In the worst-case scenario, a civil war will happen, which may not be a bad thing since war is one way to facilitate the development of civilizations. With the improvement of the mortal civilization through war, the reward Wang Wei will receive after this event will be even higher. Of course, that is, if the mortals can last long enough. Under normal circumstances, that would be impossible. But now, with the support of other cultivators, they have a chance. All right, I know what to do, Wang Wei said. He looked at Monk, prepare for an all-out battle. I understand, Monk nodded in excitement. Wang Wei dismissed everybody except for Red Mask. What's Pure Flame situation? We haven't been able to infiltrate his cultivation dojo, but from information we've gathered and analyzed about him, the conclusion is that he kept that black power and is studying it. Oh, the analysis is that he plans to take advantage of the current situation to spread this thing and purify it to gain merit, Red Mask continued. His talent can only take him as far as the Empyrean realm, and merit is his only way forward. A killing intent flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. How sure are you? Wang Wei squinted. If what you say is true, he probably won't act anytime soon since the merit system is still in limbo. He might be waiting for me, or someone else, to fix it to a certain level before he starts to act. Red Mask nodded. That's the same conclusion the Fate Guard made. Sir, do you want me to eliminate him? Although they have only suspected Sage Pure Flame and did not have concrete evidence, they were not officials. Suspicions were enough to eliminate someone as long as they were a threat. You're really bold, Wang Wei said, looking at him. This woman dares talk about killing a sage. There's a saying in the world, only a sage can kill a sage. The backlash is not something that anyone can bear. And even sages cannot kill each other without proper reasons. As long as you ordered it, Red Mask said calmly. No need. He's still extremely valuable, Wang Wei said. Chapter 1346 The Solution. After dismissing everybody, Wang Wei did not immediately leave. He had many things to do, but he needed to do things step by step, so he stayed for a few hours to review the detailed information gathered by the guard during his absence. He knew about the world's current situation through the team's meeting, but that was not enough. He needed to understand the nitty-gritty. Wang Wei put away the information talisman and frowned. As long as Supreme Unity has any form of autonomy, I can't even deal with these parasites. He had many plans to deal with these people, but as long as that bastard was present, the chances of success were minor. My ultimate goal is to remove his ability to make any moves on the board, Wang Wei thought. He refined the plan he came up with before contacting a few people. Wang Wei headed to another isolated dimension, and a few minutes later, the other sages arrived, except for Pure Flame. Wang Wei immediately noticed Feng Heng's arrival. Firstly, he expected the other Buddhist sages to be with him, but he was alone. Second, his aura was slightly different from before. Second-level golden body? Wang Wei asked. Donor has sharp senses as always, Feng Heng replied. But how is that possible? The reward from the lower dimensions should still take some time. Unless... Everyone looked at Feng Heng. This world still has hope, Feng Heng explained, his face and demeanor calm and peaceful. Heavenly Tao has rewarded this poor monk for benefiting mortals' way of life. Really? Good, 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 Wang Wei said, not hiding his excitement. Although Feng Heng was the only one among them who received merit for the mortal civilization, he and the others did not care. Instead, they value that the system is still working, which indicates that Heavenly Tao is still fighting and that their battle is not utterly hopeless. This is indeed excellent news, Sage Lin Qi said. If you think about it carefully, he might be the only choice to receive the merit, Emperor Kong suddenly said. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Kong was correct. Feng Heng became a medium for Mithriya to channel her power in the world, so Heavenly Tao took this opportunity to find allies. Feng Heng, by any chance, can you contact the Mother Buddha? Wang Wei asked. Donor, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Wang Wei sighed. It's fine. He did not have much expectations. All right, let's get to business. I call you here to ask for help. Normally, I don't ask without reciprocation, but you guys understand the current situation. Since the lock, many things that were once extremely valuable are no longer sought after. Even merit can no longer be acquired. People could no longer cultivate, meaning these resources were less tempting to anyone. As for hoarding these resources for the future, no one knows whether the world has a future. Even if it does, no one can predict how terrible it will be. "There's no need to mention such a thing during dire times," Sage Lin Qi said. He did not want anything except to expand his work, and the best way to proceed with it was for the world to return to normal and to have someone of sufficient power and background helping. Wang Wei was from the Tao opening sect, and if the latter was willing to give him some help, he could do so much more. If Sage Lin Qi could think in a more utilitarian manner, having Wang Wei's goodwill and even owning him a favor was way more valuable than any reward. Feng Heng and Emperor Kong nodded. However, their mindsets were completely different. The former honestly did not care about rewards. After accomplishing his grand merit in the lower dimension, Feng Heng's state of mind sublimated. He no longer cared about the quarrels and disputes of the cultivation world. His only desire is to understand the Dharma and seek enlightenment. Everything he does is follow his heart and achieve that goal. Meanwhile, Emperor Kong was the one who wanted a reward the most. After all, Feng Heng was from Buddhism, meaning he was rich, and Sage Lin Qi was a man of pure heart, making his thinking less utilitarian. However, he had an academy to look after and people to feed. Of course, he was wise and understood the need to build good relations and connections. However, if it were up to him, he would love to have a reward and make connections. "I'll keep today's events in my heart," Wang Wei said. He waved his hand to hand them a talisman. "Consider this as a gift." Everyone checked the content and was surprised by this heaven deception array. This was indeed a gift, especially in these times of perils. "I understand his charm," Emperor Kong thought. He understood what made Wang Wei so attractive. The latter is indeed cunning and will play with you as a toy if it's in his interest. But if you are his allies and are willing to work for him, he will not shy away from giving you benefits. Emperor Kong thought of all the things he could do with this array. There were many, but the most important one was to hide. Since his betrayal, the parasites have been searching for him relentlessly. Countless branches have been attacked and destroyed. Now, he finally had a way to hide without worry perfectly. No, this is an opportunity, Emperor Kong thought. Once he can hide and project himself, he can send his people to recruit talented mortals worldwide. Although these people could not cultivate, he could seal them and wait for a later date. The current situation was perfect to recruit talents. Sage Lin Qi calmly accepted this gift. With this array, he can protect many more mortals, and his people can better act behind the scenes. The greatest trouble his association often faced was how the rulers of certain territories refused to help or even hinder his work. This array can help him deal with this problem. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. He knew this formation from the lower dimension and even paid the heavenly court to install one for him in the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, he had to sign a contract and agreed never to study it. Such formation should be valuable to the Mother Buddha, he thought. According to his analysis, Buddhism or Taoism did not have such a formation, and there can only be one explanation. The two sons balanced each other to prevent the others from getting it. But now, he had an opportunity to share it with his side. Let's try after returning. Feng Heng learned the formation and put away. He glanced at Wang Wei and suddenly had a realization. The latter probably did this purposely to acquire Buddhism's support in his battle to remove the lock. Read it? Good. I need you to summon your sage authority once again to engrave this array into me. This was Wang Wei's objective, to hide himself better. After his retreat, he realized he might have to re-enter the paranoid state he was in during his outlaw trial. Supreme unity was too powerful, and Wang Wei worried that his every move was under the latter's watch. So, he needed a way to move without being detected. No problem, Emperor Kong responded. The process was smooth and easy. Although Wang Wei said he wanted them to engrave it on his body, this was not exactly correct since the thing was already engraved. He has been using it since he ascended to prevent people from finding him. The sage's role was only to use their authority to bless the already existing formation and raise it to another level. Everybody proceeded relatively smoothly, with the only problem being the resistance of mobilizing the sage's authority. Luckily, Heavenly Tao seems to have regained some strength, so the resistance was not as strong as before. It should have no problem, right? Wang Wei thought. His future wife raised the array to the peak of the Paragon tier. With this boost and heavenly Taoist protection, hiding from supreme unity should not be an issue, especially if he still has to focus on his battle with Mithriya. Wang Wei sighed, not satisfied with the uncertainty. He no longer hesitated and secretly returned to the Origin Seal continent to see his ancestor. "You're back," Yin Hai said. "Did something happen?" Wang Wei did not immediately answer. Instead, he spread his heaven deception array throughout the room before putting thousands of sealing arrays. "Is this necessary?" Yin Hai asked. Maybe not, but we can never be too careful." She shook her head and did not say anything else. She knew smart people were too easily become paranoid. He has seen Brother Qiyuan in this state countless times, many of which have saved their lives. "Why are you here?" she asked. "Ancestor, do you need to know where the seal for the void illusion world is?" Why do you need to know this?" "Because it may be the solution to my current problem." Chapter 1347, All the Preparations, unedited chapter. You want to spread the mortal civilization through the void illusion realm? Yin Hai asked. Wang Wei was shocked after hearing her words, looking it up and down. Yin Hai's lips twitched before she summoned a bamboo and waved it at him. Wang Wei tried to dodge, but to his surprise, the bamboo hit him on his head, and the thing hurt like hell. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Yin Hai asked. Many people thought she was all muscle and no brain, so she had seen these kinds of looks before. "Ancestor, I apologize," Wang Wei quickly said. He could not help it. Yin Hai seems to have a temperament that makes people underestimate her intelligence. "Zan Hai Snot Gun Li, what's that bamboo?" Wang Wei asked. He had a feeling that no matter what he did, he would not be able to dodge it. "Ancestral discipline stick," Yin Hai said with a sneer. "I made especially for disobedient descendants like you. As long as you have the blood of the Yin, Li, and Yin clan flowing through your blood, you can't escape its punishment." Wang Wei was shocked by these words, but shook his head. This was Yin Hai's temperament, so he should not be surprised she made such a thing. Most of the cruel ways the Tao opening sect raised disciples and geniuses are rules she created and left. "You don't seem convinced." "No, I didn't say anything," Wang Wei swiftly said. "It's written in your face that you can find a way to avoid. Unfortunately for you, until you become a primal paragon and gain the title of ancestor, you can never escape." "Never?" Wang Wei asked, focusing on the absoluteness of her words. "Never," Yin Hai reiterated. "Then, isn't this thing dangerous?" "Don't worry. It can discipline but never kill," Yin Hai explained. "In the past, some stupid people paid a heavy price to get their hands on it, thinking they could use it to control or eliminate our family. Unfortunately for them, this thing can only be used by the four of us, and it cannot kill any of our bloodlines." "I see," Wang Wei said, feeling relief. Although he will have to be careful with his words around the ancestors for now, at least he does not have to worry about a weapon that is the weakness of his bloodline. "Let's get back to the topic," Wang Wei said. "I know where the seal is, but it won't matter even if you get your hands on it." Wang Wei knew what she meant. According to records, the void illusion realm did not allow mortals to enter. Is there a way? Wang Wei did not read too much about this subject in the library, since this was not his main focus. As such, he had to ask. Yin Hai frowned and pondered. Wang Wei waited, but after a few minutes with no answer, he realized he may have to search the library. "I remember now," Yin Hai suddenly said. "Long ago, even before the endless tribulation era, the ancestor of the Ma family created the void illusion realm. You may be able to gain some control or authority over it and change the rules to allow mortals to enter." "The Ma family?" Wang Wei said with a frown. "Why have I never heard of them?" He reviewed his memories of all the Paragon lineages he knew, but had never heard of such a family. "You probably think their family is some kind of top lineage, but you're wrong," Yin Hai said. "The Ma clan has already ruined the luck their ancestors provided them, and heavenly Tao no longer protects them. It's a miracle they still exist today." Wang Wei nodded. "Can the Ma clan's bloodline grant me the authority over the void illusion realm?" "Of course not," Yin Hai replied. "If that were possible, their clan would have been extinct by now." "True," Wang Wei said as he realized what a stupid thing he said. If these people had that power, the top lineages would have captured and raised them like pigs to gain control over the void illusion realm. Wang Wei motioned for his ancestor to keep talking. Their clan should have a luck condensing artifact. Under normal circumstances, this should not be enough to influence that realm, but we're living in unprecedented times. I'm sure you can make use of it. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Where are they? That, I don't know, Yin Hai answered. They have been hiding since this era started. Then, how am I supposed to find them? That's your business, Yin Hai replied nonchalantly, making Wang Wei groan. Divination was unreliable, and it might not have been possible to rely on directly gathering information. Even if it were, it may not work, not to mention how long that may take. Do you have a token or something that is connected to the void illusion realm? Or maybe a password? Wang Wei asked. These items were enough for a karma master, such as himself, to find something. The password is Lord of Infinite Illusion, Yin Hai said. In the past, you only need to close your eyes and repeat these words to enter. Wang Wei sighed. He guessed these would have to do. He thought a moment to ponder deeply, refining his plans once again. Ancestor, do you have to use one strike at your peak? He asked. Why are you asking? I need a way to break the seal instantly. I see. Yin Hai nodded before opening her treasury dimensions. I remember I still had one left. Oh, here it is. She summoned a talisman and handed it to him. This talisman contained my highest sword attack. It should work. Ancestor, why do you have such a thing? What is it to you? I'm just curious, Wang Wei replied. He only condenses these things as gifts or defensive measures to give to others. Most people are like this. My sword Dao has high attack potency, but it also requires accumulation and build-up. So, I often store my highest potency attack in talismans to use in battle, usually for emergencies, Yin Hai explained before sighing. These things save my life. Otherwise, I would also be in limbo. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Well, thank you, ancestor. He bowed politely to show his respect. No problem, and don't forget to show more respect to your elders, Yin Hai said, waving her bamboo stick. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He could already predict how many of the lower dimensions emperors had suffered under that stick, and he did not want to be one of them. I will, Wang Wei nodded stiffly. One more thing. I need your help with something else. Wang Wei explained his plan, making Yin Hai sigh. I just got back in shape and now you. Sigh. I'm old. Can you give these rusty bones a break? What is this? Being too invested in a role? Wang Wei controlled himself not to roll his eyes. He did not expect his ancestors to have such a quirk. Well, what do you have to say? Wang Wei noticed how weird her eyes were, and he realized if he said something wrong, she might use this as an excuse to hit him again with that stick. Ancestors, you know us younglings have to rely on your help and wisdom, Wang Wei quickly said. Yin Hai looked at him and smiled. This ancestor liked descendants with sweet mouths. She then waved his hand to leave. Wang Wei walked out of the room with a gentle smile on his face. He has never been so relaxed ever since that damn lock appeared. He teleported away, but his destination was not the Seal or the Ma clan. He returned home to check on Monk's preparations before visiting the Lawless Zone. He chatted with Old Man Dai, but they soon had an argument and fought. Of course, now that Wang Wei had more experience in the ways of paragons, the old man was not his match, so he left that place having fulfilled his goal. His next goal was to meet Sun Junyao. It took a month before he could contact the latter and meet at a rendezvous point. They talked for a few hours before Wang Wei left to revisit Emperor Kong. They had one more chat before starting his work. Beyond his sight, Wang Wei saw a mysterious gray fog. He looked at it, not hiding the complex emotions brewing in his mind. He shook his head to concentrate before condensing a Carmelis clone and sending it to the fog. However, the clone did not reach its destination before an unknown power annihilated it. As expected, Wang Wei sighed. Supreme Unity blocked the path to the dark truth. He left a barrier at the entrance, preventing people from entering or leaving. Wang Wei was not surprised by this move. Wu Hong was one of his greatest reliants in the cultivation world. Heavenly Dao sealed her during his outlaw trial, and Supreme Unity made the same move. He teleported away to the Ma Clan chapter 1348. The first flaw, Wang Wei teleported to a unique area called the non-causality heaven. As the name implies, it is a place where karma and causality are in chaos. It's one of the best hiding areas in the world, along with the lawless zone. Wang Wei looked at this place that appeared only red in his vision. This place is worthy of being called the heaven and hell of karma masters, Wang Wei thought. In his eyes, this place was composed entirely of karma threads, making it the best place to cultivate karma Dao. However, it's also the worst place to try to use karma Dao if you're not skilled. Wang Wei searched the area with his terrifying soul, trying to find the best place for his following action. He soon discovered a towering mountain the size of a planet and teleported to the top. He frowned because someone was already there, but could not find it. Another karma master? And that aura. He's a Dao Lord, Wang Wei, immediately raising his guard. However, the other person behaved strangely. He looked at Wang Wei briefly before continuing to do his thing. The man was not on guard, and the surroundings had no array of techniques. On top of everything else, this person's body and movement were full of flaws, as if he was a person who had never trained in combat in his entire life. The person was so vulnerable that it made Wang Wei suspicious, so he raised his alert level again. He observed the person closely before shaking his head. He also felt stupid for being so alarmed. Wang Wei sighed and muttered, "Sometimes it's a sin to be too smart." The person was not a threat because he was basically no longer alive. This Dao Lord was too smart and tried to absorb this area to raise his cultivation. Wang Wei could guess what the latter was thinking. By using this space to enter the Paragon realm, he can use the non-causality effect to hide himself from the parasites and even the two suns, thus achieving the great feat of becoming a paragon in this era. Unfortunately for him, he overestimated himself. Instead of swallowing the non-causality heaven, he was absorbed and became a unique existence called a karma puppet. This guy is the perfect material to further elevate my karma unbound physique, Wang Wei thought with shining eyes. But he raised his hand to create a red thread targeting the young man. As expected, countless threads came to offset his attempt. He's now a part of the environment. So, taking him would mean taking a piece of the non-causality heaven, Wang Wei analyzed. This will take a while. He did not hesitate and started laying out formation around this man. He also used this time to understand this place better. It should help find a Ma clan. The entire process took a month, and he immediately activated the array. The backlash was immediate. Countless threads rushed towards Wang Wei, making his face severe. He could tell he would suffer if even one of these things hit him. Since proving the Tao, he had almost escaped the restraints of karma and could do whatever he wished. However, these threads could bypass his karma unbound physique and force countless negative karma on him. Wang Wei activated all the preventive measures he set up, but they were not as helpful as he wanted them to be. These threads embodied the saying that no one can escape karma. Wang Wei's measures can, at best, delay these threads' approach, not block them. At this rate, these defensive shields won't buy me enough time to stripe this karma puppet from this area, Wang Wei thought. He did not want to give up such an opportunity, so he had to try something else. He summoned his river of karma. During his 9-extremity foundation cultivation, one of his incarnations once created a prototype of a river of karma, which served as the foundation for Wang Wei's karma unbound physique. He planned to use the boost from this manifestation to delay these threads, and his plan worked, but it worked too well. As soon as the river appeared, these threads stopped and rushed toward it, as if it were a goddess who accidentally ripped her clothes. What's going on? Wang Wei thought as he moved the river to prevent these threads from touching it. He knew little about these things, so how stupid would he be to let them touch something that is the foundation of his body? He observed closely. The threads were too excited to rush toward the river, which provided Wang Wei plenty of time to seal the puppet finally. However, Wang Wei had a sense of foreboding. Bang! The mountain trembled, and Wang Wei's face turned ugly. He saw an enormous red light rushing toward him, and his eyes could see that that light was composed of red karma threads. Damn it, why is this river so appetizing to these things? Wang Wei thought. However, he did have time to think about this. Such a significant reaction was dangerous with supreme unity above his head. After all, even if the array is functional, it's impossible not to notice the anomaly in such a unique area. Wang Wei knew he could not stay here, but he was also unwilling to let go of such an opportunity. Damn it, since when has life been this difficult? Wang Wei cursed. He was a child of luck, favored by fate. His life had many challenges, but things usually worked out well for him. However, in recent times, nothing he does has proceeded smoothly. He did not hesitate to cast his borrowed time to forcefully accelerate the array. In just a few seconds, the seal was completed, and he put the puppet away and teleported out of this space. Unfortunately, these threads blocked the surrounding space. How annoying. Wang Wei cursed before casting a space-tearing technique. However, it was not the regular kind, but a spell that combined space and karma Dao. With this approach, he tore through these karma thread restrictions and forced his way out of this place. Wang Wei teleported away and returned to the lawless zone. He knew countless eyes would now be on that territory, so he did not even stay close. He summoned a crystal ball with the puppet peacefully sleeping inside. He nodded with a smile before creating a subdimension and sealing that crystal inside the lawless zone. Wang Wei was in paranoid mode. So how can he absorb something he found by accident? In this current situation, the baseline mindset he acted on was that supreme unity was watching everything and could control everything, including his luck. So, he wouldn't even keep in a space ring until he could verify that this puppet had nothing wrong with it. Now, I must start over, Wang Wei complained. His destination was the Red Coffin Ground. According to what he knows, long ago, a peak paragon of karma Dao suffered a serious injury and escaped with its soul. Their body turned into this territory that contained a large quantity of karma-related resources. Such an area is less efficient than the previous non-causality heaven, but it should be enough. However, as soon as Wang Wei arrived, he stopped himself. Why am I making such a stupid decision? Wang Wei thought. If Supreme Unity knew I went to an area related to karma, and something unexpected occurred, isn't it easy for him to deduce that I would change to another place? Aren't I just sending myself to the lion's mouth? Non-existent beads of sweat fell from his back, and he teleported away. He decided to rely on himself. So he found an isolated area to build a dimension. He summoned a karma treasure his wife lent him. Yes, lent, not given. I still remember some of the structure of the non-causality heaven. Maybe I can replicate it, Wang Wei thought. He did not hesitate and immediately started. He used the Karma Paragon artifact as a core and built it one step at a time. Wang Wei discovered this practice was slowly increasing his understanding of Karma Dao, so he lost himself in it. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei sensed a feeling of dread and immediately stopped. What happened? He sensed the feeling and started cursing. His understanding of karma through this manner was enough for his cultivation to increase by 1. But such fluctuation was enough to touch the rules of the heaven lock. In other words, thunder would have struck him if he did not stop in time. However, Wang Wei did not care about this and started laughing. He was genuinely happy because he had made 2 significant discoveries. First, he understood why these threads were so energetic about his river of karma. The answer was simple. The non-causality heaven was the failed experiment of someone else who also wanted to build their own river of karma. The karma threads of that place contained the other person's obsession, and when they saw Wang Wei, they felt this was an opportunity to fulfill their goal. Obsession is truly a wonderful power, Wang Wei thought. However, he shook his head as he focused on his second discovery. He discovered a flaw in the Heaven Lock's restrictions. I can cultivate by observing and gathering knowledge, Wang Wei analyzed. However, before the knowledge feeds back to my understanding of the Grand Tao source, I must seal them so as not to trigger that hidden mechanism. This method is not perfect and has 2 major flaws. The first one is that it requires extreme talent. Only someone like Wang Wei, With enough knowledge and the proper sealing method is needed. Additionally, this method requires unique places that can facilitate learning, such as the non-causality heaven. Wang Wei can use that place, and he has a better place in the form of the origin seal continent. The second biggest shortcoming is it cannot currently increase Wang Wei's cultivation. He must wait until the lock is dealt with and unseal his memories. The good news is if the buildup is enough, the feedback from the memories could increase his cultivation by a few percent instantly. Wang Wei exhaled. I finally see some hope in destroying this cage. Nothing is perfect. Now that he has discovered one flaw of this lock, he can find others. Chapter 1349, Communicating Across Eras. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Although his future was brighter than before, his current situation was still in a state of darkness before the light. He observed all the red threads around him and waved his hand. Under his control, the threads mold into this bright gem. Wang Wei controlled his proving Tao artifact to turn into a headband and place the gem at the center. Wang Wei desperately wanted to absorb this gem and further evolve his river of karma, but he was still in paranoid mode, meaning he could never be too careful. Even the method of using knowledge to cultivate secretly will require his caution. He already planned to seal these memories separately and not keep them in his sea of consciousness. He summoned the Karma River prototype before closing his eyes. Infinite Lord of Illusion. He repeated in his mind until he sensed his spirit rushing out of his body to an unknown location. He found himself approaching this enormous brown door, but unfortunately, something blocked him right as he was about to enter. This must be the seal, Wang Wei thought with a frown. This will make things more challenging. Luckily, he was prepared. He activated the Karma Gem to boost his ability. With a thought, Wang Wei's spirit started to manifest all the karma threads connected to that door. The process was more than challenging due to the interference of the seal and the sheer number. Wang Wei spent 5 years manifesting all these threads, and once he finished, he did not dare to count them. The void illusion realm existed before the endless tribulation era, so how many cultivators have used its service? All these people represent a karma thread. If Wang Wei dare count the number, his soul might be severely injured in the process. As impressive as that number is, it also served as a problem. How to forage through all these threads and find the information he wanted. If he had some of the Ma clan's bloodline, he could use it as a guide, but he would not need to use karma if he had their blood. A simple blood tracing spell would have done the job. Even if I use yin-yang calculation to comb through this mess, it would take me a few billion years to find something, if not yuan epics. So, I need another way, for example, starting from his source. Wang Wei mobilized his karma and time Tao for the next operation. He began to classify the threads by age. He divided them by era, with the current era threads above. His eyes then focused on the era before the endless tribulation. Interesting. Why are there so few? Wang Wei thought. Less than 10 million threads were in the eras before the endless tribulation era. Could it be that heavenly Tao restarted civilization from fundamental level? Besides a few people worth remembering from the previous eras, it erased everything else, including their karma? It was impossible for less than 10,000 million people to use the void illusion realm before that era, unless something Wang Wei did not know had happened. As such, his theory was the best he could think of now. Well, it doesn't matter since that is good news for me. It was easy for him to organize these threads until he found the first one, probably the Ma clan's ancestor or the person who built the void illusion realm. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered and began to manipulate that thread to find the Ma clan's descendants. However, an unexpected accident occurred. As soon as he touched that thread, he sensed a gaze connected to it. Wang Wei followed and saw a beautiful woman in blue clothes. Her eyes were bright beyond words and contained an unparalleled kind of spirituality. What an ethereal beauty, Wang Wei praised. The woman's body was illusionary and real, thus creating this ethereal and otherworldly charm. You must be the Ma clan ancestor. Fellow Taoist, what are you trying to use our clan's karmic line for? Asked the woman. Her voice was soft, but also ethereal. What a great understanding of the river of time. Wang Wei commented. He could tell this woman was communicating with him across space-time from the past. For all Wang Wei knows, she might be dead, but that did not stop them from communicating across eras. Fellow Taoist, please answer the question. I'm trying to gain control over the void illusion realm. Wang Wei replied truthfully. The woman squinted, and a terrifying killing intent reached Wang Wei. However, he did not react. On the contrary, a small smile was in the corner of his mouth. He followed the intent of the killer and sensed how she did it. It took him a moment, but he found the trick and copied it. He used his chrono spirit to send his will in her timeline, forming a confrontation across space-time. The woman muttered as she sensed Wang Wei's will arriving on her. What a terrifying talent, she thought. She waved her hand to disperse his will. What a terrifying power, Wang Wei thought. She might be more powerful than my wife. He frowned. Is she a pseudo-transcendent? Pseudo-transcendent is not a real thing, but something Wang Wei invented. It's a term to describe peak or primal paragons who have already embarked on their transcendent path. He's not talking about people who just have an idea, but those who have already created and executed their method. The woman did not mind Wang Wei's daring act. Her eyes drifted as if she was searching for something. She sighed, and Wang Wei could feel her emotions, and he also suddenly felt sad. She can even influence my emotions from her era? Damn it! How powerful is this woman? He remained calm, but his mind was working overtime. I can't believe the clan has fallen to this step, the woman uttered before focusing on Wang Wei. Fellow Taoist, can I make a deal with you? How about we start with an introduction first? The name is Ma Liqiu, but people call me the True Illusion Paragon. My name is Di Tian, and my title is Nine Samsara, Wang Wei replied. You spoke of a deal? That's right, Ma Liqiu said while giving him a strange look. However, she did not say anything about his name. I want you to protect the Ma clan and cultivate at least one paragon. In return, it'll grant you the highest control over the void illusion realm. Are you sure those are your terms? You want to ask me to return it to your clan? Fellow Taoist, you can see such power is a burden, even a threat, to them instead of wealth and glory. Then, how do you know I'm not the same? Intuition. Is that so? Wang Wei replied with squinted eyes. This deal is tempting, but I can't agree. Ma Liqiu frowned. If fellow Taoist Wang wants something, we can discuss it. This is not about bargaining the price. The current eternal ascension world is facing a catastrophe. I can barely protect myself, let alone others. Oh, can I hear more about it? She can only roughly check the Ma clan situation through their key luck dragon, but nothing more. Wang Wei did not hesitate and gave her a breath summary of the world's current state. So, there is indeed a path ahead, Ma Liqiu muttered, her eyes shining brighter than before. She exhaled softly to calm down. The deal can continue. You only need to do things to the best of your ability. Wang Wei frowned before pretending to hesitate. I'll add something else, Ma Liqiu said with a hidden sigh. My purpose in creating that realm was to facilitate communication with like-minded individuals and use them to gather soul power secretly. My era is a long time from yours, and I imagine that there should be an abundance still preserved. An abundance? Those words are the understatement of the year, Wang Wei thought. Such soul power reserves are enough to cultivate his soul to the highest level. Use it as a means to boost his understanding to reach 100 Grandao source, and probably have enough to allow more than 10,000 paragons to cultivate their soul to the highest level. To say Wang Wei was excited for such resources is an understatement. However, he did not let greed overwhelm his judgment. Instead, he thought about it calmly and rationally. I agree, but under 3 conditions. That's fine, but please don't go too far. Don't worry, I'm not asking for too much, Wang Wei said, and she nodded her head for him to continue. Firstly, I want you to include secretly gathering soul energy from mortals. It doesn't have to be much, but a small amount from them, preferably when they sleep. You can even use dreams as a medium. This is a great way to increase the reserves, Ma Liqiu commented. She understood Wang Wei's need to increase his profit. Moreover, this idea can also provide her with some benefits. This is not a problem. For my second request, Chapter 1350, First Large-Scale Confrontation. I want to know whether you can hide the soul pool from these people. Wang Wei said, while pointing above his head. That is not an issue, especially after telling me of their existence. Ma Liquiu replied casually. Oh, so confident? However, her response was only a smile. I want to remind you that I'm doing this purely out of interest, and I won't move a muscle without seeing any benefit, Wang Wei said. So direct, huh? Ma Liquiu uttered. I understand, and you don't have to worry. If you say so, Wang Wei nodded. My last condition is a question. I want an honest answer. I'm all ears. Are you alive? Wang Wei asked. His question immediately stumped her. It was apparent since Wang Wei could see the emotions from her facial expression. That's an interesting question, Ma Liquiu uttered. To answer you in the most simple way, I am not, but things are more complicated than that. More complicated than entering limbo? Yes, more complicated than that. I see. Wang Wei nodded. I accept the deal. Do you have any requirements for the Paragon? Nothing. I just don't want the clan to become extinct. As long as they preserve our lineages, that will be enough for me. I understand, Wang Wei said. How we proceed? You only need to find our clan's luck-condensing artifact and enter the void illusion realm. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing this. Anything else? That's it, Ma Liquid nodded. It was a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. She smiled, fully displaying her otherworldly charm. Wang Wei calmly watched as the figure disappeared. No contract. She must have her own guarantee, Wang Wei muttered, feeling another headache coming. However, I should expect this from a false transcendent. Pseudo-transcendent is not the only other classification that Wang Wei created. There's still false transcendent above them. And these are people who failed in their attempt to enter the path of transcendence, but survived either by luck or their ingenuity. These people's existence should contain some qualities of half-step transcendence, making them way more powerful than primal paragons. Wang Wei and Wu Hong theorized that there were not many pseudo and false transcendents in the world. Their numbers are probably even less than actual half-step transcendent due to the result of the ultimate taboo. However, these people will be abundant once the transcendent era starts and envelopes the whole chaos universe. So what should my next move be? Should I help her or treat her as a pawn? Wang Wei thought. He had many suspicions about this woman, and their conversation slowly revealed the truth. Firstly, he asked her to add mortals to the list of people from whom to gather soul power. Such an act might make it seem he was greedy and only wanted more profit, but he was also testing the water. Ma Liquiu was communicating with him from the past, and what Wang Wei asked was basically to change history. Such an act should create enough backlash to kill a primal paragon on Wu Hong's level. Yet, she agreed casually as if this was nothing to her. So, as soon as he agreed, Wang Wei had suspicions about her strength. Then, he asked her about her status. And her answer that she was dead, but complicated revealed to him information. The primary focus on her status as a false transcendent. Finally, there's her motive. She probably wants to revive, and whoever succors from the Ma clan I chose to become the Paragon will be her vessel or the link to her success. Wang Wei analyzed. A great emperor can use their bloodline to revive themselves, let alone someone on Ma Liquius level. She might not even use bloodline, but the clan concept itself to revive herself. I can probably temper with the vessel, but is that necessary? Wang Wei analyzed. I'm positive that her way of transcendence has something to do with the void illusion realm. Her revival might mean I lose the control I've already gained, but is that enough to make enemies with someone with such potential? Wang Wei slowly and meticulously calculated the pros and cons. I could bring the Ma clan into the Tao opening sect, and once she revives, we will have another transcendent seed. However, it would be foolish to believe such a powerhouse can be controlled because of family lineage. There are so many generations between Ma Liquiu and the current Ma clan, let alone by the time she's revived. Wang Wei also has to consider timing. If Ma Liquiu is revived before the Tao opening sect, then she could use her strength to take over instead. So I must control when to cultivate that Ma clan paragon, Wang Wei analyzed. It would be best to wait until the sect has 1 or 2 transcendents. That way, we can control or lure her into our side with resources and guidance. Moreover, she might also be an excellent teacher for Dong Lifen's path of transcendence. The void illusion realm was similar to the dream world. If Ma Liquiu can succeed, Dong Lifen might derive inspiration from her method, thus cultivating another transcendent for the sect. Okay, it's decided, Wang Wei thought. Now that he knew how to treat this cooperation, he felt more relieved. The plan was perfect, even if it did not work. He could form an alliance with Ma Liquiu. It's always good to have powerful friends. Wang Wei teleported away. He had found the Ma clan. He entered a secret realm full of people. These people looked normal to the naked eye, but Wang Wei saw more than that. He saw a group of prideful people who were beaten by society. The Ma clan inherited their ancestors' pride in her accomplishments, but they did not have the ability to maintain. Despite having the spirit of epics for countless years, their clan slowly declined to the point where only 3 regular great emperors were in charge. I want to say how the mighty have fallen, but a part of me knows that this may be the fate of the Wang clan one day, Wang Wei thought, sighing deeply. He shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. He swiftly scanned everyone in the clan. As expected, all their talents are terrible, Wang Wei muttered. It was hard to imagine a clan that gave birth to someone like Ma Liquiu had fallen to this state. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's the luck backlash for her failure. Wang Wei was inclined to believe this. Someone of Ma Liquius level does not need to have direct descendants. With her achievements, the bloodline of the Ma clan would naturally improve. So even after so long, there should be some talented individuals. I still have plenty of time. I can slowly excavate the talent from their bloodline. That approach should also make it easier for her to return, Wang Wei thought. He waved his hand, and this secret realm shrunk into a ball before putting it away. Meanwhile, his left hand held a golden pyramid that seemed to look different every time he looked at it. I can't sense anything, Wang Wei thought. This thing looked like a normal artifact to his eyes, and it's the same no matter what he tries. Well, let's take it as another reminder. Never underestimate anyone with some achievements in the transcendent path. All right, let's get this show on the move. Wang Wei took a step and appeared before the gate he saw in his previous karma divination. Just as he saw, there were a few dozen robust seals, showing that whoever dealt with this place did not do it lightly. The good news is the thing I was worried about did not happen, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. He feared that Mithria, or Supreme Unity, participated in sealing the void illusion realm. His actions would have been futile if that had been the case. Luckily, this should have been Time Eater and the others' work. Now is the bad news, Wang Wei thought as he turned around. I can smell the stench of decay, cowardice, and arrogance even if you hide in the void. You are even more arrogant than the information said. A woman dressed in yin-yang robes appeared, followed by 3 others. Of course, Wang Wei recognized his greatest enemies. You are, what was it again? Something cauldron, Wang Wei asked. Forget my rudeness, but my memories are important, and I don't have room for unimportant people. 7 Cauldron chuckled, her demeanor calm and unbothered. Unfortunately, the terrifying killing intent released from her body proved otherwise. I will enjoy your death, 7 Cauldron declared. I will make a cup to drink wine out of your skull. That is a promise, and I always keep my word. What a vulgar woman, Wang Wei commented. Wait, are you even a woman? He was not saying these words for nothing. It was because he sensed some abnormality with her. Shut up. It seems I hit a sore spot. Chapter 1351. Im surrounded? 7 Cauldron looked beautiful, with luscious black hair, phoenix eyes, and a well-developed body that her Taoist robe could not hide. Anyone who sees her, including Wang Wei, must admit that she is a beautiful woman with unparalleled charm. However, Wang Wei noticed something else about her. She had an Adam's apple. Although she tried to hide it, Wang Wei could detect it. Wang Wei's focus was not on 7 Cauldron's gender, sex, or identity. Even on Earth, he was more progressive and accepted everybody. Additionally, the cultivation world was a mess. The endless lifespan has become a torment for many people. So many cultivators will dabble in these things at one point or another. In some extreme cases, some people will change their sex and even turn into animals or other races and species to bring some color to their dull and endless lives. There's even a famous story about Paragon Life Water. He once turned into a rock and was found by a young man. The young man discovered that the rock was indestructible and took it with him. The young man used the rock as a weapon for most of his life and wanted nothing more than to refine it into his proving Tao artifact. This attempt continued until the young man became the Yellow Rock Paragon, who was about to succeed when the Life Water Paragon finally reverted to its original state. According to legends, they became friends afterward. Wang Wei's primary interest was in the pure yin-yang power he sensed inside her body. That power was probably the cause of her mutation, but he wondered about its origin. Seven Cauldron's main Tao is alchemy and flame, and she only minor in yin-yang. So, where did she get that power? Is it a curse? Something else? Maybe something from her boss. But what would be the purpose of doing such a thing? Wang Wei admitted he was intrigued by the yin-yang power. He had never seen such a pure power, and he had to admit it was something beyond his current capabilities. The surrounding void trembled. Seven Cauldron's killing intent increased after seeing Wang Wei stare at her throat. A cold flame appeared in her sea of consciousness, calming her anger and hatred. Surround her now, and you may suffer less, she announced. I would rather be an eunuch and have a green hat over my head than surrender to trash like you. Wang Wei sneered. Don't you understand your situation? Earth Emperor said. Yeah, I'm surrounded, Wang Wei replied casually. He was now in a separate space, unable to leave. Additionally, he could also detect an array based on no life iron, meaning these people wanted to kill him as many times as needed to eliminate him. You're really calm for someone about to die. It's just the desperate struggle of a mad dog that wasn't raised properly, Five Feathers sneered. Wang Wei looked at her. Just a clone? It seems you're smart. You know these bastards were about to suffer, so you only sent a clone. Wang Wei nodded. It seems you learned a lot from the last lesson. Five Feathers' face turned ugly. He's just trying to divide us. Don't fall for such a cheap trip, Seven Cauldrons said. Although she was not happy with Five Feathers' decision, she would not let Wang Wei get his way. Anyway, they had the advantage. So who is first? Wang Wei said. Who among you is brave enough to be the first to attack? No one said anything for a few seconds. Well, I'm here, unharmed, surrounded, and caught off guard. However, I should still have enough fight to kill one of you. Who would it be? To say the atmosphere was tense would be an understatement. These people were not stupid and knew the consequences when a Tao overlord was desperate. They have access to the best information in the world, and they have read stories. More importantly, a few of them suffered terribly when they helped the two sons clean up the world. You guys are more disappointed each time I meet you. You have such an overwhelming advantage, but dare not make the first move. He's right, Seven Cauldrons said. Earth Emperor, we have already agreed you would take points and pay you. Now it's time to act. Five Feathers, you're only a clone, so don't hesitate to lose it. But no buts. Five Feather gritted her teeth. Her situation was terrible because of that nasty curse. She had already lost one life trying to remove it. But while it was effective, she calculated that she would have to die at least 7 times to remove the curse. She did not have that many lives. A clone would not mean much to her under normal circumstances, but in her current state, the backlash from losing it will severely aggravate her situation. Earth Emperor nodded and floated to the front. Since he received the benefit, he'll act. He also wanted the glory and destiny of killing the Chosen One. Now that Time Eater was sealed, it meant he was the strongest, and it was time for him to shine. Well, I guess it's time for this farce to end, Wang Wei said. He clapped his hands and uttered, Everybody please come out. The space around twisted, and a few people appeared. The first to appear was Wang Wei's ancestor, Yin Hai, followed by Monk, and finally, Old Man Dai, whom he blackmailed to leave the lawless zone. They were all of the Paragon tier powerhouses he could gather. The faces of these parasites twisted, and Wang Wei observed them closely. It seems this was deduced, not that he knows everything and is always watching. Wang Wei feared Supreme Unity's all-seeing presence, so he even predicted that the latter might have known where he was going. However, he did not know whether the latter was smart enough to deduce the truth or just knew because of his power. Based on these people's reactions, he knew the Heaven Deception Array was working, and Supreme Unity was cunning enough to deduce some of his actions. More importantly, he was relieved since he now had a chance at winning, and their battle was now one of wit, wisdom, and cunningness. I'm never afraid of these kinds of battles, Wang Wei thought. The gap between their cultivation was too vast. But once there was some type of level playing field, Wang Wei feared no one. Why are they here? Five Feather asked the group to communicate through a soul network. This was not part of what we agreed on. Why are you freaking out? Earth Emperor said. There's only one true paragon here, while the others are either severely injured or rely on crooked means. It'll ignore the fact you label the battle taboo realm as crooked mean, Five Feather sneered. Don't you see Yin Hai is with them? If she forcefully sublimates and returns to her peak, we will all die. She won't go that far. Are you willing to risk it? Five Feather asked. I know I'm not. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the stupid bird woman, Undead Phoenix added. Cauldron, why aren't you saying anything? They focused on her and could sense her emotions, which were like a volcano about to erupt. Fine, let's leave, Seven Cauldron said with gritted teeth. The others sighed in relief, but only briefly. They immediately received a message that made them look at each other. Then, they sighed in resignation. You heard our orders, Seven Cauldron said. We can't let him remove the seal. Doesn't that mean we don't say anything? Seven Cauldron cut her off. We are wise people, so just keep it to yourself. They once again glanced at each other before releasing their aura. Now that they had an agreement, the situation was not as desperate. It seems your master is disappointed with his hunting dogs, Wang Wei said. He detected how these people were about to give in, but suddenly changed their minds. Although he did not detect their message, it was simple to deduce the truth. It must be embarrassing for him. Given how terrible your recent performance has been, Wang Wei continued with a chuckle. Why are you wasting your time with these wastes? Yin Hai said, let's get rid of them once and for all. All right, Wang Wei nodded. Ancestor, get rid of the clone as soon as possible so you can help Monk. The barbarian king wanted to argue that he did not need help, but his intuition told him he might suffer from that woman if he dared raise his voice. So, he trusted his intuition and kept quiet. Old Dai, your opponent is that Taoist priest. According to our agreement, you only need to keep her busy. Old Man Dai snorted at him coldly. He was a member of the Go Dao, but was forced to participate in such a dangerous event. To say he was not unhappy was an understatement. Monk, I know you are confident, but your job is to survive as long as possible. I know. In that case, I'll leave the Dark Birdman to you. Chapter 1352. The Golden Era Geniuses, let's fight in different layers, Wang Wei suggested, and the parasites frowned before agreeing. This palace was small and isolated, meaning the aftermath of others' battles would affect others. So, after dividing their opponent, they also build separate spatial layers as their battlefield. Yin Hai calmly looked at Five Feathers with annoyance. She cannot believe she will have to aggravate her injury for such a person. Why don't you kill yourself and save me the effort? Five Feathers controlled herself not to reveal any negative emotions. Senior. Her tone and facial expression were stiff when she said these words. It was apparent she was not used to addressing people as such. There is no need to fight among us, Five Feather persuaded. She controlled her voice and tone to lower herself. Everyone knows you will kill me. So why not play a little game? We wait a while, and afterward, I can secretly leave. Your injury won't be affected, and I will no longer be a problem. That's a win-win situation if I ever see one, right? What do you say? Yin Hai calmly looked at her. You disgust me. Do you know why? Five Feathers' face turned red, but she dare not say anything. I don't care that much that you usurp the world's power, took all the world's resources, and enacted an era of pain and suffering. I don't care that you sold your soul and dignity to obtain power. The core theme of the world is the strong prey on the work, so normally, you surrender to someone with more power. Although I disdain such behavior, I can excuse it. Five Feathers was quiet, not knowing what to say. She thought about a sneak attack while the opponent talked, but she knew that was pointless. A feeling of frustration suddenly overwhelmed her. When was the last time she suffered such humiliation? I can even forgive how you people suppress my sect, Yin Hai continued. The Tao opening sect ended in that situation because of our actions. Everyone who participated in that event was too prideful and refused to accept the flawed method, even though we all knew that someone needed to become the sect's guardian. Yin Hai never blamed the parasites or two sons for the sect's current situation. In fact, she always felt it was their fault since they could not control their pride. What disgusts me is how weak you are, Yin Hai continued. Do you know how the geniuses were raised during my generation? Five Feathers' body paused. She knew the answer but still did not speak. After becoming a peak emperor, Heavenly Tao blocked the way forward. No one, no matter how talented, could not become an Empyrean. Everyone thought something was wrong with heaven and earth until Heavenly Tao released the news, an Empyrean heaven will. Yin Hai's eyes were hazy as she was lost in her memories. Trillions of great emperors, all geniuses, fighting for only 3,000 positions. Brother Kiyuan and I fought endlessly, walking through fields of corpses. When his body was broken, I had to carry him on my back as I slaughtered the enemy. When my soul was injured, he guarded me from all four directions, killing people and forming a field of bodies around us. It was truly brutal beyond words could describe. But in the end, we secured a few positions, laying the foundation for the Tao opening sect now. Zanhai Sai. In her long life, she had experienced much worse battles than these. However, that battle had a profound impact on her memories. It was the first battle in her life that she felt despair. That battle was not just a test of strength, but a test of will. There were too many people. The Eternal Ascension world's luck had reached its highest peak in countless eras, resulting in too many great emperors. It did not help that Heavenly Tao blocked the path ahead just for that battle. Do you think this was the end? Yin Hai continued. No. Once that battle ended, the process was repeated for the Paragon realm, and that battle was even crueler since there were only 33 spots. A hint of fear flashed in Yin Hai as she remembered that fight. After the 3,000 Empyreans were crowned, Heavenly Tao removed the blockage and allowed the cowards who did not dare to participate to continue cultivating. Of course, these people's luck and destiny were basically non-existent. Heavenly Tao's target was the next generation. Then, the process repeated itself. The path to Paragon was blocked, and the world waited for enough Empyreans to start the Paragon Heaven will battle. Do you know what was truly scary about that battle? The Paragons, Yin Hai continued. Many Paragons whose cultivation could not improve did not hesitate to sever their Tao and permanently drop down to the Empyrean realm to compete. A few peak Paragons did the same because they knew the importance of those 33 spots. Tell me, do you know their importance? Primal Destiny, Five Feathers explained. That's right. Of the 33 who survived that battle, 4 went missing, 7 died, and the remaining 21 became the primal paragons of different overlord factions. So, can you understand why you disgust me? Five Feathers was both speechless and angry. You have done all these dirty things, but only did it for enjoyment and political power? Are you stupid? I could understand if your objective was to compensate for your lack of talent and use the world's resources to increase strength. But no, Yin Hai's disgust was palpable. Her life can be described as stepping on countless geniuses. She had such high standards that she created harsh rules to train the sect's disciples. She hated weak people, not in the sense of power, but in the sense of not having the will and determination to improve and change. I don't know why I'm wasting my breath on you. She shook a head. All right, you can die. Her aura suddenly drastically increased, and her face became paler than snow. That should be enough to kill her, she muttered before pointing her finger. She did not even use a sword, and only released a brilliant sword light. Five Feathers sensed death approaching, so she reacted swiftly. She used one of her best defensive techniques, Ancestral Phoenix Blessing. A majestic phoenix phantom manifested between heaven and earth before standing in the front, protecting her. However, Yinhai's response was the same. She even had a sneer on her face. She had met a few true ancestral phoenixes, including someone in her era. That bitch offended her, so Yinhai once cut off the latter's wings, ate a small piece, and had Miscellaneous make a decent Paragon tier flying artifact for her. After dealing with the real thing, how would she care about a phantom? Since I said it was enough to kill you, I meant it, Yinhai said calmly. She had absolute control over her strength, so she forcefully raised her power to the exact number she knew could kill Five Feathers. Then, as expected, the light pierced the little phoenix's head, instantly annihilating the piece of soul she sued for that clone. Yinhai's aura drastically decreased, and her complexion worsened. However, she immediately opened her mouth to swallow. Five Feathers' body turned into an ocean of blood and entered her body. She used so many good things to make that body. The nutrients from that body should alleviate the backlash from forcefully sublimating her strength. Maybe I should have taken her soul, too, she commented. Forget it, it's too late. Plus, that boy has been telling me non-stop to be extra careful in case someone plots against me. It's never a bad idea to listen to his kind. Yinhai broke away from his space, collapsing it as she exited. She returned before the seal and checked on Monk. She calmly watched the battle. A talented kid, indeed, but it seems his state of mind hasn't adapted to his current strength. She pondered briefly. Let's let him suffer a little. Anyways, he's thick-skinned and should not die anytime soon. Yinhai flew toward the seal, observing it closely. She understood why Wang Wei wanted her talisman. It would take quite some time for the best array masters to figure this thing out, and even if someone used force, it would also take a lot of time. Unfortunately, time is one of the many things the current situation did not give them. All right, let's start. She figured she could reduce their efforts by weakening the array. However, she also complained why Wang Wei did not leave the talisman with her. Did he think she would spend a lot of time with that clone? That brat truly underestimated me, Yinhai sneered. However, her expression wasn't fully formed when someone answered her question. A shadowy figure appeared next to her. A puppet made from elder bark? Yinhai's face almost twitched after identifying the intruder. Chapter 1353. Five Feathers' Ambitions Unedited Chapter. Five Feathers opened her eyes in a secret room and spewed a large mouthful of blood. Her aura became chaotic before dramatically reducing. She swiftly swallowed a handful of pills, trying to manage the situation. However, the situation worsened in a matter of seconds. Five Feathers' face turned purple, followed by massive pimples with pus manifesting. Her face contorted in pain. It was the worst time for the curse to act up, but it was expected, given her weakened state. She no longer hesitated to swallow a few more rare pills. It took her more than 10 minutes to stabilize her situation. She cultivated for over 2 hours before appeasing her injury and suppressing that curse. Five Feathers then swiftly checked her face and sighed in relief once she discovered it was back to normal. Damn that woman, she roared. She was already in a bad state, and losing that clone further aggravated the injury. I want to rip her eyes off, Five Feather cursed, but as soon as she uttered those words, she remembered that sword attack. Her body and soul trembled as a deep fear rushed down her spine. That attack returned her to the era where she was ordinary, where she had to struggle for her survival. The helplessness of being powerless almost drove Five Feathers crazy. No, this can't go on. I must do something, Five Feather yelled. Her survival instinct kicked in, and she wanted to survive this ordeal at all times. Simultaneously, it also awakened the ambition in her heart. Five Feather took a deep breath. That woman was right. I'm too weak. My next goal should be to break this curse. Once I'm at my peak, I can use all the resources to increase my strength. Five Feathers analyzed this plan and felt nothing wrong with it. In her youth, she was ambitious and willing to do anything for strength and power. However, she lost that side of her after obtaining power. That sword strike awakened her, making the little phoenix realize her mistake. No one in the world can cultivate, but we should be the exception, right? After all, we have completely surrendered to the Lord. If He wants us to keep helping Him, He should allow us to increase our strength in dealing with the current situation. Five Feathers felt there was nothing wrong with this plan except for one thing: this damn curse. She pondered briefly before waving her hand to activate a technique. Five-element Phoenix Palace, throne room. All of Five Feathers' subordinates were waiting, and a few minutes later, her projection appeared on the throne. She had never left her secret room since that injury, and the best formation of the palace protected that room. Well, she asked, but no one answered. On the contrary, most people lowered their heads, fearing she would pay attention to them. Say something, she yelled. The hall was still quiet. Dark Phoenix? Isn't this your main job? Reporting, Lord, said a beautiful woman dressed in tight all-black robes and a phoenix mark on her forehead. There is no news about the putrid white leaf. That's what you have to report? Five Feathers asked, not hiding her killing intent. The putrid white leaf is a rare supreme chaos herb that is born by gathering the most evil and negative ki between heaven and earth. Then, through yin-yang laws, revert into the purest substance between heaven and earth. It is one of the best treasures for dealing with curses. I'm sorry, Lord, Dark Phoenix answered with her head lowered. We could not find it in our territory, and before your return, we had to reduce our forces and influences on the outside to prevent losses. All I'm hearing are excuses. Dark Phoenix felt wronged. She was telling the truth, but her boss was unreasonable today. It also did not help that a few million yuan epochs ago, she used the territory-only putrid white leaf had for a minor curse that she could have eradicated with little effort in a retreat of less than 100,000 years. The Lord has always been willful and wasteful. But did she finally realize the consequences of her actions? Dark Phoenix doesn't believe it. Did fate finally abandon us? She thought, I knew this day was coming, but I did not expect it to come so fast. Five Feathers became quiet on the throne, her aura suppressing everyone present. She was thinking of a solution. Killing herself was no longer an option, and she lost one life to learn this truth. She only had two left and did not want to waste them. Can I transfer it to someone else? She thought, focusing on the people in the room. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, but dared not react or make a sound. No, this curse is too overbearing and won't separate from me so easily. Plus, these people are too weak, and a small part is enough to kill all of them. She thought of countless methods, but none of them were feasible. These failed attempts irate her even more, so she slammed the armrest on the throne. Her fluctuating emotions suddenly made the projection unstable until it dispersed. Back in the room, Five Feathers' curse became active a second time. She hurriedly summoned a flame from her palm and absorbed it into her heart. She removed it 30 seconds later, and her body had stabilized. However, the original bright flame had turned dark. Five Feathers was about to extinguish it when she thought of someone, to be exact. Maybe I can use that ceremony to heal myself, she thought. In her life, Five Feathers has never been close or intimate with one man, the undead Phoenix. Back then, he was a rising star from the lower dimension, and she was an above-average disciple from the Phoenix clan. Although her bloodline was unique, it did not change the fact her talent was ordinary. However, Five Feather was ambitious. She wanted power, strength, and the adoration of all myriad races. At first, she had no chance until she found that witchcraft inheritance involved techniques about curses, gus, poisons, and ceremonies. Without hesitation, she set her eyes on the young, undead Phoenix. She knew her chances were slim, so she spent all her resources cultivating a love-fate goo. With its help, she was about to have accidental meetings with undead Phoenix and develop their feelings. Then, once the latter was head over heels in love with her, Five Feathers had the opportunity to knock him out and use the origin supplement ceremony. By taking Undead Phoenix's origin, she could take away his talent and luck. It was this method that allowed her to enter the Paragon realm. Five Feathers could not help but reminisce. That ceremony was the beginning of everything. It brought her unparalleled glory. After that, she became the genius of the Phoenix clan, who was loved and praised by all the elders and envied by her peers. Meanwhile, no one cared about Undead Phoenix, since he was only a poor, loose cultivator from the lower dimension. Without his talent, no one gave him a second look. Unfortunately, Five Feathers' prosperity did not last long. After becoming a paragon, she realized the negative effect of the ceremony. She had no more potential, meaning 90 Grandau Source was the limit of her strength for the rest of her life. Once people realized this, she became a laughingstock. The elders who were enthusiastic about her now only gave the minimum respect of a paragon. But even that did not last long once people realized she was the weakest of paragons. Five Feathers had to watch her juniors catch up to her before surpassing her. They did not do it quietly and humiliated her whenever they had an opportunity. After suffering so long, she had long thought of just ending everything. Then, Time Eater came to her with an offer she could not resist. She accepted it without hesitation, despite knowing the consequences. Despite knowing she was only a pawn, despite the fact her ex was part of this group as a means to balance her, she accepted it. I haven't studied that inheritance for a while, but there might be a way for me to transfer some of the curses to Undead Phoenix, Five Feathers thought. There is a deep and unbreakable karmic bond between them, so her plan is feasible. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was possible. Is there some kind of news? Dark Phoenix, what is it? Five Feather asked as she condensed another projection. We just received news. Dark Phoenix replied before stopping. Don't waste my time and let it out. Someone has an antidote for your curse. What did you say? This is not the time for you to be talking nonsense. Five Feather released a terrifying killing intent. These servants knew this time their master was not playing around. If Dark Phoenix does not choose her words wisely, she will not walk out of this room. It's the Undead Phoenix, she hurriedly said. He announced publicly that he had a cure. The room was eerily silent. Five Feathers' first reaction was this was a blatant lie. However, she remembered something, and her face turned ugly. Damn you, she roared. Chapter 1354 Open Plot. Yanhai frowned as she looked at that puppet. Cultivators have categorized Elderbark as the worst paragon, Tier 12 material. It cannot be used to make artifacts, pills, or arrays because its characteristics are stubborn and cannot fuse with substances of the same tier as itself. People have tried only using Elderbark to make their weapons, but besides the fact it's hard to destroy, nothing is interesting about it. Due to its nature, Elderbark has a few uses and is sought after by a small group of the cultivation world. Its primary use is to create indestructible Empyrean puppets. An Empyrean cannot destroy a puppet created with Elderbark, as the minimum requirement to break it is a Paragon tier attack. Such a restriction has drastically reduced its value, but cultivators have still found ways to make it worthwhile. Talented disciples from top lineages will receive an Elderbark puppet as their Tao protector. Paragons are valuable, so unless someone has special status or shows talent on the level of Wu Hong, Yanhai, and Wang Wei, no lineage will dedicate a paragon as their Tao protector. The puppet becomes an alternative since it requires paragon tier strength to destroy. Of course, this is still not the primary use of these puppets. There are many rare areas or secret dimensions that prevent a paragon from entering or cannot bear the entire presence of a paragon. Elderbark puppets are the best substitute to explore these places. Some mining areas are dangerous to Empyreans, but not paragons. These puppets are the best replacement. Yanhai observed the puppet briefly and thought of something. She looked around to check, but there was no result. She then instantly returned her strength to 90 and destroyed the puppet with one wave of her fingers. She waited for the aftermath, and another one showed up as expected. How annoying, she thought. She glanced at this creation, thinking about her next move. She wanted to annihilate all the puppets, but did not know how many of them there were. With these people's resources, having a small army of these puppets is not impossible. My injury will aggravate if I have to sublimate myself to keep killing these things. She analyzed. It was not worth it for her to do so. After winning her battle, the situation was favorable to her, so she only had to wait. But will things be so simple? She thought. She did not think so. Regardless, she knew how to behave next. Yin Hai sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the puppet while keeping an eye on the other battles with her divine sense. Another space layer. Monk looked at his opponent, Undead Phoenix, who was doing the same. Undead Phoenix was a handsome middle-aged man with white hair, but he had a gloomy aura surrounding his body. His black robe, with patterns of bones and death, did not help. "You look so young and promising, just like me back then," Undead Phoenix said. "You must be a genius." "You could say so," Monk replied calmly and with some not-so-subtle arrogance. "Yes, that arrogance. A genius indeed," Undead Phoenix uttered, not hiding his excitement. However, Monk frowned as that excitement was disgusting to him. "There is nothing I enjoy more than to destroy geniuses," Undead Phoenix said while licking his lips. His tongue was long, but also completely black. An odd flame flashed deep in his eyes while he was excited. Monk frowned. He remembered the Fate Shadow Guard information and understood what had happened. It seems that event twisted his mind and personality, turning him into a pervert who enjoys destroying other people's dreams and ambitions. "I don't have time for your nonsense," Monk declared before summoning an exquisite box with a pill bottle inside. "My boss said he has a gift for you, but wondered whether you would dare accept it." "Oh." Undead Phoenix was intrigued, while also on guard. "It's the cure to Five Feathers Curse," Monk continued. According to him, the best resources in the world can only seal that curse, unless these two took action. This cure is the only one, and he wants to hand it to you. The Curse Master's bloodline curse was a nasty one. The better the sacrifice, the more terrifying the curse. Wang Wei had previously prepared a decent sacrifice, but Paragon Jimin showed up, and he could not pass this opportunity. Using a paragon, especially one with such significance and destiny, as sacrifice made that curse a nightmare. However, the effects were so incredible that Wang Wei believes the subsequent plans will be much easier to maneuver. Undead Phoenix's breath became uneven. He stared at that pill bottle, unable to extricate himself. He was not stupid. He knew this was an open conspiracy, using his hatred for Five Feathers to manipulate him. But he did not care. He would do anything to make this woman suffer the pain he experienced. Undead Phoenix resisted the urge to rush over and take the bottle. He waved his hand, and it flew in his hand. He checked it for any plot, but discovered nothing suspicious. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed 3 times. He grinned, showing all his teeth that were as white as bones. "Normally, I like to take my time with talented individuals like you, slowing and methodically increasing the despair until their mind breaks. However, we'll make an exception out of you and give you a quick death. Look, aren't I generous?" Sick bastard, Monk cursed. His aura increased, and his already tall body increased to 5 meters. His bronze skin showed brilliance, and his muscles were still the definition of exaggerated perfection. He teleported before his opponent and punched. Undead Phoenix was calm. A bone shield materialized before him, easily blocking the attack. What a rude bastard. He casually punched back, and Monk flew back a few light years like a rag doll. His body is so strong, but I don't sense the aura of the Power Dao realm. Could it be an impure body refiner? Impure body refiners are people who cannot take the pain, survive the tribulations of the Power Dao realm, or whose body refining does not match their path, so they find alternative ways to improve their fleshly Dao. In return, they do not have a willpower manifestation, terrifying defense against all Daos, or will immortality. Monk realized this single punch had broken 5 of his ribs, but he did not care, as such an injury was minor. The opponent did not even apply any Dao will to that punch, so he had healed most of it by the time he could stop his momentum and prevent his body from flying away. Fourth Strike Monk raised his hand. He condensed his physical strength before sending toward his target. His attacks acted similar to condensing air pressure, except they were created from physical force. Undead Phoenix remained calm, only using his bone shield to defend. He had a sneer and contempt in his face that drove Monk to a rage. The future leader of the barbarian race materialized a crystal armor that covered his body. He rushed toward his opponent and kicked him. Undead Phoenix was still calm. Now that's better, but only a little. His mouth released a terrifying flame that instantly burned half of Monk's body. However, the barbarian king was ruthless and did not hesitate to explode the other half of his body. Damn you, Ant! Undead Phoenix cursed. He was relatively intact, except for a few holes in his clothes and scratches to his face. However, these things healed or repaired themselves at a rate visible to the naked eye. Monk's new body appeared a few kilometers away. As the ancestors said, there is truly a vast gap between each level in the Paragon realm. In this brief encounter, Monk realized he might have been too impetuous and arrogant. From what he learned from his clan and Wang Wei, these parasites were the weakest in their realm. Yet, they could still play with him like this. Can I ask how your strength ranks among the others? Monk suddenly asked. Of course, in the strongest. Stronger than Time Eater? Undead Phoenix almost choked. He stared at Monk with intense killing intent, but the latter only chuckled. According to the boss, Time Eater is on top, followed by Earth Emperor, Seven Cauldron. You and Blood Dragon are on the same level at fourth, but you have the advantage in ruthlessness and intelligence. Finally, Five Feathers is the weakest, even without the curse. What stupid list? Undead Phoenix sneered. Earth Emperor is nothing but a lunatic and a pawn. That stupid Taoist she-male can only rely on her background. And you dare put me on the same level as that stupid and lustful dragon? I don't totally agree with him since I think you're above the Taoist, Monk said. But to be fair, he did say that geniuses will always be geniuses. He said you had the most potential among the others. Unfortunately, you're now a broken man. When will it be your turn to comment on my affairs? You have a point, Monk nodded. In that case, let's continue. He summoned a metallic puppet before fusing it with his skeletons. His aura increased drastically, along with his confidence. Chapter 1355. Conversing with the Earth Emperor Wang Wei and Earth Emperor looked at each other, clashing their aura. It looked like they were about to kill each other. However, both of them seemed to have something else on their mind. Wang Wei's focus was not on this battle, but on the sealed space. These cowards removed the no-life array, Wang Wei thought. He figured this was an excellent opportunity to at least kill one of these bastards permanently. Still, once they realized they did not have the advantage and were forced to fight him, they removed the array to ensure that the worst outcome in this fight was losing one life. I need to focus on my primary objective, Wang Wei thought, which is to break that seal. But now that Supreme Unity knows where I am, things will not be so simple. However, this was Wang Wei's plan that did not stop him from giving one of these people a lesson. Are you interested in working with me? Pardon me? Wang Wei asked. He thought he was having auditory hallucinations. There is no need to be surprised, Earth Emperor added. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interest. If our interests are aligned, there is no reason not to work together. Wang Wei observed him and realized he was telling the truth. I have to say you caught my intrigue. How do you want to work together? What's the common interest you're talking about? To destroy the great Qin Saint Court. My first thought is you're courting death, Wang Wei said, looking at him strangely. But my second thought is, how will their destruction benefit me? Resources. Why are you saying something so stupid? Wang Wei said with a frown. You don't think I lack resources because I've plundered the dragon and Time Eater's territory, do you? How can these people compare to the foundation of such an ancient overlord? Earth Emperor argued. Bruce, the human emperor has an unknown and secret origin. I'm sure you're interested. Wang Wei looked at him without a word. He did not hide the annoyance on his face or the fact that the Earth Emperor was speaking nonsense. His entire body language was as rude as it could be. He made it evident that he was restraining himself by not calling him a moron. Of course, this is not the main reason. I think you'll agree. I want to know what makes you so confident. From what I know about you, you're quite protective of your friends and families, Earth Emperor continued, not hiding his smirk. His facial expression indicated he believed Wang Wei would agree to his request no matter what. Who are you talking about? Wang Wei asked. You don't know? Earth Emperor asked with a smile. The Qin court captured the Demon Suppression Emperor as soon as she ascended. No wonder I haven't heard about her, Wang Wei uttered. When gathering his team, he also planned to gather some of the people from the lower dimension without sufficient background under his command. So what do you think? We can work together, Earth Emperor continued. I get most of the resources from the court, and in return, I help you save your friend. If I agree, how will today's battle go? Everything will be fine as long as you leave and don't touch the seal on the Void Illusion Realm, Wang Wei pondered briefly. He had no plan to team up with this idiot. It's written all over his face that he plans to backstab me. Moreover, the latter seems to think it was okay for him to get most of the shares while his remuneration would only be saving the Demon Suppression Emperor. What's your plan to destroy the Qin court? Asked, although he did not plan to work with that asshole. He pondered the possibility of fake working with him and backstabbing him first. I can't tell you that since we don't trust each other. If you agree, we can sign a contract. Tell me a general idea so I can be more confident. I won't say anything until the contract is signed, Earth Emperor replied stubbornly. All right, show me the prepared contract. Earth Emperor hesitated briefly before taking out a parchment and writing a detailed control with over 10 million words. Wang Wei received and read it, but a minute later, he burned the thing while sneering. It's obvious you don't have a plan and want me to come up with one. The contract contained a loophole that insinuated that he would oversee most of this plan. I'm telling you, I have a plan I've been working on for countless Yuan epochs, Earth Emperor reiterated. Just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's a good one, Wang Wei rebutted. Anyway, I won't work with someone like you. He decided it was not worth the risk and complication to use this approach to kill this bastard. He already had a plan, and he only needed to put it into motion, and he believed this guy would fall for it. It seems the rumors of you being kind, benevolent, and generous to your friends are lies, Earth Emperor said with a cold face. No, they're true, but you seem to overlook something. The Demon Suppression Emperor is an acquaintance at best, Wang Wei replied. I've saved her and her people, so she already owes me karma. I don't need to go to extreme lengths to save her. Plus, I know for a fact she'll be alive until the human emperor returns from limbo. I have plenty of time. It's not hard to guess why the Qin court captured her. The Demon Suppression Emperors held both minor human emperor and heavenly emperor positions, and Ying Zheng would do anything to get his hands on them. Meanwhile, the same cannot be said for you, Wang Wei continued. The human emperor might still keep her alive once he returns, trying to find a more peaceful way to take her position to prevent complications. But you're a useless pawn who has usurped power. He'll definitely kill you as soon as he's capable. I'm no one's pawn, Earth Emperor said with gritted teeth. What's the point of being agitated now after wasting such an opportunity? What are you talking about? Am I wrong? Wang Wei asked. Under normal circumstances, with your intelligence and capabilities, you would never have a chance to escape the human emperor's grasp. However, this turn of this era gave you a chance. With 1/9 of the world's resources and luck, you can bypass the limitation of your poor talent and cultivate to the peak of the Paragon realm. Although it would be impossible for you to become a primal under normal circumstances, you could have done it if you were ruthless enough. All you needed to do was risk your life to pass the unorthodox outlaw trial for Samsara Dao, and your future would have been bright. Earth Emperor could not pass the test based on karma, but the upper dimension offered an outlaw trial that was just a mighty heavenly tribulation. He could have passed if the Earth Emperor had been ruthless and willing to use most of his resources and luck. After gaining control of Samsara Dao, with 1/9 destiny of the world, you could get a job as a Yama King in the underworld and use this opportunity to become a primal. The underworld is more than enough to protect you from the human emperor, and he would probably have given up on you as a pawn since it would cost him too much to retrieve you. But if you were bolder and wiser, the Eternal Ascension World's 1/9 luck was probably enough to get you the status as Earth Emperor if you prove yourself. Then, all you had to do was take advantage of the human emperor's absence to destroy the Kin Saint Court and ruin his foundation. If you plan well enough, you might even kill him and get his human emperor position. After that, well, your future will be infinite. The Earth Emperor was quiet. Everything Wang Wei said sounded fine and dandy, but did not meet reality. He was not like the others who let power get to him. At least he believed so. His cultivation was so low because someone was always watching him, not wanting him to get more powerful. Time Eater chose them because they were weak and had little talent. So how did he let them become as powerful as him? Additionally, how hard was the unorthodox outlaw trial? Many believe it's more challenging than the Paragon Tribulation, especially for people who want to change their Tao so late in their journey. How could he risk everything just for another Tao? In the end, it's as he said, I was not bold or ruthless enough. Earth Emperor sighed. He looked at Wang Wei, releasing a terrifying killing intent. The current world situation is strange and dangerous, and I need the counsel of a wise minister to help me through it. If I can get his soul, I can refine it into a wisdom artifact. There is no better reassurance as a monarch, or even in my cultivation journey, than to have a Tao overlord under my control, feeding me ideas and plans. Chapter 1356, The Ceremony is completed, unedited. Chapter The Earth Emperor's Body, whose proper name is Shu Run, released a gray mist. It enveloped everything in its path and froze it at a fundamental level. Wang Wei's body moved out of the way, but the fog followed him like maggots chasing after expired meat. After realizing he could not escape, Wang Wei gathered the most abundant yang energy in his body and blew up, releasing a fiery fog to counter the enemy. His approach worked, but Shu Ren calmly released a black fog and molded it into a towering hand. Boom! The attack was too fast, and Wang Wei was sent flying. His two arms had turned into popsicles, and his soul heard owls of despair. Wang Wei remained calm and removed the enemy's shoddy application of a Dao artifact. His arm regenerated, and his soul was intact. Extreme Een Spear, Shu Run waved his hand to condense a black spear. He threw it with unparalleled force, making Wang Wei's face turn ugly. He punched the spear, but his body took dozens of steps into the void. He looked intact, but anyone with discerning eyes could see the freezing signs on his arms and upper torso. Shu Ren's brow furrowed as he summoned hundreds of these black spears. They rushed toward their opponent, blocking the sky like they were raining. Extreme Yang Body Wang Wei's body turned into an elemental-like fire creature as he desperately combated this rain of spears. The flame helped him with the freezing aspect of the attack, but the spears were too fast, and there were too many. Additionally, he discovered that his speed was drastically decreasing with each passing second, meaning the longer this attack lasted, the slower he became and the more injuries he received. The raining spear ended, and Wang Wei looked like Swiss cheese. However, despite his situation, his eyes remained calm and focused. He suddenly teleported in front of Shu Run and kicked him. However, the ruler of the great Chu divine dynasty was calm, almost too calm. His Dao was extreme Yin, and he could separate it into extreme and Yin Dao. He activated his extreme shield, easily blocking that kick. Then with a thought, all the spears in Wang Wei's body exploded, sending his mutilated body flying thousands of light years away. Shu Run activated extreme speed and rushed over, trying to annihilate the body in one fell swoop. Shu Ren's hands suddenly condensed a terrifying amount of death ki, turning his palm into a death claw. Then, he headed directly for the immobile Wang Wei's head. Yin-Yang reversal as soon as the attack reached him. Wang Wei activated his Yin-Yang Dao, reversing the damage to his opponent. His actions were unexpected and swift, but not with the best effort. Shu Ren might have fallen for this trick if it had been before, but his time at the frontier awakened his instinct as a warrior. Extreme defense, extreme regeneration, Shu Ren tanked Wang Wei's counterattack, but he also did not stop attacking. Most of the death ki from his claw dissipated, but the force of the claw still hit Wang Wei's body, sending him flying through the void. Shu Ren looked at his palm before looking at Wang Wei. You're so weak. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be so weak. He did not let his current advantage overwhelm his senses. The frontier taught him the price of underestimating any enemy. What's it to you whether I'm weak or not? Wang Wei replied calmly. The good news for him was that Shu Ren's application of Tao will was indeed terrible, and with his pseudo-will immortality, his body soon recovered after giving him time to breathe. You're injured, Shu Ren announced. It should have been the work of the lock. That's why your performance is so terrible. It's probably why you even considered working with me in the first place. You can think whatever you want. Shu Ren licked his lips. This was a perfect opportunity to catch this bastard and turn him into a wisdom artifact. He waved his hand, and two more terrifying aura appeared before him. Wang Wei's face turned ugly after seeing the two creation life forms that were also paragons. Achieving paragon strength through the taboo battle realm had one flaw: the lack of evolution of the Grand Mist Wheel. Although he could fight with these paragons, they could besiege him if they used their best creation lives. Wang Wei did not hesitate to use his Order Disorder Tao, banishing the appearance of creation lives in this battle. He used willpower backlash as a disorder, thus making his appearance paler. Another injury, huh? Shu Ren smiled. He did not mind that he had lost a few helpers, since it meant drastically weakening his opponent. He activated extreme speed and extreme strength, and with one step, he appeared before Wang Wei. Bang! Half of Wang Wei's body exploded into a blood mist, and Shu Ren licked his lips. He understood why that pervert undead phoenix enjoyed tormenting these geniuses. Seeing these people, who are usually proud and arrogant, struggle while at death's door can bring true spiritual satisfaction. Wang Wei's blood turned into spears, but with a thought, Shu Ren froze them. He looked into Wang Wei's eyes, and the latter's regeneration suddenly paused. Yes, his soul is indeed in a weak state, Shu Ren thought. Although he was confident in his guess, he had a check. As a person whose Tao contained Yin Tao, he could be considered a master of the soul. Corrosive Moon Shu Ren raised his hand to condense a beautiful moon in the void. Wang Wei's mind was affected, and he was drawn by the moon, even temporarily stopping his regeneration. A blue beam of light flew from the moon, and the danger suddenly awakened him. He raised his hand to block. His palms turned into skeletons, but he successfully blocked the beam. Or so he thought. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he noticed this strange moonlight inside his sea of consciousness. This thing was destroying his soul power at an alarming rate. The worst part is that power was like a maggot. He could not get rid of it no matter what he did. Without much choice, he had no choice but to cut off the part it was attached to, thus permanently losing some of his soul power. Shu Ren suddenly chuckled. His laughter echoed through the void. Where is your previous arrogance? Only an idiot will celebrate victory before battle ends, Wang Wei sneered. There is plenty of time, and I guarantee you that by the end, it'll rip your heart from your chest and use it as a trophy. You mean like this? Shu Ren mocked. He raised his palm to condense an extreme Yin crystal, and with a thought, it turned into a beating heart. Wang Wei looked shocked as he sensed a cold energy coursing through his blood and veins. Shu Ren laughed and became even more arrogant. Although his Tao was extreme Yin, he still dabbled in Yin Yang, and this technique was a basic application. He exchanged a Yin item for Wang Wei's heart, which contained an extreme amount of Yang energy. Wang Wei calmly suppressed the hell-like cold inside his body and said with a strange tone, "This was easier than I thought." Shu Ren suddenly felt a sense of impending doom and disaster. You have injured me enough, meaning the requirements for the ceremony have been met, Wang Wei continued. As soon as he finished, two magical circles appeared above the battlefield. What did you do? Shu Ren roared, trying to run away, but it was futile. The tattoo of the clock flew out of Wang Wei's chest and floated above Shu Ren's head. The clock's handle moved until it reached the skull. A terrifying power descended from the sky into Shu Ren. He reacted swiftly by activating all his defensive and life-saving measures, but it did not matter. His body started to age at an alarming rate. In a matter of seconds, he turned into an elderly man with long white hair, cloudy eyes, a beard longer than his knees, and thinner than a mummy. "You're still alive? I guess I underestimated you," Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to manifest the hand of time. With the opponent's current situation, Time Dao was the best approach to kill him as soon as possible. However, the Earth Emperor proved he was not a regular paragon. As death approached him, he summoned a dimension of probably his version of hell that he created. This projection contained some of the aura of Yama King, which allowed it to block Wang Wei's potent offensive. Then, Shu Ren was decisive as he blew the dimension to buy him enough time to run away. Escape? Wang Wei thought as he searched around. There were no signs of the latter. That can be. I need you to lose at least one life. He raised his hand to summon his karma thread, focusing on the ones related to his title as the Earth Emperor. He used it to connect to Shu Ren and cast a curse. This was one of his creations that combined with his order-disorder Dao. The conditions of the curse were simple. Neither of them could use longevity pills that can increase lifespan. Such conditions are usually useless for Tier 10 cultivators since they are immortal. However, Shu Ren's condition was that his existence was affected by the power of time, thus aging him. The best way to heal such an injury is longevity pills. Now, his only choice is to sacrifice one life to return to his peak, Wang Wei thought with a smile. Chapter 1357 Vessel Wang Wei left his fighting space, and the first thing he saw was his ancestor sitting cross-legged in the void with a weird puppet guarding her. His lips twitched, thinking how Monk was probably suffering. "Ancestor, what's the situation?" Yanhai looked at him before explaining what happened with the elder bark puppet. Wang Wei frowned after hearing her explanation. This was not good news. The parasites must have been busy, so the actions of these puppets were not theirs. Wang Wei casually destroyed the puppet and waited. He frowned after 5 minutes and no response. He looked at the seal in the distance. His first instinct was to start destroying it with his ancestor. After all, Monk and Old Man Dai can still hold on for a while. However, will things be this simple? Will Supreme Unity let them act after expressing his desire to prevent them from freeing the Void Illusion Realm? Let's play it safe first, Wang Wei thought. He realized that he was at an impasse, and the wrong move meant he would fail his objective. He could not fail. The liberation of immortals was the first step to dealing with the lock. His battle with Supreme Unity had just begun, and he could not afford any failures. So, Wang Wei shifted his focus to the remaining 2 battles. Old Man Dai was fine. He followed his agreement with Wang Wei to the T. His only objective was to hold off 7 Cauldron. Nothing more, nothing less. Such a battle method was aggravating for the Taoist priest, but Old Man Dai did not care. He remained steadfast, ensuring his opponent could not free herself to aid the others. As for Monk, well, he was suffering. Undead Phoenix was lost in the lust of torturing his opponent. As such, his body suffered countless minor and severe wounds, but nothing that could be considered true damage. However, Wang Wei did not worry about him. In his eyes, Wang Wei saw a firm will, and more importantly, he could see Monk was using this opportunity to increase his fighting experience. What should my next move be? Wang Wei thought. Since he chose to play it first, his next move should be to free his ally, so they can attack the seal together. The issue is who to help first. 7 Cauldron has the highest chance of something unexpected occurring, Wang Wei analyzed. His gaze then shifted to Undead Phoenix. Additionally, although I already plan to use him to deal with 5 feathers, it's in my best interest for him not to be in his best state. If he could severely injure the Undead Phoenix and release the news to 5 feathers, it should accelerate the speed at which they confront each other. Unless Supreme Unity intervened, there is no way for 5 feathers to heal herself in the next 100,000 or even million yuan epic. Meanwhile, I only need Undead Phoenix's injury unable to be healed in the next 100 yuan epics, forcing them to fight each other. Then, he'll have no choice but to sacrifice one of his lives to heal himself. With a preliminary plan, Wang Wei no longer hesitated. He accessed his future wife's treasury and took out a dagger. He observed this paragon artifact and nodded. This item was one of the best artifacts for assassination, especially for making the target suffer. Wang Wei then activated his power of nothingness and took the invisible characteristics of nothingness. He lurked in the unknown, waiting for the right moment to strike. According to his observation, Undead Phoenix had already lost himself. The latter's defense was at an all-time low due to how much he was enjoying himself torturing Monk. However, Wang Wei still waited. He waited until the latter's emotions reached a peak, and his defense completely collapsed. Then, he appeared behind Undead Phoenix, and his dagger pierced his back and broke his spine. The attack was simple and looked so inspiring or ordinary. However, only Wang Wei and Undead Phoenix knew how devastating that simple piercing was. Firstly, Wang Wei's attack combined many powers, including his soul. In other words, Undead Phoenix's Paragon soul received a terrifying blow. He would have died instantly without the ring of white flame surrounding his soul. One of the true will applications that Wang Wei learned from his future wife was to make his will similar to a curse, making it harder to remove. He did not hesitate to use it for this sneak attack. Wang Wei even added his understanding of replicating viruses to make his true will even more challenging to deal with. As such, as soon as that attack succeeded, he knew Undead Phoenix would suffer in the future, unless he had some extraordinary means. But even that was not everything he did. As a final gift, Wang Wei injected his power of nothingness into Undead Phoenix's body. That alone should complicate things further. How? How can you do something as lowly as a sneak attack? Undead Phoenix uttered. Don't you know who I am? Wang Wei rolled his eyes. When did he have a reputation for being honorable? Earth Emperor thought he would do anything to rescue an acquaintance, and this Undead Phoenix thought that sneak attacks were below him. You will regret this, Undead Phoenix said with gritted teeth. A black flame enveloped his body, and Wang Wei retreated. Undead Phoenix turned into a black phoenix, but was only a black skeleton with no flesh or feathers. The black flame then consumed his entire body until there was nothing left. Wang Wei's lips twitched. These people may be bad at fighting, but all their methods of running away are extraordinary. How are you doing? Wang Wei asked. I'm fine. My injuries were nothing serious. Monk was telling the truth. It took him a few seconds to remove the opponent's Tao will and return to his peak. I sensed the breath of ceremonial magic from you. Did you ask for some unknown being for power to end your fight as soon as possible? Monk asked. I'm not stupid enough to do such a thing, Wang Wei replied before briefly explaining the situation. A glint flashed in Monk's eyes as an idea flashed in his mind. Let's move, Wang Wei said. Time is running out. The two reunited with Yen Hai before entering Old Man Day's battlefield. Thank the heavens, you're finally here. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Wei nodded before focusing on Seven Cauldron. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, making Wang Wei frown. Kill her as quickly as possible, he ordered. What's with the worry in your tone? Yen Hai asked. Haven't you realized? She's too calm. Indeed. Someone like Seven Cauldron should be panicking by now, trying to find a way to escape. However, she was calmly looking at them, with even some hidden disdain deep in her eyes. The team did not know whether Wang Wei was right, but they were not willing to risk it, so they all attacked simultaneously. The result was unexpected. A black and white shield surrounded Seven Cauldron, easily blocking the attack from so many paragons. Moreover, the unknown pure yin-yang power inside her body was activating, raising her aura drastically. Damn it! Why didn't I think of that? Wang Wei cursed. He reacted swiftly by summoning his golden body of merit. What's happening? Old Man Dai asked, his voice not hiding his fear and worry. Of course, Wang Wei would not tell him he had figured out that the Seven Cauldron was Supreme Unity's vessel to use his power in the world, just like Feng Hong was to Methriya. In my name and title as the honorary Buddha, Wang Wei's golden body uttered. I call upon the Mother Buddha to descend into the world to assist me in sealing this evildoer. Wang Wei knew only power of the same level could stop supreme unity, so he made the best response to the situation. As expected, golden lights manifested in this sealed place, followed by Buddhist chants and mantras. He successfully summoned some of Maitreya's power using his sage authority. A golden palm descended from the sky, releasing a golden magic circle to seal Seven Cauldron and the descent of Supreme Unity's power. This is not enough, Wang Wei yelled as he watched Seven Cauldron's yin-yang symbol block his seal. Everyone, use your best sealing methods. Yen Hai was the first to react. She waved her hand to manifest 7 swords that emanated the power of stars. They formed a sealing array, channeling the endless power of Sword Dao and stars to seal their target. Old Man Day's method was an enormous turtle shell with unparalleled weight and mass. He pressed it above Seven Cauldron, using its power to immobilize her. Monk's approach was to summon 33 ancestral spirits of the barbarian clan, and for them to work together to establish the 33-spirit temple sealing array. No one hesitated after Wang Wei spoke and went all out, but the worry on his face did not diminish. And that's because they were still at a stalemate with Seven Cauldron despite all of them taking turns. Chapter 1358 Heaven's Secret Crystal. Wang Wei observed the situation with a frown. Seven Cauldron stood toweringly in the void with yin-yang symbol above her head, blocking a humongous Buddha palm, 7 sword that had turned into stars, a turtle shell bigger than any stars, and 33 spirits standing before 33 temples. She's not just blocking us, but slowly gaining the advantage. Wang Wei analyzed. Boy, you must do something. We won't last long. Yen Hai suddenly messaged him through divine sense. Wang Wei resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He knew this and was trying to find a solution. In thinking, he replied succinctly. Wang Wei knew that time was not on their side, and the best way to solve this was to add more power to their sides, thus tilting this standoff toward them. The question is, who and how do we do this? If I could summon Feng Hung to this place, Maitreya should be able to use more power with her vessel present, Wang Wei analyzed. But would Supreme Unity allow news to leave this place? Would he allow anyone to enter? Wang Wei swiftly eliminated this approach, along with others that require outside individuals to help. Most people cannot access this place, he concluded with a frown. Such a conclusion eliminated many other ideas, including using the other sages and borrowing their authority. Most people cannot, but there is still Heavenly Tao, Wang Wei calculated. It's powerful enough, has the same ubiquitous characteristic as Supreme Unity, and is already in confrontation with the usurper. This idea was feasible. But another problem was summoning Heavenly Tao. Regular summon methods won't work, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Tao had lost most of its power and authority, so regular methods of summoning would have no effect. So, that eliminates those 2 methods, Wang Wei continued. He was a Destiny son and had a deep karmic connection with Heavenly Tao, a fact he could have previously used to summon the latter. However, this was no longer applicable. The same is true for his status as a sage. The best way to summon Heavenly Tao now is to make a significant achievement with worldwide ramifications. Since the lock appeared, the only way to truly mobilize Heavenly Tao and increase its fighting power against Supreme Unity has been to improve the world's prosperity. Wang Wei's eyes light up. Usually, he couldn't think of such an accomplishment in such a short period while in danger. However, this battle started because of such an opportunity. Wang Wei calmly looked at Seven Cauldron. Before this battle, he suspected there might be fraud, so he visited a few people, one of which was Sun Junyao. He asked her to come with him because he figured she had condensed a paragon soul with Blood Dragon's resources before the lock descended. As such, her soul could occupy a puppet, and she could become a quasi-paragon fighting force. Sun Junyao can then work together with Emperor Kong, another quasi-paragon, and block one paragon. Wang Wei was cautious, so he brought extra help. It also helped that his action also deepened his connection to her, thus making it easier to cut off their fate connection. I'm glad I was paranoid, Wang Wei thought as he contacted Sun Junyao. Like Yin Hai and the others, she came with him through a unique dimension, meaning she was already present in this sealed space. Everyone, I have a way to fuse all our sealing methods, Wang Wei suddenly said. Work together with me. Wang Wei's aura rose drastically while his complexion became paler. It appeared he was losing blood at an alarming rate. The others reacted and started cooperating with him. Wang Wei's soul started blending with the others, allowing him to take brief control over their sealing techniques. Seven Cauldron frowned. Her cold and indifferent demeanor, which somehow made her look more beautiful and holy, finally had some fluctuation. Something is wrong, she thought, but she could not immediately figure out. However, she did not focus too much on it. All these plans and schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! A brilliant light enveloped their fighting space, followed by a sound so loud that it echoed in the emptiness of the void. People immediately checked the source of the light and sound, but their divine sense was cut off just by the residual of that power. What a terrifying sword power, Old Man Dai stated, not hiding his shock. Meanwhile, Yin Hai gave him a look that said, "You know what you're talking about, youngster." In the distance, people saw the most beautiful woman alive floating in the void, holding a talisman in her right hand. She was perspiring as her complexion was pale, but that only increased her allure and charm. Luckily, the people present had a strong will, so they turned their eyes to something more substantial. The seal on the void illusion was destroyed. "Excellent work, Lady Sun," Wang Wei praised. However, Sun Junyao was not strong enough to reply. Yin Hai's peak attack was not something that an Empyrean could control. If not for her Paragon soul, that attack would have gone out of control and killed her along with it. "You can leave to recuperate." Sun Junyao mustered the strength to say, "I've repaid you for what you did for my disciple. From now on, I only owe you 2 more debts." "Of course," Wang Wei nodded. Sun Junyao disappeared, and Wang Wei continued his work. He ignored Seven Cauldron's increase in resistance and said to the sky, "Heaven and earth above, the world has been wounded for many years. Long ago, our ancestors were wise and created means to facilitate open communication, fair trade, and sharing thoughts and ideas from any distance. They brought our civilization together, allowing us to work together for a better future. However, greedy eyes have blocked our progress and regressed our civilization. Today, after years of planning, using courage and wisdom, and gathering the strengths of many, I have freed the world. I have brought our civilization to its original track of prosperity and grandeur. Please, heaven and earth, be my witness." Wang Wei looked at the sky. His words might seem nonsensical or bragging, but he chose them carefully. The Eternal Ascension World's Heaven Tao is exceptionally ambitious, and the one thing it cares about more than anything is the rise and prosperity of the cultivation civilization. According to Wang Wei, if Supreme Unity was willing to promise Heavenly Tao to improve the world and even show it a concrete plan on how his actions might benefit the world better than Heavenly Tao, then the latter might have allocated its power to the Taoist priest. The sky suddenly changed. Although this area was sealed, everyone could see the visions happening in the Eternal Ascension world. A golden hue enveloped the entire world. However, black thunder flashed between heaven and earth before the visions could fully manifest or even merit descending. All sentient beings heard a roar of anger and frustration. Without any knowledge or experience, everyone knew that this roar originated from Heavenly Tao. The Eternal Ascension world sky suddenly became a battlefield between golden aura and black thunder, and in a short period, the black thunder had the advantage. "This is our opportunity," Wang Wei reminded. And as expected, everyone focused on sealing Seven Cauldron. However, her action was relatively swift and decisive. She removed the seal array that blocked the area and ignored these people's attacks before forcefully teleporting away. Wang Wei frowned before thinking of something. As expected, Seven Cauldron appeared above the sky and played her role as a vessel. The black thunder rapidly corroded the golden hue as soon as she appeared. Luckily, someone else appeared to reverse the situation somewhat. The monk Feng Hung had a unique aura, and without uttering a word, he started battling. Wang Wei kept observing this fight. Despite the support, Heavenly Tao was still at a significant disadvantage. The good news is it has regained its strength. He estimated that the lock might have granted supreme unity control over 95 of Heavenly Tao, but his subsequent actions had reduced his control to less than 90. I can probably grant Heavenly Tao my authority to increase its power, Wang Wei analyzed. However, it may be best to reserve this trick for the next battle. It's never wise for a general to reveal all its tricks in battle. Plus, the current situation is that fate is disturbed, and the secrets of heaven and earth are in chaos, meaning this is a great opportunity for me. Wang Wei did not hesitate. This was an opportunity that he could not waste. So, he gathered Fate Tao and Yin-Yang calculation to condense a crystal that he called Heaven's Secret Crystal. He looked at the ordinary-looking gem in his palm and nodded in satisfaction. Although this object might look simple and ordinary, he knew its importance. At this point in this chess game, when his divination becomes useless, he can use this crystal to perform a divination that is not influenced by anyone. If I use this at the right time, it should increase my chances of dealing with supreme unity. Chapter 1359, No More Lives. Everyone watched the battle in the sky for a few minutes before everything ended. All the vessels left, and they did not seem injured. The result was the golden hue celebrated Wang Wei's achievements, but did not spread to every corner of the world. Additionally, he still received no merit for his accomplishment. I guess that's better than nothing, Wang Wei sighed. Heavenly Tao has a long way to go to have a chance in this fight. Additionally, he was now a genuine threat or obstacle to supreme unity, so he should cherish his life even more. Everything is over, Wang Wei declared while exhaling. Yin Hai flew over to him and tapped him on the shoulder. You did a good job, kid. Yin Hai found this youngster was as reliable as her brother Qiyuan. Thank you, ancestor. Yin Hai nodded. All right, it's time for me to leave. Don't you want to look at the void illusion realm? I've seen it enough, she replied. All she cared about now was alleviating the effects of her injuries. All right. Yin Hai disappeared, and Old Man Dai approached. Do you remember our agreement? I know. Next time, I won't contact or force you to participate. Remember your words, Old Man Dai said with indignance. The old man decided that he would change his hiding place. He did not trust that bastard Wang Wei to keep his word, so it was best to run away and hide from him. Wang Wei watched his departure. He guessed what the latter would do next and hesitated whether he should place something on him to track him. Ultimately, he decided otherwise. Old Man Dai was not a fighter, and involving him in these battles was not necessarily good. He also had to consider that this coward had a teacher who may be a primal paragon. It's fine. I doubt he'll need him next time. He turned his focus to Monk. How are you doing? I'm fine, the barbarian king nodded. I've learned much in this battle. You're lucky this battle awakened you from your arrogance. Otherwise, heaven and earth would have sent you a humbling moment, Wang Wei said. Humbling moment? Look it up in your clan, Wang Wei replied. I will. Wang Wei nodded. Do you want to take a look? No, I have many things to digest from this fight. Monk refused. Plus, I have some thoughts I need to organize. All right, you can come to me if you need help. Monk disappeared, and Wang Wei focused on the hidden Emperor Kong. The latter only nodded to him before leaving. Meanwhile, Sun Junyao left without even saying a word. She did leave a polite message talisman. Wang Wei shook his head. The woman has drawn a clear line between them, and he was okay with that. He looked at the colossal portal in the distance, preparing to accomplish his goal. But, out of nowhere, a green blade that contained the power of time pieced his body from the back. Wang Wei's danger intuition reacted at the last minute, but it was too late. The blade's power was overwhelming and wiped him out from with the power of time. The assailant waited as he knew Wang Wei was not dead. As expected, the void tore apart, and someone Wang Wei appeared. How many lives did I take? 2, Wang Wei calmly replied. According to normal sense, he should have lost only 1 life. However, after breaking through the battle taboo realm, His existence was on par with Paragon's, so the second-rank longevity resources and abilities he had were not as effective. So, after this death, he lost the only 2 lives he had left. That's about right. The assailant nodded. And how many do you have left? Wang Wei did not respond. His anger had reached the pinnacle after dying and losing all his revival methods. More importantly, he was schemed against. However, he controlled himself. How did you create projection from the seal? Time Eater smiled at him. You seem angry. Furious is more like it. That's understandable, Time Eater chuckled. All Tao overlords are arrogant by nature, and the thing that pisses them off the most is being outmatched in the field they are most proud of, wit and intelligence. I believe that is a flaw to anyone who considers themselves intelligent. Not just Tao lords and overlords, Wang Wei replied. Maybe you're right, Time Eater replied casually. So, what are you going to do with that fury? What am I going to do? Well, at first, I only wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind, Wang Wei said. It'll turn you into a great time Paragon artifact. It'll use your Tao as the core, your body as the wax, and your soul as the flame. It seems this is not enough to quell my wrath. In that case, when I reach the same level as these 2, it'll revive your memories and consciousness, put into a dog, and raise you as a pet. Yes, that should be enough. Wang Wei then looked in his eyes. That's my promise to you. Time Eater squinted, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he did not let it leak, and soon returned to normal. At their level, even when you're angry, you're so careful. Only a fool would think he could control someone like you without absolute power, Wang Wei replied. A pet, you say? Time Eater chuckled. That's a good idea. I think I'll be able to brag anywhere in the known chaos universe if I have a Tao overlord pet. Good. In that case, let's see who will be whose pet. Wang Wei watched him dissipate. He knew Time Eater would be a problem even if he were sealed, but he underestimated the time spawn. He thought it would take a while before the latter could use its means to interfere on the outside. It seems I'm not careful or paranoid enough, Wang Wei thought. He inhaled and exhaled to calm down. Now is not the time to let emotions such as pride rule his thoughts and actions. Instead, he focused on another problem, his lack of longevity resources. He could try to create one now, and although he would need 2 to ensure he had 1 life, it was still worth it. However, he felt that supreme unity would not let him succeed. It would be foolish for him to directly start researching methods of longevity just after experiencing death. Such an act would be the same as writing on his forehead that he only had 1 more life left. I need to be more careful from now on, Wang Wei thought. He would have to rely on his avatars to revive if he died now. However, he had already killed all the ones in the upper dimension, meaning Wang Wei would have to return to the lower dimension. It's fine for ordinary people to ascend, but as someone who holds so much destiny and is responsible for the prosperity of the lower dimension, my ascension means something else. If Supreme Unity plays his card correctly, he could use the second ascension to extend his tentacles to the lower dimension. The lower dimension is Heavenly Tao's primary source of power. Supreme Unity cannot control Heavenly Tao entirely as long as it's under its control. Even if he completely controlled the upper dimension, Heavenly Tao could buy itself some time by guarding the lower dimension at all costs. As such, if Wang Wei dies and returns down there, he will never ascend again until the problem in the upper dimension is solved. In fact, Heavenly Tao itself probably wouldn't allow him to ascend if he wanted to. But the question is, can anyone solve the issue of the upper dimension if he loses? There are plenty of talents from the Golden Era with such ability, but currently, Wang Wei shook his head. Emperor Kong is one of them, but he only has the potential and hasn't grown to that level yet. Maybe if Heavenly Tao forced him to experience the outlaw trial, but how complicated would that make things in the current situation? Supreme Unity would not allow the latter to train another worthy chess player. Wang Wei doesn't know much about the sealed talents of the overlords and top lineages, but as of now, no active talent is capable enough for the task. So, the conclusion is I cannot die, or the fate of the world will only be catastrophic, Wang Wei summarized with a wry smile. He exhaled to calm down. All right, maybe I'm overthinking. The world does not revolve around me. There may be countless talents hidden in the world who can take on this task. He decided not to put too much pressure on his shoulder. The world is vast, and the fact he was the son of destiny does not mean much in the grand scheme of things. More importantly, I should not underestimate this world's heavenly Tao. Wang Wei thought. The Eternal Ascension world's heavenly Tao has accomplished great things and won't be defeated so easily. Chapter 1360, Two Mini Purple Crystals. Wang Wei looked in the distance thoughtfully. He looked at the karma thread between him and Time Eater. He could tell the latter had a great understanding of karma, or, at the very least, knew enough to protect himself very well. This is not over, he sneered. He sent a message to Feng Heng, asking him to send the other two Buddhist sages to stay near Time Eater's seal and constantly reinforce it. Although he did not expect this method to increase the seal's strength, it should distract Time Eater, forcing him to waste his time and prevent him from having the time to act against him. Those two are not enough. It would be better if there were 4 of them, Wang Wei thought. The following message was to Red Mask, and her target was the Pure Flame Sage. She was to invite him for this task, with promises of reward. And if the latter refuses, Red Mask has the power to do whatever means necessary for him to agree, as long as she doesn't kill him. The last one, Wang Wei thought with a frown. He could not ask Lin Qi or Emperor Kong since these two had too much work to do and could not abandon their lineage foundation just to guard a seal. Should I ask the sect? Wang Wei thought about it, but he had a better idea. A.O. Shun. He contributed immensely to the revival of the demon race in the lower dimension. Although it was not enough to condense a golden body, it was close enough. If the demon race values him, they should have helped him condense it. The golden body of merit, no matter the level, has many values, and the most important is to help pass the Paragon Tribulation. A.O. Shun's talent is enough to be considered a Paragon seed, and having a golden body would increase his chances and positions. The demon race should make such a small investment. Let's contact him and see the result, Wang Wei thought. With all of A.O. Shun's achievements, destiny, luck, and the support of the demon clan, his cultivation should also be in the lower levels of the Empyrean realm. As such, he was more than enough to be one of the seal's guardians. Wang Wei sent the message, but did not wait for a response since he knew the latter would not return to him so quickly. He flew to the Void Illusion Realm's door and entered. The sight of that welcome was both expected and slightly surprising. Wang Wei saw endless white and emptiness. The description of the Void Illusion Realm from records displayed a vivid world created from spiritual power and illusion. However, this place was more than deserted. After all, this thing has been used for countless Yuan epochs. Wang Wei shook his head. He summoned the Ma clan's luck condensing artifact. And as expected, a unique magic circle suddenly emanated from it. Wang Wei marveled at transcendent methods. All his methods and knowledge were useless before this power. He also realized that he had wronged Mithriya. If not for her holding off most of Supreme Unity's power, Wang Wei would have absolutely no way to fight back. At least, not before he fully becomes a primal and has enough knowledge and experience about transcendence. The magic circle opened a portal to the core of this realm, and Wang Wei immediately salivated. He saw a vast mountain range in a specific corner of this core, with each mountain composed of purple crystals. He recognized these purple crystals as condensed soul energies. Near this mountain range was a vast ocean, and Wang Wei knew this ocean was liquefied soul energy. Such quantity and purity. Wang Wei commented. The quantity was mind-boggling, but the truly valuable aspect of these crystals was how perfectly purified they were. Her accomplishment in the souls is on another level. I guess that makes sense since her main Tao is illusion. Despite his greed, Wang Wei did not rush over rashly. Instead, he slowly approaches. As expected, a formation appeared to block his path. He observed and studied it clearly before shaking his head. Ma Liqiu was not stupid. so she took some precautionary measures to ensure Wang Wei kept his end of the bargain. The protective formation had one purpose: to ensure Wang Wei kept his word. More importantly, it could only be opened by someone with the blood of the Ma clan, and that person must reach the Paragon realm. It's really not easy to take advantage of these old guys that have lived for God knows how long. Wang Wei sighed, let alone the ones that have already started their transcending path. He shook his head and ignored this formation. He knew that even if he asked the sect's best array masters to try to break this thing, it probably wouldn't work. And even if they found a method, Ma Liqiu probably left a means of self-destruction. However, it did not mean that Wang Wei was out of chess moves. He could control the person who becomes the Paragon. He could injure their existence after the latter opens the formation for him, and even send the latter into reincarnation once he has what he wants. However, Wang Wei had an even better way. Willpower is a terrifying power. If I can train the Ma clan Paragon to have a frightening amount of willpower, then it will be a question of whether Ma Liqiu can take over their bodies to revive. Even if she can, this approach should be enough to delay her. He now knew how he would train the Ma clan's descendants. When it comes to talent, it's easier to do than expected. Since they are Ma Liqiu's descendants, Wang Wei only needs to awaken their talents for illusion. Although this approach will turn these people into a better vessel for Ma Liqiu, it's still the most efficient way to improve their talents and find someone capable of reaching the Paragon realm. The next step is the Ma clan's luck and destiny. These guys' key luck is such a pitfall that they might choke while drinking water. However, that is also easy to deal with. After Wang Wei revived the Void Illusion realm, he could nourish their clan's key luck dragon to restore their family. He must also find or cultivate a guardian for their clan to ensure the people don't squander their clan's key luck and destiny again. Finally, Wang Wei will train these talents' minds and willpower. He will ensure their willpower is always higher than their cultivation and train them to resist body or soul possession. I can also add obsession, Wang Wei thought as he fine-tuned the plan. If the chosen person has a strong will and is obsessed with reviving the Ma clan, these two powers should be enough to cause Ma Liqiu some problems. Wang Wei had no issue with Ma Liqiu and even had a plan on how to treat her. However, things have changed. He needed access to these soul powers as soon as possible, but he did not want her to revive anytime soon, so he could only treat her this way. Now that he knew how to proceed with the Ma clan, Wang Wei focused on the Void Illusion realm. Ma Liqiu did lie as she handed him complete control over this realm. At least Wang Wei could not detect any backdoors, and he did not believe there were none. If his deduction is correct that this realm was her path of transcendence, she would never hand it over to him. Once he gained complete control, rebuilding the Void Illusion realm was the next step. The process was easier than expected since Wang Wei had experience with the dream world. He rebuilt the lower dimensions dream world with a few modifications to tweak things to fit the aesthetic and situation of the upper dimension. However, Wang Wei did immediately open access to cultivators. His current task was to spread the mortal civilization through this thing. Once everything was prepared, Wang Wei sent his people to spread the news worldwide. He also contacted Sage Lin Qi and his association. The latter had way more contacts and connections with mortals, and he also had more trust and prestige among them. Now all that is left to build as fast as possible, Wang Wei muttered as he looked in the distance. He has access to the mortal civilization's results from the lower dimension, making things easier for the mortals here. However, he also knew that Supreme Unity would not let things proceed smoothly if nothing unexpected occurs. The next step is a war between mortals and cultivators, Wang Wei analyzed. With the way things are proceeding, this war was inevitable. The cultivators have become crazy because their lifespans are running out, and now that Wang Wei is about to arm the mortals, they will no longer accept their fate as fat sheep that can be easily slaughtered. Once the mortals can hold on by themselves, my next task should be how to reduce Supreme Unity's influence in the world, followed by how to remove that damn lock, Wang Wei thought. Chapter 1361, A Time of Great Opportunity. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Emperor Kong floated in the air, looking at the sky. He watched what happened to these parasites and was now in a strange mood. That battle had a significant effect on the world, and I sense an opportunity, but I cannot quite grasp it. He reviewed everything he had experienced, trying to catch that fleeting thought. Sadly, it eluded him like a thief who roams the night freely. Emperor Kong considered talking to his disciples, but he remembered he had sent them on a critical mission to one of the important branches. In that case, let's meet the teacher. Master Shang stood atop a long tower, looking hazily at the sky, or maybe the stars. Was it stargazing? In some ways. After Master Shang was revived and cultivated, he voluntarily fused with the Academy's luck and became the artifact's spirit guardian of the Academy's luck-condensing artifact. Emperor Kong was against this, but the latter was adamant. The benefits of this act were numerous. The Academy's luck was condensed beyond the norm, allowing their destiny to prosper at an efficient rate compared to top lineages. The artifact was also better protected, and more importantly, due to its limitations, Master Shang could cultivate luck and destiny Dao without the outlaw trial. Your mind is perturbed, Master Shang said without looking at his proud disciple. I am, Emperor Kong nodded. I feel an opportunity is before me, and I cannot grasp it. Emperor Kong would never doubt his intuition. Most cultivators of his realm would not question their senses or feelings, let alone those of someone like him with great luck and destiny. I was wondering if you had detected something. You're here at the right time, Master Shang declared. The secrets of heaven and earth were momentarily disturbed, allowing me to see a few things. Heavenly Dao's reliance on Wang Wei has increased, Master Shang continued. It needs him to continue confronting the black and white Sunday. It also doesn't want him to be distracted. You mean? Emperor Kong asked with shining eyes. Yes. The moons have become a distraction, Master Shang continued. The destiny to eliminate them has been opened to others. Now, their luck is at its weakest, and Heavenly Dao encourages people to take this opportunity to remove these parasites. This is certainly good news, Kong said with a smile before swiftly controlling himself. With destiny on their side, it will be easier to scheme and kill these parasites. However, is it really a good idea to take Wang Wei's destiny? Master Shang looked at him. You're too cautious about matters about him, and it's still not enough. Master Shang looked him in the eyes and did not say anything more. He has seen Kong grow up, and he has enough trust in him to believe his judgment. You don't need to worry about him, Master Shang continued as he looked at the sky. Heavenly Dao knows what a terrible mistake it would be to ruin their relationship in the current situation. As such, it has already planned to make it up for him. Additionally, some new changes have occurred in the moon's key luck. Oh, what did you see? It has become extremely easy to plunder their luck. Master Shang continued. As long as you kill them once and force them to lose one of their lives, you can plunder a great deal of their luck and destiny. This is our Academy's chance. We only need to kill one of them once, and the game will be worth it. I understand. Emperor Kong nodded with shining eyes. He thanked his teacher before leaving. He needed to summon a meeting to discuss the next step. Dao Opening Sect, a meeting of the elders and patriarch. Have you heard the news? Sect Master Yukai asked. What news? An elder who had just appeared asked. He was in isolated training to heal his injuries from the lock and was cut off from the outside. He wouldn't have shown his face if not for this emergency meeting. The parasite's luck and destiny has become easier to plunder, someone explained. That is good news. But is it enough for such a grand meeting? We don't need their luck and destiny. Stupid. Think of the implications. What implications? Even if they're all dead, nothing will change with this fucking lock above our head. Yukai sensed a fight was about to occur, so he raised his hand to stop everybody. Today's topic is whether we should intervene more in the outside world. Now that everyone is caught on, let's discuss the pros and cons. The main pro is we can revive the ancestors, and they will finally free us, someone said. The overlords and top lineages had too deep of a foundation. To facilitate their power and control, Time Eater played politics and convinced them to seal most of their top powers and resources, such as paragon artifacts, puppets, and talismans. As such, these lineages desperately need the return of their ancestors to free themselves. The con is the two sons are now more active than ever. With the latter's power, it might be easier for him to stop us from reviving our ancestors. Or even worse, use this opportunity to wipe us out. The room became eerily quiet. How long has it been since their sect has not felt a threat of death? At the top of their power, they were the ones who decided others' life and death, but now, everything was reversed. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yukai asked, looking at the elderly woman in a plain blue robe. As a sect master, Yukai only respected Grand Elder Yin Shui. The sect's political situation was complicated, with countless families and significant suppression of the sectarian faction to prevent the birth of another powerful family. When this era started and the sect faced a catastrophe, people's first instinct was to choose one of the three ancestral families, Wang, Yin, Li, as their next leader. However, Grand Elder Yin Shui vetoed these people and supported Yukai. She advocated and ensured the latter retained all his rights and power as sect master. Grand Elder Yin Shui had many ways to take power. When the catastrophe started, the remaining paragons in the sect knew their fate, so they chose one person to survive and look after the sect in this upcoming turbulent era. Yin Shui was chosen, and without hesitation, she injured her existence so her cultivation would drop to the Empyrean realm. With her status and strength, she could have easily taken over. However, she fought to preserve the sect's rules and orthodoxy. Regarding such a major decision, it's best to hear from the ancestor, Yin Shui said. You have a point, Yukai said. Things have reached the point that they may need the opinion and guidance of their ancestors. Yukai agreed, and since Yin Shui was the only one who could contact Yin Hai, the elderly woman left the room and returned a few minutes later. The ancestor said we don't need to do anything, Yin Shui announced. Young Master Wei has taken on the burden, and we only need to wait until he needs or asks for our help. That's it. She also said that if something happens to him, prepare to avenge him no matter the cost. I understand, Yukai nodded. He knew how high Wei's status was in the sect, but he did not expect it to be to this level. However, he was not worried or jealous. He has accomplished his mission as a sect master and has enough luck and merit to become a paragon. So, even if Wei returns and wants his position, he can give it up. Tribal Sacred Mountain. Star Sage Fan Sui looked at the sky, pondering the fate of the demon race. Should we partake in this feast? Or is it too early? She took this question seriously, as it would determine the fate of the demon race. Ao Shun is indeed talented, but he is not ready. Participating in this event has a higher chance of killing him than giving any benefit. But if that is true, where is his opportunity? Star Sage Fan Sui looked at the lock above the heavens briefly before her eyes shifted to the sealed Time Eater. Are you this world's next time nexus? Will the world's next catastrophe originate from you? In that case, we can prepare to participate in that one. She waved her hand to send someone to summon Ao Shun. As Wei predicted, the latter became an Empyrean, but he has not condensed a golden body of merit. Wei slightly underestimates the complicated political situation of the demon race. Did something happen? Fan Sui asked, and Ao Shun was shocked before remembering who this woman was. So, he told her about Wei's message. It's indeed fate, Fan Sui said, but Ao Shun did not understand. In my name, I'll sponsor you for the merit you lack, and you can accept his proposal. A light of wisdom flashed in Ao Shun's eyes. As you wish. Chapter 1362, A Time of Great Opportunity. 2. Tong Ruobing opened her eyes, frowning deeply. She waved her hand, and a communication talisman manifested. She warned the maids not to disturb her in case of an emergency. Nothing should have happened so soon. So why was she contacted? When Tong Ruobing read the message, her frown deepened. Why is she asking for me? Especially with such urgency? She walked out of the room and soon arrived at the entrance. "Why are you here?" she asked directly, looking at a beautiful young woman in black with a small mole underneath her left eye that elevated her beauty. "The elders are looking for you," Sun Xiu replied. "Why did they send you?" Tong Ruobing asked, raising her guard. She had every reason to guard against the latter's scheme. The Great Talisman City was the only professional faction from the lower dimension that joined the Skill Dao Association and became one of the core figures. Sadly, they have never cultivated a primal paragon, so their status is not the best. But after Tong Ruobing ascended and re-established her foundation, her faction saw hope. They provided her with all the resources and guidance necessary to ensure that she could grow to one day become a primal. Of course, such status and resources are bound to affect someone else, and that's where Sun Xiu comes in. Before Tong Ruobing's ascension, she was the most promising talent in the association to become a primal. Still, after only a little over 10,000 yuan epochs, their status has become the same as they competed for the position of primal seed. "It's an emergency, and no one wanted to leave, so they asked me to fetch you," Sun Xiu replied, not hiding her annoyance. Tong Ruobing glanced at her and secretly shook her head. She has great disdain for this woman. The Skill Path Association has enough resources to train more than one primal seeds, but this woman insisted on competing with her and even tried to suppress her after she initially ascended. The chances of someone with such a petty and small mindset becoming a primal is too little. Tong Ruobing even wondered whether this woman could survive the Paragon Tribulation. "Lead the way," Tong Ruobing said. The Skill Dao Association was a congregation of mountains similar to the Dao opening sect, except they were not floating in the sky. Tong Ruobing's location was one of the 4 primary mountains, symbolizing the 4 main professions: pill, weapon, array, and talismans. She frowned when she realized their destination was Destiny Mountain. The Skill Dao Association accepted people worldwide into their mountains. There is a specific quota, and even other overlords will compete for them. However, Destiny Mountain was unique as it did not cultivate anyone with divination talents. Instead, they were in charge of observing the association's luck, destiny, and future. The two soon reached their destination, and Tong Ruobing was shocked to find out that all the top leaders of the association were present. And once they all glanced at her, she felt suffocated. Luckily, she had also entered the Empyrean realm, and the most powerful people present were in this realm. The current associate president waved his hand to activate an isolated profession, and Tong Ruobing sensed the changes in the environment. This is definitely a Paragon array, and it may be more than just one. What exactly is going on? "Child, come," said a calm and soothing voice. "Elder Chun," Tong Ruobing saluted, looking at the elderly woman with clear eyes and no pupils. "Did something happen?" "The secrets of heaven and earth became chaotic, allowing me to peep at our association's fate without much repercussions," Elder Chun explained in a plain and slow voice. Tong Ruobing did not comment and waited for the latter to explain. "I saw an opportunity to break this prison, and you will play a part in it," Elder Chun continued. "Are you serious? What could someone like me do in such a situation?" Tong Ruobing was puzzled. Although the association did not give access to certain information, she was smart enough to deduce the level of power involved. Thus, she knew how weak she was. "My divination cannot be wrong," Elder Chun continued. "You will play a part, and the destiny for breaking this lock will bring great fortune to us. Now, I need you to think clearly about whether you have something or experience something that could help the situation. It's all right if you don't. There is a chance that you haven't encountered it yet." Elder Chun was experienced enough to understand how fate operated, so it's entirely possible that Tong Ruobing hasn't encountered the events that led to her participation. However, it would be best if they knew in advance. That way, they could maximize their benefits. "Something that can affect the current situation," Tong Ruobing muttered before something lashed into her eyes. "Did you think of something?" Elder Chun asked. Tong Ruobing summoned an orb with millions of sealing talismans. "This is the blood and aura of a terrifying creature sealed in the lower dimension. This is the only thing I can think about." "Can I see?" "Yes," but please be extra careful. Elder Chen nodded. She knew Tong Ruobing was not the kind of highly cautious type, but she still acted in such a manner. That enough is proof of how serious this seal blood was. So, she slowly lifted the talismans to sense inside. A murmur burrowed deep into Elden Chen's soul, trying to force her to worship some kind of entity. Additionally, she also sensed her soul rapidly being corroded as madness overwhelmed her senses. She reacted swiftly and protected herself. What a terrifying thing, she commented. It wasn't this bad, Tong Ruobing said with a frown. She realized this thing's power had silently increased while she was not paying attention. She shuddered, thinking what would have happened had she opened it while still in the Great Emperor realm. The power level is only on par with the Empyrean realm, Elder Chen commented. But its essence has indeed surpassed the Paragon realm. My prediction wasn't wrong. This thing will be one of the keys to removing the lock. Everyone's eyes looked at that orb with fiery eyes. The world was currently experiencing a catastrophe, meaning there were both dangers and opportunities. If their association could choose the right side and acquire enough destiny, then they can cultivate a few more primal paragons and reach the same level as the Grand Sect Alliance and the Dao opening sect among the overlords. Child, can you tell me in detail about how you acquired this thing? Tong Ruobing hesitated briefly before explaining everything that occurred with the abyss gap in the lower dimension. She left some details out, but they were not that important. Long way, huh? Elder Chen muttered. It seems the Dao opening sect will soon become the leader in the upcoming era. Isn't that expected? The association president uttered. The Grand Sect Alliance is a group forced together, while the four primals of the Dao opening sect are basically family. Isn't that why many people tried to suppress their development? Let's not talk about this, Elder Chen continued. She, more than many people, understood that some things were destined. Child, can you lend us this for a while? No problem. Tong Ruobing agreed without hesitation. She knew she had no choice in the current situation, and this thing would probably only be helpful after becoming a primal. Don't worry, we won't take your things without compensation, Elder Chen continued. As a reward, you will be granted the position of primal seed with all the status and resources. Additionally, you will be the one who carries the destiny from breaking the lock. Elder Chen, the association president, said, It's fine to give her the position, but the matter of destiny must be treated with care. Elder Chen calmly looked at him. Haven't you understood? Some things are already destined. Why was she the one with this blood? Why did Wang Wei choose to bear the world's destiny? And why did she have a close connection with him? Everything seems random or coincidental, but it's just fate working its miracle. I understand what you mean, but the association president continued, unwilling to let such an opportunity pass. We can wait until we can contact the ancestors, but I guarantee they will make the same choice. Then, let's just wait, the president responded with gritted teeth. He knew his talent, and that reaching the peak of the Paragon realm was far-fetched. However, he now had a chance to see higher peaks with this upcoming destiny. Elder Chen looked at Sun Xiao and sighed. Little Xiao, why is your mood so chaotic? Sun Xiao was quiet. Our association was one of the overlords. Do you think we don't have the resources to train more than one primal seed? Why are you so small-minded? With such a mindset, how do you expect to carry the Sun Clan's name and glory? The Sun Clan patriarch looked at his daughter with a frown. Their clan is a descendant of the association's primal, meaning they have one of the highest status. Previously, he indulged his daughter since she had some talent, but now he realized she may not be enough to represent the Sun Clan in the upcoming era. It seems I may have to find another heir, he thought. However, thinking about how doting his wife was, he added, All right, let's give her one more chance. Elder Chan, what should we do now? Our priority is to purify this thing and keep the essence, Elder Chen stated. That is probably the key. But can this thing be purified? When Elder Chen opened the orb, the elders sensed the evil power emanating from it and were not confident. We must try, she replied before suddenly thinking of something. Looking at Tong Ruobing, she asked, Do you want to participate? Me? Elder Chen nodded. No problem, Tong Ruobing replied calmly. Chapter 1363, A Time of Great Opportunity. 3. No need to read the second paragraph. There's a problem with this chapter. It should have been released before the one called Grand Daos Grand Move, but I wrote the chapter but never published it. I'm also having a problem with fixing this issue with web novels rules that you cannot delete more than 1,000 words of a published chapter, especially privileged ones. Hopefully, this long introduction fixes the issue. I just tried, and it did not meet the requirements, so I must add more. I'm sorry for this introduction. You don't have to read it. It's one of the requirements for me to fix the issue. Maybe you should have deleted the entire thing and republished it. However, that probably would cause more trouble, and there's the fact it's not fair for the people who already bought the chapter. Alright, this should meet the word counts. Qin Longwei, the supervisor of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty's prison, received a strange request today. A middle-level minister of the agricultural department wished to meet him secretly. At first, he wanted to refuse, but the latter provided him with some information about one of his enemies. Qin Longwei thought this might be an opportunity to take down the latter and maybe even get promoted. When he arrived at his destination, he checked the surroundings to ensure he was not falling into a trap. He felt relieved that the only person present was that small minister. "Tell me your news, and don't waste my time," Qin Longwei said directly. Although his department was on the lower end of the dynasty, his rank was still above this little clerk. As such, he did not give the latter much face. Sir, I only want some guarantees," said the clerk with a trembling voice. "Tell me your information before we can even negotiate." "Sir, if you're not talking, I won't stay here for long," Qin Longwei sneered before walking away. He had already captured the clerk's mindset as soon as he laid eyes on them. As someone who deals with all kinds of criminals and the low lives of the dynasty, he can tell when someone is desperate. So, knowing he had all the advantages, Qin Longwei acted accordingly to ensure maximum benefit. He knew that any time now, this clerk would call him back with more desperation in his voice. Sadly, he overestimated his abilities this time. The small clerk suddenly released a shadow that swallowed Qin Longwei before he could react. He did not scream, nor did his intuition activate. He was swallowed completely. A new Qin Longwei appeared where he previously stood, but his eyes were different. He had lost the cruelty and brutality raised by torturing and killing criminals for countless Yuan epochs. Instead, his eyes were sharp, cunning, and powerful. This transformation lasted only seconds before Qin Longwei returned to his previous self. This new version perfectly captured the former Qin Longwei's aura, personality, facial expression, memories, etc. "You can leave, and don't let anyone see you," Qin Longwei, no, Paragon Jimin said to the clerk. The two left separately, and Jimin took this opportunity to review Qin Longwei's memories in detail. The prisoners from the hidden layers were taken out. He murmured, "I was right. Something is wrong with Shu Run." When he was the prime minister, Paragon Jimin knew that the hidden layers of the prison contained powerful body refiners or cultivators that could be absorbed to help Shu Run heal in case of an emergency. Only a few people knew about it, and only the emperor could order people to remove these prisoners. Now that I have confirmed the news, what should my next step be? Paragon Jimin thought. As soon as the Earth Emperor returned, he liquidated the Prime Minister and many other identities Jimin had, forcing him to start over. Luckily, he knew enough about the dynasty to slowly return to the top by stealing the lives of important ministers. If he is given some time and without interference, Jimin is confident he will once again be the Prime Minister, and this time, with his Paragon realm cultivation, his hiding ability will drastically increase. Jimin looked at the sky when he returned home. His eyes saw the key luck dragon of Great Chu. The normal eyes cannot see anything different about it, but he can see the instability of the dragon, especially after Wang Wei injured Shu Run. It has become easier to plunder the luck and destiny of these people. And this might be the fastest way for me to recuperate, Emperor Jimin analyzed. But what should I do once I return to my peak? Take revenge on Wang Wei? No. That's pointless. Although the latter did scheme against him, he indeed saved him. Additionally, Paragon Jimin knew how difficult it would be to kill a master of karma after owing the latter a debt of saving their lives. Not to mention, he has speculated that Wang Wei has Paragon tier strength, hence why Shu Run was injured. My ambition has always been to use the current chaos to build a powerful faction to prepare for the upcoming era, Paragon Jimin analyzed. By now, the rebellion should only be bones and skin, leaving only a few of my diehard supporters. In that case, I'll need to use my status as the first Paragon to condense my luck and destiny and to rally people into my lineage. Lao Qin, where have you been? Yelled a gruff voice as soon as Qin Longwei entered his house. He recognized it as his voice and yelled, I want to get some fresh air. You didn't go drinking again, did you? I've told you many times not to associate with these scoundrels. The prisons are full of people whose minds have been twisted. Some came to the prison to satisfy their hidden urges, while others became like this after years in that terrible environment. It did not help that the prison had a unique cultivation technique that absorbed baleful auras and negative emotions. Qin Longwei's wife never liked how her husband associated with these people by taking them drinking. No, ia ven, Qin Longwei responda. Let me check. A divine sense descended on the room that scanned his body, especially his mouth and aura, making Paragon Jimin's lips twitch. Good. It seems you started to listen to me more. Jimin ignored his wife and entered his cultivating room. From Qin Longwei's memories and his experience as a prime minister, he knew the prison supervisor position was not simple. The emperor has absolute power. With one word, he can imprison or kill nobles, high-ranking ministers, or their families. These people cannot do anything to the emperor, but can't they kill a lowly prison supervisor? Before Qin Longwei took office, the Great Chu dynasty often switched supervisors. Qin Longwei successfully stayed in his position for so long because he formed a bond or connection with his officers, forming a tight group that bound their interests and protected each other. His wife is from a middle-tier noble clan, so she looks down on these people. But Qin Longwei knows this is his method of survival. Since I've decided to kill that bastard, I need to make a plan, Paragon Jimin continued once he was alone. But where to start? He reviewed all the information he knew about the dynasty, and his mind finally locked into one person, the third prince. He muttered, Shuren seems lucky in this department, so he has given birth to a few children. However, all the princes or princesses in the current dynasty can be said to be mediocre. Only a few have reached the Empyrean, and most are in the early stages of the Great Emperor realm. Of course, everyone knows it's not because of these heirs' talent, but they just stopped cultivating out of fear. They all knew that the few of their brothers and sisters who cultivated to the peak of the Empyrean realm disappeared, except for the third prince. He reached that realm long ago, but nothing has happened to him. The discerning eyes could tell that it was not for the lack of trying on the emperor's part. Yet the third prince is alive and well. Although it seems he has little power on the surface, as the prime minister, Jimin once discovered the latter had a terrifying intelligence agency under his control. This man has always been an enigma, and if there is someone who might be willing to work with me to kill Shu Run, it's him, Jimin analyzed. All right, it's decided. However, I should be careful when dealing with him. He had long suspected that the third prince intentionally revealed his intelligence agency to test him, and the fact that he did not report this to the emperor showed the former prime minister's character. Jimin exhaled to calm down. Although he had a preliminary plan, he did not want to act immediately. The current situation was dangerous, and Shu Ren was sensitive during this time of weakness. It may reveal his actions if he acts now. Jimin uttered as his vision barado this house and glazed at the dynasty's key luck dragon. It became weaker. What happened? Someone was desperately hiding the effects on the dragon, but this could not stop the former paragon. His luck has dissipated immensely, similar to when the emperor experienced death. Could it be? The only explanation was Shu Run used one of his longevity resources to heal whatever damage he experienced in the previous battle. He's quite resolute, Jimin praised. The situation was ever-changing, so it was wise for Shu Run to maintain his top fighting shape. As for the loss of his luck, he could still recuperate it with the correct method. Unfortunately for you, This is a chaotic time, and destiny is against you, he sneered. Under standard times, Shu Run could indeed recuperate his luck and destiny. But now, he was nothing but a fat pig that had caught the entire world's attention. Chapter 1364, Heavenly Tao's Grand Move, unedited chapter. There is a missing chapter labeled A Great Time of Opportunity, 3. It should have been released yesterday, but I made an error and did not push the publish button. Go read it since there is some vital information. Wang Wei sat cross-legged before countless mortals, with 1.369 billion of them chosen as the leader and imbued with great destiny by Wang Wei and Heavenly Tao. This number sounds large, but considering the unfathomable number of mortals in the Eternal Ascension world, that number meant nothing. Fortunately, Wang Wei went with quality over quantity. These leaders are intelligent enough to inherit all the knowledge of the mortal civilization and have the political and tactical minds to lead their minds. Additionally, Wang Wei knew what was coming, so after teaching them the knowledge, he also trained them through simulation on how to fight against cultivators. Your training is completed, Wang Wei said. 6 months have passed outside, but these people have experienced more than a dozen years of learning and training. The destiny of your species is in your hands, Wang Wei continued. Although many cultivators will provide aid, ultimately, you must rely on yourselves. We understand, enlightened sage, they responded in unison. Wang Wei nodded. Although he did not ask them to call him as such, his actions are worthy of such a title. Now go. Sir, will we see you again? Asked one of the female leaders. If fate wills it, we will, Wang Wei replied. He waved his hand, and everyone's mind returned to their bodies. He sighed to himself. Mortals are nothing in the grand scheme of things. They are at the bottom of the hierarchical chain, and yet the future and destiny of the Eternal Ascension world has to rely on them to ensure it has a future. Wang Wei shook his head to regain his focus, and he muttered under his breath. The seeds have been planted. Now, we only need guardians to ensure they can bloom into beautiful flowers without any hindrance. He did not hesitate to contact Feng Heng and Sage Lin Qi. The three spent the next few hours discussing how to protect these mortals while they build their civilization and how to spread their accomplishments better. Once they had a concrete plan, Wang Wei forwarded it to a few allies, including his ancestor and the sect and Emperor Kong and Sun Junyao. He did not know whether the latter would participate, but still sent the news. I think I can do more, Wang Wei pondered. He sent messages to all the people he had connections to in the lower dimension, especially the ones who participated in his banquet. He did not talk to these people or ask them to repay the favor they owed him. Instead, he spoke of the benefits of doing so, including future merit and the blessing of luck and destiny. He was forthright about the mortal civilization since he knew it couldn't remain a secret with supreme unity around. Of course, Wang Wei did not expect most of them to act, mainly because Heavenly Tao's current merit system was malfunctioning. But as long as 10 of these people caught the bait and involved the factions behind them, then the mortals' chances at survival in this catastrophe will drastically increase. He created a clone to watch the Void Illusion realm before finally leaving. Something is wrong? What's wrong with my destiny and the world? Wang Wei has been so focused on the Heaven's Secret Crystal and the establishment of the mortal civilization that he did not notice the subtle changes between heaven and earth. Now that he was free, he immediately noticed something. It's so easy to plunder these parasites' destiny, Wang Wei muttered. Additionally, the burden of dealing with them has been diverted to others. Wang Wei floated in the void, observing the destiny of the world with a frown. So, that's how it is. I was just thinking how such a capable Heavenly Tao like yourself could fail so miserably, he smiled. The three-way battle between the sun's vessels and Heavenly Tao was more successful than he analyzed. Heavenly Tao opened the secrets and destiny of the world to everyone, thus creating countless small chess players in this game that will define the world's fate. It's indeed a brilliant move. This world is full of talents, so why not use them? Why not create more variables to give it a chance at surviving? Wang Wei analyzed. More importantly, These small chess players can lessen the burden on my shoulders, and I will not lose much since Heavenly Tao will repay me even more. A brilliant smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. It's been 6 months, and the world is too quiet. These new chess players are too conservative. Where is their passion as young people? In that case, let's send them a signal to hurry up. Additionally, these parasites should be distracted to prevent them from hindering the mortal civilizations. Wang Wei thought of all the parasites, choosing his next target as if he were shopping for shoes. Let's see. I don't need to do much for the fight between Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers, and any new actions might make them more reserved in their actions. Seven Cauldron is a vessel that cannot be touched easily, so it only leaves Shu Run, the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a string of fate and gently plucked it. He looked at his work and smiled before teleporting away. Great Shu Divine Dynasty, Supreme In Palace. All the ministers stood before the throne with their heads lowered. Things have not been going well for them, ever since the emperor returned. Forget how they had so much power and wealth when the emperor was not here, but he's been moody and aggressive ever since the latter's return. There have been times when he acted like this before, but not to such a level, nor did it last for so long. Today, the emperor discovered major corruption in the Treasury Department, and everyone was scared. After all, not a single minister present in this room can confidently say that their ass was clean. With all the chaos and the emperor's absence, isn't it normal for them to take some resources secretly? So, don't you have anything to say? Shuren asked while releasing his aura. He knew his ministers were corrupted. In fact, he encouraged them since, when necessary, he could use this to control or eliminate them. However, he could not tolerate how these people took so much that he could not find the resources he needed to at least temporarily seal the terrifying curse or whatever from Wang Wei's technique. Your Majesty, I have something to offer you, said someone. Although the person spoke without pause, anyone could detect the subtle fluctuations in their voice. Shuren calmly looked at the Minister of Right, a middle-aged woman who could be described as plump, but that did not hide the subtle beauty in her face. Shuren chuckled, but no one detected any joy or positive emotions from him, only endless killing intent. It was common for these subordinates to offer rare treasures or gifts to their superiors and even emperors, but was it really the time for this? Many people felt that this Minister of Right had been dealing too much with the Taoist and Buddhist priests and had her brain rotten. Taoism and Buddhism are both the official religions of the Great Shu Dynasty. However, a small minority believes this was a desperate act to save herself. You better choose your next few words very carefully, Shuren warned. The Minister of Right, also known as Lady Run, swiftly summoned an ice coffin containing a body. Such a beautiful woman. That was everybody's first thought, followed by what Shuren said next. Is that Sun Junyao? The Earth Emperor asked in shock before realizing what he saw. No, it's not her. This person also has the essence of perfection, but not nearly on Sun Junyao's level. Your Majesty is wise and has great vision, Lady Rin swiftly said. Shuren looked at the sleeping woman whose beauty was accentuated by the ice and cold surrounding her. A hint of desire flashed in his eyes, but he swiftly controlled himself. He calmly looked at Lady Run, his eyes cold and indifferent. Do you think this is an appropriate gift? Lady Rin started sweating as the aura pressure got to her. Her mind went on overdrive as she swiftly responded. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. She is just the work of some fool studying perfection. I found her during one of my fortune encounters, and I can hand over the place for His Majesty to investigate. Additionally, Your Majesty can control every aspect of this woman. You can place as many secret restrictions on her and control everything she does, including her meal. You can even check and change her memories as you see fit. Lady Rin did not know what she was saying. All she knew was that she spewed everything she could think of to appease the Emperor's suspicions. You have a point, but this Emperor is not such a person, Shuren responded, smiling slightly and removing his aura. However, I should be cautious and double-check. He snapped his finger, and someone floated from his shadow. You know what to do, right? Yes, my lord. Good. Shu Ren nodded, looking at the beautiful woman. Then, he waved his hand to put her away. What about the corruption case? The shadow asked. Shu Ren looked at these people. As long as they can repay most of the stolen money. And if they can't, if they can only pay 60 or more, send them to prison until I'm in a better mood. And I remember them, Shu Ren continued. If it's less than 50, add a weekly dose of torture. And if less than 20, just kill them. Many ministers' bodies trembled. Many already used those resources to gain personal strength or more political and military power in the dynasty. Some have wasted it on pleasures and such. The only person who felt relief was Lady Ren. Although the emperor did not say anything explicitly, it's apparent that he liked her gift. As you wish, the shadow replied before disappearing. Shu Ren took one last look at these people and sneered before leaving. Chapter 1365. Shu, how is it? Shu Ren asked, looking at the shadow kneeling before him. I have investigated it clearly. She is the product of a genius from the golden generation called the Moon Knight Paragon. According to records, he once saw a perfect woman during an eclipse and has been pursuing the path of perfection since then. And you're sure such a person exists? There are many records of his existence, and the Minister of Right is not the only person who has found one of his experiments since his disappearance. Shu Ren was quiet, with his index finger tapping on his armrest. Did you find any anomaly inside that secret realm? Not as far as I can detect. Hence why I brought it with me, so you can check if you wish. Shu Ren hesitated briefly before summoning a puppet of the same realm. He linked his visions to the object before sending it inside. The puppet had a powerful divine sense, allowing it to check for the unknown. More importantly, it served as a proxy in case something was wrong. As long as Shu Ren was careful, he would have plenty of time to protect himself or escape while the puppet was being eradicated or influenced. He was careful and spent a few hours searching. But this was an ordinary secret realm that served as a laboratory. The only things worth noticing were how old it was and the faint aura of perfection remaining around. Shadow, tell me your honest opinion. Do you think someone is plotting against me? Shadow pondered briefly. In the current era, there's only one person with enough knowledge and ability to pull such a scheme, and that's Sun Junyao. However, after killing the blood dragon, she has no motive or capability to pull another stunt like that again. She has plenty of motive, Shu Ren sneered. His words plunged the room into momentary silence for a few seconds. Then, he continued, what about Wang Wei? Shadow was silent. Speak. Shadow no longer hesitated. There's been no evidence that Wang Wei has such a great understanding of perfection, and granted that it's not his Tao. The only way for him to scheme something like that would be for him to team up with Sun Junyao. Don't beat around the bush and state your opinion. If this is Wang Wei's scheme, I cannot think of the latter's objective, Shadow explained. Not to be rude, but this unfinished product does not have Sun Junyao's charm. So what will be the plan of using her as bait? And even if she was, Lord, you are not as weak-willed as the lustful dragon, so the same plan would not work. Maybe this is just a distraction, Shu Ren said with squinting eyes. Instead of focusing on her, our eyes should be elsewhere, for example, Lady Ren. No, she's too obvious, so most likely a pawn. Shu Ren felt he was into something. The perfect woman was a distraction, and Wang Wei's attack was coming somewhere else. There's another possibility we may have overlooked, Shadow suddenly said. Oh, her creator, the Moon Knight Paragon? Shu Ren asked with a frown. Are you suggesting he's alive and might want his test subject back? That's right. He might not allow anyone to touch her if he values her. That's a little far-fetched, Shu Ren disagreed. He's been missing for heaven knows how long. And even if he's alive, he won't be in the eternal ascension world. And as you know, it's impossible to return here in the current climate, unless he's achieved the same realm as the two suns. That's even more absurd, Shu Ren replied before pausing. Do we have any records of him entering the ultimate taboo? He has long disappeared before the ultimate taboo, Shadow replied. And Shu Ren almost sighed in relief. But that doesn't rule out that he entered from other worlds. Indeed, Shuren acknowledged before thinking deeply. I still think your idea is too far-fetched and has too many loopholes. If Wang Wei wanted to use such a person to eliminate me, he would have to know in advance that the Moon Knight Paragon has reached such a realm, and he would also have to understand that this frozen woman was significant to him. Unless he's not the one responsible, Shadow responded. If not him, who else? Are you saying this is a plot from one of those 5? Time Eater. To be specific, Shadow continued his analysis. You should know that he has a much better information network involving affairs in foreign chaos worlds. So it's not impossible for him to hear the news about Moon Knight Paragon. Furthermore, we know that he's not the type to remain subordinate. So what is the best way in this current situation for him to retain his autonomy and as much power as possible? Make the world chaotic by distracting the 2 sons from paying attention to him. There is no better way for him to succeed than to introduce another powerhouse on their level. Shuren frowned. Assuming you're right, what role do I play in this grand scheme? Hasn't he always wanted all the world's luck and destiny for himself? Shadow stated. According to his original plan, he would choose people on the Moon Council that he could easily control and deal with, and when the time was right, he would eliminate them and take all their luck and destiny. Shuren had to admit that Shadow's analysis made sense. If Time Eater's plan succeeded, he would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone by diverting the 2 sons' attention and killing him in the process. An intense killing intent flashed in his eyes before dissipating. What do you suggest we do? Shadow did not immediately reply. Well, sir, the simplest way to solve this issue is to put the woman away. Whether this is a scheme or not, we will have no problem as long as she's no longer our problem. Your approach is too conservative, Shuren immediately answered. Plus, wouldn't I be telling the world that I fear either Wang Wei or Time Eater if I sent her away? Brr, sir. Shuren raised his hand to stop him. Your analysis is sound and impeccable on paper, but there are still many flaws. For example, why hasn't the Moon Knight Emperor returned to the Eternal Ascension world after his cultivation success? Did something happen to him? Did he abandon his home after achieving such a level of power? Shu Wei's body on the throne suddenly relaxed. Achieving that cultivation realm is not as simple as you imagine. Additionally, we know that there are others in the Chaos universe, but none have ever entered the Eternal Ascension world despite many wanting to. Shadow was quiet. His lord had a point, but he also knew that these points were nothing but excuses. Ultimately, he kept the woman out of pride and lust. Maybe he's not so different from the dragon, after all. The only difference is he's arrogant enough to think he can see through any scheme and deal with it. In that case, sir, what do you need me to do? Keep an eye out for Wang Wei and Time Eater's actions, he ordered. Shuren wanted to be vigilant and prepare in case something went wrong. As you wish. Shadow disappeared, and the Emperor summoned the frozen woman. He pointed at her, and countless formations manifested in the void before entering her body. With this method, he could secretly control her life and death and monitor her mood, expression, and even thoughts. As for her memories, Shuren did not touch them until he discovered they mainly consisted of a middle-aged man with a cold expression experimenting with her by using countless formations. Shuren took a moment to check his work before finally opening the coffin. The woman looked beautiful, even though she was not completely perfect. On the contrary, such an imperfection added some points to her overall charm. I couldn't have Sun Junyao, but I can have her. Better yet, I may be able to cultivate my own Sun Junyao, Shu Ren thought with shining eyes. The frozen woman's eyelid trembled before opening. She looked at Shu Ren with her pure eyes and frowned. You're not my creator. Who are you? Creator? Who is that? Shu Ren said. One of my ministers found you inside a secret realm. You were the only one there. The woman immediately became quiet as a somber aura emanated from her body. It was so intense that it even affected Shu Ren for a few seconds. Truly worthy of a perfect creature, the Earth Emperor thought. Is something wrong? He asked. It seems I was a failure and father. The somber atmosphere intensified, but Shu Ren was no longer affected. I'm sorry that happened to you, he said in the most sincere voice possible. If you wish, I can help you search for your father. My dynasty is one of the biggest in the world, and I can monopolize a great deal of power. You're a ruler? That's right. Shuren responded with a smile. You do have a regal bearing, the woman nodded. However, there is no need. Since I could not meet father's expectations, there is no point in seeing him again. I see, Shuren nodded. Oh, how rude of me. What do I call you? I don't have a name. That's not good. We need a way to identify and address you. How about I give you one? Let's see. Shuren did not wait for her to give her permission. The first thing I saw about you was your pure eyes, so let's use Shu for purity. We have some destiny, so it'll allow you to use the royal name. In that case, you'll be named Shu Shu. Shu Shu, the woman muttered. She did not focus on Shu Ren's rude behavior, as her mind was only focused on the fact that she now had a name. It's lovely, I like it. From now on, it'll be Shu Shu. Chapter 1366, declaring war. Wang Wei returned home and summoned his team. Everybody soon arrived except for Monk. What happened? Is he in retreat? He has returned to the clan. Dulgun quickly explained. I stay here so I can relay his message. He apologized for the sudden departure, but he had good reason. He's planning on taking down one of the moons, but that requires him to return home. Oh, can you elaborate more? You sound very confident. I apologize, but I cannot say anything more since it involves secrets of our barbarian clan, Dulgun replied. Wang Wei was intrigued, but he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he took a moment to analyze the information he knew about the barbarian clan and remembered certain rumors he had read about in Wu Hong's library. Could it be that ceremony? Interesting. He did not mind Monk's actions as long the latter could succeed. Wang Wei had to agree with Heavenly Dao's approach, since he was starting to feel overwhelmed with all the things he had to do. So, now more than ever, he was glad he had people to help alleviate the workload and pressure. Well, that's fine, he said. Anything to report? There is nothing significant except that the fate-changing hall has shown signs of collapsing, Wang Qi reported. As you know, these people joined because they needed an outlet to get resources. But now, these resources are useless since they cannot be cultivated. Our non-immortal members are still active since they want to exchange for longevity resources to extend their lifespan, but the immortal members could not care more. A while ago, there was a craze of hoarding resources, but after a brief period, it has become quiet and desolate. Wang Wei groaned. The operational model of the fate-changing hall was flawed from the beginning, operating on a pure reward basis, similar to mercenaries. Now that the rewards and benefits were useless, these people, who had no loyalty except to themselves, will not work for Wang Wei anymore. Although cultivation was impossible, fighting techniques are still valuable. We could use that to placate them temporarily, Wang Wei suggested. Dulgun had the same idea, and she even provided access to Monk's pagoda. Wang Qi replied. Quite a few people were tempted to learn new fighting techniques to increase their strength, but they're not so desperate compared to before. It is still challenging to mobilize their powers compared to before. Well, it's good enough that we can still use them. Wang Wei stopped as he frowned. No, I overlooked something. He instantly became serious. The light of wisdom flashed in his eyes as something dawned on him. The people from the Fate-Changing Hall are directly linked to me. Most of them even have my spirit particles in their souls, meaning they could be used against me. His face turned seriously as soon as he uttered these words. Then, Wang Wei fully displayed his quality as a Dao overlord. He ruthlessly and without a single hesitation ordered his spirit particles and the backup he put on these people to kill all of them. He did not spare anyone, including the few talents he had previously recruited or had his eyes on. With this single order, he killed countless loose cultivators, but Wang Wei did not care. He did not want to take risks with an opponent such as Supreme Unity, so he even wiped out his spirit particles, intending to condense new ones. He suddenly sensed something that seems I made the right choice. He just realized a few people survived his attack. How could ordinary loose cultivators survive his method? There must be something wrong with these survivors. Lord? Wang Qi asked with a pale expression. He was the Fate-Exchanging Hall liaison, so he noticed it when so many people died. He also knew the source, but he did not understand why. We are facing a terrifying enemy, and no amount of caution is enough, Wang Wei replied calmly. His eyes and tone were cold or indifferent, just calm, as if he had something as simple as sipping tea instead of killing millions of cultivators. But do we have to kill all of them? My power is not enough to determine who has a problem or not. So this is the simplest, most direct, and most effective approach. Wang Wei also felt some pain. The hall was one of his ways to build his team so that he had some power before returning to the sect. He did not want to play politics, and having Paragon's strength in his own team would make incorporating into the sect much easier. However, he had to sacrifice them. Wang Wei then turned his eyes to his current team. He saw fear in the eyes of people like the Flesh Demon, and he understood their mindset. Unlike Monk and his wife, these people were controlled by him, meaning they could also be killed instantly once they became a liability. I know what you're thinking and feeling, and I also know that you won't feel secure no matter what I say, Wang Wei said to the team. But I still must say it. I am not cruel, but I will be due to the circumstances. So, try to act less suspiciously from now on. No, better yet from now on, all meetings will occur with a projection while I'm hiding somewhere else. Patriarch, is this really necessary? Wang Qi asked. This is not about trust, Wang Wei said, already guessing what he's thinking. We are dealing with powers beyond our very understanding. So, this level of precaution is the bare minimum. Wang Wei turned to Dulgun. Do you have an opinion on my approach? No problem, she answered truthfully. She admired his decisiveness and ruthlessness, feeling much she and Monk could learn from. Wang Wei nodded after detecting she was not telling the truth. I have a mission for you guys, Wang Wei continued. You need to help protect these mortal civilizations from any accident. He distributed a map to everyone. Dulgun, you can contact your clan to see if they can help. No problem. One more thing, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand and reduced the cause and effects between him and this team. Just like how the Hall's members can be used against him, it's the same for the people he controlled, so he needed to take precautions. Although he did not know how effective such an approach was, it was better than nothing. Everyone felt a slight weight lifted from their shoulders. Most did not know what just happened, but the ones who did not explain, and Wang Wei was not about to either. After all, he could be accidentally revealing information to the enemy. All right, everyone is dismissed except for Red Mask, Wang Wei ordered, and once he was left alone with the shadow, he handed her 2 talismans. I need you to monitor and even capture these people. Use your best judgment for what to do. Wang Wei was interested in the people who survived. He knew they did not do so with longevity resources, since his spirit particle should have remained in their souls once they revived. The second talisman contained the location of the Tao imprints of all the emperors and empyreans from the hall. Create a team to eradicate these people. Wang Wei did not think these people would be able to grow to the point that they could avenge him. But he would not leave such an obvious flaw for someone with a destiny to grow and come back. I understand, Red Mask nodded. Wang Wei dismissed her, taking this moment to think. What happened with the fate-changing hall is more than enough proof for him that his paranoia was warranted. He cannot directly detect the means of transcendence. He can only rely on his deduction and cautious nature. I need a new hiding place, Wang Wei thought. He was not joking when he said he would only attend future meetings using a projection. Swish! Red Mask suddenly appeared in the room, and a terrifying power immediately pressed her to the ground, followed by a frightening killing intent locked on her before disappearing. I almost killed you, Wang Wei said as he removed his methods and stopped his attack. He also realized his nerves were too tense. Sorry about that. Did something happen? Red Mask took a moment to regain her bearing. She knew how strong her lord was. After all, she had borrowed his power a few times in some missions, so she knew, especially after his recent retreat. However, it was a different experience from using that power to its full force being directed toward her. Wang Wei felt the dread in her soul and waved his hand to release a subtle soul power that soothes her spirit. I'm fine, sir, Red Mask said slowly. What is the emergency that made you return unannounced? Va? She replied, "Someone has declared war." "Who?" "It's Chapter 1367 war." Five Feathers sat lazily on her throne, with all her subjects patiently waiting for her. She looked normal, but that's only because she was only using a projection. She still refuses anyone to meet her true self. "Ambassador Blue Phoenix has returned," someone announced in the meeting. Five Feathers' demeanor changed after hearing these words. "Bring her in," she ordered. A woman dressed in all black with blue hair walked into the meeting room. She had a cold and indifferent facial expression, and a chill emanated from her body as if she were not a person but a million-year-old ice block. "Well?" Five Feathers asked in annoyance. She had never been able to read Blue Phoenix's facial expression since it's always the same. Usually, she found this fact intriguing since it was boring to always know what your subordinate thinks. But today, she was only annoyed. Unfortunately, her excitement would not affect Blue Phoenix's eternally frozen face. "He refused," Blue Phoenix answered calmly. "Damn it," Five Feathers roared, releasing a terrifying aura that scared everybody present. "Why did he refuse?" Blue Phoenix was one of the few who remained unaffected and answered. "He said that seeing you suffer is the best reward. No matter what you offer, he will not give you the cure." Five Feathers clenched her fist. A part of her expected this answer from that bastard undead phoenix, but she did not expect, after lowering her head and offering such a high price, he still refused. Does he think she was a soft persimmon? Good, undead phoenix," she said with gritted teeth before calming down. There was still hope. Five Feathers looked at these people. "How is the red phoenix's situation?" She said it would take a few days to get an answer. "A few days? I can still wait," Five Feathers said calmly before her eyes shifted to a small group in the room. This group was an anomaly in this meeting because everyone had a peaceful aura, and their eyes contained the light of wisdom. Anyone who saw them could tell they were scholars who spent most of their time reading books and comprehending scriptures. "Have you found anything?" Five Feathers asked. "Your Majesty, we've combed through all the records, and the solution we gave you was the only one we could think of. In other words, you're useless," Five Feathers said with gritted teeth. She could no longer hide her curse since she noticed her strength was weakening and the suffering was intensifying. So, she contacted these people to find a solution, but their answer was a bunch of nonsense. According to them, this curse was a curse of destiny and a curse of sin cast by a paragon that held tremendous destiny and importance to the world. So, if she wants to remove it, besides the original cure, she would need the help of at least 4 sages and have them pardon her sins. The scholarly group lowered their heads while Five Feathers looked at them with killing intent. Ultimately, she did not eliminate them. The world situation was chaotic, and it was unwise to eradicate a group of knowledgeable people. So, she closed her eyes and waited for a few days until Red Phoenix returned. Everyone waited quietly. Typically, these people with powerful cultivation could still stand for years, but under the natural pressure emanating from Five Feathers' volatile mood, many people started sweating after a few hours. Some people had to secretly take a few pills to last for the entire 5 days. Then, these ministers heard the greatest sound in the world. Ambassador Red Phoenix has returned. The result? Five Feathers asked, her expression and eyes extremely cold. The Lord said there is nothing she can do, no matter the price offered. Is that so? Five Feathers answered, her voice still unforgettably calm. We surrendered to you and followed your orders. But you cannot help us in our time of need? Okay. Her eyes glow red, an indication of her madness. Now that she had the last hope of using power beyond the Paragon realm to remove that curse forcefully, Five Feathers had lost her last strand of reason. Summon all the Color Phoenix commanders and mobilize all our military forces, Five Feathers suddenly announced. Since he doesn't want to give it to me, he'll take it from his corpse. She stood up from her throne before dispersing. A few seconds later, a new Five Feathers appeared, but her expression was pale, and she had weird tattoos on her neck and arms. She looked at the group of scholars. Is there a way to temporarily seal this curse to prevent it from affecting my strength? The scholars looked at each other and swiftly communicated with each other. Then, an elderly woman, who seemed quite influential among them, stepped up to speak. If you only want to seal it temporarily, there are two ways we can think of. However, she stopped and did not continue. Speak, 5 feathers ordered. The first way is to do goods and gather merit. Heaven and earth think you are the ultimate sinner, believing you killed Paragon Jimin, who is the embodiment of hope for this era. If you do enough good, you can be forgiven, and the curse will be lifted. How much good are we talking about? And how long will this method take? The elderly scholar did answer, but her silence was more than enough. Tell me the second method. The scholar hesitated again, but she swiftly explained when she saw the impatience in 5 feathers' eyes. The second approach is to do the opposite and follow a path of extreme. What do you mean? Be more straightforward. There is a devil cultivator's technique called the body of sin, the scholar explained. By cultivating it, you can absorb the curse and use it for your power. 5 feathers' eyes shone brilliantly, and after seeing this, the scholar quickly explained, this method is similar to drinking poison to cure poison. 5 feathers calm down, explain. This method can indeed achieve what you want, but their curse will eventually backlash with even more force. Your Majesty can continue to absorb more sins to delay the backlash, which will only increase its potency. Eventually, this method will not be able to delay it again, and by then, I'm afraid the backlash will instantly wipe you out, Your Majesty. Is that so? 5 feathers muttered. No one could tell what she was thinking. There is still some hope, another scholar said as he stepped to the front. The world has changed, making it easier to absorb others' destiny. If Your Majesty can eliminate Undead Phoenix and take his destiny and luck, you can use it to delay the backlash for an extended period to find another solution. So, what you're saying is that this war is my only choice at surviving, 5 feathers said with a cruel smile. Excellent. Let's start. Where is the body of sin? Since you mention it, I assume we have a copy? Yes. Let's begin. Wang Wei read the information about this war. It was very sudden. 5 feathers seemed to have become crazy and rallied all her troops and started fighting the core territory of Undead Phoenix. A war? I expected them to fight, but not a direct war, Wang Wei thought with a frown. These people are technically Supreme Unity subordinates, so Wang Wei figured they could fight between themselves, but not to the point of destabilizing the entire situation. Maybe she's doing it on purpose, Red Mask said. Oh, we have received news that one of the Color Phoenix commanders visited Seven Cauldron. 5 feathers probably wanted to use her power as a vessel to cleanse the curse. Are you saying after she failed, she used this war to attract his attention and ask them to remove the curse? Red Mask nodded. You may have a point, but I have a bad feeling about this war, Wang Wei said. He trusted his intuition, so there must be a reason he was feeling that way. Anyway, this war is our advantage. The mortals need time to grow, and this is a great distraction. We can also take this opportunity to save the mortals leaving in these two's territories. This is also an opportunity for us to infiltrate their ranks. Red Mask added, many people die or disappear during a war, making it the perfect time for the Fate Shadow Guards to replace the enemy's people and infiltrate their ranks. You know what to do, so I won't comment much, Wang Wei nodded. However, don't forget to keep an eye on the others. I need to know as soon as one of them intends to participate in this war or muddy the pie for their advantage. As you wish. Red Mask disappeared, and Wang Wei sent a message to the team to continue their work of helping the mortals. Then, he left the Dao burial ground to watch this war's development. Chapter 1368, The Anomaly. Wang Wei was not the only one paying attention to this war. The entire world tuned in. 5 feathers madness meant the war spread quickly and widely in just a few months. So, everyone watched and waited patiently. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on some unknown dimension that was surrounded by countless ceiling arrays and a potent heaven-deceiving array. A mirror floated before him as he watched the commander battle between the two sides. On one side was 5 feathers' 5 phoenixes, white, red, blue, yellow, and green. Opposite them were undead phoenixes, 5 undead kings. Purple zombie king, gold banshee queen, silver evil spirit sovereign, black soul-sucking tyrant, and the iron bone dragon monarch. All these 10 people were peak emperors, with a few even being everlasting empyreans, meaning they were the peak power level in this war besides their leaders. Something is indeed wrong, Wang Wei thought. He noticed that the undead kings used their pseudo-immortality. They can't die due to their connection with the undead phoenix, to fight like madmen who did not care for their injuries. Additionally, as undead, they did not feel or know fear or pain in the first place. Undead Phoenix seems worried about Five Feather's sudden change in how she did things, so he used his men to test her out, Wang Wei analyzed. He wants to kill one of the color phoenixes as soon as possible to tip the top powerhouse battle on his side. If one of the phoenixes dies, one undead king will be free to slaughter the enemy's army or legion. By then, Five Feathers would have no choice but to find another way to stop the undead king or intervene herself. However, the phoenix seems to choose a more defensive way of fighting, Wang Wei continued. It's almost as if they are stalling for time. Are they waiting for backup? Or is Five Feathers planning something major? Wang Wei thought about it before sending orders to Red Mask. He wanted her to focus all her time on finding Five Feathers' location. Then, Wang Wei changed the location of his dimension, just in case. His eyes then shifted to one of the phoenixes, White Phoenix. Years ago, I planted something on her to use as a chess piece. Should I activate it now? Wang Wei hesitated. He put that mark on her a long time ago, and he feared it may have been discovered. It's worth the risk, Wang Wei thought. He still remembered the bad feeling he had about this war. Wang Wei observed White Phoenix and waited until the battle reached the most intense and activated the particle. He forcefully invaded her sea of consciousness, activating the restrictions placed on her soul and memories. Wang Wei did not care and destroyed the limits, leaving cracks all over her sea of consciousness. He then focused on gathering information from the last few months. Damn it, all of those are useless, Wang Wei thought as he hurriedly gathered as many memory pieces as possible until he found fragments of what he wanted. Scholar, treat curse, body of sin. Wang Wei felt he was so close to the truth, and a little bit more. He could see the entire picture. However, his rationale took over. He knew the consequences of letting greed dictate his actions. So, he stopped himself and eliminated the spirit particle before expeditiously changing the coordinates of his residing dimensions. Why do I feel I just escaped a disaster? Wang Wei muttered. He trusted his feelings, so he knew there must be a reason. He suddenly thought of something, so he sent a projection to the previous locale while changing his coordinate for the third time. What did he see? Nothing except an endless void. A terrifying power had annihilated the previous coordinate of his dimension, leaving only an infinite void. The projection looked in the distance and saw 7 cauldron floating above, looking at him indifferently. I see. It seems I have become enough of a nuisance that you want to eradicate me personally, Wang Wei chuckled. I guess I should be proud. You lowly rat. Let's see how long you can hide. 7 cauldron, no, supreme unity said. Haven't you heard the saying? Good people die young, while terrible people live 1,000 years. I'm a disaster, so I guarantee it'll live long enough until I'm capable of ripping your spine from your body. Keep testing my patient and see what will happen, Supreme Unity said calmly. I can still overthrow this chessboard by killing everybody, including your sect and loved ones. Why don't you say these words to her? Wang Wei's projection pointed to the east, and, as expected, Feng Hung, with glowing golden eyes, showed himself. The two glanced at each other briefly before Supreme Unity disappeared after snorting coldly. Methria then focused on Wang Wei. I know you're disappointed in me with how weak my response has been to the current situation. Not really, Wang Wei said. At first, he did blame her, but as time passed and he understood how scary transcendents are, he realized that he was only alive because Methria occupied Supreme Unity's 99.999 strength. There is an explanation for this, Mithriya continued, not elaborating whether she believed his words or not. Firstly, I have to admit that I underestimated how much control he had over this world. In terms of scheming, I am indeed not as good as him. Mithriya has long realized she had an antagonized fate with Taoism. All her greatest trials and tribulations originated from them. The real reason, though, is because I'm distracted. Mithriya continued, I noticed an anomaly with our world's branch of the River of Time and have been investigating. Is it an emergency? Yes, Mithriya nodded. My intuition tells me that if I don't find the cause of the anomaly, something terrible will happen. Wang Wei frowned. When you say terrible, on what scale are you operating with? I'm afraid that even someone only level will be affected, maybe even die. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Fate seems to have forgotten that he was only a little Empyrean, so why was it given its problems on the level of transcendence? Could his life have been too smooth, and someone felt he needed more challenges? My time is up, Mithriya said as she looked in the distance. You need to keep an eye on Time Eater. He's more dangerous than you realize. Is he responsible for the anomaly? Wang Wei asked swiftly. No, but although there is no proof, I feel he's involved somehow. Mithriya said while sighing. She wanted to kill Time Eater as soon as she felt the anomaly, but Supreme Unity stopped her. All right, Wang Wei nodded. The glow in Feng Heng's eyes disappeared, and he regained clarity. He looked at his surroundings until he saw Wang Wei. He bowed politely to the other before returning to the sect. What a mess, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes after canceling the projection. He sighed and waited. He again contacted Red Mask, telling her to find 5 feathers as soon as possible. After the hint he found from White Phoenix's memories, Wang Wei had an inkling of what 5 feathers was going to do, and he hoped he was wrong. A few days later, he sent another projection because Red Mask contacted him. What did you find? We discovered something in the Grand Nirvana world, Red Mask reported. Grand Nirvana world? If I remember correctly, it used to be called the Life Tree Domain and is also the largest area of 5 feathers territory. That's right. There is an invisible energy barrier that prevents anyone from entering or leaving, Red Mask reported. If 5 feathers is doing something, this must be the location. Can't you sneak in? I'm sorry, but we've lost a few good agents while trying to, Red Mask reported. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. He won't force his subordinate into an impossible mission. Does Undead Phoenix know about this change? He'll leak the news to him, Red Mask responded. All right. Anything else to report? Yes, she nodded. Regarding those people who survived the hall's cleanup, I've dealt with them. Wang Wei was about to ask more when he suddenly thought of something. You didn't do it personally, did you? I know of the Lord's current cautious nature, so I sent the death squads. And they were ordered to kill themselves after the mission was completed, Red Mask reported. She was connected to the Lord, so Red Mask knew best not to interact with these people. Excellent, Wang Wei praised. Frown now on. Hide yourself, and do everything from the shadow. If a mission requires your level of strength, don't show up and use a vessel. It'll provide talismans with my powers. Make sure that the vessel uses the talisman before leaving for the mission. The last thing we want is for that thing to land on the wrong hand. As you wish. All right, tell me about these people. Chapter 1369 War Crimes. The death squads found little information, but we did find some suspicious aspects, Red Mask stated. 2 of them recently had a fortunate encounter. We don't know precisely what they found, but it should be how they survived your cleanup and how they probably plan to deal with you. Fortunate encounter? It's a very cliché way of controlling someone. In fact, it seems too simple for someone like him, Wang Wei said. Our analysis is the same, Red Mask added. We believe these 2 were sacrificial pawns to distract you, and the real blow should come from the 3rd individual. What's so special about him? According to the information we gathered, he experienced an epiphany and created a new technique. Epiphany? This is indeed a more subtle way of manipulation, Wang Wei commented. Supreme Unity is now the pseudo-embodiment of heaven and earth. So it should be simple to manipulate someone into an epiphany to create a specific technique, skill, or spell. Wang Wei looked at Red Mask. You should understand what kind of opponent we are facing. Do you know what to do? I do, sir. Good. The two ended their conversation, and Red Mask started her work. After leaking the information to Undead Phoenix, she reorganized the Fate Guard's operations. Security and caution will become the norm. The Fate Shadow Guard will also have a new emergency system, Paranoid Mode. Once activated, all personnel, missions, and procedures will be done with extra care. This event also signals that they are facing a mighty enemy. Of course, all of these are for the future. Red Mask is only laying the foundation. Once she succeeds, her power and influence will be on par, if not more powerful than Wang Ju before her reincarnation. The war suddenly escalated. After receiving the information, Undead Phoenix sent someone to check if the news was correct. He tried to have his people infiltrate that area, but after failing, he no longer wanted to wait. So, he directly attacked the area. The entire world watched as he floated outside the energy barrier surrounding the Grand Nirvana world. Five Feathers looked at Undead Phoenix from a distance and frowned. I wanted to gather more, but this should be enough. She was confident in her Paragon array, knowing that even if the latter used his best trump card, it would take him a few hours to break through and enter. Little chicken, aren't you going to greet me? Undead Phoenix's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Usually, Five Feathers hated when anyone, this bastard especially, called her a chicken. However, she did not care this time, or at least she did not show it. A red light flashed from her eyes, and she ignored him. She floated in the sky and condensed her power. With a single thought, Five Feathers released a torrent of soul attacks, instantly dispersing the souls of all the mortals in her territory. Everyone looking at this war, including Wang Wei, was shocked. During the last era, the overlords divided the world into 13 parts, and each of their territories contained 1.269 trillion realms. However, this was not the full extent of their territory. The world was too vast and complex to divide, so everyone came together and agreed on the size of a realm. According to the previous division, the smallest realm will have a minimum size of 100,000 times the lower dimension. Anything smaller than that will not count as a realm, and no one will care about it. The Great Nirvana world, once called the Life Tree Realm, was one of the biggest realms under the control of the Myriad Clan Union. How vast was that territory? How many mortals did it contain? Yet the mad Five Feathers instantly killed all of them. Even worse, she seems to have secretly moved mortals from other territories before committing such atrocities. Wang Wei's eyes were red as he watched this happening. His anger and killing intent almost shattered his residing dimension. Luckily, he controlled himself fast enough and moved his coordinates. Damn, this mad woman. He cursed. He'll fucking kill her. He was desperately trying to save more people, but this woman killed so many. More importantly, it is what her actions represent. He could foresee how many people would become emboldened after seeing how she wantonly killed these mortals without a care in the world. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Everything has a reason, so he wanted to know why she was acting this way, and he soon found his answer. In some way, this was his fault. Great Nirvana world. Five Feathers absorbed the endless red lights, symbolizing karmic sins, and completed the body of sin. A look of relief and desire flashed in her eyes. The pain and sense of weakness is finally gone, she muttered as she clenched her fists. What's more, I can feel my strength has increased. So, how powerful will I be after doing this a few times? The desire for power was almost palpable. However, she controlled herself before looking in the distance. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, let's test out this newfound power. Swish! Five Feathers disappeared, and before Undead Phoenix could react, she materialized above him with her hands clad in this dark red flame. She slapped him with such tremendous force that he flew a few million light years before crashing on the ground. The shockwave from his crash should have been devastating for the mortals in that area, but there were none. However, countless unlucky cultivators pay the price instead. Karmic flame? No, it should be Karmacin flame. Undead Phoenix analyzed as he slowly stood up. He had a deep frown on his face despite the fact this attack only left minor bruises on his arms. She never had this kind of power before. The power has indeed increased. But it seems the fusion between the sins and my flame Tao is far from perfect, Five Feathers thought. In that case, let's use this fight to get to know my new powers. Wrath of the Dark Phoenix, a dark red phoenix manifested above her and screeched. The phoenix's voice is often described as one of the most beautiful sounds in the world. Most phoenixes' cries also have magical abilities, including healing, removing negative attributes, or even blessing. However, this one was the opposite of beautiful. The best way to describe it was the amalgam of countless voices mixed in with a bird chirping. Undead Phoenix immediately sensed a soul attack from that sound. Numerous creatures embodying all the resentments and grievances of the mortals Five Feathers killed appeared in his sea of consciousness, trying to corrode it and destroy his soul. Undead Phoenix's response to this attack was calm, even nonchalant. His Tao involved a small portion of life and death, so Five Feathers' attempt to affect his soul could be described as shoddy to someone like him. So, he controlled his soul to release a green flame that enveloped all these resentments. Then, these souls immediately knelt on one knee before Undead Phoenix's soul. On my name, the Undead Phoenix, I grant you life as the resentment ghost. Come to being and avenge the one who has wronged you. The resentments left his sea of consciousness and fused into one. Then, an unknown power descended and blessed him, turning him into a new creature. It was all black, and its body resembled a black cloak with countless screaming faces constantly popping in and out. The creature then looked at Five Feathers. The blue soul flame in its eye socket did not prevent anyone watching from sensing its anger and resentment. The Dark Phoenix frowned as she looked at this abomination. She was worried. She could tell this creature was her antithesis. It was the backlash of her actions, meaning if she faced her, she'd probably suffer tremendously and might even lose the power she just acquired. I just got this power and haven't fully mastered it, so it's not wise to fight such a creature, Five Feathers analyzed. She swiftly analyzed the issue, but it was another problem to think of a solution. The creature rushed toward her, and Five Feather chose to evade until she found a countermeasure. Meanwhile, Undead Phoenix had a creepy smile on his face as he enjoyed her embarrassing situation. Keep running, little chicken, until you can't run anymore. Then, they'll finally have my revenge, he sneered. While Undead Phoenix had lost himself in his vice, Five Feathers was relatively calm, unlike her. However, whether it was the result of the body of sin or a byproduct of her newfound strength, she acted like a seasoned fighter and remained calm and composed while trying to find a solution. Five Feathers wasn't too bright, and her battle IQ was questionable, so it took some time to find a solution. Luckily, she could draw from experience, to be precise, the experience from her time at the frontier. She once witnessed how one of the invaders dealt with Undead Phoenix's undead army, and she was inspired. Chapter 1370 Survive. Five Feathers waved her hand to mobilize her Earth Tao and created an enormous stretch of dark piles of earth floating in the void before reciting an incantation. Everything will eventually return to Earth. The body, the soul, man's wealth and treasure. And that also includes their sins and resentments. Earth's reincarnation. Many people watching this battle were shocked. Five Feathers successfully used Earth Tao to control reincarnation Tao. Such manipulation is often expected with geniuses, especially when it involves high Taos, like reincarnation, but they saw it from someone unexpected. These people now finally understood when their ancestors warned them with the saying, "Paragons are paragons, no matter how weak or terrible they are or looked." Five Feathers' maneuver proves that no simple individual can reach this realm. The resentment creature screamed as a powerful force pulled him toward the earth. It tried to resist, but the pull was its antithesis, just as its existence was contrary to Five Feathers. Then, with one last look of unwillingness and anger, the creature flew toward the earth. Undead Phoenix realized what was happening and decided to do something about it. Sadly, it was too late. 5 feathers rushed toward him, and their fists clashed, generating shockwaves that tore apart the spatial integrity of their surroundings. Why is her flesh so powerful? Undead Phoenix asked before realizing that the karmic sins must have tempered with her body. Adding that she was a phoenix with a decent fleshly body, 5 feathers was now considered a somewhat accomplished impure body refiner. "You damn pest!" Undead Phoenix roared. He summoned a bone, trident followed by a pair of bone wings. He ignored the summon from the earth above him. Such a new technique was not enough to affect him. "I'm done playing around with you," he said with gritted teeth. He teleported before her and stabbed his trident with all the force he could muster. 5 feathers' face became serious as she sensed this attack contained the power to strip her of her vitality. She summoned a sharp golden sword with a tinge of red made from her metal dowel and weaved some karmic sins into it. Clink! The sounds of metal clashing reverberated across this realm, leaving devastating effects. Some parts of this area instantly lost their vitality, meaning that mortal cultivators immediately lost most of their lifespans and died of old age, while immortals aged and became weaker. Additionally, the soil lost its moisture, meaning that from now on, unless someone fixes this area, these places will be dead and cannot grow any normal or spiritual food or herbs. The area touched by 5 feathers did not fare much better. Her metal sword embodied one of the main characteristics of Gold Tao, sharpness. However, 5 feathers went even further by using the power of resentment to boost her sword's cutting power. As such, the places that the attack reached were cut into particles smaller than atoms, leaving nothing in sight, including matter, energy, and even time and space. Undead Phoenix felt a sense of shame and anger. This woman has always been weaker than him, and the only reason he had not avenged himself was due to the restriction or balance of the others. Now, he could do so, but he was failing. How could he accept that? How many nights did he spend thinking about what he would do to this woman once he had the chance? Fate had given him the chance, but also laughed at him. "I must kill you," Undead Phoenix roared after 5 feathers blocked another attack. The world suddenly turned black and white, and a spatial tear appeared above Undead Phoenix, showing a towering phoenix. The odd thing about that creature was it was all bones, but that only increased the deathly aura. The beast opened its bony mouth to fire a black beam, instantly raising 5 feathers' senses to the highest level. "I'm going to die" was the first thing that popped in her mind, and no matter what she did, she could not remove this idea, no, this sensation from her soul. She immediately used her most potent defensive measure by connecting herself to the earth of the entire world. 5 feathers soon noticed it was easier, especially the initial connection. She instantly figured out that was because she had a deep connection to the grand nirvana world after wiping out all mortals from this place. Her focus did not remain on this aspect, since the sense of danger did not dissipate. 5 feather added her other Tao to this technique. With her metal Tao, she could connect to all the ores and veins on the ground. The water Tao allowed her to communicate with all rivers, oceans, and water sources. Finally, the wood Tao granted her access to all plants, forests, and so on. With all these things, or concepts, protected, 5 feather felt safe, but realized that even this was not enough. "Damn it, what kind of technique is this?" she complained. Little did she know that Undead Phoenix had been brewing this technique for countless Yuan epochs for this one chance at killing her. "I can't die, not now," 5 feathers thought with gritted teeth. She still had a few lives to live, so dying was not that much of an issue. The problem was the curse and the body of sin. If she died now, she knew the curse backlash would instantly activate and wipe her out from the face of the world. "What can I do?" 5 feathers thought. While on the verge of death, she forced herself to remain calm and pushed her ability to the limit. Her eyes shone as she found the answer. While on the verge of death, she used all her karmic sins to understand a little bit of Karma Tao. If this understanding were quantified, it would probably equal less than 2 grand Tao source, but that was enough. With this new Taos, Five Feathers realized she could not access all the karmic sins she had done in her life. She and all the other moons committed many terrible things during their reign, but now she could use these things. She did not hesitate to empower her five-element nature defense technique. Boom! A shock wave traversed heaven and earth, bringing back the color that had been lost. The devastation was catastrophic, to say the least, but most capable cultivators had already left. A maniacal laughter full of joy and a hint of sneer echoed between heaven and earth. I survived. I survived. You bastard, you thought you could kill me? Ha ha. Five Feathers only had a few wounds on her body. By any standards, they were minor, especially for a paragon. Meanwhile, Undead Phoenix had a contorted face. His skin had basically turned red from the pale shade, showing how high his anger had reached. "I'll kill you," he roared, his voice more bestial than human. However, Five Feathers calmly teleported away, leaving a few words that echoed in the surroundings. This battle was fun, so let's do it again after I've truly mastered my new strength. Undead Phoenix roared again, his voice shaking heaven and earth. His madness had reached another level after losing his target, and it was apparent that he was about to go on a rampage. However, before he could start, he felt a killing so cold and terrifying that it sent a chill down his spine and awakened his wisdom. He looked around, trying to find the source to no avail. However, Undead Phoenix knew that something terrible would happen if he started killing people without rhyme or reason. So, he took one last glance in Five Feathers' direction before returning to his territory. Wong Weiss' invisible projection took one last glance at him before dissipating. Five Feathers had already killed so many mortals, and he could not have someone else go on a rampage. Wong Wei sat alone in his dimension. The chill in the surrounding hadn't abated in the slightest. He knew he needed to do something, or the good situation he had created would be destroyed. First, I need to put a damper on these cultivators, who will become emboldened after this war, and start to hunt mortals to increase their lifespan, he muttered. And the best way to do so is to use cruelty. Wong Wei waved his hand to summon countless subordinates, all immortals with a few tier 11, including Empyreans. These people were the creation life forms that survived the tribulation during his previous retreat. He sent orders directly into their mind. This is the first true mission I've given you. Don't disappoint me. We will not let you down, Creator, they said in unison. Wong Wei dismissed them before changing his location. The next step is also to dampen Five Feathers' ambitions. I can't have her keep slaughtering mortals. He gritted his teeth, thinking about what just happened. Wong Wei also understood why Supreme Unity did not stop these two from fighting, since their war would complete his objective. Chapter 1371, More War Crimes. Five Feathers sat on her throne with a smile on the corner of her mouth. She calmly listened to the reports of the war situation. Overall, their sides were not doing well due to the nature of Undead Phoenix's legions, but she did not mind. It was still possible to sever the connection between the undead legions and him, but it took time and sometimes many resources. Five Feathers muttered as she noticed something. How dare you show up before me? She disappeared and teleported to an area not far from her castle. How dare you show up before me after what you did to White Phoenix? Five Feathers said with a terrifying killing intent. She's fine, isn't she? Wong Wei replied. A soul collapse was not enough to kill someone of White Phoenix's caliber, especially since she had access to resources to revive herself. Do you think you can deal with our animosity with just a few words? Five Feathers sneered. It seems your new strength has gotten over your head. Wong Wei sneered as he looked her in the eyes. Did you forget who is in front of you? Do I need to remind you? Five Feathers' body visibly paused for less than a second before she regained her bearing. What do you want? She decided not to bother him, since she only faced a projection. After all, killing it won't have much of an effect. I came here to warn you. Wong Wei responded directly. Stop this mass killing of mortals or face the consequences. Is this a joke? Do I look like I'm joking? Wong Wei replied as his eyes turned cold. The killing intent he released was even scarier than the one he used on Undead Phoenix. Killing intent is a unique ability of most cultivators, and it usually forms due to how many people someone has killed. Wang Wei is young compared to most top powerhouses, and his personality that generally solves problems with talking means he has not killed as many people even compared to some of his peers. So, why was his killing intent so fierce? There are two answers to that. The first of which is he can access his killing intent as the Myriad Devourer. In that void, he destroyed countless worlds and killed too many people to count. However, most of his experiences as the Devourer are still sealed, meaning it's not the primary source of his killing intent. The main source of power comes from his killing potential. If someone with his strength and mind wishes to kill someone, few people can survive. That's why his killing aura is so intense and potent. Five Feathers calmly looked at him, not affected in the least. Then, she started laughing maniacally. You cursed me, and I finally found a way to solve the curse. And you're telling me to stop? Hee. I will die either way. So why should I listen to you? Wang Wei frowned. He understood better than most how scary someone on the verge of death is, let alone a paragon with so much power and resources. If I don't do something else, this madwoman won't care about my threat. There are plenty of cultivators for you to kill, Wang Wei said. Not as much as mortals, and it's harder to form karmic sins from killing them, Five Feathers replied, not mentioning how much easier it is to kill mortals. That's easy to solve, Wang Wei said. You just need to manufacture a curse that operates like a plague and ensure it targets only people with cultivation. Such a vile act is enough for you to build negative karma from killing a vast amount of cultivators. Wang Wei had long made the hard choice of abandoning most of the loose cultivators for the mortals. Most cultivators from a sect or faction have access to longevity resources or conceal themselves to wake up in the next era. Only loose cultivators or people from weak factions have no choice but to kill mortals to extend their lifespan. So, Wang Wei made the rational decision to abandon these people and save the mortals who are the backbone of the cultivation civilization. As long as they survive, all factions in the world will have a pool of talents, and new loose cultivators can also arise from them. A plague curse? Five Feathers muttered with shining eyes. This was an excellent idea. Anyway, I've warned you, Wang Wei continued. If you don't heed my words, I promise you, no matter the price I have to pay, it'll eliminate you from this earth as soon as possible. Five Feathers calmly watched the projection disappearing, leaving her to her thoughts. No one knew what she was thinking, but she stayed there for a few seconds before returning to the meeting hall and announcing, "Summon all the curse masters under our control." The ministers looked at each other, wondering what had happened to the Lord, but no one dared ask. Then someone stepped up and said carefully, "Lord, you recently killed all the curse masters." Five Feathers frowned as she remembered she did kill all these rubbishes once they could not find a cure for her. In that case, put an announcement outside that we are hiring more of them, and tell the world that I will sign the most restrictive contract to ensure these people's safety. As you wish. Pure Death Realm, Undead Palace. Undead Phoenix sat on his throne, releasing a terrifying aura. His world was slowly crumbling. Mentally speaking, that attack was his life's work. He was sure he could kill her, because he developed it specifically for Five Feathers and spent countless years concentrating its power, similar to a swordsman who nourished his sword for one attack. That attack should have ended all his pain and suffering. But it failed, but that was not even the worst part. If it were before, Undead Phoenix would have been confident that his strength was enough to avenge himself still, but he was no longer confident. His intuition told him that this was his best opportunity, and after missing it, it would become more challenging to kill her from now on. "Lord, someone outside wishes to see you." "Who?" Undead Phoenix asked instinctively while still being lost in his thoughts. "Forget it. I won't see any visitors." The announcer hesitated briefly before continuing. The visitor said they have a solution to your problem. They offer this as proof. The announcer opened his palm to show a slight golden light, which immediately made Undead Phoenix squint after detecting the nature of this light. He also guessed who this visitor was, and after hesitating, he accepted the meeting. Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Supreme In Palace, Royal Garden. Shu Ren was staring at a screen before him in a small pavilion next to a table with 2 teacups. While watching the battle, he was shocked by how strong Five Feathers had become, but this was not his main focus. Her technique of using Earth Dao to manipulate Samsara Dao has inspired him. Earth Emperor, I should have thought about it since it's in the title, Shu Ren thought. There are also records that in the first era of this world, before the world was complete, people could reach Samsara by digging through the earth. I thought such information was insignificant, but it was the crux of the issue. Shu Ren shook his head. Regardless, with this idea, I may be able to perfect my 9 hells into true samsara. Your Majesty, why are you smiling? Did something good happen? You can say that, Shu Ren replied with a smile, looking dotingly into Shu's eyes. In that case, have a dreamberry. Maybe it will make you even happier. She peeled this silver grape that was releasing mist and handed it to him. Shu Ren opened his mouth with a smile and let her feed him. You're right. It did make me happier, he announced. I'm glad I can help you. Supreme In Palace, 9 Nether Sparrow Hall. The Empress, dressed regally in black and red, was slowly tending to her gardens. She was slow and meticulous, showing how much she cared about each of these plants. A maid slowly followed her, and the Empress was used to her. Where is His Majesty now? Empress Ning Zheng asked. In the royal garden, the maid replied. With her? Yes, the maid answered in a low voice. I see. Ning Zheng nodded before continuing to her lovely flowers. Your Highness, do you want me to? With our power, it's impossible to eliminate her. But we can still inconvenience some of her day-to-day life, the maid suggested. Why would we do such a thing? Ning Zheng replied. Throughout Great Chu's dynasty, there were countless empresses, and she was the one who lived the longest. Why? 2 reasons. Firstly, she is the 3rd prince's mother, which provides her with a special layer of protection. However, the primary reason is that Ning Zheng knew her place. She knew her position had little to no power, so she never fought for it or inconvenienced the emperor in any way. She stayed in her place and never did anything that anyone including the emperor could use against her, which is something that the maid should know. Xiao Chu, how long have you been with me? More than 200,000 yuan epochs, the maid replied. A long time, indeed, Ning Zheng sighed. A white light flashed in the garden, and Xihua Chu's head fell from her body. The empress snapped her finger, and a shadowy figure appeared, kneeling before her. Find out who got to her, she ordered. Yes, Lord. Chapter 1372, The Different Natures of Cruelty, Chui W. They took a deep breath as he glanced at this new world, and a genuine smile appeared. Before coming out, his creator had properly trained him on the situation outside, and he knew things like the fact his name had the initial character W for Wong, which was proof of his status as a creation life form, would lead to discrimination. However, he did not care about these things. He had reached the pinnacle of his home world, and serving the creator outside was the only way to progress. So, when the notice reached the world, even after telling people about the restrictions, Chueda did not hesitate to sign up. Chueda did not waste any more time. He had a mission, and failing at it would be worse than death. He activated one of the abilities his creator granted him, Karma Eyes. He immediately noticed someone in the distance whose karma was rapidly increasing, and without hesitation, Chueda teleported more than 20 million light years with one step, arriving at his destination after a dozen or so steps. As expected, he witnessed a slaughter. A young man floated above the sky with countless swords surrounding him. The swords descended on the ground like rain, and each one would kill 1 or more mortals. It did not matter whether they were men, women, or even children. The sword had no mercy and did not discriminate against gender or age. The dead mortals then turned into blood mists, flying to the young man and condensing into blood orbs. The young slaughterer was calm, with no expression. It was as if he were removing the weeds from his front door. You're young and full of vitality. So, why are you resulting in such an act? What's it to you? The young man snapped. However, His face became stiff after sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chueda. Well, answer me. Yes, sir. There are plenty of these mortals. There is no need to fight between us, right? Do you think I'm a lowlife like you? Cuidesnird. The heavenly fate continent was cruel because the creator rarely interacts, but all cultivators agree upon a hidden rule, to leave the mortals alone. He knew this world was more dangerous, especially since it was facing a catastrophe, but Chueda did not expect it to degenerate to such a level. The young man's stiffness reached his body as he realized he had encountered a righteous cultivator. He cursed his bad luck, but did not hesitate to activate his escape secret technique. Sadly, his attempt was futile. The difference in strength was so great that Chueda stopped him with just one look. It seems there is no need for an answer to my question. You just don't see mortals as the same kind. Same king? The young man sneered. Chueda did not listen to his nonsense. Since his curiosity was already satisfied, he performed his mission. With a wave of his hand, the young man's body dissipated, leaving only his soul. Chueda conjured a transparent cauldron before shoving the soul inside. A scream of immense agony echoed in the void, and the voice was that of that young man. The invisible cauldron had a soul-burning flame with no attack potency, but made up for it by incorporating powers from Wang Wei's pain talent. The flame brought the ultimate agony to the soul while also keeping it from breaking from the pain. This flame is one of the tortured methods of the Fate Shadow Guards, and the creator was not Wang Wei himself, but Wang Ju. Chueda frowned at the devastation in the area. He waved his hand and used a combination of earth and wood spells to restore the houses, the fertile land, and the environment. However, the looming sense of dread and darkness did not dissipate even with his actions. It's understandable. After all, they've just lost countless friends, families, and loved ones. Cuidenalized. In that case, should I revive them? It would not take much energy to rebuild a body for all these mortals, and their souls have not been sent to the underworld, so he could revive everyone who had just died. Maybe this is not a good idea, Chueda analyzed. This world is experiencing great turmoil, and messing with life and death may complicate things. More importantly, this is not part of my mission. These words should have convinced him, but Chueda was still hesitant, especially after seeing a little girl crying while holding some clothes that appeared to be the remains of her parents. He sighed, but did not immediately ask. Instead, he contacted his creator and asked for further advice. The answer he received was brief, but direct. Your previous analysis was correct. Your actions could complicate things. So, focus on prevention instead of repairment. Chueda sighed and took one last look at these people. He waved his hand to establish an array around his small kingdom to give them temporary peace and chose a new leader that he blessed with wisdom and luck. After doing all he could, he departed to the following location. His next target was an elderly man as thin as bone with clothes too big for his body. As soon as Chueda laid eyes on him, he knew the man's reason for his actions. Although not justified, it is understandable. Chueda's presence could not be hidden with that terrified voice accompanying him. So the old man immediately noticed him. At first, the old man was calm, thinking that someone wanted to steal his hunting ground, but he was immediately shocked when he saw the invisible cauldron and the tortured soul. With one look, he could tell that the soul was full of karmic sins, and he guessed what had happened or would happen. The old man did not hesitate to use his greatest trump card, an Emperor artifact. Although using such a powerful artifact with such weakened ki and blood would accelerate his death, it was better than being killed. As long as he survives, no matter how weak he becomes or how little lifespan he has left, he can make up with them. The world was vast, and there were too many mortals. Chueda did not waste his breath on this man. He used his aura alone to destroy this old man's physical body, and the cauldron automatically absorbed his soul. The two screams of agony should have made Chueda uncomfortable, but on this occasion, he found this cacophony of sounds quite amusing. He swiftly cleaned the environment and settled the mortals before moving to his next target. He found a middle-aged woman burning people with a cold and indifferent face. The smell of searing flesh was rather unpleasant, but Chueda has experienced worse. The middle-aged woman calmly turned to him, glanced at the cauldron behind him, and stood in place. Not going to run? There is no point, she replied coldly. Even though you know your fate. Since I can kill others, I should expect to be killed, she responded, still cold and indifferent. Is that so? Cuide. Don't you feel bad at all? Why feel bad? You've killed children. Don't you feel anything at all? In this world, you either are preyed upon or be the prey. They died, not because I was cruel, but because they were weak. Weakness is a sin, she replied calmly. Chueda shook his head. I thought women were supposed to be more caring than men. Cruelty has no difference between men and women. Fair point. Chueda nodded before snapping his finger, and another scream added to the cauldron. I thought you would be able to resist a little. It turns out that in the end, you feel pain, just like the people you mercifully slaughtered. Chueda shook his head in disappointment. For a moment, he thought of giving this woman a swift death because of her reaction and state of mind. And he probably would have done so had she resisted the pain for a little while. Chueda looked at the devastation before him and frowned. It's too slow. He cast a clone spell, creating countless versions of himself. These clones only had the strength of peak Quasi-Emperor, tier 9.5. But Chueda figured this was enough for most of these people, unless he encountered some unfathomable genius. If such a situation arrives, they'll just show up with my true body and deal with the threat, Chueda thought to himself before sending his clones away. He also continued his journey. Wang Wei was not the only one who realized the state of the world. Others may not deduce the situation as fast as he, but that's only because they do not have as much information, nor are they directly involved. However, there are many brilliant individuals in this vast world. So many people already understand the crux of this world's catastrophe. These people know they cannot allow the mortals to become extinct, or they will lose this war. So, as more of Wang Wei's life forms used this form of cruelty to warn these excited cultivators who became bold after Five Feathers' actions. Many of these smart people realized his intention of using violence to warn and control these people and followed suit. With their swift actions, these cultivators quickly calmed down. No one wanted to experience their souls being tortured, and damage to their souls meant they could not reincarnate and would lose the chance to regain the memories from their past lives. Chapter 1373, Sudden Negotiation. Wang Wei blended into the void, looking into the distance. His powerful soul allowed him to observe a wide area of the eternal ascension world. Over the past week, he saw how the efforts of his people and the actions of other lineages quickly calmed down the effect of Five Feathers' cruelty. Although a few people try to play in the dark, these people were swiftly dealt with to ensure the stability of the current situation. Excellent, now I should be able to focus on training the mortals, Wang Wei thought. It's not feasible for them to rely only on cultivators. Now, these wise factions can work together for the overall situation, but these factions have to support these mortals for everything and for an extended period. Then, it's a matter of time before they become mentally fatigued. The people at the top, given the orders, might not care about such a thing, but those executing these orders will start behaving differently once they get tired of helping mortals. It may sound like they have no power, but that is far from the truth. Although they cannot directly disobey orders, they have plenty of ways to delay or make it look like an accident. Ultimately, only mortals will suffer in that scenario. So, they must have some levels of self-sufficiency, Wang Wei thought. If only I could use the mortal art Tao. Wang Wei sighed. He hoped his analysis was correct, and Heavenly Tao would remove the restriction on the mortal civilization so that it could at least reach Tier 7. The current mortal civilization is only Tier 4, which is useless in the current situation. Wang Wei left his spot to return to his hiding space, and as soon as he sat down, preparing to enter the Void Illusion realm, he received a message from Red Mask. At first, he thought she was only reporting the current situation to keep him updated until he realized the code used was for critical situations that required his input or decision. So, he followed the previously established safety protocols before contacting by sending a projection to the designated area. What's so important? An ambassador contacted us, Red Mask stated. Ambassador? From whom? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Great Kin. Them? What do they want? No, more importantly, how do they contact us? Red Mask paused briefly. They captured one of our people. Someone betrays us? Or did they break through the agent? Wang Wei knew his Fate Shadow Guards were well-trained, but this world's cultivation system was too old and too developed. So he never had the mindset that his methods were absolute. No, they released the captured individuals to ask for the meeting. Killing two birds with one stone. Huh, Wang Wei commented. I will do better, Red Mask promised. There is no need to blame yourself. Our foundation is too weak compared to these ancient lineages. However, you should also not have the mindset that you underestimate anyone, especially the overlords. I will, Red Mask nodded. What about the meeting? Do you want to refuse? No, I want to know what they want, Wang Wei said. They'll give you a location. However, make sure they follow the appropriate precautionary protocols. Refuse the invitation if they disagree. As you wish. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on a cushion with a small table with a pot and 2 cups. The void twisted, and a handsome middle-aged man with 2 streaks of white hair appeared on the side of his temple. With one glance, Wang Wei could tell 2 things about this man. His natural charm was extraordinary, which was why he probably was an ambassador, and secondly, this man was very annoyed. This feeling increased after laying eyes on him. He's also very arrogant, but he hides it very well, Wang Wei analyzed. He smiled as he invited his guest. Sorry about all this, but please sit down. I've prepared a pot of Dragoner's wine, known for its divine taste. I would have prepared something better, but you understand the current situation. Lord Wang Wei, are you trying to play mind games? What makes you say that? Wang Wei asked calmly as he served the wine. First, it was all those tedious measures you had me take before meeting you. But even when I followed them, you didn't even have the decency to show up personally. Wang Wei sipped his wine. I'm going to assume you know about me. I mean, you've at least researched me before coming to this meeting. I did, but what does that have to do with anything? So, tell me, what do you think would cause someone of my strength and stature to act more cautious than a rat? Wang Wei asked, looking him directly in the eyes. The ambassador's body suddenly paused, and his aggressive aura abated slightly. I understand, but he paused, trying to build tension. He could not allow his opponent to control the start of this conversation. This is an official meeting. I'm sure there was no need to be so excessive. Even your emperor is hiding in limbo, not fearing to come out. Now, you're telling me that my caution was too excessive. The ambassador almost spit the wine in his mouth. He was speechless with just 2 sentences. He wanted to admonish Wang Wei for speaking about their rulers in such a manner, but then he remembered the latter's identity. Our great emperor, the black ancestral dragon, does not fear anyone, nor is he hiding. The injuries from the ultimate taboo were simply too severe, and he has taken his time to recover, the ambassador said. I bet you wouldn't have the guts to say that if not for this isolated area, Wang Wei retorted, making the ambassador's mouth twitch. Look into business, he said, trying to change the subject and regain control of the situation. What was your name? You never introduced yourself, Wang Wei suddenly said. Damn it, this bastard obviously knows my name, the ambassador thought. It's Dong Tian, and in the first executive ambassador of the Great Qinseng Court. His voice did not hide the pride in his title. I know a very talented woman with the surname Dong, and not many people can bear having such an arrogant title as Heaven, Tian. In their names, Wang Wei calmly commented, but he did not mention anything about the latter's official title. I know your father. You better not say anything that will turn this conversation hostile, Wang Wei warned, and Dong Tian felt a chill down his spine. I was just going to say it was an honor to share the same name as him, Dong Tian swiftly said. Is that so? I guess I'm a little sensitive, Wang Wei calmly stated as he sipped his wine. Meanwhile, Dong Tian breathed in relief before quickly realizing he had lost control of this conversation. He considered himself a master of negotiation, but he had met his match. His mind went on overdrive, thinking how he could regain control. Tell me your purpose in coming here, Wang Wei said. Be straightforward. Is there any hurry? Dong Tian asked, trying to reduce the conversation's temper to regain control. Your presence has increased the possibility of me being discovered. So, speak now or leave as soon as possible. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Lord Wang Wei, this is not how negotiations go. However, Wang Wei calmly looked at him without uttering a word. You see, you've wasted 5 seconds. Dong Tian was about to argue, but his years of experience told him this man was not bluffing. He would be kicked out if he did not get to the point. Our dynasty wishes to offer you our full cooperation, he immediately said. Dong Tian knew the importance of his mission, so he decided not to risk it. We will provide you unimaginable aid in the upcoming confrontation between the mortals and cultivators. You of all people should understand how deep the foundation of any of the overlords is. With our full cooperation, you will have a far greater chance of protecting them and saving this world. That is a great offer, Wang Wei nodded. One could say it's the kind that's irrefutable. Exactly, Dong Tian agreed. And what do you want in exchange? Wang Wei asked. We only ask that you promise us something, Dong Tian said. Don't worry. It's not something that goes against your morals or something that will hurt your sect. What you're asking is too vague. Wang Wei shook his head. There is no need to worry. Like I said, we won't ask too much of you. Unless you're more straightforward and tell me what you want, I can't agree to such a vague request, especially since I believe you'll require me to sign a restrictive contract. But it's just for insurance, Dong Tian argued. Like I said, this is too vague. Wang Wei already knew what they wanted, but he wanted to see if he could get more information from them. Chapter 1374, Don't Do Anything. Dong Tian frowned, realizing this situation was not ideal. People like Wang Wei are arrogant, believing their futures are boundless. As such, they take unknown promises or restrictions seriously. There's a saying that favors are the most difficult debts to repay, and this situation fits. He pondered briefly before changing the wording of his request. We only require you to procure something for us. The thing is something that only you can acquire, and the process is not dangerous. It seems that I cannot get more information from you, Wang Wei stated directly, making Dong Tian frown. Yes, I do know what you want from me, Wang Wei said. And no, I can't read your mind. Dong Tian's face was gloomy. He could not tell whether this man was telling the truth or whether this was a mind tactic to gain more advantage in this negotiation. No, this is not a mind tactic, Wang Wei added. Your emperor's plan might be top secret to your dynasty and the world, but after you took the demon suppression emperor, many people will be able to deduce what you're planning once they find out what's so unique about her. Dong Tian instantly became gloomy and did not hide his intent to kill. However, Wang Wei just shrugged. Don't be mad at me, since it's your fault you were so sloppy when capturing her. You could have been more subtle or made it look like you captured her for something else. Dong Tian controlled his emotions, and thus, his face became deadpan. I need to control myself. Damn it, I should have listened to these old geezer and be more careful. It seems now your emotions are of regret. So what are you regretful for? Wang Wei asked. Is it because of your behavior for this meeting? It seems I'm right. Well, don't blame yourself. Many people are warned to be careful when dealing with my kind, but they rarely listen, and even when they do, it rarely matters. Lord Wang Wei, Dong Tian said, having calmed down his nerves. Now that you know our purpose, what do you think of our proposition? Calming down so quickly, huh? I now understand why you were chosen for this mission, Wang Wei commented before sipping his wine. Well, my answer is no. I don't think this is an issue of price. Dong Tian asked with a frown. That title is not worth much to you, so why not sell it for a high price? I have no problem selling it for a high price, Wang Wei responded. He was telling the truth. The human emperor's path of transcendence does not fit with him, so his title position of three-realm emperor meant nothing to him. At best, he might be able to create a decent technique about it once he becomes a transcendent. So, if he could get a price worth it, he might be willing to sell or exchange it. So, it is an issue of price, Dong Tian commented. But I think our offer is very sincere. With our help, you will have access to 2 overlord support. thus increasing your chances of surviving this catastrophe. Wang Wei looked at him intently. Whoever sent you in this plan is either stupid, thinks I'm stupid, or likes to gamble. Your dynasty has existed for so long, so I doubt such a foolish person can rise high enough to influence its power. No one will think I'm stupid, so that leaves the third option. He's a gambler. What's the meaning of this? Am I wrong? Wang Wei asked. Don't you people believe I'm desperate enough to accept such a stupid deal? He did not hide the sneer and disdain in his voice. My catastrophe? He continued. I may be on his list to deal with first, but who do you think he will eliminate next? It's people in limbo, like your emperor, who represent the final hope for heavenly Tao to fight back. You guys should be glad that I'm alive to bear the brunt of most of his focus. But once I'm gone, the blade will hang above your necks again. You don't want to help me in this catastrophe? Fine. Wait until he's no longer occupied and start cleaning you up. Dong Tian controlled his trembling hands. You should understand there is a difference between having our full cooperation and not. I don't care if you fully cooperate or not, Wang Wei continued. In fact, I know you will fully cooperate. Your dynasty holds the blessing of the human emperor position, and the world is in chaos. How could you not help? How many people have been waiting for an opportunity to take that position away from you? Wang Wei snickered. Go ahead, do it. Don't do anything. By now, I'm sure your emperor has fully digested the power of that position and may not need it, but there will still be some negative effects on the dynasty itself and on acquiring the other two without it. To say Dong Tian was gloomy is an understatement. This conversation destroyed his pride as a negotiator. And more importantly, this man seemed to know the dynasty's top secrets. If he did not know how strong Wang Wei was and his terrifying background, he would have returned home and suggested the dynasty spent all its power to eradicate him. I suddenly had a thought. Wang Wei continued. Can a world, or an era, have two human emperors simultaneously? What do you mean? Dong Tian asked, feeling a sense of foreboding. Once I save this world, with everything I've done, it's not too far-fetched to say Heavenly Tao will grant, no upgrade, my human emperor position, right? So, what will happen then? Will it strip it from you and give it to me, or allow the existence of two emperors to exist simultaneously? Wang Wei smirked while Dong Tian panicked. There's been no precedent, so I don't know what will happen, but I look forward to that day. Maybe by then, you'll have to pay me to retain your title. Dong Tian remained quiet, not knowing what to say. However, Wang Wei was done with him. All right, you've overstayed your welcome. Tell your people how I feel about selling my position. Unless your emperor can take something of equal value, don't even think of getting his hands on it. And don't forget that he's not the only buyer. I'm sure many people walking the sovereign path are interested, and some might want to get their hands on it just to block his transcendent path. I have no obligation to only sell it to him. These words shocked and scared Dong Tian, but that will not change anything. Wang Wei stood up and disappeared. Wait, Dong Tian yelled, but it was too late. Wang Wei was gone, leaving only his voice echoing in the surrounding void as a last warning. You should leave soon since I will be eradicating this dimension. Dong Tian did not think he was bluffing and quickly escaped. Of course, his haste was not only out of a desire to leave that dangerous place, but also because he wanted to return home as soon as possible to recount what happened. Dong Tian was in such a hurry that he did not even notice Wang Wei secretly following. Well, even if he were in the correct mindset, it's doubtful whether he would notice. Wang Wei had no interest in Dong Tian's secrets, nor did he think he would find some hidden methods of the Qin dynasty. His only purpose was to prevent someone from framing him. He did not think Great Qin would go to war with him over the death of one ambassador, but it could turn their relationship from neutral to less friendly, and he did not want that, especially if it was not his choice. Luckily, he seemed to be overthinking. Dong Tian reached home without anyone interfering or trying to kill him. So, Wang Wei dispersed the projection, following him. As for what Great Qin would do afterward, it was easy to guess. They'll first contact their emperors and tell them about the meeting, followed by listening to his words and trying to cover the demon suppressing emperor's affairs, although it was too late. Finally, They will get more involved in this catastrophe to ensure they, at the very least, can retain their human emperor position. Wang Wei now had more time on his hand to train the mortal civilizations. The Black Phoenix War, as contemporary historians labeled the current war between the two parasites, continued. The two leaders had not clashed since the last time, but the confrontation between their subordinates led to chaos, leaving a significant area of the world in turmoil. Everyone knew that this clash was building for a climax, and if that clash had no result, everyone would once again start building momentum for the next climax. This process will repeat itself until there is a victor or a major change that either stops the war or shifts to something else. Chapter 1375 Loneliness. Over 50 years have passed since the last battle between Undead Phoenix and Five Feathers. For mortals, 50 years equals 3 generations, but for cultivators, this time is not as long as most of their retreat. Typically, the cultivation world operates slowly due to all the immortals and how differently they perceive time. However, many things have changed in the Eternal Ascension world in the past 50 years. Many people now understand that the next Yuan epoch will reveal this world's fate, and the past 50 years have already shown signs of this. Wang Wei sat alone in his dimension, reading about reports. Most of them are about cultivators about to reach the end of their lifespan and becoming more extreme. Instead of focusing on cultivating his technique to a higher level, these people opted for the easy road, killing mortals. Of course, the result was their extermination and the endless torture of their souls. Over the years, many ancient lineages, including most of the overlords, have become more active in this catastrophe. As such, Wang Wei had plenty of aid and support. These lineages knew what was at stake and wanted to protect themselves and their ancestors. I'm surprised, Wang Wei thought as he looked at one piece of information. The Great Qin dynasty's enthusiasm was not as high as I anticipated. According to reports, the Qin dynasty did help, but their attitude did not seem anxious or worried about the future. Are they doing the bare minimum to keep their titles? Wang Wei analyzed. That also means they know it's possible to have 2 human emperors, and Yingzheng doesn't care about someone else getting it. Things are getting interesting. Wang Wei did not focus too much on the Qin dynasty, since he will still have the advantage in whatever future negotiations they will have. Yingzheng needed him, not the other way around. He then shifted his focus to something more important, supreme unity. He's been too quiet, Wang Wei complained. That could be a good sign that his ability to interfere has decreased, but I don't buy it. The last time a ladder was so quiet. He showed up with one devastating move. Methriya, I don't want to blame you, but you can't allow his next move to be as big as the last time, Wang Wei prayed. He did not like this feeling of entirely relying on someone else, of having no strength or ability to control his fate. But he had no choice in the current situation. Wang Wei dealt with all the things he needed to, so he started thinking about his next move. He toyed with the idea of being more active. He could draw supreme unity out if he made enough noise. But what big noise can I make? Wang Wei analyzed. Killing one of these parasites is enough, but such an act has pros and cons. Wang Wei knew Heavenly Tao was helping him share the pressure by allowing others to take on the burden of the parasites. So if Wang Wei started to show up and intervene again, the target on his back would increase. Why are these people taking so long? Wang Wei complained. He wished these people could be as swift as Sun Junyao. Wang Wei knew his complaint was unfair, since even Sun Junyao spent countless years slowly planning out her actions. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He realized he was too stressed, and his thoughts became anxious. This is a lousy state to be doing anything. Time is not on my side, but there is no need to rush. The longer this peaceful state continues, the higher the chances the mortals have to grow and become independent. Wang Wei took out a jar of wine from his space to drink. His future wife took great care of him and left him many delicacies. Sadly, he had to suppress and seal the effects of his essence spirit flower to prevent lightning from descending from the heavens. It would be nice to have someone to drink with, Wang Wei thought, thinking about people he could drink with. His future wife is sealed. Li Jun and Yin Liling are still in the lower dimension. his parents have disappeared, and Wang Ju has reincarnated, leaving only a few people. I could drink with the ancestors, but there's still a wall of seniority between us, Wang Wei complained. His ancestor, the Sword Empress, was easy to talk to, but she could easily switch her identity and start abusing her seniority. So, Wang Wei reckoned he probably won't be comfortable talking to her until his strength is near her. The only friends I have are Wang Qi and probably Su Shi, Wang Wei thought. Wang Qi respects me too much, and we cannot even be considered friends. And there is still a barrier between Su Sh and Tu due to our different backgrounds. Is this what the ancients meant when they said that the path of cultivation is lonely? Wang Wei sighed as he continued drinking. Wealth, method, land, and companion. Wang Wei muttered to himself. All cultivators know these are the 4 fundamentals. You can plunder wealth or methods and even steal a blessing land of cultivation, but the companion part is different. Nothing is more valuable in this long journey than having people you can trust, people that can provide emotional support. Wang Wei enjoyed the taste of the wine, but he could not get drunk. It's not because the wine is not strong enough or does not have the capability, but more like he did not dare. His mental faculty is his greatest asset in these trying times, so he could not allow anything to affect it. Ultimately, he sighed and put the drink away. Since he could not even get a buzz, there was no point in drinking now. Just in time, Wang Wei muttered. He needed something to distract himself, and this communication talisman arrived at the right time. Wang Wei read before frowning. Someone had something important to report, but wanted him to arrive personally to see it. After pondering briefly, he decided to show up. Wang Wei teleported to this vast world full of people, but they were all mortals. However, anyone who looks at these mortals can tell they are different from others. Everyone wore silk clothes. Their qi and blood were abundant, and their eyes contained the light of wisdom. Additionally, everything around them, from their architecture, transportation, agriculture, etc., reeked of advancement and civilization. 50 years passed outside, but 350 years in this world, and they've already reached this level. Although they only relied on knowledge from the lower dimension, that was still quite a feat. I should praise Du Tsong, Wang Wei thought. Among the many leaders he chose, Du Tsong was indeed extraordinary, hence why he sent one of his people as a protector. Jia Ping, why did you contact me? Lord, you're here. Jia Ping teleported before Wang Wei's projection and saluted. You know the protocols, so get to the point, Wang Wei said. According to the current protocols for contacting his subordinate, conversation must be quick and direct, meaning wasting time in small chat was no longer allowed. I understand, Jia Ping replied. I have 2 things to report, one about this world development, and the other is personal and can wait. All right, lead the way. The 2 flew to a secret laboratory, and Wang Wei saw the young Du Kong mortals in the upper dimension have a lifespan between 500 and 1,000 years, so it was expected that Du Tsong still looked young. Sir, Du Tsong swiftly said before bowing deeply, shocking all the weapon refiners in this lab. They did not expect their influential and majestic leaders to bow to someone else. Jia Ping has done an excellent job at preserving Du Tsong's majesty and never allowed the latter to bow to him publicly, hence the reaction of these mortals. These people immediately became curious and looked at Wang Wei. They were more shocked. Their world worshipped one entity, the guardian deity, and this man looked exactly like him. You did a good job, Du Tsong, Wang Wei praised as he looked at him. Thank you. It's all thanks to your effort. I only laid down the foundation. All the current success is the hard work of you and your people, Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to stop Du Tsong's flattery and continued. You should understand the future awaiting you. Your current peace is an illusion. Lord, don't worry, I know what is at stake. Du Kong replied. He knew the future of their world and civilization was endless war. They could not hide in this place and wait until the catastrophe outside passed. Good, Wang Wei nodded. Although he sent Jia Ping to protect these people, it was also a way to monitor them. Wang Wei did not want the sweet taste of peace to corrode these people and have them abandon their mission. Now, show me what made you so excited. Chapter 1376 Progress. Du Song led the team, followed by Wang Wei next to him and Jia Ping behind. They stood before a black energy shield that seemed to hide what was inside. I didn't know you had a flair for the dramatic. Du Song, Wang Wei responded. This is such a monumental creation, so I couldn't help myself. Du Song chuckled. Lord, you didn't peek inside, did you? Get to the point, Du Song. I'm in a hurry. And no, I didn't peek, Wang Wei said. All right, Du Song said as he motioned for someone to reveal what was inside. The black energy shield dissipated, and Wang Wei saw a black armor shining with magic lights. He could tell this was not ordinary armor, but one similar to exoskeleton suits with its own power source. A power armor? Wang Wei asked. Power armor? That's an interesting way to call it, Du Song commented. We call it the rune mechanical armor, but that is not why we call you here. Lord, haven't you detected the level of this armor? A tier 5 armor? Wang Wei asked with shining light. You've broken the restrictions on your civilization? Hatzai, Zhu Gong not that. About 50 years ago, someone accidentally built a tier 5 power source that broke the limit of our records. After contacting Lord Jia Ping, we deduced that there might be hope for us to break our limit and tried. This is the result. Good, Wang Wei repeated. Have you tested it out in battle? Of course. Du Song ordered his people, and a well-built woman walked to the armor and put it on. Then, Jia Ping waved his hand to summon a prisoner with cultivation on par with the divine body realm. The prisoner was promised freedom if he won this battle, so the latter fought for his life. The final result was a tie, which was understandable, given that this armor was the first generation. Not bad. Wang Wei once again praised. Can you manufacture these armors in large quantities? We are currently in the process of reducing the difficulty of the manufacturing process, Du Song said. Another advantage the upper dimension mortals have over their counterparts is their vast number. As such, even if only a small number of their population can condense their spiritual power and use the power of runes, there is still a large number of them. Due to this large population, Du Song was confident of increasing the refining speed of these armors. However, we can only build a large number of them with the help of cultivators. Du Song suggested that we capture more cultivators and control them before forcing them into factories to build these weapons. Jia Ping added. That's not a bad suggestion, but there are some risks. We can be extra careful on how to select these prisoners, Du Song added, trying to persuade him. I have a better way, Wang Wei said. You can refine these cultivators' souls into a spiritual power energy source. Your civilization should accelerate its speed of improvement with an endless source of spiritual power. Spiritual power was the key to their civilization. It's why mortals can use runes and control the energies in ores, the environment, and other things. So, it's obvious how such an artifact would drastically benefit them. Your idea is excellent, Lord, but I don't think we have the technology to refine something like that. I'll have my people refine it for you, and you can study it and try to reverse engineer it, Wang Wei explained. The spiritual powers of mortals and cultivators differ, so this artifact will require specialized attunement to ensure they can use it. Thank you. Lord, your glory has blessed us again. Wang Wei did not pay attention to this level of flattery. Have you already started thinking about Tier 6 armor? Maybe even Tier 7? I have already shared the design with the other leaders and bases, Du Song said. Wang Wei did not want these leaders and different mortal civilization bases to be isolated, so he encouraged them to use the Void Illusion Realm to share knowledge and advances. After discussing with the others, we already have a prototype blueprint of a Tier 6 armor, but we are clueless about the next tier, Du Song replied. You're stuck at the power of law, right? That's right. I don't think this is a power that mortals can control. Wang Wei did not believe these words. He knew that even technology civilizations could evolve to the point of controlling the power of law. The Rune civilization is a combination of technology and cultivation, and the fact that they can build a Tier 5 armor proves that someone was blocking their path upward. But now, this limitation has been removed. Under normal circumstances, that would be true, Wang Wei replied. With access to cultivator souls, you can meet the requirement to access and even control laws. You don't need to worry about the effect of laws on your bodies, so that removes another obstacle, leaving only the influence of laws on the mind. Not everyone can control the power of law. Cultivators must have a good enough mental state to prevent themselves from being assimilated by its power. Most mortals cannot reach this level, but it's not impossible. You need to start developing methods to train willpower and the mental state, Wang Wei suggested. Unlike the mortals on Earth, these people have a long lifespan, meaning their state of mind can still reach the level of controlling laws. Will that work? Du Tsong asked, his eyes shining with hope and desire. It should. Plus, you'll leave my people preaching to you about the law. That should accelerate things. Great, Du Tsong said with a smile that showed all his teeth. Lord, have you forgotten a lock? Jia Ping suddenly said. It's possible that the act of mortals understanding the law is interpreted as cultivating or increasing strength, thus activating its effect. Du Tsong's smile was gone, and he swiftly said, Aren't you exaggerating a little? We have acquired a great deal of knowledge and increased our strength, but nothing has happened to us. That's probably because Heavenly Tao has been protecting you, Jia Ping responded. However, once your civilization reaches the level of law, this will be another matter. Whether you wish or not, his gaze will be directed at you. Du Tsong was quiet, not hiding his unwillingness in his facial expression. We don't know that for sure. Do you want to take the risk? Jia Ping is right. Wang Wei finally spoke. We cannot take the risk. So this is it? Our limit will always be tier 6? Wang Wei glanced at him. Du Tsong was obviously an ambitious man. Rather, he wanted his people to have the power to control their destiny. In the latter's mind, he probably wants his mortal civilization to be on par with cultivators. Wang Wei would not burst his bubble. According to his analysis, the minimum limit for mortals is tier 9. Once they start to acquire the power of tier 10 or above, even if it's the weakest immortal path, no one will allow it. All cultivators who previously supported them will stop. By then, Grand Tao will also interfere. Although mortal civilization involves the power of cultivators, many of his cores originated from Earth's science and technology, and Grand Tao will not allow its further expansion. Not necessarily. Lord, you have a way. Dukoneskid. Artificial intelligence, Wang Wei thought, but he did not say these words out loud. Simple. You construct a soul powerful enough to control laws. The next step is to strip it of its emotions and change its memory capabilities into the ability to store knowledge or data. The third step is to modify its intelligence. Use runes that involve spirit, wisdom, and calculation to allow that soul to process a large amount of information and accomplish tasks beyond the norms. Once that is accomplished, you can leave the task of wielding the law to that soul. This method is feasible, Jia Ping commented. In the current world situation, building powerful weapons is allowed, and this soul falls under that category. Yes, it's definitely feasible, Du Tsong said, almost yelling. Hold your excitement, and think about the downside of this approach, Wang Wei said, his words acting as if he had dunked a bucket of cold water on Du Tsong's head. This soul, or this life form, will be vastly more powerful than everyone in your civilization, and it will be the core of your development, Wang Wei explained. Can you imagine how catastrophic it will be if something goes wrong with it? It's easy for such a soul constantly involved in the power of law to regain its normal intelligence and emotion, Jia Ping analyzed. He could think of many ways for these mortals to restrict that soul, but Jia Ping knew they were only stopgap measures. The crux of the issue is that these mortals control power beyond their limits. As long as this fact holds true, there will always be the danger of that soul going out of control. I understand this, but what choices do we have? Du Tsong said in a low voice. All right, no need to start feeling sorry for yourself about something that hasn't happened yet, Wang Wei said. Focus on pushing your people to tier 6 before thinking about the power of law. I understand, Lord. Du Tsong nodded. He agreed with these words, but that also did not stop him from starting to prepare for the future. While Wang Wei and Jia Ping left to talk privately, Duzong entered the void illusion realm to prepare for the future. Chapter 1377, Luck Manifestation. What do you want to talk to me about? Wang Wei asked directly. Jia Ping pondered how to explain his situation and realized it was better to be direct. I need blood. To be precise, Paragon blood. Is it just blood? That's not an issue, Wang Wei replied. But can I ask what you need it for? No, I need to get myself. Wang Wei looked at him. Is this about Monk? Do you feel pressure and want to prove yourself? There is no need for that. Monk is more an ally than a subordinate. So once he returns to his clan, you will be my right-hand man. There is no need to compete with him. No, well, I do feel pressure with Monk's strength, but this has nothing to do with why I want the blood. So, this is about your double pupil, Wang Wei realized. That's right. The process for the third awakening requires me to fight a paragon for at least 10 minutes and draw its blood. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He was not as stupid or frivolous as when he had just ascended. He knew how powerful even the weakest paragons were. So he was not confident in Jia Ping's objective. Do you have to awaken it now? Can't you wait until you become a paragon? I can, but the requirements will be more severe and the potential in my eyes won't be as good as if I did it now. I see. Wang Wei remembered reading how the process of awakening these physiques was similar to a test or trial from Heavenly Tao. So it made sense why Jia Ping's test was as such. I think I can find a way, but you'll have to wait, Wang Wei replied. Additionally, you'll need more training. The last thing he wanted was for Jia Ping to die because he knew nothing about chronospirits while fighting another paragon. He'll set up a training program for you in the void illusion realm. We'll talk again once you meet the requirements. Wouldn't that take too long? Are you underestimating paragons? Wang Wei rebutted. Didn't you see that Monk suffered a loss despite having the strength of a paragon? I will increase your strength artificially, meaning you can't afford to make any mistakes. Understand? Excuse me, Lord. It seems I'm not in the right mindset. It's fine, Wang Wei said. It should be ready in a few hours. Wang Wei disappeared while Jia Ping returned to his work. Wang Wei's genuine body had a pondering expression as he gazed in the distance. The key luck dragon of the mortal civilization should have already been condensed, but I can't detect it in any way. It seems Heavenly Tao took them seriously. This was good news for Wang Wei, as this was further proof that Heavenly Tao had regained much more strength in this fight. The destruction of the lock might be a turning point in this whole thing. No, this is not just condensation, but manifestation and prosperity, Wang Wei continued to observe and analyze. The fact that Du Tsung's group successfully escapes the shackles of their civilization is proof of mortals' luck manifesting in the form of advancement and prosperity. Let's check on the others to see, Wang Wei muttered. His first visit was to the puppet demon. As expected, this group was influenced by him and started developing puppetry. The mortals in that world have applied Wang Wei's method to mass-produce puppets to create enormous legions. Furthermore, they have also built a Tier 5 puppet prototype, but theirs is still not fully functional. The group under the poison demon was even more exaggerated. Their focus has been on rune herbology, and they have developed countless medicines and poisons. Their two most significant achievements were a medicine that increased the upper limit of a mortal's lifespan by another 300 years and a Tier 6 poison. Wang Wei was surprised by this discovery and wondered why no one reported this to him. And he had an answer. These people accidentally created that Tier 6 poison, and all other efforts to recreate it have failed. They've recently managed to refine a lesser version, which is Tier 5, and wanted to wait until they had cracked the formula before telling him. Wang Wei was skeptical and thought the poison demoness was secretly responsible for this accident. He had specifically ordered his people to be allowed to share their knowledge with their groups, but no direct interference was permitted. However, after checking, he discovered it was indeed an accident. Of course, to someone on his level, this accident was nothing but the manifestation of this civilization's luck and destiny. The next group Wang Wei checked on was the one supervised by the Curse Master. The latter did influence that civilization, but not by allowing these mortals to make groundbreaking advancements in Curse Tao. Curse Tao was a unique law involving cause and effect, meaning it was one of the side door Daos associated with fate. The entry requirement for this Dao is very high, meaning that mortal civilization couldn't have high enough accomplishments in just over 350 years. However, that did not deter them from making progress. These mortals had a different approach. Since they could not curse people, they would develop ways to protect themselves from curses. The cursed demon provided enough knowledge, and they built from there. Wang Wei was satisfied with this group's approach. Cultivators have many strange methods of killing, and he was confident that the mortals had the most basic defense. So, after encouraging them, he left for the next stop. The Bloodline Gang Lords group studied how to control and use demons and other races for battles. However, their results were subpar compared to the others, and after finding out it was because that bastard was not doing his job while regarding sharing his knowledge. Wang Wei beat him up and told him he would die the next time he came, and there was so little progress. Ever since the Grand Mist Gang Lord died, this bastard has lost his edge, Wang Wei sneered. If he had not been short on people right now, he would have killed that bastard for wasting his time. All right, there is no point in getting upset. Let's check the last stop. Lord, has the news already spread? The flesh demon asked. What news? Isn't that why you're here? It seems something good has happened, Wang Wei commented. Show me. Wang Wei followed him to a lab and met the leader's son Long Wei. Sir, I present our greatest achievement, the life core rune. Once implanted in our people, we can expand our lifespan to as high as 5,000 years. And this is just the first generation. We project that the lifespan limit can reach as high as 10,000 years. 13,690 years. That should be the absolute limit of mortal lifespan. Wang Wei commented. However, you have failed to see the true purpose of your discovery. True purpose? Sun Long Wei asked. Cultivators can use it. Why would we want them to use our things? A radical? Wang Wei thought as he looked at them. Don't you remember why they are hunting you down in the first place? Limited lifespan, Sun Long Wei muttered before looking at the projection showing the first-generation life core rune. This was not a coincidence, was it? You're smart, Wang Wei replied calmly. My methods of extending their lifespan failed miserably due to outside influence. However, this method should have a higher chance of success, and someone just used you to disseminate this method. Heavenly Tao, Sun Long Wei muttered. He looked at this thing, lost in thought for at least half a minute. So, what now? Continue your research and complete this thing as soon as possible. I'll order the other groups to provide you with more assistance and resources to ensure this project's completion, Wang Wei responded. Since this is vital, can't you take over the research to ensure it's done as quickly as possible? Sun Long Wei said. His words showed his caring nature, but Wang Wei could tell he simply did not partake in this project that would benefit the people he so deeply despised and even hated. Do you think things are as simple as they appeared? Wang Wei sighed. This project represents your civilization's contribution to the world. Once you finish and it's publicized, Heavenly Tao can offer you more luck and destiny and better protect you from extinction. In other words, it's imperative you finish the work yourself. Understand? Don't let your emotions affect your people. Remember what I said when I trained you. You were a leader before everything else. I understand, Sun Long Wei said. Wang Wei tapped his shoulder before walking out with the flesh demon. You did an excellent job. I didn't do anything. I doubt they would be able to have today's achievement without your knowledge about the flesh. And just a pawn. Not everyone is worthy to be a pawn, Wang Wei commented. Do you want any particular rewards? I want the 12 Revolution Fiend God Body. Ever since the boss forced him to become a proper body refiner, the flesh demon has been lusting after that technique since he heard about it. Ambitious, aren't we? Wang Wei chuckled. Unfortunately, that technique is considered a semi-clan technique. However, although I can't give you my version, I can give you the original along with some Tier 11 Fiend God blood. Deal, Flesh Demon agreed. You can find Wang Qi for your reward, Wang Wei said before leaving. Chapter 1378, Suspicious Information. Wang Wei's next destination was the mortal groups under Buddhism. the Emperor Enlightening Academy, Sage Lin Qi, and many other lineages. Wang Wei did not have enough manpower, so he had to use these people as aid. As expected, the model of development was similar to his. With protectors providing knowledge in specific fields, these groups tend to develop in that area. For example, the group under Buddhism has made significant progress in the field of spiritual power and even has some accomplishments regarding incense. Wang Wei did not hesitate to put them in charge of the creation of the lost soul that he mentioned to Du Song. The group under the Flame Blacksmith and another weapon refiner from Sage Lin Qi focused on material development. The new Tier 5 energy source and Tier 5 armor from Du Song's group were made possible due to the research from those two. And Wang Wei knew he would have to rely on them to develop the technology on how to use materials that could hold the power of laws. Everything is going well, Wang Wei analyzed. Now we only need time to develop. If the mortals can develop to be on par with quasi-emperors, this catastrophe will be handled without much issue. However, will things be so smooth? Wang Wei knew it would not. Wang Wei shifted his entire focus to the war. Everyone was waiting for the climax, and so was he. However, a few weeks later, Wang Wei received an alarming message. It's from her, and she wants to see me? Is this a trap? Wang Wei was in a dilemma. The message indicated it was something important, but the circumstances were more than suspicious. Let's see her, but I need more protection. Wang Wei first contacted Feng Hung and visited him at the 10,000 Buddha Haven. The sight was truly remarkable. He found himself in this endless dimension surrounded by this white mist that stretched as far as the starry skies. Countless golden Buddhas with their palms extended, and people lived on top. Subtle chants of scripture echoed in the background. It was hard to hear without focus, but its effect on soothing the mind remains eternal. Donor, what do you think? Feng Hung asked. It deserves its name, Wang Wei praised. If I remember correctly, only Buddhist emperors can have the title of Buddha and leave a golden body here, correct? The donor is both correct and right. Feng Hung replied before pointing in the distance. Notice the difference? There are no monks living on that golden lotus palm. Any monk who proves the Tao will have the title of Buddha, but that is the lowest level in our sect, Feng Hung explained. True or enlightened Buddhas are people who have a deep enough understanding of the Dharma, have created their own schools, or contributed enough merit. The monks living in their palms are proof that they have the wisdom to teach or enlighten others. It seems Buddhism hasn't lost its roots, Wang Wei commented. Proving the Tao is proof that someone has high fighting prowess, not that they are enlightened or have achieved a high state like nirvana. Wang Wei was glad that Buddhism still recognized this truth. Indeed, Feng Hung nodded. Donor, your status as honorary Buddha is enough to leave your mark here. Is that so? In that case, welcome, Wang Wei said. What do I do? Manifest your title's power and your understanding of Buddhism, and this world will do the rest. Very well. Wang Wei's body suddenly released a golden light, and an unknown power from this dimension descended and took the light to condense it into a towering golden body with mist surrounding it. It's indeed different from the others, Wang Wei commented as he compared his body to the ones from the enlightened Buddhas. There is no Tao, or should I say, Dharma rhyme, that can help monks. Your body is better than most honorary members I've seen, Feng Hung commented. Donor, have you spent some time studying Buddhism? You can say that, Wang Wei agreed. He still planned to acquire his future self's ability to change the world by naturally helping him solve his problems. However, after discussing the plan with his future wife, they found a better approach than using Buddhism and other religions, domains. Wu Hong, and even his father Wang Tian's application of their passive domains was a better approach to this plan. Of course, Wang Wei will not abandon studying religion and its powers, but it will not be his main focus. Donor, please follow me. The two flew away and soon arrived at a new golden body. It was a woman with an aura of peace and tranquility. The moment Wang Wei laid eyes on her, he had a feeling that this was the closest he could come to the realm of nirvana sought after by all monks. I'm guessing this is not your body, Wang Wei jokes. The master told me to move in here. Master? So it's official? As fate would have it, yes, Feng nodded. I reckon this is the holy place of Buddhism, Wang Wei stated as he followed Feng Hung toward that golden palm. Is it all right to bring me here? Donor is a guest worthy of the highest reception, Feng Hung said calmly. In that case, I'm flattered. They soon reached a destination, a cave inside a mountain with minimal appliances. The entire locale screamed recluse or hermit, but Wang Wei did not mind. Donor, what is the purpose of your visit? Feng Hung asked after serving tea. I came for protection, Wang Wei said. He did not believe supreme unity could kill him while his true body was here. Wang Wei's projection arrived at the destination, a desolate dimension. He found no signs of his target, Jinbiyu. He checked the surroundings and detected no ambush. So, with the utmost caution, Wang Wei entered to find a talisman floating at the center. He quadruple checked before receiving the information, and his pupil immediately shrunk. The information he received was straightforward. Seven Cauldron was Supreme Unity's direct bloodline. In other words, she was his daughter. He had her long ago, but never claimed or revealed it to the world. How did she get such news? The talisman revealed that information. Seven Cauldron has 7 commanders, all Empyreans with the highest fighting abilities. The most powerful one, who boldly called himself the Prime Cauldron, was enamored with Jinbiyu, and he revealed the fact he was not only Seven Cauldron's direct son, but also the grandson of one of the 2 sons. This is too much to analyze now. Let's leave first, Wang Wei thought before dissipating. 10,000 Buddha Haven. Wang Wei opened his eyes and frowned. The information revealed was shocking. Supreme Unity was a mystery. According to his analysis after talking to Maitreya and others, Supreme Unity was always highly low-key, with his influence being the weakest in Taoism despite his talent and strength. He may also have created this persona, and his real personality is unknown. It would not be easy for someone of his strength to have such a low presence that no one knew whether he secretly had children or not, Wang Wei thought. However, none of that matters. The genuine issue is whether this information is reliable. No, there is no way it is. How could Jinbiyu find such information about Supreme Unity if he could hide it for so long? In that case, he's the one who released the information? But for what? He can't possibly think he'll use or act on it. But if he knows this, what's his purpose in releasing it? Wang Wei frowned as he pondered. I'm operating on the basis that this information is true. But is it? Seven Cauldron is his vessel, so that could explain why he chose her. However, vessels don't have to be blood-related, unless blood relationships allow him to use more power. However, the fights with Maitreya showed their vessels were similar in strength, unless Supreme Unity was hiding for a trump card. But if that's true, why reveal this information to me? Damn it, there are too many possibilities and variables. Wang Wei felt like ripping his hair. Instead, he opted to walk back and forth to help stimulate his mind. He analyzed and thought of all the possibilities, but never could find an explanation with high enough probabilities. No, I overlooked something, Wang Wei thought. What if he released this news as a distraction? He knew how I would analyze everything and waste my time figuring out what he was doing. In the meantime, he can focus on something else. But what? He muttered. Where is his next move coming from? The war? The other parasites? Or maybe an extreme approach by directly attacking Buddhism? Wang Wei suddenly paused. I came to this place. So did he lure me here to ensure he could kill me directly during the attack? Chapter 1379, Terrible Lost. As soon as Wang Wei had that thought, he wanted to do something, but it was too late. His surroundings changed, and 4 monks appeared around him. Before he could react, they enacted a barrier. Boom! Wang Wei's attack hit the barrier, but it did nothing. He was about to try again when his intuition went on overdrive, so he looked upward. A towering palm with the power of yin-yang rapidly descended on him, and Wang Wei's mind had only one thought that rapidly consumed his mind: death. Wang Wei wanted to resist, but it was useless. The spiritual hint in that palm completely overwhelmed his mind, making him unable to think let alone move. As things appeared, it appeared this would be the end for him, but fate seemed to be on his side. The palm reminded him of this pagoda trial when he faced the wrath of heaven. He seemed to remember the anger and unwillingness he felt during that trial and quickly used it as a source of power. Wang Wei summoned his willpower to do two things. He bit the tip of his tongue and activated his talent, using the unimaginable pain to shock his system and regain clarity over his mind and body. The pain was so intense that it could have killed even someone of Wang Wei's willpower, but it was exactly what he needed in this moment of life and death. His body then acted almost on autopilot as he activated all his life-saving methods. Yin-Yang protection, freedom from life and death, luck survival, destiny guidance, time remnant substitute, and his unifying technique, fate manipulation, death escape. However, despite all these methods, the sense of danger he felt did not decrease immediately. In other words, that attack had reached beyond his current paragon strength. Is this how things end? Wang Wei thought. No, I have a bright future ahead of me. I'm a man destined to reach the pinnacle of the universe, and even transcend. How can I die here? My future self will definitely save me. His eyes sparked with brilliance before his death, and his intuition increased even more. No, I can't rely on something as fleeting as my future self, Wang Wei said. He pushed his soul and mind to the limit, doing trillions of calculations in less than nanoseconds, trying to find a way to survive. Then, it was as if the god of wisdom had whispered into his ears. Wang Wei activated his Karma Dao and directly connected to Feng Heng. However, his attempts failed, so he changed the target to Emperor Kong. It's time to repay your karma, Wang Wei thought, and through the link, he borrowed something crucial from the latter, his golden body of merit. Wang Wei then fused it with his own, thus temporarily achieving a third-level golden body of merit. As he looked at the enormous golden body standing above him for protection, Wang Wei felt reassured until his mind told him another bad news. Chances of survival, 15. What? Only 15? Wang Wei wanted to cry, but he had long abandoned such useless emotion in this moment of life and death. He wanted to use his luck Dao to increase this probability, but it was futile. He had used all his trump cards. Is this really the end? Do I have to rely on chance to survive? Wang Wei was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. That palm was descending at a speed he could barely react. The fact he could raise his success rate to 15 in such a short window was a miracle in itself. The palm crashed down, and the world went quiet. The people watching outside the barrier waited for the result, and once everything became clearer, a pale Wang Wei stood before everyone. He coughed a large mouthful of blood and looked at a golden crown floating above his head. He did not survive on his own merit. At the last minute, this crown, representing his status as the three-realm emperor, manifested and protected him. However, Wang Wei knew the power of this crown did not originate from him, but from heavenly Tao, which intervened to save him. You saved me, but at what cost? How much power did we just take back that you lost in the process? Wang Wei thought his blood oozed out from his ears in noise. Although he was saved, he was not happy in the slightest. Forget how he had just lost control of his life, of his destiny. He knew how terrible the consequences of heavenly Taoist interference were. Wang Wei suddenly felt the world spinning, and he could not stand still. His aura was dropping at an alarming rate. So he swiftly sat cross-legged in the group and closed his eyes. Unity, your hands have reached too far. A soft voice echoed between heaven and earth. Although it sounded calm, anyone with some discernment could feel the anger and wrath hidden. That little cockroach is really not easy to kill, a cold voice replied. Feng Heng, no, Mithria, looked at Seven Called in Supreme Unity coldly. Although she had the highest state of mind in Buddhism, even that wasn't enough to keep her calm. However, her attention soon shifted to the power surrounding him. Incense, so that's how he did it? The 10,000 Buddha Haven was Mithria's home court, meaning she should have the overwhelming advantage. Supreme Unity should not even dare take one step into this place. But he not only did, but successfully assassinated one of their honored guests. How'd he do it? The answer is simple: incense. After what happened to her, Mithriya outlawed the use of incense by all Buddhist practitioners. She even modified the rules of the 10,000 Buddha Haven to detect and ban that power as soon as it was detected. However, Mithriya was also a little extreme when she changed the rules. The 10,000 Buddha Haven is both a world and a powerful artifact. When Mithriya changed the rules, she programmed the artifact's spirit to be extremely strict. She always programmed it to make removing incense its main priority. Supreme Unity used this fact to his advantage. He filled the place with so much incense that the artifact's spirit was busy dealing with it, meaning Mithriya could not use it or borrow the power from the haven. If Mithriya was at its peak, this plan could not work since she could have forcefully regained power from the spirit with one thought, but she was now only a vessel with limited powers and powers. Why is it always Taoism? Mithriya complained, feeling an emotion she hadn't in a long time: resentment. All her greatest suffering and setbacks are always from Taoism. Am I destined to always lose to them? Supreme Unity's plan looked simple, but it was far from it. Forget how he knew about the rules of the 10,000 Buddha Haven. How did he secretly transfer such a vast quantity of incense into this place without detection? The answer to that question is also simple and obvious: the honorary members. Throughout history, Buddhism has always accepted honorary Buddhas as a form of diplomacy to make friends and allies. This practice did not stop even during the Two Suns, Seven Moons era. Supreme Unity had people he secretly controlled infiltrate this place using these honorary members. When the time was right, he used them as a medium to infiltrate and invade with a large quantity of incense. Mithriya regained her bearings. She did not utter another word and went on the offensive. She wanted nothing but to eradicate this man as soon as possible. However, Supreme Unity did not want to fight directly, so he evaded her while pumping more incense into this place. However, this time, his target was not just the artifact spirit, but all the surviving monks. He wanted to use the incense to corrupt them. Mithriya immediately realized his purpose, so she changed her tactic. Tom was on her side. She knew the artifact spirit would clean up the incense, and it would do it faster than her opponent could bring more in. By then, Supreme Unity will be nothing but a sitting duck. So, she focused on damage control. Sadly for her, she also misunderstood Supreme Unity's objective. The scheming Taoist priest suddenly changed tactics. He teleported before Mithriya and embarrassed her before she could react. Boom! Supreme Unity blew himself up, killing Seven Cauldron and Feng Hung in the process. The power of this explosion was truly potent, containing a hint of his power. Wang Wei suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed another danger. However, before he had to do anything, a golden light came from somewhere and blocked this explosion. He squinted as he saw a young man floating in the sky, his body releasing a holy light and a terrifying coldness. Monk Wuji? Is he also a vessel? No, he should be the new one. Chapter 1380 Major Chess. Moves Mithriya calmly examined the chaos around her. She exhaled before spreading her message to all monks worldwide. All monks must report to the Haven in one form or another. Another great Buddhism-Taoism war is about to start. As soon as she uttered these words, the world experienced a slight tremor, eventually leading to a cataclysmic earthquake. She then flew to Wang Wei's side and frowned. What happened to Feng Hung? Wang Wei asked. I can feel he is gone, even though his karmic threads to me and my memories of him are still intact. He is dead, true death, but only in a manner of speaking, Mithriya replied. Existence hiérarchie ou Wang Wei muteurde. Half-step detachment is so high on the hierarchy that after Supreme Unity killed Feng Hung, it did not matter whether he had countless avatars, his secret vault still existed, or everyone still remembers him. He just died like that. Don't worry, he'll be fine as long as I'm alive, Mithriya reassured. But what if something happens to you? Mithriya was momentarily silent. They'll revive him when the time is right. When will that be? He was my vessel. meaning my power ran deep into his body, even his existence. If I don't take time and effort in the revival process, his future transcendence path will be cut off. So, that's why I can feel Seven Cauldrons' karma line. He doesn't care about her future, so he can instantly revive her. But you do, meaning you've lost probably the best vessel. Wang Wei chuckled to himself, but his laughter was self-deprecating. In just one move, he reduces me to this state, forces Heavenly Tao to use one of its trump cards, regain more powers in their confrontation, kill your disciple and perfect vessel, and starts the Buddhist-Taoist war, which will further turn the world into chaos and kill more people. And all he sacrificed were a few pawns and maybe one of Seven Cauldrons' longevity resources. What a brilliant move. The war cannot stop, Mithridates stated. It is the only way to distract his vessel and all his manpower. The rest is up to you. What can I do in my state? Wang Wei said. He was in fact dying. The blow destroyed him enough that he was about to lose his body and soul and enter limbo. His best solution is to seal himself. But that would not change the fact that he was out of the game. And that's not mentioning whether a seal would work or that he had little time to find an effective solution. I can save you, but he'll need one of your avatars, Mithridates added. I've already killed all the ones in the upper dimension, Wang Wei said. I can make a new one, but that would be pointless since he would only be immortal, unless you have a way for me to cultivate. I can't do that, Mithridates shook her head. Supreme Unity was careful about the lock. Although vessels can use powers slightly beyond primal paragons, it was not enough to destroy the lock, let alone forcefully alter the rules he had created. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders after hearing her answer, and Mithridates' frown deepened. I know you're disappointed with my failure, but this is not the time to have this defeatist outlook. Defeatist outlook? Huh? Why don't you tell me what kind of outlook I should have? Wang Wei snapped. You were supposed to be my most reliable teammates, but you couldn't even protect me in your territory. So, forgive me if I don't look too favorably on our situation. No need to mince your words, Mithridates said calmly. Say what you have to say before we can move on. Wang Wei looked at her with gritted teeth, but then chose to close his eyes to regain his composure. He ignored his Buddhist constant and rapid weakening and focused on controlling his emotions. What plan do you have? That's more like it, Mithridates said. You should have an Emperor avatar in the lower dimension. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. He had a peak Emperor avatar to replace himself in case something went wrong after his ascension. That avatar is also the last safety net of the Tao opening sect. It'll contact Heavenly Tao to allow you to contact it and force it to ascend. Wang Wei was not excited about this plan, but looked at her seriously. Do you know what is at stake? The lower dimension and the people in limbo are the last fighting chances. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong. Your words are not very trustworthy currently, are they? That's why this war must happen, Mithridates continued. I have reduced the effort I put into searching for whatever threats I sense from the River of Time. I will now focus all my time on dealing with Supreme Unity, so you don't have to worry. Fine. They'll trust you once again, Wang Wei agreed reluctantly. Good. Let's get started. Now, there is no better time than the present. She floated in the sky, and with a thought, the River of Time manifested between heaven and earth. All sentient and non-sentient beings in the eternal ascension world saw it, and heard Mithridates' following words. Stop. It was quick, almost instant. All matter, energy, space-time, and even concepts became still. Time has stopped working. Everyone stopped moving, but only 99.999 of people were unaware. The Paragons, battle taboo achievers, and a few truly powerful Empyreans still had their perception despite their bodies and souls stopping, and they were shocked by this display of power. These people knew the two suns were mighty, but there had been few opportunities for them to know by how much. Today, they glimpsed at their powers. Get to work, Mithridates said to Wang Wei before her eyes focused on the newly revived Seven Cauldron. With a thought, Mithridates killed the latter before repeating the process 6 more times. However, on the 7th time, a black and white shield surrounded her and protected her life. Mithridates glanced at him briefly before shifting her gaze to someone else, Time Eater. She did not waste time before killing him 3 times, but another black and white shield protected him as well. She frowned but did not focus on this for too long. She raised her head to glance at the lock. Mithria observed briefly before deciding not to touch this thing. Destiny was not on her side, and she knew Supreme Unity was prepared for her intervention, as this was not the first time she had tried to destroy it. Mithria's gaze then shifted to somewhere else, the people in Limbo. She immediately blessed them, granting them protection similar to Wong Wei's Heaven Deceiving Array. She knew what these people needed the most was to move undetected under Supreme Unity's eyes. She also wanted to prevent him from secretly hunting and killing them. Mithria was about to move one when time started to move forward again. She sighed, thinking, longer than I anticipated, but still not enough. She looked at Wong Wei, who now had an avatar next to him. She pointed at the original body, and it turned into motes of lights that fused with the avatar. Wong Wei clenched his fists, followed by a basic boxing routine to get acquainted with his new body. I am so weak. His current cultivation was 69 Grand Dao Source, and with his taboo battle realm, he can fight peak Empyreans. However, that was the limit of his power. His former Paragon tier battle prowess was gone. You will have to do with this for now, Mithria said. She had plenty of trust in him to find a solution now that he was not dying and had plenty of time to strategize. Mithria suddenly remembered something and swiftly condensed a golden glow in her palm, granting the same hiding blessing to Wong Wei. This should help you better hide and plan from the shadow. Thank you, Wong Wei nodded. Here, Mithria said as she handed him a talisman. What's this? The key to our victory, Mithria said. The lock is the key, and as long as you can destroy it, the backlash you will suffer is enough for Heavenly Dao to regain most of the control and me to injure his real body severely. Can this thing destroy the lock? But that's just an information talisman. It contained my understanding and analysis of the lock, Mithria stated. In the end, I still must do all the heavy lifting, Wong Wei complained. That's what it means to bear the burden of destiny. My destiny was the moon's, not him. It was always a package, Mithria replied. You just never noticed it. In other words, I was duped, Wong Wei said with twitching lips. Mithria shrugged. All right, I'm sure you want to leave, but I have a war to plan for. You can see yourself out. She disappeared, leaving Wong Wei alone. He looked in the distance and sighed. The lesson here is I should not rely too much on others, but is that truly a good lesson? Wong Wei teleported away, not knowing the answer to his question. Chapter 1381 Dao, Overlord's Mind AA. I made a mistake. Prime Calden was changed for First Son in Chapter 1378. Suspicious information. For a reminder, First Son was first introduced in Chapter 1212. Recruiting. Prime Cauldron is still a character. Read the chapter to understand. Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book sensed something and opened his eyes, immediately checking the content of his book. There were more writings, but most of them were events that had already occurred, meaning he could not benefit from them. Something is wrong, he first thought. He mulled over every detail of information available, trying to get a bigger picture of the situation. His growth has accelerated, Heavenly Book summarized. This was even more apparent when he compared the information he acquired about Grand Dao Sun. The challenges he faced drastically increased, forcing his growth to accelerate at an alarming rate. Moreover, the information I can receive has drastically decreased or become less useful. His eyes shone brightly. It seems his future self has made a move. He has intercepted the information Grand Dao can provide me while accelerating his younger self's growth. Is he already preparing to deal with me? Heavenly Book remained calm despite the unexpected events. However, as a Dao overlord, anticipating the plans that would go wrong and knowing how to adjust them accordingly are basic skills. His main concern is how to proceed next. It's now completely impossible for me to interfere in the Eternal Ascension world in any shape or form, Heavenly Book analyzed. He, along with all the people with eyes on the Eternal Ascension world, knew of the current blockade. Should I accelerate my plans? Heavenly Book had made a great stride in tracking down the origin of Buddhism to exchange with Madman Shu for a way to split existence to finish his deal with supreme unity. This is not feasible, Heavenly Book realized, shaking his head with some frustration. He was already in cahoots with Grand Tao, but the way that thing operates is so rigid. The origin of Buddhism is what people could refer to as a sub-taboo, meaning such a level of secrets is not directly outlawed by Grand Tao. But anyone who tries to find the truth will also be hindered by it. As such, Heavenly Book was having some trouble finishing his task. So is this it? There's nothing I can do? Heavenly Book frowned. Although he was convinced of his strength and would not take Wang Wei too seriously even if he became a peak paragon, he also did not want to let him grow peacefully. I could have another transcendent interfere in the affairs of the eternal ascension world, Heavenly Book thought. Such a powerhouse is enough to change the current state of affairs and provide an opportunity for me to interfere. Maybe even have an opportunity to kill him directly. Heavenly Tao's eyes shone brilliantly. Most people would roll their eyes at his thought, but he already had a feasible plan. He knew of a second generation with a transcendent father who doted heavily on him. It was easy for Heavenly Tao to lure that bastard to the eternal ascension world and ensure an accident occurred, forcing his father to intervene in the conflict. This plan is feasible, but what are the cons? Heavenly Book analyzed calmly. A high risk of overthrowing the board. Heavenly Tao's plan was bold and risky. If he succeeds, he will achieve transcendence in one fell swoop, or at the very least, achieve power on par with Grand Tao. However, he also understood he was playing with fire, and his greatest fear was that Grand Tao, or the future Wang Wei, would overthrow the game board by destroying the universe and killing everybody. An animal is most dangerous when cornered, let alone a transcendent being, Heavenly Book analyzed. If he cannot see his younger self have any chance at survival, he will start acting like a cornered animal, which is the last thing I want. Heavenly Book frowned, realizing he was back to the beginning. His best option now is just to wait and continue doing what he was doing. What should I do? He pondered. Just as he was indecisive, new information appeared in the book. Their first meeting is about to take place. Is this Grand Tao's hint that I should do something? Heavenly Book calculated swiftly before realizing that this was indeed an opportunity. Wait, my mindset has been a little too excited. The original plan was to survive the cracks between these two titans and wait for the right opportunity to strike. Being too excited and showing myself too much before them will ruin my chances of the final strike. Heavenly Book finished the new page in the book and decisively closed it. Sometimes, doing less is doing more. So, he resisted the temptation and let Grand Tao deal with this mess. Although he was a pawn, he was not the absolutely loyal kind, meaning he was also not the kind that could be discarded at will. Heavenly Book did not wait long before receiving another secret contact from the Heaven Cardinal, but he ignored it. Since he had made his decision, nothing could change it. Anyways, he can benefit from whoever is the final winner in this upcoming confrontation. Eternal Ascension World, Secret Dimension. Wang Wei returned to his hideout, thinking about what he experienced, what to learn from it, and how to operate in the future. Paranoia is an excellent way to protect myself, but it also made me predictable. So how do I act from now on? Wang Wei focused on his personality and how he usually acts. He also tried to put himself in his opponent's shoes. I'm arrogant by nature, and this recent failure is a big blow to me. 99% of people, especially Tao overlords, will become even more cautious and timid after that defeat. So, I must be unpredictable and start acting even more aggressively. Then, when people think they've figured me out, I switch to a more timid way of behaving. Wang Wei was calm and composed, analyzing his thoughts and behavior in a cold, calculating, and logical manner and without bias. It was as if he was not talking about himself, but a complete stranger. For my first aggressive act, first son must die, Wang Wei analyzed. It doesn't matter whether the information is true or not. The fact that he might be his bloodline and the perfect replacement vessel is enough for him to be eliminated. Additionally, I can also get some revenge. After making an initial planned response to what happened in the 10,000 Buddha have, Wang Wei shifted his focus to something else, something more important. I must regain my strength. It would be better if I could find a way to increase my cultivation despite the lock's effect, Wang Wei thought, shaking his head. He had to think of something more doable. Wang Wei then stood up, preparing to leave the hideout. He already had an idea of how to get his strength back, but he needed to see his ancestor first. However, before he could teleport away, Wang Wei received an emergency contact from Red Mask, so he sent a projection. What happened? My lord, are you all right? Red Mask immediately asked. Am I all right? Oh, right. You must have lost most of your strength, Wang Wei figured out. One of the side effects of the Lord Shadow technique is the connection between them. So now that Wang Wei had drastically weakened, Red Mask also suffered a similar fate. A small accident occurred, but I'm fine, so don't worry. Small accident? Red Mask did not believe these words for a second. She knew how strong her lord was, meaning she could also deduce what kind of enemy could injure him in such a state. However, since the latter told him not to worry, there was nothing she could do. Plus, even if she had the will, her strength and wisdom did not allow her to provide any form of aid. I understand. You should probably stop your personal activities and tasks, Wang Wei said. Lord, I may be weakened, but I'm not entirely useless. It's too risky, Wang Wei shook his head. Red Mask could use his highest strength level, which is the Empyrean Peak. However, she had a time limit, which was even lower than normal due to the fact Wang Wei's cultivation was still in the Great Emperor realm. But sir, do as I say. Wang Wei stopped her. You're too valuable, and the risks are not worth it. Wang Wei did not say these words on an emotional basis. Wang Ju had a great place in his heart, so his relationship with Red Mask was purely boss and subordinate. However, he meant what he said. Losing her would mean finding another talented individual and training them again. With the current world situation, it was not worth the trouble. So, he wanted her to stay at her desk and give orders instead of going into the field herself. As you wish. Chapter 1382 Strength Regaining Method. Wang Wei teleported to the Origin Seal Continent, and as soon as he appeared, he sensed a sharp sword energy followed by Yan Hai suddenly appearing before him. What happened to you? What did the sect contact me and tell me your soul lamp was about to go out? I wait. How do you have my soul lamp? Wang Wei asked. He made one in the lower dimension even before he started cultivating, but he never made one for the upper dimension branch. Boy, is this what's important right now? I'm just curious. Yan Hai looked at him. Do you want another beating? In your current state, I don't even need the ancestral stick to show you my majesty. Ancestor, relax, Wang Wei swiftly said before explaining everything. That bold nun always complained about how she had a tumultuous fate with Taoism, but it seems true, Yan Hai muttered. Now, I feel bad for dismissing her. She removed these thoughts from her mind. I'm glad you're alive, kid. Yes, it's always good to be alive, Wang Wei nodded. So, why are you here? I remember I sent a few talented people with human fiend god bloodline to ascend. The sect should have taken good care of them, correct? That's right. I need you to secretly contact the sect and one of them to come out. Don't use the previous contact method. It would be best to ask them indirectly. You came here for this? She asked with a frown. He has a tight watch over me, so I cannot risk contacting the sect, Wang Wei explained. And I don't know enough about our secrets for any form of true secret contact. True. Zanhai note that. But why do you need these people? I need to borrow their bodies, Wang Wei said. You see my situation, and the fastest way to regain my strength is to take over another body. The best body is those people with the same bloodline, and only they currently have the human fiend god bloodline. In that case, I can't help you. What? We have strict rules about taking over clan members' bodies. Ancestor, this is an emergency. The rules can be slightly bent. No, Janai respondeth. Her voice firm. Ancestor, Wang Wei replied, his voice slightly raised. Yan Hai shook her head. I know you are thinking that I'm being old-fashioned and rigid, but that's not true. I'm doing this for the good of the sect. What do you mean? Do you know what our sect's greatest advantage is over the other overlords? Wang Wei frowned before answering. We are one of the most powerful while also extremely united. That's right, Yanhai nodded. Although I cannot see as far as you or Brother Kiyuan, I understand that the key to our prosperity in the upcoming era is this unity, and your actions will undermine that unity. Aren't you being a little dramatic? Am not, Yanhai rebutted. Although we are united, we still have a few problems. 10 factions rule the sect, including 9 clans and the sectarian faction. Our Yin, Wang, and Li clan are at the top because all 4 primals come from our clan. Meanwhile, the sectarian side is the largest faction with the most paragons. However, they are also the most suppressed of the groups because of one rule: no more powerful clans are allowed to be born in the sect again. Over the years, we have spent countless time and effort to ensure the sanctity of the sect rules, especially the major one. So you of all people, breaking such a significant rule will definitely be used by other factions to create instability, undermining our unity. And I don't think I need to tell you who will strike first. The Myriad Clan Union, Wang Wei replied. That's right. The Wang clan division started due to the fight over bloodline imprint. So can you imagine the field day they would have if this was the rule that you broke? Wang Wei groaned softly. I thought our relationship was better. It is, but this also resulted in many people fearing about the reunification of the Wang clan, Yanhai explained. The first thing the union would do is to pressure heaven opening to strike first. Unfortunately, our relationship is not really to the point of unification, so he will not hesitate to do it. Wang Wei was silent. Now, do you understand the ramifications your action will have? But all that is predicated on the fact that we will survive this catastrophe to see the next era, Wang Wei complained. I have never doubted you would succeed, Yanhai replied without hesitation. You have more trust in me than I do in myself. My trust is not in you, but in the person who believes in you, Yanhai explained. After the ultimate taboo, Brother Kiyuan once said his destiny as the sect's guide and wisdom provider ended, and someone else was about to take his place. As soon as he learned about you, he said you were the chosen one and placed all his faith in you. And I believe in his vision. Wang Wei was momentarily quiet before sighing. What do you want me to do? You're smart. You'll figure out. All right, Wang Wei sighed, preparing to leave. Don't put on such a sour face. Anyway, you can come to me if you need anything else. I will, Wang Wei said before suddenly stopping. I need to assassinate someone, but there's a danger that he might be a trap. Oh, who? Wang Wei then explained who the first son was and why he wanted to kill him. Don't worry, he'll deal with it. You can't do it yourself. Ancestor, Wang Wei immediately added, nor use someone directly linked to you like a shadow. I know. There is also the fact that this man might have countless ways to save his life and even more longevity resources. I understand, Yanhai said, but like I said, he'll deal with it. Wang Wei wanted to say more, but he had to stop after seeing the impatient look on her face. Regardless, he warned her one last time before teleporting away. At his hideout, Wang Wei had to contemplate another solution to regain his strength. An idea suddenly popped into his mind, so he contacted the flame blacksmith and puppet demon through the void illusion realm. I need a well-made puppet, Wang Wei said. It must be done to the exact proportion of my body, down to my existence. Is that possible? You want a new life puppet? Puppet demon asked. What's that? Wang Wei asked. Not familiar with that term. You know how there are 2 schools of puppetry? Yes, external and internal puppetry, Wang Wei nodded. The former focused on making and controlling puppets, while the latter turned their bodies into puppets. The ultimate goal of all internal puppetry is to create a new life puppet or a puppet based on their existence. Such a puppet can grow and evolve without changing the parts, just like flesh and the soul. On paper, this sounds easy, but your tone indicates it's not, Wang Wei commented. Of course, it's difficult, Puppet Demon said. In the history of Puppet Dao, the number of people who have succeeded probably can be counted on 2 hands. Is that so? Wang Wei frowned. His explanation is flat out wrong. Flame Blacksmith suddenly added. What do you mean by this? Puppet Demon swiftly asked. Any puppeteer who has mastered the technique of existence reconstruction could make a puppet based on someone's existence, he explained. New life puppets is about fusing the essence or concept of puppetry into your existence. I see. Wang Wei understood that new life puppets was a method for puppeteers to enter the taboo battle realm, hence why so few people have succeeded. So, can you build my puppet? Wang Wei asked, ignoring the puppet demon's embarrassment. Although it's not my expertise, with his help, it should not be an issue. The flame blacksmith nodded. Excellent. How long will that take? Is it urgent? I need it as soon as possible. In that case, let me calculate. If we have abundant resources, hire a few more puppeteers, and with your full cooperation, it should be done in about 2,500 yuan epochs. Wang Wei's lips immediately twitched. Can it be faster? Flame Blacksmith frowned. This was the fastest estimate he deduced. How fast are we talking about? I'm talking in a few hundred years. Are you mad? He asked with a raised voice. How about a few thousand years? Wang Wei swiftly added. However, the only answer he received was a hard stare. We have time formations, don't we? The best of those are between 10 to 12 times the normal time. So unless you have access to a wonder of heaven and earth, it won't make much of a difference, the flame blacksmith retorted. Wang Wei sighed. This plan was not feasible. So what else can I do? Chapter 1383 Buddha's Fury. What about a body made entirely of energy? Wang Wei asked. How long would that take? If it's just a regular body, then it would be feasible in your ridiculous time span, Flame Blacksmith answered. Even if we had access to the source key space, we might have been able to pull something. However, you said you wanted one on par with your current body. Although I don't know much about your fleshly body, I can deduce how much time it would require to make the weakest peak indestructible Empyrean body, which would still require a few hundred yuan epochs. Wang Wei groaned, and after thinking about it briefly, he dismissed these two. Since I can't make one, I must use one already available. He waved his hand to summon his guardian puppet. Wang Wei looked at it and frowned. Technically speaking, he could put his soul into the puppet, thus acquiring paragon strength. This thing is too rigid for intense combat, Wang Wei analyzed. The highest strength output he can use in this puppet is 92, and its greatest flaw is the lack of regenerative ability. Any injuries to the puppet are permanent and require time and resources to fix, which is different from a fleshly body. I need a body of flesh and blood, Wang Wei analyzed. However, this approach had even more significant problems. His body was unique, and he's not talking about how perfectly he has trained it. His body has been ideally attuned to carry his terrifying soul and willpower. According to Wang Wei's calculation, even if he used the best fleshly body similar to Monk, he would destroy that body after one battle. His powerful soul and willpower would permanently damage the body, and after one intense battle, such flesh would collapse without any way to prevent that from happening. However, I don't have much of choice. In fact, Wang Wei had two other targets, Old Man Dai and Paragon Jimin. Their Paragon flesh would be the perfect vessel for him. But unfortunately, the former disappeared from the lawless zone, and he had no idea where Jimin was operating. Wang Wei first sent an order to Red Mask to kidnap body refiners in the peel of the Empyrean realm, preferably devil cultivators, before teleporting back to the Origin Seal continent. Have you figured out something? Yanhai asked while sitting cross-legged and drinking tea. I guess, Wang Wei explained. My request is still the same, but I want to use clan members. These people must be body refiners. That's the best you can come up with. All other methods require too much time, and I can't wait, Wang Wei shrugged. Zanhai note that she understood how small of a margin for action that Wang Wei has in the current situation, so she no longer commented on his approach. There are plenty of prisoners in the suppressing essence tower, Yanhai said before frowning. What's that? And why don't you look confident? It's a place we imprison body refiners to use as trials for the sect and as emergency energy when needed, Yanhai explained. Are there any problems with it? It's sealed. Sealed? You mean? A few paragons were imprisoned, so that bastard wanted to destroy it. However, Supreme Unity convinced him, and they only sealed it. So it's useless. Not necessarily, Yanhai continued. The sect reported to me long ago that the bottom parts of the seal were slowly enwrapping on their own. I reckon I can forcefully open the area with the Empyrean prisoners. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. How many people are available? Are you talking about Empyreans? Too many to count. That's good to hear, Wang Wei said. Even if he could only use these bodies once, there should be enough for him not to worry much about future battles until he found a way to return to his peak. Yanhai looked at him, but said nothing. I need to return to the sect. I should be done in less than a month. Do you want me to stay here? No need, Yanhai replied. She doesn't think it's a good idea for him to stay in one place for too long. Although Mithriya said he would do a better job at guarding supreme unity, it was not worth taking the risk. He'll activate all the formations and put this place on the highest alert state. Zanhai et lai. This should be fine until I return. All right. Wang Wei nodded before leaving. He did not stay around to wait for his ancestors' good news. Instead, he started preparing himself. He created a large pool before dropping one drop of his blood that soon turned into an ocean to fill that area. Wang Wei proceeded to add another drop of soul blood, deepening the redness of this blood pool. Finally, he started carving arrays. His attainment in arrays was not on par with what he wanted to do, so he used a common tactic of cultivators with higher cultivation but low knowledge: stacking. His soul was powerful enough to create millions, if not billions, of arrays and stack their effects together. Excellent. Wang Wei nodded before sensing something. He checked his communication talisman. Perfect timing. He pointed to the void, and after a slight spatial fluctuation, a body appeared in this dimension, and he sent it into the pool. He observed quietly. There needs to be some adjustment, but everything seems to be working. Wang Wei muttered. The pool slowly adjusted this body to be more like his, thus allowing him to use his power better. However, Wang Wei was not too happy. His original intention was to temper these bodies and ensure a single one could allow him to experience at least two bodies. The result told him that without the pool, most bodies wouldn't survive more than 3 attacks with his soul and willpower. Although this guy cultivated to the peak, he only survived a little over 2,000 tribulations. Maybe the others will be better. Wang Wei was not too hopeful, especially since he knew how rare it was for someone to cultivate all 3,800 tribulations, let alone go beyond it and achieve limit indestructibility like him and Monk. Body refining is already rare, and in the current era where people fear showing too much of their talents, Wang Wei was not confident in finding an excellent vessel. I guess I can only wait and hope my luck is better. Time passed, and 3 days later, the world's turmoil once again started. The Twin Sun border was a prosperous area, arguably one of the most thriving areas in this turbulent era. It was once the border between Buddhism and Taoism territory. As the two unofficial rulers of this world, the two titans had to promote unity and prosperity, and the existence of the Twin Sun border was proof of that. However, today this area is full of life and resources and is now a desert. There was no sign of life, but that was only temporary. Around noon, Wuja appeared in the area with shining golden eyes, followed by countless monks. Mithriya waited less than 5 seconds before Supreme Unity and his people arrived. You know this won't change anything, do you? He said in his cold and indifferent voice. You cannot win, so why must you insist? It seems that everyone has underestimated me, Mithriya replied calmly. It's understandable, given my prior results. However, do you think you're the only one who has been laying chess pieces on this board for a long time? Supreme Unity frowned while raising his alert to the highest level. He thought Mithriya's previous attack was her only trump card, and this war was a desperate move to hold him back and buy this world enough time. Do it, Mithriya ordered. One of the Empyreans behind Supreme Unity suddenly summoned an artifact and spoke out loud. Taoism is about following nature, not ignoring or taking it over. Our roots have been corrupted by villains, forcing us to lose our ways. I refuse to accept such Taoist practice. Heaven and earth above, be a witness as I stand for righteousness. From now on, the Seven Virtues sect has broken off from this corrupt sect. We will return to our roots, practicing genuine Taoism that pursues the sublimation of the self and the harmony of man and nature. As soon as this man uttered these words, the enormous key luck dragon of Taoism manifested between heaven and earth before roaring in pain. A small chunk of its body was divided before turning into a smaller dragon. Supreme Unity looked at this happening. He still looked cold and indifferent, but the small spatial fluctuations around him were indicative of his actual mood. He wanted to stop this from happening, but he sensed something locking in his every move. So, without much of a choice, he watched as more and more people or sects separated from Taoism. Over 65, Mithriya commented, "It seems that more people despise your reign than I anticipated." Chapter 1384 Wars After Wars Well Played, Supreme Unity said indifferently, "You always looked at these people as ants, thinking they would never dare to rebel against you," Mithriya said calmly. "But you overestimate the human spirit. No, I should say you probably never understood. They have their own goals, dreams, and pursuits. Do you really think your overwhelming power was enough for them to give these things up?" "Ants are ants," Supreme Unity replied calmly. "Without your protection, none of them dare to rebel." "They dare," she rebutted. "It's just that you already killed those with the spirit, and these ones only needed a small boost." "This conversation is pointless," Supreme Unity added. "Don't think you've won this war. We will see." Wang Wei and the entire world watched the beginning of the Buddhism-Taoism War. Specifically, this war should be called the unity of Buddhism and Taoism against corrupted Taoism. And that's how historians will write this war, unless Supreme Unity is the final victor. The first battle was an overwhelming victory. Without Supreme Unity's strength, corrupt Taoism was overwhelmed by the Allied force. Mithriya was ruthless, forcing the first battle to last as long as possible and allowing her forces to kill as many people as possible. By the end of this fight, the Twin Sun border became an inhabitable area due to how much immortal blood fell on the soil. Of course, this also meant that the place became a holy place for anyone who cultivated Blood Dao or any technique involved in Fiend Kiora. After this defeat, Taoism did two things: used a more defensive approach to this war and summoned reinforcement. The former was quite effective as they successfully blocked the madness from these monks or the enraged Taoists who wanted to eliminate their other counterparts to ensure their prosperity and prevent future revenge. However, the plan to receive reinforcement was not as successful.